Chapter 321. An EP-29 bomber. Winter was sitting in the cockpit. Right before him was the Type 03 Thanatos IV. This biological weapon was being personally escorted by Winster. It was expected to reach Sucra's city within 24 hours. The B-29 bomber would not land during the entire flight, utilizing aerial resupply. This B-29 bomber was not registered with the military. It was part of the Intelligence Bureau's secret arsenal. It was piloted by an Intelligence Bureau agent. Aside from Hans Lyon and a few others, no one else knew about the Intelligence Bureau or its own weapons and equipment. With the B-29's takeoff, the countdown to the Dwarven army's demise had officially begun. At the same time, Lyon informed Sif. He told her that De Yin was about to use high-powered weapons, which could harm the lands of the Western Elves. Sif no longer cared about the potential harm to the lands. Now she wanted only the dwarves dead, since millions of her compatriots had been slaughtered. Sif, staring at the tragic photos, could hear the elves' screams ringing in her ears every time she fell asleep. Sif hadn't rested properly in days, completely consumed by a trance. Now she wanted only one outcome, the extermination of every dwarf within the Elven Empire. And now, just as the 1.3 million strong dwarf army had fully entered the Western Elven Empire. At the border between the Western Elven Empire and the Dwarven Empire, a large number of Western Elven troops had secretly appeared. They were the missing million-strong army. Tifnara ordered her 1 million elite troops to break up into smaller units, avoid the Dwarven Empire's reinforcements, and advance to the border, waiting for an opportunity to cut off the Dwarven Empire's retreat. However, when these soldiers arrived at the border, they were stunned by the scenes before them. Although they had witnessed countless tragedies along the way, they could no longer contain their anger when they saw the true situation at the border. Many Elven men had been beheaded, their bodies strewn across the ground. Elven women, after being humiliated, were impaled on wooden stakes and hung in midair. The Western Elf soldiers unanimously removed their helmets and observed a moment of silence for their compatriots. For a full 10 minutes, not a single Western Elf soldier made a sound. They stood there in silence, heads bowed, tears streaming uncontrollably. Finally, Constantine, the supreme commander of the million-strong army, ordered the troops to begin building a defensive line. They would avenge their compatriots. Most soldiers began building fortifications, while others collected the bodies of their compatriots. Many soldiers collapsed during the process, not out of disgust, but out of fear and grief. They couldn't fathom how intelligent creatures could possibly do this. Looking at the army building fortifications, a flicker of determination crossed Constantine's mind. Even if 1 million soldiers were annihilated, he would leave the dwarves here. He would use the souls of the dwarves to honor the spirits of his compatriots. The dwarven reinforcements were on their way. All the dwarven soldiers had their pockets filled to the brim. They were filled with looted gold and silver treasures, and they couldn't help but marvel at the elves' wealth. At the same time, they mocked the ridiculous elegance of the elves and reminisced about the tenderness of elven women. Cadillac, the commander of the dwarven reinforcements, was now accompanied by a group of officers, looking at a massive stone tablet before them. The officers cursed as they read the inscription. This was the monument left here by the Holy Empire's Emperor Dreen's army during their conquest of the Dwarf Empire. It recorded the Holy Empire's 5 southern expeditions, 4 of which reached the Dwarf Empire's former capital, and the 5th, which resulted in its capture. The Dwarf Empire was forced to relocate its capital. These 5 southern expeditions took 200 years and mobilized over 15 million troops. Over 20 million dwarf soldiers were beheaded, and 3 million square kilometers of territory was expanded. The Dwarf Empire was nearly destroyed. The dwarves' faces turned pale as they read the inscription. This was a great achievement for the Holy Empire, but a profound humiliation for the dwarves. The dwarves were particularly enraged when they read the last line, a sentence written by the Holy Knight Kunberg. The dwarves are a species separate from all others. Their virtues make them worthy only of the barren lands of the southern continent. When their ambition overwhelms their reason, that will be their doom. Carador immediately drew his sword and cleaved the stone tablet, which had stood for 1,000 years. Watching the tablet crumble, all the dwarves cheered. It was as if the shame of 1,000 years ago had vanished. For in their eyes, the Millennium Empire that had terrified them had vanished into thin air, a thing of the past. No one could stop the dwarves from ruling the world. This world will surely belong to the dwarves. A general ran up to Carador and said excitedly, "Marshal, we discovered an elven town ahead. Give the order. Let the soldiers accumulate more wealth." Carador nodded silently without saying a word. The general cheered and charged forward like a rocket. Many soldiers followed the general to the town ahead. Other soldiers laughed, mocking the elves' incompetence. As everyone reveled, No one noticed Caradil's condition. At this moment, Caradil's face was pale, and he clenched his right hand tightly. Looking at the golden lines covering it, he said fiercely, "Kuenberg, you're dead, yet you're still so restless." Caradil summoned his magic to suppress the golden lines, then secretly wiped away the sweat, feigning indifference. Soon, the once beautiful town before the army was engulfed in flames, and screams filled the air. But the dwarves were not afraid. Instead, they grew even more excited. Another elven town was massacred. Tens of thousands of elves perished tragically, and the dwarves celebrated another night of revelry. Many elves within the town had fled to the mountains before the army arrived, but others hadn't even had time to escape before the army surrounded the town. Inside an elven house, a young elven boy, hiding in a pile of straw, watched as several dwarves assaulted his sister. Tears streamed down the jingling boy's tender face, his eyes devoid of childishness, filled instead with despair and rage. He listened to his sister's screams, and the dwarves' wild laughter. He was filled with rage. He, Diablo, swore to kill all the dwarves, to destroy their nation and their race. Chapter 322. As the dwarven reinforcements drew closer, Chester learned that the Thanatos IV was approaching Sucras. So, Chester decided to wipe out the dwarves. He voluntarily abandoned Sucras, and his army retreated to the sea with the fleet. He also instructed Sif to notify Cetos' troops to withdraw. For the past 2 days, Cetos' troops had been like mad dogs, biting the dwarven army relentlessly. Andre could only be helpless and furious. The dwarven army's attack on Sucras was already difficult enough, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of elves attacking from the sidelines. This double-sided attack slowed down Andre's dwarven army's advance. Andre desperately urged Caradil to lead his troops as soon as possible. Although Caradil and Andre were politically opposed, they were united in facing the enemy. But Caradil could not control his soldiers, or rather, he could not stop them from looting. Because the dwarf Emperor Andres had issued an order. All soldiers participating in the territorial expansion wars were to turn over 30% of all wealth they acquired, with the remaining 70% remaining theirs. Thus, the dwarf empire's army transformed into bandits in every battle, plundering whatever wealth they could. Thus, the dwarf army was less a regular army than a group of bandits masquerading as a regular force. The soldiers' plundering slowed the army's advance by nearly 20%. This 20% loss of time was successfully exploited by De Yin. The first infantry group arrived at Sucras City first. But then came the order that puzzled them. All soldiers returned to the landing craft and immediately followed the naval fleet to the sea, abandoning Sucras. This bewildered the Wehrmacht soldiers. But they still chose to obey orders, knowing the importance of Sucras. And now, the High Command ordered them to evacuate. There was only one reason. The Great Flame was about to erupt. The Wehrmacht soldiers within Sucras also received the order to evacuate. Almost overnight, all the Wehrmacht soldiers within the city retreated to the sea. The Cetos soldiers to the north also fled that same night. The next day, as Andre was about to order his troops to attack, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Both the Great Flame and Cetos were too quiet. What was going on? Andre sent his dwarf soldiers forward cautiously. After several hours, Andre finally confirmed the truth. The Wehrmacht soldiers within Sucras and the Western Elf soldiers to the north had all vanished. Even the dwarf soldiers were stunned. They couldn't understand why the elves and the defense forces had completely vanished. Did they no longer want Sucras? What was the point of dying here for so many days? Many dwarves began to question their lives. Their limited minds simply couldn't comprehend or imagine why this had happened. But they were certain of one thing. Sucras was now theirs. The capture of Sucras meant the dwarf empire would gain control of all the land south of it. Because there were practically no strategically located areas south of Sucras City. Except for the southernmost border region, the entire area was flat and flat. Agricultural land was everywhere, and it was extremely fertile. It was a dreamland for farmers. Soon, after confirming that Sucras City belonged to the dwarves, Andre, though somewhat perplexed, reported the situation to the Dwarven Empire. Andre's face lit up with joy upon hearing this news. Since the beginning of the war, they had either been defeated or had to request support. Now, they had finally taken a city. How could Andre not be delighted? Andre immediately praised Andre and promised to promote him upon his return. But Andre's victory didn't carry him to his head. Instead, he became even more cautious. He hadn't understood the sudden departure of De Yin and the elves. He had also wondered if De Yin would launch a siege. But once Andre was certain that De Yin was retreating to the sea, he felt relieved. Because landing warfare is no less challenging than street fighting. The Wehrmacht wouldn't let its soldiers die in vain. So, Andre concluded that De Yin was trying to bring him into conflict with the elves, while the dwarves and elves were locked in a fierce battle. Intervening as a third party, he could profit from the conflict. This was the best plan Andre could come up with. But Andre hadn't considered that perhaps his initial assumption was correct. De Yin was simply trying to catch the enemy in a trap. Soon, the next day, Caridel's army arrived at Sucra City. Andre's face was filled with solemnity as he looked at the soldiers of Caridel's army, their bodies draped with gold and silver treasures. Although plundering was a tradition of the Dwarf Empire, Andre had forbidden his men from looting during battle. Andre had implemented a very fair distribution system. After a victory, all the wealth was pooled and distributed according to the number of enemies killed. To the capable, more goes. Thus, Andre's army had always been the most elite in the Dwarf Empire. But even the most elite army would be defeated by the Great Flame. Caridel showered Andre with praise, and both of them smiled. It was a superficial smile though. Marshal Andre truly lives up to his reputation. He took Sucra City so easily. He's a role model for our generation. No, I can't compare to you, Marshal Caridel. You're the undefeated god of war of the southern continent. The two men were both praising and mocking each other, and to outsiders, they might have thought they were very close friends. Although they didn't get along, the army's entry into the city was necessary. After entering the city, Caridel's soldiers looked around, as if they were trying to use their keen eyes to search for treasure. Unfortunately, Andre had already distributed all the city's few treasures to his men before they arrived. As for Caridel and his men, they were just following them and getting into trouble. The two armies soon began a secret duel within Sucra City. After all, both wanted to compete for the title of the Dwarf Empire's strongest legion. So, many dwarf soldiers petitioned to immediately march north to continue expanding the territory. Caridel immediately made the decision, and the army prepared to march north. But Andre suggested that the army rest and recuperate. The two men disagreed on this point, and they had to report the situation to Andre. But just as he was reporting, B-29 bombers arrived. Chapter 323. Soon, a B-29 carrying the ultimate weapon arrived over the fleet. Due to a lack of preparedness, the fleet immediately sounded the air defense alarm upon spotting the B-29. But it turned out to be a B-29. Just as they were hesitating, Chester's order arrived. Allow, at the same time, the fleet was ordered to advance at full speed and evacuate Sucras, even though they were already 200 kilometers from Sucras. Because Chester could sense that the contents of the B-29 were absolutely true justice, because only this kind of righteous truth could exude such a terrifying aura. In Leon's words, what is justice? What is truth? In the past, justice might have been fists and swords, but now it is bombs. It is every means of attack. In the past, truth might have been the command of the church, but what is truth now? It is the caliber of the cannon. It is the shared will of all people. This is the true truth, church? Screw it, goddess of light, ? Soon, a B-29 bomber flew over the fleet. As the B-29 approached Sucra's city, Andre and Caridel simultaneously sensed a terrifying wave of energy. Even though Winster had done his best to suppress its aura, the aura of Thanatos IV was simply too terrifying. Especially after Teresa's magical transformation, its power only increased. Andre and Caridel immediately released their magic power to ascend, simultaneously commanding the magicians to cast defensive spells on the spot. Soon, a B-29 bomber appeared in everyone's sight. Andre and Caridel instantly locked onto the bomber. They were certain the terrifying aura was emanating from within. They exchanged glances, then immediately flew toward the bomber. Winster, who had been resting with his eyes closed inside the bomber, opened them. Then a spatial magic appeared on their faces. Are you sure you want to attack? Winster's words silenced them. Andre and Caridel exchanged glances, as if questioning each other's resolve. Then, a split second later, they both attacked Winster. Andre unsheathed a massive axe, while Caridel drew a spear. Without a flicker of expression, Winster drew his sword and engaged the two. At first, Andre and Caridel maintained their numerical advantage. But as the battle wore on, they realized Winster's strength was gradually increasing. Neither side used heavy magic, only the most basic. Because each knew the other would never give them the opportunity to unleash heavy magic. They could only rely on the most basic magic to fight, but don't forget that Winster, in addition to being a magician, was also a fighting knight. Andre and Caridel appeared to be experts in close combat, but in reality, they were both magicians. Yes, you read that correctly, a magician engaging in close combat. Who would engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary? Andre gave Caridel a look, telling him to move away from the battlefield and attack the bombers, while he held Winster back. Carradine nodded, then dodged, creating distance. Winster gave up fighting Andre and chased after Carradine. But Andre wouldn't let Winster have his way. Andre held Winster tightly, clinging to him like a plaster. Winster couldn't free himself to interrupt Carradine. Though Winster managed to cast a few small spells, he failed to interrupt Carradine. Carradine was about to close in on the bomber, and at this crucial moment, several waterspouts shot up into the sky, abruptly blocking Carradine's path. The three of them simultaneously looked out to sea. They saw an old man wielding a golden trident approaching at high speed. It was Chester. Chester's arrival instantly intensified the pressure on Andre and the others. As the battle raged, a B-29 bomber arrived over Sucra City. The Dwarven soldiers all looked up at the massive aircraft. Although the Dwarven Empire had already replicated fighter jets, their technology was still far from enough to replicate an aerial fortress like the B-29. Although they were aware of the B-29's formidable capabilities, seeing it alone, the dwarves relaxed their vigilance. The Intelligence Bureau agent activated the Thanatos 4 without hesitation and immediately released it. A bomb, gleaming with an eerie light, descended. The dwarves reacted immediately, and many magicians, sensing danger, cast spells in an attempt to intercept the bomb. But their efforts were in vain. No matter how they tried to intercept it, Thanatos was bound to explode. Thanatos finally landed inside the city. 10 seconds passed, and there was no movement. The four men fighting each other were also puzzled after seeing this. What was going on? Is this a dud? The intelligence agency agent was flying a B-29 bomber at full speed away from Sucra City. Oh my god! Leader! Protect me! Run! The dwarves dispatched soldiers to investigate the falling object. Soon, the dwarf soldiers located Thanatos 4, which had landed inside the city. Many soldiers looked at the strange Thanatos and felt a sudden fear. Almost all of them avoided approaching, as they didn't know what it was. What is this? Why does it feel so strange? Yeah, it gives me the chills just looking at it. Just as the dwarf soldiers were whispering, the four men fighting in the air suddenly stopped. Winster grabbed Chester and ran away. This time, Andre and Carradine were in trouble. What's going on? Stop fighting? But the next second, Andre's amulet suddenly flickered. Andre suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned around to see a strange green light blazing in Sucra City. No! Andre roared, trying to stop Thanatos from detonating the explosion. But it was too late. The soldiers surrounding Thanatos, momentarily bewildered by the sudden flash of light. But as the light grew brighter, the dwarves, fearing the unknown, fled. Their officers tried to stop the fleeing soldiers, but when they saw the green light, they too fled. The next second, a green light exploded before their eyes, illuminating the entire world. What was going on? Chapter 324. With the explosion of Thanatos 4, a dark green mushroom cloud slowly rose. Following it was a terrifying green gust of air, rapidly spreading from the impact point in Sucra City. Even the sea was not spared. Chester swung the trident of Poseidon, and a wall of water hundreds of meters high instantly blocked the advancing gust of air. But other directions were not so lucky. The gust of air rapidly spread in the north, southwest, and southwest directions. Cetos, 150 kilometers north of Sucra City, felt the immense power of Thanatos. As a 7th-level mage, Cetos could clearly sense that someone in Sucra City had unleashed a forbidden spell. For only forbidden magic could possess such devastating power. The terrifying gust of air quickly engulfed the dwarven army, and a large number of dwarven soldiers disappeared in it. Many dwarven soldiers, watching the rapidly advancing gust of air, ultimately resigned themselves to their fate. They didn't run away, just stood there. Forget it, let's die. Soon, the blast engulfed the soldiers. Just when they thought they were doomed, they opened their eyes within the blast. They found nothing amiss, as if the blast were just an ordinary one. Andre and Carradine were puzzled. That was indeed the magical fluctuation of forbidden magic. But why was this magic so ineffective? Could it be the explosion just now? No, something must be wrong. Andre and Carradine flew towards Sucra City. The dwarf soldiers were now wandering aimlessly within the blast, because they were certain the green gas before them harmless. But the next moment, the dwarven soldiers realized something was amiss. They were shocked to find their bodies rapidly dissolving, and their minds were filled with the wails of the undead. A dwarven soldier, stained with the blood of elven civilians, now knelt in agony. He suffered, not only from the corrosion, but also from the souls of the elves he had slain. These souls were tearing at the dwarven soldier's mental sea. This wasn't just one soldier, many, like this dwarven soldier, had their minds clogged with the souls of the dead. Many dwarves endured physical pain, yet also had to contend with mental anguish. They were lost in endless memories, repeatedly killed by the resurrected elves. Finally, one dwarven soldier went mad. He frantically picked up his gun and fired at everything that moved around him. However, he had killed his comrades. The soldier roared, "Come on! You useless bastards! You can't even rest in peace after death." Unbeknownst to the soldier, his own body had been completely corroded. The next second, before he could finish his words, he collapsed, unable to stand up again. The gas had corroded his bones. His knee joint was completely necrotic, and the bone where the muscle had once been attached was now completely exposed. It was a stark contrast to his previous high spirits. In less than 3 minutes, the dwarf soldier approaching Thanatos was reduced to a pool of blood. The dwarf soldiers who had escaped Thanatos managed to survive for a while. But it was only for a moment. For they were soon engulfed by the blast, their speed no match. Once engulfed, death awaited them. Perhaps some mages could cling on for a little longer with their magic. But they still couldn't escape. Some mages above level 5 managed to break free from the blast with their own strength. But they were horrified to discover that their skin had been irreversibly damaged. Some mages desperately fled, but the blast never caught up with them. This made them feel fortunate. But they overlooked one fact. They would have to travel at a high speed of over 100 kilometers to escape Thanatos' range. Aside from mages at level 7 and above who could barely escape, all others would face the due punishment for their heinous crimes. Of course, these mages at level 7 and above wouldn't last much longer. Cetos watched the incoming green blast through the 9th level magical device, the Elven Eye. With the blessing of the Elven Eye, Cetos could see the raging spirits within the calm gusts. After just one glance, Cetos was forced to give up observing. However, he concluded that the northern gusts would stop near them. Luck favored them once again. Destiny favors those who uphold justice. All forces, prepare. It's time to counterattack. The dwarves are slaughtering our people on our land. It's time to make them pay. Cetos took flight and addressed the remaining 130,000 troops. These soldiers had been demoralized since receiving the order to retreat. They longed to fight the dwarves, even to death, because the slaughter of their compatriots had ignited their patriotism. The fighting spirit within the elves was once again ignited. The recorded history of the entire world dates back 100,000 years. There are 5 eras in total. The first era was the Age of Dragons, the second era was the Age of Elves, the third era was the Age of Mage, the fourth era was the Age of Orcs, and the fifth era was the Age of Empires. It's no exaggeration to say that, with the exception of the dwarves, the ancestors of all the other empires were once wealthy. This is the source of their national confidence. A true nation is governed by a well-established race. This race may not necessarily be warlike, but it must possess unique and excellent qualities. Only those rats hiding in the wilderness could evolve a distorted civilization and build a false nation. Some magicians protected some troops and escaped the blast, joining forces with the magicians and dwarven troops outside. Though the magicians held high rank, they knew this was not the time for such discussions. Saving more troops meant preserving the empire's strength. The magicians fled in groups of dozens. This approach proved effective. The magicians led nearly 300,000 dwarven soldiers. But the magicians knew which army was more valuable, and they saved Andre's 200,000 elite troops and 100,000 related soldiers. And nearly 1,000,000 soldiers of the Caradil army, along with all the loot they had, were left behind in the green gas. Every action has its consequences, and all will go as it pleases. Chapter 325. The magicians panicked and split into 2 waves. One group, with 50,000 men, fled north. The other group, with 200,000 of Andre's troops and 50,000 soldiers, fled south. Soon, both groups escaped the blast. The remnants of the northern army were stunned by the scene before them. For Cetos' army had already dug in, awaiting the arrival of the dwarven army. Cetos drew his sword, pointed it at the dwarven army, and roared with all his might. Charge! Avenge our fallen comrades! The 130,000 West Elves charged almost simultaneously without hesitation. The bayonets gleamed white in the moonlight. If these bayonets hadn't been aimed at them, the dwarves would have been delighted. The West Elves, each one energized, needed no encouragement, and charged at full speed towards the dwarven soldiers. They had never felt so powerful before. They could feel a constant surge of power within them, propelling them forward. Seeing this, the dwarf magician immediately prepared to unleash a magical attack. But the next second, a figure descended from the sky, interrupting the magician's formation. Cetos' uniform had shattered into shreds, replaced by a suit of patterned armor. Magicians, huh? Dwarves, huh? Aren't you superior? Let me, Cetos, challenge you to a duel. The loser will remain here forever. Cetos unsheathed a longsword shrouded in a shroud of air currents. He launched his attack with incredible speed. In just 3 seconds, he defeated 7 5th-level magicians. The dwarf magicians were terrified. Cetos himself was a magician, but he possessed exceptional melee combat prowess. After witnessing Cetos' extraordinary melee prowess, the dwarf magicians finally remembered who Cetos was. In the kingdom of the Wind Elf, a child born to a noble female elf was a child of destiny, known as the Wind Elf's patron. At birth, Cetos' mother discovered his affinity for the element of wind, a natural-born wind magician, but Cetos longed to become a knight. He chose not to follow his mother's instructions, but instead taught himself swordsmanship. He then obtained the quasi-artifact of the kingdom of the Wind Elf, the Feather of Iolos. This was Cetos' long sword. Cetos thus became the Elven Empire's sole magic knight. As a 9th-rank magician, Cetos. Magical combat, barely passable, melee ability maximum. Cetos knocked over 20 magicians to their knees. Who isn't a genius? This world has never lacked geniuses, but there are always even more extraordinary freaks to overshadow them. The dwarf magicians had no choice but to focus their fire on Cetos, and at this moment, the dwarf army and the elven army collided. When two enemies meet, enmity grows, and the dwarves are no less powerful. The two sides quickly engaged in battle. But the western elves far outnumbered the dwarves in both numbers and firepower. This was because the dwarves used single-shot, bolt-action magic crystal rifles. While their power far surpassed that of other nations, bolt-action was still bolt-action, and their rate of fire was undeniable. In addition to the magic crystal rifles, the western elf soldiers also possessed weapons previously acquired from the Great Flame. The army was equipped with a considerable number of MP40s and pistols. From the moment the two sides engaged, the elves firmly suppressed the dwarves, hammering them into a state of disarray. The soldiers of the Caradil army finally felt the elven care and love. They had looted and burned along the way, never encountering any organized western elven troops. The conquests and plunders had inflated their morale. Now, they finally understood that no empire was a pushover. The dwarves' height disadvantage was fully exposed in close combat. The elven soldiers, each 1.8 meters tall, could easily defeat the dwarves under 1.5 meters. Because of the dwarves' height, the Dwarven Empire thoughtfully shortened the dwarven crystal rifles they used. This shortening made them more suitable for the dwarven's combat habits. However, this slight reduction put the dwarven soldiers at a disadvantage in close combat. The dwarven soldiers were quickly defeated. Many dwarves tried to retreat, but they found the murderous green aura behind them. The dwarven soldiers collapsed. What should they do? The elven soldiers pressed on, and the dwarven soldiers in front of them fell one after another. The dwarven soldiers turned their attention to the dwarven mages. But to their horror, they saw dozens of 6th and 7th level mages lying on the ground. 3 8th level mages were also lying flat on their backs, peacefully at ease, all killed by a single blow. Cetos felt the dwarven soldier's gaze, wiped the blood from his sword, and looked at the dwarven army with a smile. Is something wrong? Being distracted is not good for children. The dwarf soldiers retreated in terror, the elven soldiers pressing forward. Just as the dwarf soldiers were about to be forced into the green gas, the elven soldiers suddenly stopped. The dwarf soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, the elves unleashed their few remaining machine guns. A general, eyes reddened, said, "You beasts across the way, you've been slaughtering my people with machine guns. Today, I let you experience the feeling of being slaughtered by machine guns. Of course, you have another choice. Enter the green gas." The general lowered his hand. Duh. The machine gun fire net sent the dwarves falling in droves. The dwarves behind, watching the fallen dwarves in front, couldn't help but think of the wheat of the Dwarven Empire. It truly looked like wheat in the fields. Many dwarf soldiers collapsed, screaming and rushing into the green gas. Of course, there was only one outcome. Skin corroded, flesh turned to bones in just 3 seconds. Ah! Save me! I don't want to die. I want to go home. The elven soldiers, upon hearing the screams, showed no mercy, but only increased their resolve. Have you ever spared those innocent compatriots? Soon, not a single dwarf remained standing on the battlefield, all lay on the ground. 50,000 men, a truly magnificent sight. Cetos gazed into the green mist. The counterattack had just begun. Sukra's city. Andre and Caradil were above Sukra's city, able to see the unfolding situation. They nearly vomited as, in just a few tens of seconds, hundreds of thousands of Sukra's troops had been reduced to bones. Andre and Caradil exchanged a glance, then decisively retreated south to reunite with the remaining troops, seeking to preserve the Empire's last remaining strength. But they didn't know that a million-strong army awaited them at the border. The counterattack had officially begun. Chapter 326. The next day, Andrei was leading the remnants of his army toward the southern border of the Elven Empire. Now only 250,000 men remained in the entire Dwarven army. Over 1 million Dwarven soldiers were left forever on this land. Andrei showed no expression, neither sadness nor grief, as he calmly led his army toward the Dwarven Empire. Andrei glanced at the demoralized army, and knew it would be difficult for them to continue. Even returning to the Dwarven Empire alive was uncertain. For Andrei knew full well that since Yin had already used such a formidable weapon, they must have prepared countermeasures. It was very likely that the army that was pursuing him was already on its way. Returning to the Dwarven Empire alive would be truly impossible. Andrei also learned that the Elven Queen Sif was already leading a 2 million Elven army south, and had already joined up with Sito's army. This meant that Sif's 2 million man army was no more than 300 kilometers away from Andrei and his men. This was like rubbing salt in the wound, exacerbating the already severely damaged Dwarven army. But Andrei knew that staying here would only lead to death. The army had to move. At the same time, Andrei still held out a glimmer of hope for Andres. He hoped that upon learning of this news, Andres would immediately dispatch troops to support him near the border. As it turned out, Andres did receive news of the army's defeat. But instead of sending troops immediately, Andres scolded Andrei and Karadil. The insults were as harsh as they could be, even targeting Andrei's parents. "Andrei, isn't my mother your mother?" Andrei, blinded by rage, flew into a rage. But he still dispatched 800,000 Dwarven troops to the border to support Andrei. After all, the Dwarven army numbered around 3 million. Just one expedition, even the first encounter with the enemy, and you're telling me a million-strong army would be wiped out? A million pigs couldn't be reduced to ash overnight, could they? What kind of weapon did the Great Flame use? Soon, news of what happened in Sugru spread throughout the surrounding lands. The demons and orcs were stunned. They wondered why the Great Flame had suddenly created such a treasure. Then, they felt relieved, thankful that the Great Flame hadn't used such a terrifying weapon during their battle. When Sif of the Eastern Elves learned of the Great Flame's possession of such a terrifying weapon, she became restless. Yin has it? Then can't I have it too? No. Not for me. Then don't blame me for using some tricks. After all, Leia is still within the Elven Empire. You got to give me some kind of betrothal gift. At this moment, Leon, who was reading last night's report in the Yin capital, suddenly felt a chill on his back. What's going on? Why does he feel like he's being targeted? Lion couldn't figure it out, thinking it was another little magic trick cast by Hey You to get back at him for hiding her cake. Sukra's city. At this moment, Sukra's city was still enveloped by green gas. The entire city was submerged in the green gas. It was difficult for people to see what was happening inside Sukra's city. Above Sukra's city, Winster gazed at Sukra's city, enveloped in the green air beneath his feet, and silently pulled a white crystal from his storage ring. Then he threw it down. Half a minute later, the crystal crashed directly onto the ground in Sukra's city. The next second, the crystal frantically absorbed the surrounding green air. Almost instantly, a massive vortex formed. The crystal completely devoured the green air within Sukra's city. Even the surrounding green air was affected, pouring towards Sukra's city. In just half an hour, the green air within a radius of several hundred kilometers had been completely absorbed. Sukra's city gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. To their amazement, everyone discovered that Sukra's city and the ground beneath it remained unaffected. It was exactly as it had been when they left. What shocked everyone was the white bones, the scattered gold and silver treasures, and the dwarven uniforms everywhere. Soon, 20,000 National Defense Force soldiers landed in Sukra's city. They were responsible for clearing the bodies from Sukra's city. After all, Thanatos was set free by the Great Flame, so they had to clean up the mess themselves. The remaining 180,000 men were transported by fleet to the front of the Dwarven army. They were ready to deliver a powerful blow to the Dwarven army. The marching Dwarven army was unaware that the Great Flame had already laid a net waiting for them ahead. Soon, just as Andrei and his men were accelerating their march, a barrage of artillery shells streaked across the sky, pelting the advancing Dwarven army. The sudden attack stunned the Dwarven army. Andrei immediately ordered the Dwarven army to disperse, and his scouts to expand their search area. Soon, the Dwarven scouts returned and informed Andrei that 5 kilometers ahead, a large Wehrmacht force was waiting for the Dwarven army to enter a carefully arranged trap. Hearing this news, Andre and his men were paralyzed. Due to the hasty evacuation, Andre and his men hadn't brought any artillery with them. Practically everyone was armed with a rifle, and then nothing happened. How could such an army fight the heavily armed Wehrmacht? Andre wanted to order his troops to retreat, to stage a strategic detour. But the next moment, the scouts arrived again. They reported the latest movements of the Elven army. The Elven army was rapidly approaching Andre and his men. And as they accelerated their advance, they were completely blocking the Dwarven army's retreat. Andre's flanking tactic had completely failed. What now? There was only one solution. Head southwest, through the Elven Empire's most pristine forests, and reach the southern border. But even the elves themselves dared not venture into this primeval forest. But now, Andre had only this one path. Perhaps the army's survival rate through the primeval forest was no more than 30%, but in its original location, it was 0. Perhaps this was fate. Andre shook his head and, resigned to his fate, ordered the army to enter the primeval forest. But at that moment, a large number of shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. The dwarf air force had finally arrived at the battlefield. Seeing this, Andre breathed a sigh of relief. Like a traveler in the desert finally finding an oasis. It seemed the army was safe. But just as Andre had this thought, more black spots appeared in the direction of the Wehrmacht. Chapter 327. Thousands of planes swept in from the direction of the National Defense Forces. The dwarven soldiers present were speechless. They had never imagined they would see so many planes. Hundreds of planes were enough to shock them, let alone thousands. The dwarven air force's scalps tingled at the sight. But they had to muster their courage and continue fighting. Although the numerical disparity between the two sides was enormous, the Great Yin Air Force had 3 times as many fighter jets as theirs. However, the Dwarven Air Force believed in themselves and their technology, because they possessed enhanced magic airships. The original magic airships were already a significant threat to the Great Yin Air Force. The Great Yin Air Force's attack aircraft were simply unable to shoot down the Dwarven airships. Only V-2 rockets could bring them down. But now, the magic airships had been modified and equipped with a large number of defenses. This resulted in a sharp increase in the airship's defense coefficient. Now, they could easily withstand 7 or 8 V-2 rockets. However, if the Dwarven Air Force is evolving, then hasn't the Great Flame Air Force also evolved? To counter the Dwarven Air Force's magic airships, the Great Flame Air Force is equipped with a special weapon. That's the 37mm cannon, but the ammunition used is counter-projectiles. Counter-projectiles are enough to threaten a magic airship, because no matter how strong the magic defense is, as long as it's not cast by a high-level magician. So, there must be a characteristic. It must be a qualitative change caused by a quantitative change. Similarly, the Great Flame Air Force can use quantitative change to cause qualitative change. Imagine dozens of fighter planes surrounding a dwarven airship and hammering it. While the 37mm cannons could only scratch the surface of the airship, they were no match for the sheer volume of fire. The dwarven airship's magic crystal reserves would eventually be depleted. By then, the dwarven airship would truly be a flying coffin. The dwarves had actually considered abandoning the magic airship, having exposed its fatal flaws in the first battle. But Andres loved it. He was the emperor, the dictator. No matter how earnestly the dwarven engineers advised, they couldn't resist the emperor's fondness. However, the dwarven airship did have its merits. After all, its size surpassed that of a zeppelin, meaning it possessed superior bombing and cargo capabilities. If the enemy had no countermeasures, a single dwarven airship could very well destroy the enemy. Unfortunately, the dwarves were unlucky, encountering the formidable boss, De Yin, right after leaving the novice village. The result is predictable. Regarding the novice's encounter with the Demon King right after leaving the novice village. Dwarf, I'm up. One shot. No need to say anything. Although the dwarven airship was a sitting duck, the dwarven Air Force fighters didn't sit idly by. Even though they knew they couldn't win, they still attacked the Great Yin Air Force. Soon, they were dealt a heavy blow by the jet fighters. The dwarven industrial technology was almost catching up to that of the Great Yin a few months ago. They already possessed a vast amount of industrial equipment. They could even independently manufacture single-wing fixed-wing propeller fighters. After all, in their own world, during World War II, many countries were unable to independently produce fixed-wing propeller aircraft. In this world, the dwarves had already surpassed the surrounding nations in just over a year. Leon felt incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon this opportunity. Otherwise, if the dwarves were allowed to develop unchecked in a few years, the Dwarven Empire would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy for Great Yin. So Great Yin now had only one path: crush all enemies who stood in its way. Because the system dictated that Great Yin must sweep away all enemies. War and conquest were inevitable, and to defend the fruits of its red glory, it must be done with blood and loyalty. At the same time, Great Yin was accelerating its transition to Cold War-era weaponry. Although it now had AK-47s, its other weapons were not yet up to Cold War standards. Over the army, the Dwarven Air Force was engaged in a dogfight with the Great Yin Air Force. If it were just 1 or 2 planes dogfighting, everyone might have watched intently. But when thousands of planes were dogfighting, honestly, no one paid much attention. Because it was simply too dazzling. 500 attack aircraft were tasked with engaging the Dwarven Empire's air force. The remaining aircraft were seeking to destroy the Dwarven airships. Inside the Great Yin Navy fleet, V-2 rockets were ready, and several had already been launched. Chester's order was to fire all the rockets. No enemy airships were allowed to appear over the Elven Empire. At the same time, the appearance of the Dwarven airship sounded a warning to the Great Yin Missile Research Department. The Dwarven airships were living coffins, but their resilience was a reminder to the Missile Research Department. The power of the V-2 rocket still couldn't keep up with the times. This infuriated the research staff. They began developing the V-3 rocket. The requirements for the V-3 rocket were that it be smaller than the V-2, have a greater range, and be far more powerful. Many researchers were puzzled. Would this work? Wasn't it a contradiction? But Leon didn't pause. Instead, he urged the researchers to intensify their research. Because only Leon knew that the V-3 rocket, often considered a fantasy, wasn't just a figment of his imagination. With the advancement of technology, things once only dreamed of would inevitably become reality. Soon, the battle between the two air forces began to bear fruit. The Dwarven Air Force was gradually losing ground. Many Dwarven airships were shot down before they even reached the Wehrmacht positions. And all the Dwarven fighters protecting the Dwarven airships had been shot down. Dwarf pilot, how can I fight 3 at once? With a clear conscience, and without the protection of fighters, the Dwarven airship has truly become a living coffin. Just like a saying from a past life. A certain famous airship's power relies on its engine. After all, if an airship can't safely reach its target, it's completely useless. No, it still has some use. If the Dwarven Air Force had chosen to abandon the airships from the beginning and all fighters had withdrawn immediately, then the Dwarven Empire Air Force might have retained most of its strength. Because losing the Air Force means completely losing air supremacy. And losing air supremacy means becoming a fish on the chopping block. Andre's face was full of expressions, from initial excitement to later calm and now despair. The Air Force came, the Air Force was gone. If you want me to be destroyed, please don't beat around the bush, just come at me. Andre has accepted his fate. Chapter 328. Just as Andre's army was surrounded, the Wehrmacht deployed a large number of heavy tanks. Or, in other words, to distort the Dwarven Empire's technology tree, they decided to give the Dwarven Empire a bit of a surprise. First, they used the powerful Tiger tank to attract the Dwarven Empire's attention. Through the battle between the Tiger tank and the Dwarven tank, they made the Dwarven Empire realize the power of heavy tanks. But in reality, the most successful heavy tank during World War II was the IS-2. The other heavy tanks had more or less fatal flaws. For example, the Tiger tank, due to its complex staggered road wheels and insufficient power, suffered frequent problems. In turn, it was surpassed by the up-and-coming IS-2. The blind pursuit of tank armor is neither wrong nor right. But the previous World War II sounded a wake-up call for everyone. For a tank, protection and firepower are not necessarily important. But its maintenance and production capabilities are. After all, the T-34 in his previous life could crush the enemy. So Leon was scheming. He managed to get Hans to reveal the super heavy tank plan to the Dwarven Empire. But to make the Dwarven Empire more certain that De Yin would implement the super heavy tank plan, Leon ordered the arsenal to experimentally produce 20 E-75 heavy tanks. The engine and road wheels were modified. The engine power was increased to 1,500 horsepower, and 6 pairs of road wheels were used. 1,500 horsepower ensured that the E-75's power system could propel the nearly 80-ton E-75, ensuring that the E-75 could be used in actual combat. Of course, this was intended to seduce the Dwarf Empire. It would force the Dwarf Empire to focus its armor research on super heavy tanks. A 200-ton rat was something De Yin could either have or not have. After all, De Yin's current naval, land, and air forces were already well established, and the primary mission of armored units was no longer to engage in head-on combat. But rather, it was to lead the infantry to victory. In the past, A certain nation's formidable armored forces were instantly annihilated by the integrated precision strikes of its beautiful air force. Strong armor alone was not enough. The Air Force and Navy must also keep pace. This was the only way to ensure that De Yin would not stray from the right path, and that this approach would remain applicable for at least a long time to come. After all, this was a path that had been trodden by our predecessors. So what would happen next? We see once we reach space. As long as we remain within the atmosphere, this theory will always apply. As for the future, that's the future. Before leaving the atmosphere, I have technology. After leaving the atmosphere, I have a wife. Ugh. I have magic. Invincible. Already invincible. After seeing the Wehrmacht's offensive, Andre immediately ordered his troops into the primeval forest. He knew that staying or entering the forest would be a death sentence. But he preferred the latter option, because it offered a glimmer of hope for the army. May the goddess of fate favor them. God of the dwarves, please bless us to pass through this place. Many dwarves spontaneously entered. They knew that only by entering the forest before them would they have a chance of survival. Andre led the way. As soon as they entered the forest, they sensed something was amiss. A chilling feeling instantly washed over him, and even more so, occasional gusts of cold wind blew. As Andre led his army into the primeval forest, the National Defense Bureau's pursuit halted. A soldier asked his squad leader, "Squad leader, are we pursuing? Why should we? You have to understand, we're the hunters now. Hunters can't just chase animals. They have to learn to use technique and wait for the right moment." The soldier nodded, half understanding. The squad leader couldn't help but wipe his sweat as he watched the departing soldier. Luckily, we managed to scare this guy off, otherwise I'd be in such a state of disgrace. In reality, De Yin already knew there were still 1 million troops on the southern border. And these 1 million troops were elite. There was no need for De Yin to pursue them into the forest. Let Sith block the north. The National Defense Army immediately headed south to reunite with the elves for a 2-slice-of-cheese-on-a-bread dinner. Beat the Dwarf Empire to pieces. Just after Andre entered the primeval forest, dwarf reinforcements arrived near the border. But seeing the newly rebuilt fortress, the dwarf reinforcements were stunned. Hasn't this place been taken? Why is there a new fortress? Just as the dwarves were puzzled, they saw the Elf Empire flag flying above the fortress. Damn it! We've been tricked. The reinforcements commander immediately realized that the Dwarf Empire had been set up. Andre and his army might not be able to escape. From the moment the Dwarf Empire invaded the Elf Empire, the Dwarf Empire's fate was sealed. Or perhaps, the claim that the Western Elves needed the Dwarf Empire's aid was a mistake. Perhaps, some within the Western Elf Empire truly did want the Dwarf Empire's aid. But at least a considerable number of those in power were constantly wary of the Dwarf Empire. How else could one explain this scene? The commander grew increasingly terrified. For at this moment, the Dwarf Empire's army numbered no more than 1.8 million. While the Elf Empire's army numbered over 3 million, conservatively estimated at over 3.5 million. What was the Dwarf Empire going to do against the elves? Furthermore, due to the actions of the Caradil army, the entire elves' hatred of the dwarves had reached its peak. It was almost certain that the elves would launch a revenge operation against the dwarves. After all, with such an absolute military advantage, anyone would choose revenge, right? The dwarf commander immediately reported the situation to the dwarf emperor Andres. Andres was speechless. He didn't know why things had suddenly turned out this way. But as an emperor, he knew he had to do something. Andres immediately ordered the nobles to urgently recruit troops. The force needed to be restored to at least 3 million. This would be the only way to thwart the elves' next retaliation. He also ordered the dwarven army to capture the border fortress at all costs. Otherwise, the northern dwarves would be left defenseless. Meanwhile, Andre, scurrying through the forest, learned of the blocked border. No! Andre roared in despair. Caradil, standing nearby, hugged Andre. The scene froze. The southern border of the Elven Empire. Constantine, atop the fortress, watched the Dwarven Empire's army mounting cannons in the distance. The war was about to begin. No, that's not right. Retaliation was about to begin. Chapter 329. Just as the Elven Empire and the Dwarven Empire clashed, the war in the Holy Empire was drawing to a close. The Holy Southern Empire and the Holy Kara Empire combined were not enough to hold the power of the 8 armored divisions of the Great Yin. The original plan was to liberate the entire Holy Empire in 15 days, but in reality, it took only 10 days for the Wehrmacht to advance from the Duchy of Launot all the way to the eastern coastal region. Levny and Chris were captured by the Wehrmacht before they even had time to surrender. Compared to Chris, who was snatched from his bed, Lemmy was at least captured in combat. Chris, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. When the Wehrmacht broke into Chris's city and stormed into his bedroom, Chris was still fast asleep in bed, flanked by his beautiful wives and concubines. His original wife and concubines had already been captured by the Wehrmacht. The women around him were all temporary finds. Chris was still dazed when he was captured. "Who am I? Who are you? What are you doing here?" But when Chris suddenly saw the uniforms of the Wehrmacht soldiers, his face turned pale. He remembered Leon's trial, the brutal torture. And Leon was a man of his words. Since Leon had promised to hang Chris in the sun, then soak him in water, and finally execute him by slow slicing, then Leon would definitely keep his word. "Chris, it's over. With the fall of the Kara Empire and the Southern Empire, only the Northern Vatican remained within the Holy Empire." Of course, this wasn't because de Yen didn't want to end the battle quickly. It was because of a flood in the north. The armored units were stuck in the mud, so Lion simply ordered them to temporarily halt their offensive and, in the meantime, take charge of providing aid to all refugees in the north. The war still had to be fought, but the people couldn't be saved, but the Vatican wouldn't be able to stay alive for much longer. For this heavy rain would soon pass. At the same time, the naval shipyard delivered the last warship on order. The Midway-class aircraft carrier, the Expeditionary Force's most important aircraft carrier. Lion designated her the de Yen. The advent of the Midway-class aircraft carrier meant that de Yen would have the power to launch an expedition against any nation. While the Essex-class aircraft carriers already established the Navy's absolute dominance, the Midway-class aircraft carrier was arguably a groundbreaking aircraft carrier. Because the Midway-class aircraft carriers could be modified with modern aircraft carrier decks, this meant they could serve for a long time. For some time to come, it will become the absolute main force. Meanwhile, the aircraft manufacturer has already produced its first helicopter. Although Lion had instructed the manufacturer to produce the Mi-24 helicopter, due to limited technology, the manufacturer only produced an empty shell. No fire control radar, no guidance. To put it simply, it's just an armored aircraft that can fly. But just because it can fly is fine. If an aircraft can't fly, what's the point of having one? You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk one step at a time. All of these things will be there. However, what surprised Lion was the actions of the Papal States. The Papal States learned that Great Yin was about to launch an expedition against the Western Empire. While urging the Crusaders to swiftly eliminate the Demon Empire's warriors, they also informed the Western Empire of the expedition. Virelia, upon learning this, spoke arrogantly. "Great Yin? The Western Empire is now at its peak. Come on, let's see who wants whom dead. I want the Yin people dead." When the Papal States learned of this news, the entire high command was shocked. Doesn't the Papal States know the strength of the Western Empire? Now, Great Yin has to yield to even the Papal States. And Great Yin is about to unify the Holy Empire. With the backing of a vast empire, Great Yin will have a steady supply of troops and raw materials. It is very likely that the empire will be restored to its former glory. No, it has already been restored. The entire Elf Empire and the Demon Empire are under Great Yin's control. And the Holy Empire will also be within its grasp. The most outrageous thing is the upcoming Great Expedition. If they could gain a foothold in the Western Empire, the Great Flame would allow the people of Central China to stand at the top of the world. After a brief analysis, the Papal State decided to accelerate its plan. At the same time, it decided to lend a helping hand to the Western Empire. Although Valeria was truly arrogant and conceited, the Papal State was unwilling to see the Western Empire withdraw. The Papal State contacted the churches of the Eastern Continent and ordered them to find a way to mediate the war there. The Papal State instructed the Western Empire to concentrate all its forces on combating the Great Flame. The Papal State also instructed several of its vassal states to gather their forces to aid the Western Empire. Seeing this, the Papal State's high-ranking officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had done their best. If the Western Empire, under such circumstances, could not withstand the Great Flame's attack, so either destiny lies with the Yin, or the Shifa Empire is a hopeless case. Facts have proven that the Shifa Empire is indeed a bit of a rotten thing. After nearly a month of siege, they had failed to annihilate Bonaparte's revolutionary army. And most outrageously, the revolutionary army's soldiers grew in strength. From the original 100,000, it had expanded to 200,000. They had even recaptured several lost small towns. This made Valeria even more furious. The old woman had breached the defenses once again. In the Papal States, in the Imperial Palace, Pope Michael II, with a solemn expression, gazed at the statue of the Goddess of Light before him. My lord, the development of De Yin has exceeded all our expectations, and the prophecy about Lion is about to come true. Before Michael II could finish his words, the statue of the goddess of light suddenly moved. Strongs of black energy emerged from the statue, eventually converging into the dark shadow of a woman. Mikhail, I told you to stop Leon at all costs, but you ignored my words? Then what do I need you as Pope for? It's time to replace the Pope. The black shadow raised his hand and pointed, and the Pope, an 8th level expert, bled to death instantly. The Pope's attendants immediately rushed forward, not even looking up at the black shadow. Instead, they silently carried the Pope's body away. Orders have been issued to elect another Pope. Also, I want war to reach the land of Great Yin within 6 months. The black shadow vanished instantly. However, the attendants pretended nothing had happened and continued with their duties, as if this scene had been repeated countless times before. And Galen, on duty outside the hall, couldn't help but tighten his grip on his sword. The waters of the Papal States are deepening. Chapter 330. Just as the Great Yin expedition was about to begin, the Orc Empire was riven apart. Even before Yuan Qingqi had even launched his troops, the Orc Empire had already shattered. The cause of the Orc Empire's division was linked to a young man named Urus. Inspired by Leon, Urus led a resurgence with over 100 men. In that small village, he announced a new system. A formally established army was formed. Although this army consisted of only about 100 men, the established military disciplines ensured its success. And soon, this army began its counterattack. Urus trained them for a month, bringing this 100-man army into a respectable position. While they couldn't fight to the death, they were able to follow orders and discipline. They also learned to cooperate with each other. This was due to the fact that they were orc soldiers themselves, and after basic military training, they had acquired some basic knowledge. They were more receptive to modern military training and proficient in the use of firearms. They developed combat effectiveness more quickly. After another month of training, this army of 100 men launched a war of liberation against another village. In less than half an hour, the village was liberated. Urus recruited 300 soldiers from the village after a rigorous screening process. They provided these soldiers with basic training. Although they only received basic training, it was incomparable to regular troops. Training and not training are two different things. Urus constantly instilled in these soldiers a spirit of liberation. He made them understand that they were fighting for themselves, their families, and their compatriots. What they were doing now was an unparalleled honor. How could these young, full of fervor, have ever heard such words before? Urus's words gave them a powerful shot of adrenaline, and the image of his speech was deeply imprinted in their minds. They didn't know why Urus was speaking to them, but from his words, they could imagine the Orc Empire he described. The future must be bright, it definitely would. So, Urus led these 400 men and swept through the surrounding villages. Ever since Urus received Leon's advice, he had held the books around the cities, with the countryside every day, his eyes almost lost in it. The soldiers watched Urus holding the book every day. They murmured, "This is the truth." And so, Urus became the village tyrant. He frantically harvested the surrounding villages, liberating over 100 in just 2 weeks. He assembled a force of 30,000 men. Though these 30,000 men had little combat power, the numbers were there after all. Urus didn't order these soldiers to attack the city, but instead continued to act as village tyrants. After all, Urus had said that if the Orc Empire's regular army noticed them, they could fight if they could. At worst, they could ascend to the mountains and become kings of the land. The Orc Empire was now crumbling. Numerous uprisings were challenging its rule. Baromir used bloody means to suppress the uprisings, but what Baromir didn't know was this: people pursuing freedom are endless. People live for either justice and fairness or for freedom. But the Orc Empire blocked both paths. The only way to obtain them was through rebellion. Although the Urus were extremely cautious, they still caught the attention of the Orc Empire. After all, no matter how secretive 30,000 men were, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. The Orc Empire assembled 20,000 troops in an attempt to annihilate the Urus forces. Then, as they had done with other uprisings, the Orc Empire's army marched towards the Urus territory. When they faced the Urus, they were instantly overwhelmed. The soldiers stared blankly, unsure what to do, because the Urus had fled with 30,000 men, reaching deep into the mountains and forests. The Orc Empire's army assembled 20,000 men to annihilate the Urus, but in the end, the Urus had no intention of confronting the army head-on and simply fled. The Orc army retreated back to the city without firing a shot. This news quickly spread throughout the surrounding area, and spread further and further, until the entire Orc Empire knew. This led to a very interesting scene. Large numbers of rebels began retreating to the countryside. Rather than choosing to fight to the death in the cities, the Orc Empire's forces were forced to retreat within the city walls. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight the rebels, but the sheer number of rebels occupying the countryside was simply too great. A small town might have 500 defenders, but the dozen or so surrounding villages combined could hold 5,000 rebels. How could they possibly fight? Although these rebels were vulnerable, they still had the advantage in numbers. Hidden within the city walls, the Orc Empire's forces could only avoid battle. And avoiding battle played into the rebels' hands. Without the Orc Empire's interference and encirclement, the rebellion advanced rapidly. Barabert's face darkened as he gazed at the map. Across the Orc Empire, dozens of villages fell to the rebels every day. And even some remote towns had already been captured by the rebels. These villages gradually connected. Barabert was astonished to discover that these villages now occupied 2/3 of the Orc Empire's territory. This meant that the Orc Empire had lost more than half its territory. The Orc Empire existed in name only. But something even more devastating occurred. Due to Barabert's long-term heavy taxation and bloody suppression of the rebellion, the rebels unanimously agreed to secede from the Orc Empire and establish a new regime. However, Urus was also invited to form a new Orc regime. Although they were all rebels, in reality, the remaining rebels were merely forming for their own benefit. They were mostly just trying to make a living. So the newly established Orcish regime still operated under a feudal system. But Urus was still immature, so he had no choice but to join the regime. Let this great tree shelter him from the wind and rain. However, because he pioneered the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside, Urus was granted an official position by the new regime. At first, Urus was reluctant to accept, but when he heard the position he would be taking, his composure suddenly shifted. Chief of Staff of the Orcish Rebellion Army. It was a nominal position, but it could also be a real one. After all, it was arguably one of the highest-ranking positions in the new regime. So, Urus chose the position of Chief of Staff without hesitation. He was one step closer to realizing his plan. Just wait, I will liberate my country. Chapter 331. In the Elven Empire's primeval forest, Andrei was currently leading his army on an arduous journey. Deprived of their air force and heavy firepower, the dwarven army was a dying fish on the chopping block. For the army's survival, Andrei had no choice but to enter the primeval forest. What no one could have imagined was that the primeval forest was the beginning of their nightmare. An army of 250,000 men had lost over 10,000 on the first day. Yes, you heard correctly. Simply entering the primeval forest, even just on the outskirts, the army had lost over 10,000 men. Many soldiers were killed by bizarre plants. Some suddenly fell into the ground halfway through their journey, others were swallowed whole by giant-mouthed flowers. There were even bees larger than humans. The entire dwarven army suffered terribly. Andrei could only do his best to protect his soldiers. Karadir was helpless, and could only use magic to destroy the bizarre plants. However, as the army advanced deeper and deeper, the true horror of the primeval forest became apparent. If the only strange plants on the outskirts were strange plants, then animals had also appeared. Rats, larger than a dozen men, suddenly appeared before the dwarven army. The dwarven soldiers immediately returned fire, but the damage they inflicted on the rats was minimal. The dwarven army's numbers dwindled. After 4 days of trekking, its force had dwindled from 250,000 to 150,000. This was a greater loss of life than in a war. Andrei even considered turning back and engaging the Wehrmacht in a decisive battle. These dwarven soldiers were elite soldiers, and their deaths in vain in this forest were unacceptable to Andrei. Just as everyone was about to collapse, a large number of buildings suddenly appeared ahead. The scouts who had been exploring the area immediately ran back and reported the situation to Andrei. Andrei immediately arrived at the spot where the scouts had discovered the buildings. He saw numerous elven structures nestled in the heart of the primeval forest. These buildings had been weathered and eroded by vegetation. They no longer possessed the glory they once possessed. But such a magnificent and vast complex reminded everyone of the prosperity this place once held. Andrei's brow furrowed at the sight. How could so many buildings suddenly appear within the primeval forest, and they looked like the creations of a certain elven clan? But what kind of elves would build such a massive complex in the primeval forest? Andrei ordered his troops to station nearby, and he, along with Caradil and some magicians, began to investigate. After a brief investigation, Andrei confirmed one fact: these were likely elven structures from a certain period, long abandoned. As for the reason, Andrei was still investigating. Suddenly, a magician ran over and announced a discovery. Everyone hurried to a stone tablet. The tablet was covered with inscriptions. Originally, each empire and civilization in this world had its own unique script. But 1,000 years ago, Dreen almost unified the world. As a result, with the exception of the eastern continent, almost all other countries used the imperial language. But the tablet before him was not written in the imperial language, but in the oldest Elvish script. Thankfully, Andre had a deep understanding of Elvish history, and had taught himself Elvish. Although there were differences between the ancient Elvish and the Elvish language, the general meaning was still understandable. Andre began to read the words on the stone tablet. As power gradually emerged, the forest's mutation accelerated. We had no choice but to move away. If any descendants come here, please remember, do not stay here, and do not go any further. If you go any further, you will be plunged into an abyss. Find a way to activate the teleportation array. It will at least give you a chance of survival. Remember, if you make it out alive, tell everyone around you never to set foot in this forest again. Andre was sweating profusely as he finished speaking. According to the instructions on the stone tablet, if he went any further, he would inevitably face something even more terrifying. Andre himself was a 9th-level magician, so he wasn't worried. But what about his soldiers? Andre decided to find the teleportation array mentioned on the stone tablet. No matter where he went, it was better than staying here and waiting to die. Andre could already sense something approaching nearby. Andre immediately ordered his soldiers into the complex. They set up camp within the complex and searched for the teleportation array. But after searching for a long time, they were unable to find it. As night fell, Andre felt a sense of crisis. He hurriedly ordered his soldiers to build fortifications along the building complex. He sensed that something big was about to happen tonight. The dwarf soldiers followed Andre's orders without hesitation, for they, too, could sense a sense of something strange about the place. The dwarf soldiers had set up a large number of barbed wire fences and erected numerous machine gun positions. Watching the gradually improving fortifications, the dwarf soldiers gradually felt reassured. Shouldn't there be any problems? With our firepower, can humans withstand this? They waited until late at night, but there was no movement. Many soldiers had already fallen asleep, and they still had to prepare for the next day's trek. At midnight, soldiers on guard suddenly saw a large number of dark figures in the outer woods. Just as the dwarf soldiers were about to confirm their identity, these dark figures burst out of the jungle. Bang! The soldiers opened fire without hesitation, as the sentries had received orders to shoot immediately at any movement in the jungle, regardless of who was involved. Andre had already ordered the soldiers not to leave the complex, so these dark figures on the outskirts couldn't be ours. A single gunshot instantly shattered the silence of the night. As elite dwarfs, the soldiers immediately took up their combat positions. The machine gunner, who had been sleeping against a sandbag, immediately rose and manned his machine gun. Everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. A large number of dark figures burst out of the jungle, their eyes glowing red. This truly frightened the dwarves. But all their fear stemmed from the lack of firepower. With the power of the machine guns, the dark figures fell in droves. At this moment, flares were already launched into the air. The crowd finally saw what these dark figures were. They were clad in ancient Dwarven Empire armor, and both their size and appearance seemed to be dwarves. Andre was stunned. Where did these dwarves come from? Is this one of us fighting one of us, or what? But Andre soon realized something was wrong with these dwarves. They were lifeless. Chapter 332. Machine gunners, suppress the enemy. Riflemen, quickly cover. A dwarf commander shouted. These shadows not only attacked in close combat, but also with bows and arrows for ranged attacks. And most outrageously, these shadows showed no fear of pain. They simply charged forward. This truly terrified the dwarf soldiers. The dwarf soldiers realized that they couldn't kill these shadows by simply attacking their bodies. They had to hit their heads to have a chance of killing them. At first, the dwarf army was able to cope normally. But as the shadows grew in number, the dwarf soldiers gradually fell into a disadvantage. Even snipers couldn't guarantee a headshot on a moving target. However, how could these dwarf soldiers? Soon, the shadows drew closer and closer to the buildings. Many dwarf soldiers defending the perimeter were dragged into the forest by the shadows, followed by terrifying screams. The remaining dwarf soldiers attacked even harder, unwilling to be dragged into the forest by the shadows. If they were dragged, there would be only one outcome, death. Andre knew it was time to act. He drew his axe and, with a single blow from the sky, set the entire complex ablaze. A fierce flame encircled the buildings. He succeeded in temporarily halting the shadows' advance. But this was only a temporary solution. The shadows continued to gather. Andre, eager to understand what these shadows were, dove into the forest, grabbed one, and returned to camp. Carter saw Andre capture a shadow and immediately cast a binding spell, pinning it to its spot. Only then did everyone see the shadow's true appearance. It was indeed a dwarf soldier, but his actual age was probably even older than Andre. Not only that, these dwarf soldiers seemed to have lost their lives. Andre could not sense the unique aura of dwarves in them. Their skin was shrunken, almost revealing their bones, as if they were dried-out corpses. Andre looked at them more and more, feeling something was wrong. Why did the dwarf soldier's attire look so familiar? With a single blow, he crushed the shadow's head, and the corpse, losing its grip, instantly fell to its knees. Andre ordered his soldiers to fetch a basin of water and pour it over the corpse. He then ordered his soldiers to wipe the moss off the armor. Then everyone could see the armor clearly. It was magic steel armor. The Dwarven Empire's armor was standard steel, but there was also a special kind of armor, magic steel armor. Magic steel was a special product of the Dwarven Empire, a type of stainless steel with extremely powerful magical properties. Unfortunately, production is extremely low, and only elite troops are equipped with this type of armor made of magic steel. But Andre and his men discovered this armor here. And the dark shadows all over the mountains were wearing this armor. Andre began to recall when this army had emerged. Because Andre had a premonition that he was about to uncover a forgotten past. Soon, Andre remembered the time when Dreens marched south. At that time, the capital of the Elven Empire was not in the north, but roughly located in this primeval forest. To be precise, Dreens had no intention of conquering the Elven Empire. However, Dreens' southern expedition was linked to the Dwarven Empire. Kjumberg's lover was the then Elven Queen. For this reason, Dreen didn't include the Elven Empire in his list of targets. However, the Dwarven Empire, determined to defeat the enemy, sent a massive army to attack the then Elven Empire. To protect the elves, the Elven Queen ordered them to evacuate the capital. To resist the Dwarven army, she sacrificed herself, invoking forbidden magic. 500,000 elite Dwarven warriors were trapped there, eventually overrun by vegetation, transforming into its present state. The Elven capital was thus abandoned, and under the influence of forbidden magic, vegetation around the capital grew wildly, resulting in the primeval forest we see today. Later generations of elves chose not to mention this incident, for it was a great shame for the elves. So this part of history gradually faded into obscurity. And the Dwarven Empire paid a heavy price for this foolish act. Kjumberg led a 5 million strong imperial army southward, crushing the Dwarven Empire. The flames of war spread all the way to the Dwarven capital. The young generation of the Dwarven Empire was nearly annihilated. It took the Dwarven Empire nearly 100 years to recover. So the Dwarven Empire sealed this part of its history, considering it a shame. If it hadn't been for this suicidal act, perhaps the Dwarven bloodshed wouldn't have happened. And because of this suicidal act, the Dwarven Empire was forced to retreat to the southern continent. Because the Dwarven Empire had previously retreated to the present border, this area was still part of the western continent. Later, the Holy Empire ceded this land to the Elven Empire, forcing the dwarves to migrate to the wild lands of the southern continent. Until the Dwarven Empire, taking advantage of the Holy Empire's decline, reclaimed this territory. Thus, the present-day territory of the Dwarven Empire was established. Recalling the past, Andre now had only one thought: run. The forbidden magic unleashed by the Elven Queen was arguably the most powerful in history. Even after 1,000 years, the magic's lingering power still lingered. Andre now understood why his mind had been affected the moment he set foot in this primeval forest. Because of the influence of the forbidden magic. Andre immediately ordered his soldiers to close the defenses and hasten their search for the teleportation array. If we don't run, everyone will die here. Just as Andre was hastening his search for the teleportation array, an ethereal singing voice suddenly rang out. The dwarves present paid no attention to the sudden singing, for they were still dealing with the shadowy figures before them. But the next second, all the dwarven soldiers froze in their tracks. Andre was no exception, but fortunately, he instantly broke free. He then spotted the dwarven army about to be engulfed by the shadows. By the dwarven god, the earth god praises our diligence, the harvest goddess praises our food, and the flames will clear our path. Andre muttered, unleashing his most powerful attack. The blazing flames instantly ignited the entire complex, engulfing hundreds of thousands of shadows. Many dwarf soldiers awoke from the blazing flames, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. They saw Andre, a godlike figure. So their commander was so powerful, but his dominance lasted only 3 seconds. The next second, Andre fell back, his voice weak. We found the teleportation array. Run! The dwarf soldiers immediately rushed towards it. They never wanted to return here again, or perhaps they would live in fear of the Elven Empire for the rest of their lives. Chapter 333. Just as the dwarven army was fleeing in panic, the Wehrmacht soldiers had already begun finishing their work. And because the Great Crusade was imminent, the Wehrmacht headquarters had to move up the commendation ceremony to award the medals to those who had made contributions as quickly as possible. Otherwise, by the time the Great Crusade began, there would be no time left. Over 10 people were awarded gold medals during this war. 7 of them served on the Eastern Front in the Holy Empire, and 5 served on the Western Front in the Elven Empire. Alan received another gold medal. Koch himself received a gold medal, and his crew also received a gold medal. On the Eastern Front, William also received a gold medal for his courage. Alan also received a special medal, personally presented by Lion. Aboard the Nanchuan aircraft carrier, Lion, having just disembarked, immediately conducted the award ceremony. Among all the Air Force pilots, Alan was the only one to receive this medal. This medal is called the Medal of Loyalty. A pilot receives this medal after completing 100 combat missions. So far, Alan is the first and only recipient of this medal. Because Alan led his troops back to intercept the enemy, while covering the formation's evacuation. This single combat mission counts as 2. So he's the only one. Looking at Alan, still in his 20s, Leon's face was filled with relief. As expected, no matter what one's background, there are heroes and geniuses. Major Alan, thank you for your contributions to the Great Flame. To date, you have flown 100 combat missions, shooting down 52 enemy aircraft and destroying 16 key ground units. In recognition of your unwavering loyalty to the Great Flame, we will award you the Medal of Loyalty. Leon personally took out the Loyalty Medal and tried to place it on Alan's left chest. But the next moment, there was an awkward moment, as Alan's left chest was already covered with medals. The air seemed to freeze. In just a second, the air commander's expression changed several times. But Leon smiled, placed the medal on his right chest, and patted Alan on the shoulder. Your left side is your honor, and your right is your loyalty. Alan saluted immediately. Leon was about to leave, when he suddenly thought of something and walked back. I heard you have an elf girlfriend. In a moment, everyone present, including Alan, was stunned. What was going on? Why was the leader so gossipy? Ahem. Hans coughed twice, and the others immediately understood what he meant and left immediately. Alan's expression changed several times. Don't be afraid. I'm just asking. I just want to know when our Air Force hero will settle his lifelong affairs. Alan said embarrassedly, listening to Leon's teasing. I don't know yet. Don't know? Then I tell you now. Vaya is in the Western Elf capital. Go find her now. Don't let her down. Leon smiled, patted Alan's shoulder, and turned to leave. He still had to go back to Diane to inspect the military equipment. Just as Leon was about to board the plane, Leon suddenly said, Alan, I'm giving you 3 days off. You can do whatever you want. If you don't, I kill you. Alan was stunned, staring blankly at Leon's private plane as it departed. Then his Air Force superior approached him. Alan, I'm giving you a mission now. Go to the Western Elf capital. Alan's eyes widened, as if to say, Why are you joining in the fun? The boss seemed to understand Alan's thoughts and spoke earnestly. The leader has high hopes for you. Don't let him down. With that, the boss left. After making sure no one was around, Alan leaped for joy. Finally, I have a day off. It's almost 365 days a year. Finally, I can see Vaya, the one I've been thinking about so much. Without further ado, they boarded the plane and took off. That evening, Alan flew the Stuka to the Western Elf capital. Chester watched the Stuka bomber depart and couldn't help but smile. Alan's name was now on the list of all the higher-ups. Because Alan was the only soldier with 3 gold medals, everyone in the Air Force, Navy, and even the Army treated him like a treasure. So, they were all very concerned about Alan's marriage. They wished Alan could get married right there. Of course, they only dared to let Alan get married right there. They also wanted Leon to get married there, but they didn't have the guts. After all, Leon's women weren't to be trifled with. One careless move could wipe out the capital. Lion, my life is a tread on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side? The next day, Alan raided Vaya's workplace. Although Alan was a soldier, he was still in his 20s. Who at that age doesn't feel the stirrings of love? After evacuating Sukra City, Vaya arrived at the coastal region of the Western Elf Empire, which had been liberated by the Eastern Elves. After several twists and turns, Vaya arrived at the Western Elven capital and applied for a nursing position at a field hospital. She had read about Alan's heroic deeds several times in the newspapers. Knowing she couldn't let Alan down, Vaya took the initiative to apply for a nursing position to enrich herself. Alan's appearance hadn't even alerted Vaya, but it had already alerted everyone in the field hospital. Because this was an elven field hospital, Alan's sudden appearance left everyone stunned. Thankfully, the soldiers guarding the field hospital recognized the Wehrmacht uniform. The soldiers guarding the field hospital were discussing the contents of a newspaper. "I'm looking for Vaya," Alan said to a soldier. "Looking for someone? Please register," the elven soldier said nonchalantly, then continued discussing the contents of the newspaper with his comrades. Alan took a peek and saw that they were discussing the battle in which he had stopped the Dwarven Air Force. "Let me tell you, this guy named Alan is incredibly powerful." "Yeah, I think so too. If I could ever meet him, I absolutely have to get his autograph. I want one too. This guy's a tough guy who could beat a dwarf so badly he wouldn't even recognize his mother." Alan's expression was very varied at this moment, and then he spoke somewhat awkwardly. I have something urgent to discuss with her. Can you make an exception?" "Make an exception? I'd like to make an exception. Who do you think you are? Are you Alan? Do you know that Vi is being pursued by Brigadier General Ravel right now? Who do you think you are?" A soldier said disapprovingly, suddenly grabbing his companion. "He looks like Alan. The one in the newspaper." "Huh?" Both soldiers were stunned. Alan smiled a harmless smile. Chapter 334. Looking at Alan before them, the two elven soldiers instantly lost their composure. Alan pointed at the elven officer casually entering and exiting the scene, and said with a forced smile, "Why don't they have to register?" The two elven soldiers were already sweating profusely. They couldn't afford to offend Alan, let alone ordinary Great Yin soldiers. But due to Ravel's orders, they had to keep out anyone who came to inquire about Weya. But today they hit a wall. No, they hit a bomb. The kind that exploded on contact. "Sir, listen to my explanation." "No, listen to my explanation. It was Colonel Ravel's order, and there was nothing we could do." The elven soldier immediately shifted the blame, instantly distancing himself from the matter. Alan spoke. "Who is Ravel?" "Ravel is an elf colonel, a suitor of Miss Weya. Although Miss Weya has rejected him repeatedly, the colonel persists, swearing he will definitely win her over." The elf soldier spouted information like a rapid-fire barrage. His comrades beside him hurriedly pulled him back, sensing that Alan was on the verge of exploding. "Can I come in now?" Alan smiled. "Yes. Commander Alan, please come in." The soldier opened the door without hesitation and personally led Alan through. There was no way around it. A higher rank could crush a lower one. And Alan was countless times more powerful than him. And it seemed Alan was the boyfriend Weya had mentioned. Weya hadn't revealed Alan's details to the others. They only knew she had a human boyfriend. This was one of the reasons why Ravel dared to pursue Vaya. Because Ravel believed that love between humans and elves could not last. And Ravel had a penchant for stealing what others liked, but he never expected that his poaching would end up with Alan. Alan's appearance shocked everyone. Many elven nurses, still working, and soldiers lying in bed saw a human officer passing through the field hospital. Am I going crazy? Many nurses who had nothing else to do immediately leaned against the door, eager to see what Alan was doing. The soldier led Alan to Vi's ward. Alan looked at the soldier nearby and asked inquiringly, "Is this the place?" The soldier nodded without hesitation. Alan patted the soldier's shoulder and walked in. Inside the ward, over 20 elven soldiers were recuperating in beds, some from the eastern and some from the western elves. After the merger of the eastern and western elves, the field hospital accepted patients from both sides. However, the soldiers in this ward were very well behaved, touched by Via's thoughtfulness. Stopped lamenting that Via was a good girl. But they didn't dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Because they knew Via already had a boyfriend, and upon learning that he was a Wehrmacht soldier, the elves didn't object. Instead, they offered Vi advice, hoping to help her and Alan tie the knot soon. Because these soldiers had been educated by De Yan's ideology, they had shed their former rigidity. They also felt a dislike for Ravel, believing he was bringing shame to the elves. Why are you meddling in a couple's affairs? However, due to Ravel's rank, no one could say anything. Miss Via, isn't it time you went to see your boyfriend? If you don't, he might be snatched away. I heard many elf girls in the south are throwing themselves at Wehrmacht soldiers. Ouch. A soldier teased, but before he could finish, he let out a ghostly howl. This was because Via had pressed her hand on the soldier's bruise. The other soldiers immediately laughed. What are you laughing at? Isn't this all about Via's lifelong happiness? Seeing that Ravel kid every day makes me mad. the soldier said disdainfully. Yeah, it makes me mad too. He wears that slick back hair every day. It looks like it's been drenched in oil. I don't know where he got that look. Another soldier struggled to his feet and said, By the way, Vaya, I heard the war in the south is almost over. Do you think your boyfriend will come to see you? A captain asked. As the captain spoke, the entire ward suddenly fell silent. Vaya fell into deep thought, then, as if something had occurred to her, a faint smile crossed her face. I don't know. If he doesn't come to see me, then I go find him. Vaya finally made up her mind. In fact, Vaya wanted to see Alan, but since the war wasn't over, Vaya didn't want to burden him, knowing that piloting was very demanding. She absolutely couldn't distract Alan, so after Vaya found a job, Vaya wrote to Alan every week, telling him she was doing well, and asking him not to worry about her or be distracted. Good. The wounded soldiers immediately applauded, and Vaya lowered her head in embarrassment. Vaya suddenly realized something and looked back. She saw Alan standing at the doorway, looking at her. Alan? Vaya asked, then rubbed her eyes. After double-checking, she realized it was really Alan. Before Alan even entered, Vaya rushed over and hugged Alan. This was giving Alan the all-consuming feeling. Alan. Woo, I finally see you. You know what? I almost died in that sucrose factory. I was so scared. Vaya's long-simmering emotions suddenly erupted. Ever since she witnessed the atrocities of the dwarves in the dwarven factory, they had been simmering inside her. Fever had been building up inside her, and finally, upon seeing the one she loved, Vaya let it out. Alan was at a loss for words. Thinking back to what Vaya had been through, he understood why she was so upset. He then hugged Vaya and whispered softly, Okay, it's all over. I'm still here. With Alan's comfort, Vaya's mood gradually calmed down. Okay. I take a day off in a minute. I want to eat something delicious. I want to eat rabbit meat. Vaya burst into laughter. Rabbit meat? Alan was confused. Why would I eat that? That's right. I want to eat your roasted rabbit meat too. You gave the rabbit meat to the children and not to me. I'm taking it all back today. Alan, Good boy. Is your memory that good? Alan couldn't help but hold his head. Vaya laughed at the frustrated Alan. So Alan had a speechless day too. Watching the loving couple, the elf soldiers present devoured their dog food. A few soldiers even smiled. But just then, there was a noise outside the door. No! Ravel, with a greasy face, roared in despair. Watching the loving couple, his heart broke. Chapter 335. Hearing the noise outside, Alan and Vaya couldn't help but look outside. Seeing Alan looking at him, Ravel immediately stood up and rushed towards Alan like an angry lion. Alan didn't react much, just staring at Ravel. Ravel grabbed Alan's collar and said angrily, Human, stay away from her. Alan, Ravel. Stop. I told you so many times I don't like you. Vaya said. Ravel immediately let go of Alan's collar and then said anxiously, Vaya, he's human. Love between humans and elves doesn't last long. And you don't like me, but I like you. So aren't we a good match? Alan, These few words sent everyone's CPUs into overdrive. What version of T0 is this? As if sensing the mocking gazes, Ravel pointed at everyone and said, Are you all laughing at me? I'm a brigadier colonel. Who are you? The captain said. Brigadier colonel? Does a ragtag army even count? Ravel was choked by this remark, and then pointed at the captain with incompetent fury. You dare a mere captain to talk back to me? The captain got out of bed, walked over to Ravel, and lifted him up with one hand. Let me tell you, I beat anyone who lies around and brags like you. I forgot to tell you, I'm an armored soldier. The captain patted Ravel's face and tossed him aside like trash. Ravel was furious, but he dared not speak. The armored soldiers were now the queen's most coveted treasures. They were the treasures of Queen Sif. Although the captain before him was only a captain, he was actually of a much higher rank than himself. Ravel had hit a wall. Then he shifted his focus, targeting Alan. If I can't deal with him, how can I deal with you? But when Ravel saw Alan's rank, he flinched again. Who told me Alan was just an ordinary soldier? Then how did he get his rank? Ravel felt like dying. It was like confidently opening a package, only to find a C4 bomb inside. Ravel watched Alan and Vaya leave with despair. Everyone seemed to hear something breaking. Ravel leaned against the door, dejected. What was the point of living? Vaya changed out of her work clothes and put on an emerald green dress. This was the only piece of clothing Vaya had left to show for herself right now. The two of them wandered aimlessly down the street. Alan didn't know what they were doing, and Via waited for him to speak. After walking for a long time, Via looked at Alan with a look of resentment. "Alan, what? You're just a complete idiot," Via said, then walked off angrily. Alan, a little confused, rubbed his nose, then hurried after her. "Let's go rabbit hunting." Via suddenly stopped and turned back to Alan. Alan was slightly startled, then nodded. The two of them soon arrived in the forest outside Sipes. The forest was peaceful now. After the war, Sipes had returned to its former tranquility. The two arrived at an open space and prepared to catch rabbits. "Rabbit, over!" Just as Alan was about to draw his pistol to shoot the rabbit, Via stopped him. She then removed the elven longbow she was carrying. Every elf possessed an elven longbow, its most valuable possession. This longbow was foldable, about the size of a handbag. Watching Via eager to try, Alan sheathed his pistol. He then watched Via quietly, thinking, "I'm going to miss, right?" But the next moment, Alan lost his composure. Via's skillful bow shot an arrow, sending it flying in the blink of an eye. It landed in the nearby bushes. Then, Via sprinted over and picked up a dead gray rabbit. Alan glanced at the pistol in his hand, instantly feeling unsure of his marksmanship. She just did that, just like that. A rabbit gone? Alan felt his world shaken. Looking at Alan's bewildered expression, Via proudly waved the rabbit in her hand. "Mr. Alan, hurry up. Otherwise, there won't be any rabbit for lunch." Alan immediately took the rabbit and went to the river to begin processing it. Via, meanwhile, took off her shoes and walked directly into the stream, splashing in the water. Alan was concentrating on processing the rabbit when a splash of water hit him in the face. Alan looked up and saw Via, pretending nothing had happened, fiddling with the pebbles with her foot. Watching Via's pretentiousness, Alan smiled helplessly and continued to work diligently on the rabbit. But when Via saw that Alan wasn't offended, her playful spirit gradually unleashed. Splash after splash of water flew towards Alan. "Alan? Are you angry?" No, I'm not angry." "Really not angry? Really?" Just when Via let her guard down, Alan finally took action, quickly removing his shoes. He scooped up handfuls of water with both hands and rushed towards Via. Via was horrified and broke into a run. "Don't run." "No. Alan. I was wrong," Via said pitifully as she ran. This amused Alan, who chased after Via laughing. As the two of them played, Via forgot her past troubles, and Alan was able to relax as well. Alan hadn't felt this relaxed in ages, not since he joined the Wehrmacht. The two played until noon, when their stomachs simultaneously protested. Via lowered her head sheepishly. Alan patted her head and said lovingly, "I told you to play? Are you all right now? There's nothing to eat, right?" Via didn't dare to respond and turned her head away. "As long as I don't say anything, it's not my fault." At noon, the two sat on a wooden bridge over a stream, taking bites of roasted rabbit meat. Although Alan knew rabbit meat wasn't filling, it was edible. And this was something Via had strongly suggested. Alan was eating when he suddenly felt something touch his foot. He quickly looked down and saw Via's small foot gently touching his foot, which was still submerged in the water. Alan, Chapter 336. 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was time for Alan to return to camp. The entire battle was now concentrated on the southern border of the Elven Empire. Constantine, leading 1 million Elven troops, blocked the attack of 800,000 Dwarven troops and stopped Andrei's troops, which had been teleported to the vicinity via teleportation array. Constantine was now fighting two at once, and still holding his own. This truly stunned Andrei and the Dwarven Empire. They had never imagined the strength of Constantine's army. He had held off an equal number of Dwarven troops. Thankfully, the National Defense Forces were about to arrive on the battlefield, and the outcome was uncertain. Sipes City. Alan looked at Via with some reluctance. Happy times are always fleeting. Before arriving, he had thought 3 days would be a long time, but in reality, they had passed in the blink of an eye. On the first day, he spent the day playing in the forest with Via, and on the second day, he spent the entire day shopping with her. On the third day, I took Via out to eat all day, from the east end of the street to the west. Even Alan was too full to walk. After a long pause, the two of them continued on their way. But by the time they wanted to continue their stroll, the sun was almost setting. Via kept her head down, and Alan didn't suggest leaving. The two of them continued walking down the street. Suddenly, Via raised her head, looked at Alan, and said, "Okay, it's time for you to go back. De Yin still needs you, and your comrades still need you." Looking at Vaya's forced expression, Alan was at a loss for words. Alan had never been in love, but he knew the girl before him loved him. She would be happy for him, sad for him, and even more so, considerate of him. Alan hugged Weya. Weya immediately hugged Alan tightly, unwilling to let him go. The two held each other tightly as the sun set. Golden afterglow fell on them. For a long time, while Alan was still immersed in the embrace, Weya suddenly pushed Alan away and said with a firm face, "I'm here. I take care of myself, and you too. Your country needs you, and I can't be a burden to you while you serve it. Go, I be waiting here for you." Looking at Weya, who was on the verge of tears, Alan's eyes also reddened. Suddenly, Alan's stubborn mind finally came to his senses, and he rushed to the jewelry store nearby. He asked the clerk directly if they had any rings. The clerk was stunned at first when he saw Alan. Because he was a human, he quickly realized and said, "Yes, which one would you like? We have gold and silver rings, each with a variety of patterns. Of course, you can also customize the pattern. If you're willing to pay a little extra, we have a magician expedite it for you." The clerk immediately approached Alan and introduced them. Alan spoke directly. "Silver ring. Can I see the pattern?" Hearing it was a silver ring, the clerk didn't look down on Alan. Because the store is located on the busiest street in Sipes, the staff must be of high quality. Whatever the customer wants is up to them. All they can do is introduce their products to them. Alan was flipping through the patterns in the display brochure when he suddenly froze. He saw a pattern of a bunny and an eagle. Alan smiled faintly and pointed at the two patterns. "Do you have these two rings in stock?" "I like one of each," the clerk said immediately. "Yes, the price is the same, 2 silver coins each." "Pack them up." Alan handed the clerk 4 silver coins and rushed back to the street as fast as he could. Vaya was sobbing quietly on a bench nearby. Alan approached Vaya. Vaya seemed to notice his presence and looked up to meet his mysterious smile. "Where have you been?" "Guess?" "Vaya, no guess." "Humph." Vaya turned her head away. Alan was really not good at this. He then pulled out 2 rings hidden behind his back. "Look, do you like them?" Alan grabbed Vaya's small hand and placed the 2 rings in her palm. Vaya was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Has this clueless Alan finally come to his senses? Vaya picked up the 2 rings, instantly noticing the patterns on them, and then spoke. "What do you mean? What else could it mean?" Alan said with a harmless expression. Vaya looked at Alan, who was trying to hold on, and couldn't help but say, "In that case, I take both?" "Huh?" "Okay, enough teasing. Which one do you want?" Vaya said seriously. "The bunny is so adorable, of course I want the bunny." With that, Alan took advantage of Vaya's inattention and removed the bunny ring in a lightning-fast motion. "Why?" "Because I'm an eagle," Alan said proudly. "So I must be a rabbit?" After Vaya finished speaking, Alan felt as if the air froze. "Listen to my excuse." Alan tried to argue, but the next second, Vaya kissed him. Vaya's sudden action stunned Alan. Alan was at a loss, but he still responded to Vaya's gesture. After a long pause, Vaya pushed Alan away, almost suffocating. Then, with a serious expression, she said, "Alan, I am a rabbit. In front of you, I will always be a rabbit." Alan's face instantly turned red, like a monkey's, but he lost his composure. Watching the awkward Alan, Vaya couldn't help but chuckle. Then, under Alan's gaze, she put on the eagle ring. "Okay, I got it on. It's time for you to go," Vaya said with a smile. Alan didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Alan, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, Vaya seemed to guess what Alan was about to say. "Don't say it, let me do it." Vaya interrupted Alan and spoke seriously. "When you come back, let's get married. You marry me, right?" Looking at Vaya before him, Alan said with absolute seriousness, "I will definitely marry you, I will." After receiving Alan's affirmation, Vaya began to chase them away. She pushed Alan out and then said solemnly, "Take care of yourself. Don't try to be a hero. I know you're a hero, but you're not alone now. Be well, you still have me," Vaya said with almost all her might, then ran away without looking back. Alan stood there, staring blankly at Vaya as she left. "Vaya, you're a good girl. I, Alan, will marry you in this lifetime." Alan flew back to the fleet in his Stuka. His vacation was over, and he was ready to give it his all. Chapter 337. A lot happened during these 3 days. Andre escaped from the primeval forest with over 100,000 remaining soldiers. His near-death experience had left Andre with a deep fear of the Elven Empire. Someone had once told Andre that the Elven Empire with its fertile land, was the perfect target for the Dwarf Empire's expansion. But the reality was, Andre's head was shattered. At first, Andre believed that the Dwarf Empire suffered setbacks due to the Great Flame. So, all this was to blame on the Great Flame. But when they engaged Constantine's elven soldiers, they were beaten to a pulp. The combined numbers of Andre's troops and the Dwarf Empire's reinforcements rivaled Constantine's. Logically, the stronger Dwarf Empire should have been able to capture Constantine's defended positions. But they were quickly stunned by Constantine's defeat. For consecutive attacks failed to capture the outer positions. And these attacks were supported by massive artillery fire. For the first time, the Dwarf Empire felt a sense of insecurity. Losing to the Great Flame wasn't shameful, but why could they even draw against the elves? This baffled the Dwarf Empire's soldiers. They couldn't fathom why this was happening, what the real difference was. Because they couldn't imagine that the Elven Empire was now united from top to bottom. Every elf was eager to tear the Dwarf Empire soldiers apart. The defense line maintained by Constantine was the Elven Empire's last remaining dignity. So Constantine would do his utmost to protect the Elven Empire's dignity. The Elven Empire's performance in the previous battle was very poor. But the dwarfs' actions completely enraged the ancient empire. Although the Western elves were currently in a semi-feudal, semi-industrial state, this did not mean they were at the mercy of anyone. Constantine was determined to restore the reputation of the Western Elf Empire. He wanted to preserve its last remaining dignity. Andre and the commander of the Dwarf Empire's reinforcements were shocked by the unleashed might of Constantine's army. But despite their shock, they launched an even more fierce offensive. For they had learned that the National Defense Forces were about to arrive on the battlefield. Andre's army would then be completely blocked within the Elven Empire. The Dwarf Empire's expansion plans would then fail completely, becoming a laughingstock. So, like an enraged lion, Andre urged the frontline troops to find a way to capture the southern fortresses. But Constantine would not allow them to do so. The southern fortresses. The entire fortress complex was built along the southern mountain range, occupying a prime location. Furthermore, many fortresses were located at heights far higher than the Dwarven Empire's positions. This forced the Dwarven Empire's soldiers to launch attacks from below. Since ancient times, attacking from low to high has been extremely difficult. What's more, both elves and dwarves are now equipped with firearms. However, the combat effectiveness of the dwarven soldiers far surpassed that of the Western elves. The Western elves' greatest weakness was the inefficiency of information transmission between superiors and subordinates. Constantine sought to prevent this from happening, to minimize conflict between the two classes. But this was impossible. Inside the fortress, a company of elven soldiers was ordered to guard the bridgehead. The bridgehead's location was crucial. It was the foremost defensive structure in the entire fortress's defenses. And it was built practically on a cliff. It was difficult for the dwarven soldiers to attack from below, so they could only use large-caliber artillery. But this company of elven soldiers fought tooth and nail, returning fire despite the barrage. A conservative estimate suggests the dwarven army expended at least 1,000 men to capture this bridgehead. But they still failed. The enraged dwarves could only bombard the bridgehead with artillery 24/7. But the bridgehead remained resolute, as if mocking the dwarven army's incompetence. Inside the Dwarven Empire's reinforcement marshal's tent, the reinforcement commander, Kuruz, angrily swept everything on the table to the floor. He had never been so angry before. An army of 800,000 could not capture a fortress garrisoned by only 100,000 men. And this 800,000-man army possessed 10 times as many artillery pieces as the enemy. Indeed, the Dwarven Empire's artillery was nearly on par with the Great Yin army. The Western Elves' artillery shortage had always been a sore spot. The Western Elves were severely lacking heavy weapons. They might only have one artillery piece per battalion. And the caliber of that artillery piece might not even exceed 150 millimeters. So, this is why Constantine had been bombarded these days without ordering his artillery to retaliate. In terms of artillery range and power, the Western Elves were far behind the Dwarven Empire. Constantine knew the Western Elves' artillery had only one chance. Only one chance to fire. Therefore, Constantine must seize this opportunity. It will be crucial in turning the tide of the battle. Not only was Constantine approaching this battle with caution, but his soldiers were also extremely cautious. The elven soldiers displayed unprecedented accuracy, their chests filled with rage. Many elven soldiers began sniping the dwarf soldiers from 400 meters away. And most outrageously, these elven soldiers were using machine-scope Mauser rifles. The elves were truly natural marksmen. Luckily, they lacked heavy firepower. Otherwise, Yin would have faced a tough battle against them. But the dwarf soldiers on the opposite side were in dire straits. Many dwarf soldiers were shot dead before they could even get close. They could only crawl forward with difficulty, getting as close to the elven defenses as possible before launching a charge. A female elven soldier took aim at a dwarf soldier and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the dwarf soldier directly in the head, instantly collapsing. 39. The female elf muttered. A comrade nearby asked, Yana, how many have you killed? I already killed 9. 39. The female elf named Yana said nonchalantly. Hearing Yana's words, the comrades nearby were stunned. Nearly 40 kills from 400 meters with a machine gun, and the most the comrades nearby had only managed was around 10. This is a natural sniper. The comrades were already stuttering. They knew Yana's shooting was accurate, but they hadn't expected it to be this accurate. Amidst their shock, they secretly encouraged themselves. If Yana could kill 40, wouldn't 20 be too much for them? Dwarf. Aminos. Chapter 338. As time passed, Andres kept urging Curies to seize the southern fortress as quickly as possible. But Curies knew that he couldn't take the southern fortress with words alone. The problem now was that even with a massive artillery barrage, he couldn't take the southern fortress. This time, the western elves had gone too far. The elves were known for their cleanliness, but this time, they had taken a leaf out of the goblin's book and built massive underground bunkers beneath the southern fortress. These bunkers, nestled against the solid mountain, rendered the dwarf artillery useless. The entire southern fortress had been turned into an ironclad fortress by the elves. The dwarf empire had no means of defeating the southern fortress. They could only rely on heaping up human lives. But even heaping up human lives would take time. What caused the dwarf army to collapse was that the National Defense Forces were already on their way. The National Defense Forces were like the black and white impermanents, demanding their lives. Every time the dwarf empire's scouts reported the National Defense Forces' marching positions, it was a torture for the dwarf empire. In 3 days, the National Defense Army had already advanced over 600 kilometers. They would soon reach the southern fortresses. Once the Gradian army arrived, Andre would be completely trapped within the Elven Empire. Thus, Andre and Kulis were extremely anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Kushi could only order his soldiers to intensify the attack. But the one most anxious at this moment wasn't Andre and Kulis, but Andre, who was surrounded. When Andre's soldiers learned that the southern fortresses had been controlled by the elves, they were in a state of panic. They couldn't understand why an elven army appeared behind them. And they would capture the all-important southern fortress. When the dwarven soldiers in Andre's army heard this news, they felt as if the world had ended. The loss of the southern fortress meant Andre's army had lost its last chance. The chance to return home. Beyond the mountain lay their homeland. The sky and clouds of their homeland, so close yet so far away. Andre looked at his soldiers, at a loss for words. These soldiers were the dwarf empire's most elite troops. They were Andre's trump card, and also Andre's trump card. They were the treasure of the entire dwarf empire. This was why Andre desperately wanted to rescue Andre's army. After all, losing even one of these elite soldiers would be a devastating loss, just on this one trip north. 2/3 of the elite troops remained forever in the Elven Empire. Andres declared that he would rescue these last 100,000 troops at all costs. As time passed, Andres' resolve gradually turned to wavering. The daily casualty reports from the front lines gradually eroded Andres' confidence. On the first day of the battle alone, Curies' army lost 20,000 dwarf soldiers. Over the course of 3 days, Curies had lost nearly 70,000 men. After losing 70,000 men, Curies' army hadn't captured a single fortress. This was what truly devastated Andres. It was truly devastating. Curies knew he would be embarrassed if he couldn't take the fortress, but whether or not he could capture it wasn't up to him. It all depended on whether the enemy gave him a chance. On the third night, just as Alan arrived at the fleet, inside Andre's army camp, Andre was conducting a final mobilization of the remaining 100,000 plus soldiers. He had learned that tomorrow, the Wehrmacht would launch a joint encirclement and suppression operation to completely annihilate Andre's troops. Andre knew he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He had to do something, at least to keep the army alive. Surrender? Looking at these soldiers, who had followed him through battles, their faces were filled with longing for home. These soldiers were exhausted, and they could no longer maintain their high morale to continue fighting. It wasn't that Andre hadn't considered surrendering. Even if Andre had wanted to find a way out for these soldiers, I'm afraid Andre wouldn't let them do that. Because Andre wouldn't allow them to surrender. Or rather, everyone else could surrender, but Andre absolutely could not. Even if Andre utterly annihilated his entire army, Andre wouldn't blame him. But if Andrei surrendered, he and his soldiers would face Andrei's wrath. For Andrei's army was the face and dignity of the entire dwarf empire. Even if Andrei and his soldiers could survive, their families would suffer catastrophic consequences. So Andrei decided to give it his all. Inside the camp. Fellow soldiers, we are here today, and I believe many of you already understand our current situation. Our homeland lies on the other side of the mountain, but we can't cross it now, because the elves won't let us leave easily. But I must tell you, we owe everything we have today to ourselves. Andrei said this and looked at the crowd. The soldiers didn't show any sadness or other expressions. They simply stared at Andrei. Because they knew what Andrei said was true. The reason they were trapped here was inseparable from their wise and powerful dwarf emperor. It was also inseparable from their idiotic teammates. But now that things had come to this, complaining was useless. The only thing left was to hold on to our weapons tightly and fight for our own survival. Tomorrow, the Wehrmacht will attack us. When that happens, all that awaits us is death. Andrei said this calmly, looking at the soldiers. The next second, the soldiers stood up almost simultaneously. As Andrei's soldiers, they certainly understood the implication of his words. It was simply a final pre-battle mobilization. Brothers, let me lead you in one last charge. Whether we succeed or fail, we are all heroes. Andrei said this, giving everyone 15 minutes to gather themselves. The attack would begin promptly in 15 minutes. All the dwarf soldiers had placed their suicide notes in their helmets. Breaking out alive would be the best, or dying here would be the worst. For the dwarf soldiers, these were the only two options, as neither would implicate their families. 15 minutes later, all the dwarf soldiers were ready, each holding a branch in their mouths. Then, under the moonlight, they quietly approached the southern fortress. Success or failure depended on this one move. Chapter 339. The dwarf soldiers took advantage of the darkness, and crept all the way to the vicinity of the southern fortress. After a day of fighting, only a handful of elven soldiers remained on guard duty. This group of soldiers did not notice the approaching dwarf soldiers. Andrei managed his soldiers very strictly, and placed great emphasis on obedience. You don't have to be a good fighter, but you must obey orders. Dwarfs' fiery tempers led many soldiers to disregard their superiors' orders. This is why, while the dwarf soldiers were capable fighters, once gathered together, they became a disorganized mess. Each of them fought almost independently, each fighting their own battles. So, after suffering heavy casualties over the past few days, they still hadn't captured a single position in the southern fortress. Andrei knew he could no longer rely on others. He had to rely on himself. The dwarf soldiers crept all the way to the outer perimeter of the southern fortress. The elven soldiers on guard didn't notice the dwarf soldiers. Several dwarf scouts quietly entered the position, intending to eliminate the soldiers on guard. But what left them speechless was the height difference between themselves and the elves. The dwarf soldiers, each under 1.5 meters tall, were about to kill the elven soldiers, who were 1.8 meters tall. Although it was somewhat difficult, the dwarf soldiers completed the task. The dwarf soldiers cooperated and successfully eliminated the soldiers standing guard at the edge. Before losing consciousness, the elves tried to warn their comrades, but found that their guns had been taken away by the dwarf soldiers. They could only watch helplessly as the dwarf soldiers entered their positions. Thankfully, one elven soldier, upon being captured, immediately detonated the grenade hanging from his waist. This frightened the two dwarf soldiers holding the elven soldier. "Let go! Let go! No!" Boom! The next second, a grenade exploded, shattering the night's stillness. The slumbering elven soldier immediately realized the dwarf was launching a surprise attack. Andrei, unfazed by this, gave the order. "Everyone charge! Our home is just across the way." The dwarf soldiers, disregarding any concealment, charged headfirst. A covert operation? What's the point of concealment? Just go for it. The elven soldier, freshly awakened from his sleep, rushed out in a daze. He saw the dwarf soldiers already charging into the position. Both sides had no time to use their weapons. The battle erupted. But the elven soldiers used both swords and guns. At first, the elven soldiers hadn't considered combining swords and guns, but after some creative experiments, they fell in love with this fighting method. Before the dwarf soldiers could even reach them, they fired a burst of bullets from their submachine guns. The dwarf soldiers at the front had no idea the elves would be so unsportsmanlike. Elves, what martial ethics do I have with non-humans? But submachine guns couldn't stop the surging dwarf army. The two sides soon engaged in a fierce battle, and at this moment, each side's strengths and weaknesses were fully exposed. Though tall, the elven soldiers had far less endurance than the dwarves. The shorter dwarves suffered greatly in close combat. Furthermore, these elves were also able to use firearms to suppress the dwarves. A dwarf soldier was sparring with the elven soldier in front of him. The elven soldier before him was clearly still half asleep, practically dazed. But driven by soldierly instinct, the elven soldier charged forward without hesitation. As soon as he emerged, he collided with the dwarf soldier. The dwarf soldier raised his rifle and lunged at the elven soldier with his bayonet. The elven soldier, under the threat of death, instantly regained consciousness and smeared the dwarf soldier's face with some dirt. The dwarf soldier lost sight and stabbed wildly with his bayonet. The elven soldier quickly dodged, raised his rifle, and fired at the dwarf soldier. Having a gun and not using it, what a fool! Although this elven soldier defeated the dwarf soldier, many other elven soldiers were still at a disadvantage in the duel. The elven soldiers gradually lost their advantage, but follow-up troops continued to arrive, pitting the frantic dwarf soldiers in their positions. At this moment, Kulis also noticed the movement in the southern fortress. He immediately ordered his soldiers to rise and launch an attack. Kurith knew this was Andrei's only chance, his only chance to bring his army out. So, no matter what, Kurith and his men had to cooperate with Andrei. Success or failure depended on this one move. The dwarven soldiers under Kurith's command launched a frantic attack on the southern fortress with all their might. This directly increased the pressure on the entire elven defense line. Constantine was methodically mobilizing his troops to close the gap. Tonight's attack was more intense than ever. The combat effectiveness of Andrei's 100,000-man army far exceeded Constantine's expectations. Andrei's 100,000-man army had at least tied down nearly 300,000 elven soldiers. This doubled the pressure on the front lines. Constantine could only dispatch his reserve troops to the front lines to try to hold off the attack from Kuris's forces. But as the battle progressed, letters pleading for assistance arrived one after another. Andrei's troops' combat effectiveness exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite the siege of 300,000 elves, Andrei managed to break through and reach the middle section of the southern fortress's defenses. If Andrei were allowed to continue his breakout, it was very likely that he would link up with Kuris. The entire southern fortress's defenses would then collapse completely. Constantine also began to step up his game, donning armor and personally leading his troops to intercept Andrei's forces. As long as Andrei was stopped, the southern fortress would not collapse. At first, Constantine's plan was to stop Kuris, and then encircle and annihilate Andrei. But as the battle progressed, Constantine no longer held out hope of annihilating Andrei. He now only wanted to hold off Andrei and Kulis until the Great Yan defense force arrived. This war had made Constantine fully realize the importance of technology. Previously, Constantine believed that war relied on numbers. However, after learning of the glorious victory of the Great Yan army of 20,000 men defending the city of Sucrus, Constantine lost his composure and began to yearn for technology. When the war was over, he would also begin to reform the army. Although the Western Elf Empire was divided, Constantine chose to side with the Eastern Elf. Thus, Constantine was not included in the liquidation list. Sith's decision regarding Constantine was to retain his military rank but strip him of his title. Because Constantine was Tifnara's younger brother, and one of the few outstanding generals of the Western Elves, now, in order to unite against the Dwarf Empire, Sith could only allow Constantine to lead his original troops and reorganize his forces after the war. At the same time, a massive military reform is underway. The Elven Empire needs a change. Chapter 340. As Kuris launched his attack, Andrei understood that Kuris was supporting him. He immediately ordered his soldiers to attack on all fronts. The soldiers could also hear the rumble of artillery. They knew victory was within reach, and they could leave soon. The joy of returning home accelerated the soldiers' attack. But just as the dwarves were about to break through the defenses, Constantine and his soldiers arrived. Constantine's guardsmen blocked the road. 20,000 guardsmen instantly trapped the dwarven army on the mountain. The entire southern fortress was built on the mountain. The two ends of the fortress were built along the mountain's edge, while the middle section was built on the plain at the top of the mountain. This posed a problem. If Andrei and his men could quickly pass through the southern fortress, these problems would no longer exist. But if Andrei and his men were blocked, this problem would become apparent. If the army was stopped in the middle of the fortress, it would face attacks from both sides. This meant that the army's actions were a suicidal act. As luck would have it, Andrei and his men were blocked by Constantine's army. The trapped dwarf soldiers looked at the elves before them, momentarily bewildered. Andrei glanced back at the soldiers behind him. He discovered that there were no more than 30,000 soldiers left to support the main force. After all, These soldiers were extremely tired. They hadn't rested for over 20 hours. What had kept them here was the thought of returning home. They could see themselves breaking through the elven defenses and returning to their country's embrace. But Constantine extinguished their hopes. Andrei didn't hesitate, ordering his soldiers to charge. Take this place in one swift move. Constantine also knew the importance of his position. So, Constantine was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Elves or dwarves, only one could escape alive. Constantine ordered his soldiers to open fire, attempting to intercept the dwarven charge. But the dwarven soldiers were now bloodthirsty, their only hope being home. They would crush any enemy who stood in their way. After suffering nearly 1,000 casualties, the two sides clashed. But Andrei's soldiers soon realized something was amiss. The combat effectiveness of Constantine's personal guards was not on the same level as the previous elven garrison of the southern fortress. The combat effectiveness of the elven garrison of the southern fortress had already surprised Andrei's troops. But Constantine's personal guards had completely crushed the dwarven soldiers, leaving them with a skeptical outlook. The fighting power of the royal guards was on par with that of the fully powered dwarven soldiers, and even stronger. Even the soldiers of Andrei's army in their prime wouldn't necessarily have been able to defeat Constantine's royal guards. However, what about these now exhausted dwarven soldiers? Even with their numerical superiority, the dwarven army couldn't break through Constantine's defenses. Many dwarves, driven to despair, defeated the elven soldiers before them and rushed towards the fortress. But the next moment, another elven soldier stood in their way. The dwarven soldiers could only fight again, and during this battle, dwarven and elven soldiers continued to fall. Casualties on both sides were mounting rapidly. The dwarven soldiers were gradually losing ground, realizing that they, the attackers, were losing ground. Andrei, seeing his army on the verge of collapse, decided to make one last stand. He spoke encouragingly. "Brothers, the elves before us are the enemy's last remaining strength. Grit your teeth, charge through, and we be home." At the word home, the dwarven army, already on the verge of collapse, instantly unleashed its last remaining potential. Seeing this, Constantine was paralyzed. Are these dwarves truly weak? Even in this state, can they still be saved? At the same time, Constantine set his sights on Andrei. It could be said that Andrei had contributed half the way the dwarven army had gotten this far. Andrei, commanding the battle, suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. Looking up, he met Constantine's gaze. The next second, Constantine launched like a cannonball, charging straight at Andrei. Andrei, not to be outdone, leaped into the air to meet Constantine. The two quickly collided. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, a terrifying blast of air that directly impacted the soldiers fighting below. The assassins below were furious. As long as they could kill their opponent, they no longer cared what method they used. The dwarf soldiers stabbed the elven soldiers in the thighs, many of them incapacitated by the blows. But the elves were no weaklings. While they wouldn't resort to the dwarven's despicable tactics, they had their own methods. The elves used their knives as throwing knives. The knives in the hands of the elves, natural archers, became deadly weapons. The shots were nearly always accurate, often crippling a dwarf soldier with each throw. The two sides fought fiercely, each evenly matched. Realizing they had no advantage in long-range combat, the dwarf soldiers reluctantly opted for close combat. The dwarf soldiers used their height to gain an advantage in close combat. Because of their smaller stature, they could more quickly evade the elves' attacks, seizing these openings to attack the elves. But they soon discovered their naivete. Because Constantine's personal guards were unlike ordinary elven troops, they were equipped with specialized melee weapons. The elves once ruled the entire continent, and the elven empire of that time relied on 3 weapons. One was the elven longbow, another was life magic, and the last was the elven twin blades. Each elven twin blade required decades of refinement. In the past, a qualified elven soldier possessed 2 weapons, the elven longbow and the elven twin blades. This meant that this elf would have spent decades preparing these 2 weapons before joining the army. So the claim that the elves once dominated the continent is not without foundation. The elves' lifespan, far exceeding that of other races, gave them more time to hone their combat skills. But after the elven empire came to rule the continent, the nobles began to indulge in extravagance and debauchery, and the elves gradually sealed their warlike bloodline, leaving only pleasure and elegance. Standing still will only lead to being annihilated by those who come after them. Some experienced dwarf soldiers shuddered at the sight of the elven twin blades in the hands of the royal guards. How could they fight like this? The dwarf soldier, looking at the rifle in his hand, which had been cut in 2 by a single blow, fell into deep thought. Chapter 341. Watching the dwarven army gradually being crushed, Andrei wanted to save it. But just as Andrei was stunned, Constantine seized the opportunity and thrust his spear through Andrei's abdomen. Andrei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and immediately came to his senses, blocking Constantine's spear with his axe. Constantine tried to pull out the spear, but Andrei held it as if defending his dignity. The next second, Constantine decisively abandoned the spear and drew the double blades from his waist. He attacked Andrei directly. Andrei immediately swung his axe, the magical attack directly knocking Constantine back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Andrei violently pulled out the spear that had pierced his abdomen, simultaneously unleashing healing magic. But Andrei was surprised to discover that his wound did not heal quickly under the influence of magic. Something's wrong with the spear, but by the time Andrei could react, Constantine had already struck again. Constantine's figure, illuminated by the moonlight, stood out. But it was this very conspicuousness that reminded the dwarves present of the fear of being dominated by the elves. Once, the elven twin blades could easily rip through the armor meticulously crafted by the Dwarven Empire's artisans. Over the years, the Dwarven Empire's armor has become mere ornaments for the nobility. But weren't the elves the same? But now, the elves have rediscovered their glorious past. At least for this night today, they have reclaimed their glory. Andrei could only staunch the bleeding and swing his great axe, trying to force Constantine back. But Constantine was no ordinary opponent. The double blade struck the great axe at an extremely sharp angle, and Constantine rolled, landing directly behind Andrei. Andrei ignored the great axe, decisively discarding it, drawing the dagger from his waist and stabbing Constantine. But Constantine burst forth, with terrifying speed, a faint silver sheen shimmering around him. Andrei's thrust missed, and he suddenly remembered that Constantine was a moon elf. Night was Constantine's home turf. Andrei had already been unsure of his victory over Constantine at night. The problem was that Andrei was injured. Andrei once again forced Constantine back. Constantine didn't rush to attack, simply hovering near Andrei, occasionally attacking and interrupting Andrei's healing spells. Andrei looked back at the slaughtered dwarf soldiers and knew he had to do something. Caradil had vanished, and the entire army now relied on Andrei for support. But the dwarven army's defeat was inevitable. The double blades ruthlessly tore through the dwarven soldiers' defenses. The dwarven soldiers were completely defenseless, and were cut in half by the double blades, spear and body. Andrei roared, and his upper armor and clothes exploded, leaving a flood of red lines on his body. Constantine instantly sensed something was wrong and attacked Andrei. But it was too late. The next second, Andrei flashed high into the sky. He drew out a massive hammer dripping with molten lava. The knowledgeable Constantine immediately recognized it as one of the few quasi-artifacts in the Dwarf Empire. It was the weapon of the loser who once fought for the throne of the dwarf god. Although it was a quasi-artifact, it was a quasi-artifact that could compete head-on with an artifact. Could it really be just an ordinary quasi-artifact? So, after recognizing it, Constantine immediately rushed forward, intending to interrupt Andrei's spell. But before Constantine could get close, he was struck by a boulder. Constantine quickly adjusted himself, but more boulders flew towards him. He could only jump among the boulders, looking for a chance to get close to Andrei. But Andrei's ultimate move was already a fact. The next second, Andrei swung his hammer. The hammer swung directly into the air, sending a torrent of molten lava raining down from the sky. Like a falling meteor. Constantine wasn't idle either, picking up his spear again and stabbing it into the ground. The next second, a flood of green light erupted from the ground, and plants began to grow wildly. A massive protective layer formed, directly shielding the elves. Lava slammed into the plants, and green smoke rose from the burning areas. Seeing this, Constantine breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it had been blocked, but surely the quasi-artifact should be more powerful than this. Andrei made another move, and after seeing it clearly, Constantine wanted to slap himself. Why was he such a pessimist? Andrei threw his giant hammer down. It flew towards the main fortress, attempting to breach it and allow Curry's army to enter. Constantine immediately rushed forward. Even if he had to die here today, he would stop the hammer. If the fortress were destroyed, the Elven Empire would become a complete joke. But Constantine quickly sensed the demonic nature of the hammer. The hammer flew at high speed, and as Constantine approached it, his magic power rapidly drained. This caused Constantine to hastily retreat. Why was this hammer so uncanny? Constantine cast several spells on himself and charged forward again. The spear touched the hammer, and the next second, something unexpected happened. The spear melted away. Then, this 9th-tier magical instrument was instantly devoured by the hammer. Constantine could only return to the ground and begin casting spells. The power of this hammer was beyond Constantine's imagination. And as it fell, it absorbed the surrounding magic power, its power growing stronger. Constantine had no hope of stopping the hammer. And as the hammer drew closer to the ground, the entire earth seemed to be on fire, its temperature rising sharply. A large amount of lava erupted from the ground. This was no ordinary quasi-artifact. It possessed its own domain. Constantine was sweating profusely, grumbling as he cast a spell. Why didn't his sister give him some treasure? Now it's all gone, right? How could he possibly fight? Despite his complaints, Constantine remained at the forefront. No matter what, only one of Constantine and the giant hammer could survive. The next second, a massive elf phantom appeared behind Constantine, and then an inconspicuous arrow, condensed with magical energy, shot from the phantom's hand. As the arrow flew, Constantine's face visibly paled. The arrow, carrying everyone's hope, flew towards the giant hammer. The moment it made contact, it was once again consumed. Looking at the giant hammer about to fly towards his face, Constantine closed his eyes in resignation. Sister, I failed to complete the mission you assigned me. But the next second, the imagined death did not arrive. Constantine opened his eyes, and saw a man in gray armor appear before him. The silver sword in his hand easily blocked the giant hammer. The man turned and said, "You can't die. You are Leon's chosen slave." Constantine, ? Chapter 342. Andre lost his composure when he saw the man who suddenly appeared and easily blocked the giant hammer's attack. This was a quasi-divine weapon. And with a terrifying magical power, the giant hammer's power was infinitely close to that level. But this man easily blocked it. This puzzled Andre. The man swung his sword, sending the giant hammer flying. Then, looking at Andre in the air, he said, "You are a good general, one of the few good men in the Dwarf Empire, but you must die here today." Andre frowned at the man's words and then spoke. "May I ask who you are, sir? Why are you going against the Dwarf Empire?" "Who am I?" "You have to ask your ancestors." The man shook his head, disapproving. Andre couldn't help but feel a hint of anger when he heard this, thinking the man was provoking him. Andre recalled his hammer, and attacked the man again. "Thank you for your help, senior." Constantine thanked him like a good child. The man removed his helmet, revealing a youthful face. Ignoring Andre's aerial attack, he glanced at Constantine and said, "Pack up, and go see your sister, then prepare to go to Yin. Yin has several experiments that require your abilities." Constantine's face was filled with confusion, as he listened to the man's words. "Isn't it true? I'm a 9th level expert after all. Why would I be so embarrassed?" Looking at Constantine, who looked doubtful, the man spoke. "Sometimes the weak have no say. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead. I saved you because you still have some value, understand?" Constantine didn't say anything in response, for what the man said was the truth. While they were talking, Andre had already arrived. The massive hammer, wielding a terrifying surge of magical energy, came crashing down again. The man sheathed his sword, clenched his fist, and struck out. Andre, along with the hammer, was sent flying. It embedded itself directly into the mountain, piercing through it, and flying into the territory of the Dwarven Empire. Constantine's eyes widened at this sight. Why wasn't the man affected by the massive hammer? The man turned and looked at Constantine. "I forgot to tell you, my name is Barian." Constantine, Barian? Who is Barian? Andre, having been knocked back to his feet with the help of Kurith, was left with a deep sense of fear. Andre had just turned 82 this year, making him one of the few veterans in the Dwarf Empire. He had witnessed the Holy Empire during the reign of Alexander, the era of a splendid empire. But he had never faced such a formidable foe. Caddis and Chester could at least discern their limits. But the man before him seemed like a bottomless pit, his true strength impossible to grasp. Kuritha's eyes widened as he stared at the utterly battered Andre. Of course he knew Andre's strength. He could beat him like this. He could already beat Kurith into a jerk. With this, Barian flew straight towards Kurith and Andre. Just as Barian was about to finish them off, a mysterious figure cloaked in a red robe flew over from the Dwarf Empire. "Barian, stop! You violated the rules." A seductive female voice rang out, captivating many soldiers. "Rules? Whose rules?" Barian drew his sword and pointed it at the woman in red. "Of course, they're rules," the woman said sternly. "Do you really enjoy listening to them?" Barian said disdainfully. "What they say is the truth." The woman in red avoided Barian's question. "Truth? Is truth about playing us to your will?" Barian said self-deprecatingly. "Enough." The woman in red roared, sending a terrifying surge of magical energy, sending many of the dwarf soldiers flying. Your actions will bring disaster upon you, the woman in red said. Disaster? Who provoked whom? They deceived me. This account will be settled sooner or later. If they don't come down, I will attack and kill them all. As Baryan finished speaking, a dark lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky, striking directly at Baryan. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dark lightning that had oppressed everyone vanished in an instant. You haven't changed. You're still as stubborn as you were back then. The woman in red's voice softened. Not only haven't you changed, I've become even more stubborn. Baryan smiled faintly. You can't kill these two. They still have their uses. The woman in red grew serious. Don't think I don't know what the Dwarven Empire is planning. If they're working hard, I have nothing to say. But what they're doing now, what's the difference between them and those hypocrites of the church? Baryan said, drawing his sword. The woman in red knew she couldn't convince Baryan, so she whipped out a whip, ready to fight him. Just then, Chester arrived. Looking at the two men at loggerheads, Chester was bewildered. If others couldn't see it, how could Chester not? Chester, possessing a divine weapon, could certainly see the divine power emanating from both men. Chester was sweating profusely, as the two men were about to fight. As a mere loser, Chester couldn't intervene. Although Chester and Baryan appeared to be roughly equal in strength, Baryan could actually defeat dozens of Chesters. Even with a divine weapon, Chester couldn't withstand Baryan's attacks. Because Baryan had already reached that level, the two seemed only a step away from each other. In reality, it was quite different. The woman in red also noticed Chester standing nearby, but without giving it much thought, she attacked Baryan first. Baryan lost his usual composure, instead adopting a serious expression. The woman in red swung her whip, lashing it at Baryan. While it seemed like an ordinary attack, Baryan was frantically mobilizing all his magical energy, concentrating it entirely on his sword. The silver sword seemed to come alive, gradually transforming into the shape of a violet. Baryan gently tapped the sword in his hand, touching the whip. The next second, an intense white light erupted before everyone, illuminating the entire battlefield as bright as day, and night instantly transformed into day. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. When gods clash, mortals suffer. But Chester took out a pair of sunglasses and silently put them on. Chapter 343. The next moment, the scene before them shocked everyone. The once barren lands of the Dwarf Empire were now covered in blooming violets. The sight of the vast violets drifting in the wind startled the woman in red. You already lost. Stop. Baryan gently stroked the violet eternity. The woman in red sighed, as she stared at the exploding whip. Perhaps you're right, but I must complete my mission. Listening to the two's confusing conversation, Andre was completely bewildered. So, is he going to save himself or not? Say something. If he doesn't save himself, he can find a coffin for himself. Curious, standing by, had even decided where to bury himself. The woman in red glanced meaningfully at Chester and murmured, Even you come out. It seems we should speed up our plans. Chester was puzzled, but then filled with solemnity. There's something else going on here. The woman in red glanced at Andre and Carisi, shook her head, and casually raised her hand. The next second, Andre and Carisi were instantly reduced to ash. Everyone present was stunned. Especially the dwarven soldiers, who witnessed their Marshal Andre vanish from this world. Their faith was instantly shattered. If the Dwarven Emperor Andrisi was the supreme commander of the dwarven soldiers, then Andre was their spiritual pillar. But now Andre was dead. With Andre's death, the entire battlefield fell into silence. The elves and dwarves paused in unison, leaving only the rustling of trees in the summer night breeze. The woman in red then left without a ripple. Chester approached Baryan, watched the departing woman in red, and asked, Who is she? An old friend, from our time. Not many people from that era are still alive, Baryan said wistfully, continuing to stroke his sword. Then can you defeat her? Chester questioned. Baryan turned back to look at Chester and said, It's not a question of whether I can defeat her or not. You just need to know that there's no way we can fight. With that, Baryan stood up, sheathed his sword, and leapt under Chester's vacant gaze. Suddenly, Baryan returned and picked up Constantine, who was standing beside him. I forgot to bring you back. Constantine, can I say no? With Baryan's departure, the Dwarf Empire completely gave up resistance. Both commanders were dead, apparently killed by their own men. Was there any point in fighting any further? Even Kuritha's army of over 700,000 men had been routed. The vast majority of soldiers fled back to the Dwarf Empire, but over 100,000 were captured by the elves before they could evacuate. The Dwarf Empire had completely lost its advantage. Not only had its active army suffered heavy losses, but it had also lost several generals. The entire dwarf empire was severely weakened. Andres had to face a reality. Either cease fire or continue the fight. But whether it was a ceasefire or a continuation of the war, the outcome would be the same. A crushing defeat for the dwarf empire. If Andre were still alive, Andres might have continued the fight. But now Andre was dead, and the dwarf empire had lost its last and greatest general. How could the dwarf army without Andre possibly defeat the fully armed elves, and the enemy's forces outnumber the dwarf empire by at least twice? What was there to fight them with? It was time to go to bed. Andres thought of the demon King Latiface. Back then, he had mocked Latiface for surrendering to the Great Yin. Now he was surrendering to the Elf Empire. Andres' expression was extremely complex. Sure enough, the teachings of the elders were right. Never underestimate any nation. The next day, the dwarf empire surrendered. After learning the news, Leon did not directly intervene in the surrender ceremony. Because the Elf Empire had now become a unified entity, and although the Elf Empire had become a vassal state of the Great Yin, due respect still had to be given. However, to keep the Elf Empire in line, Leon ordered Hans to find a way to tamper with the surrender document. The elves' original terms were compensation, and the surrender of war criminals involved in the massacre. Leon had the intelligence agency's spies planted in the Elven Empire find a way to incite the people of the Empire to pressure them for negotiations. He dealt a heavy blow to the Dwarf Empire, exacerbating the conflict between the two countries. He also included a clause in the negotiation document regarding the cession of two important cities. This directly undermined the Dwarf Empire. Andres was furious, roaring in the hall. Who told me that the tiny Elven Empire was so vulnerable? And now? They got us on their backs. We already lost all the money we earned in the Elven Empire, and they're even going to take our land. You loyal ministers, who supported the war, stand up and speak. What should we do now? Andres said, glaring at the ministers under his command. The ministers met Andres' gaze, and involuntarily lowered their heads, trying to avoid him. But they could feel Andres staring at them, a feeling that was like a thorn in their backs, making them extremely uncomfortable. But no matter what, they had to endure it. If they dared to make any move, Andres would definitely use them as scapegoats. Looking at the ministers, who seemed as calm as old dogs, Andres angrily threw things in the hall. The ministers let Andres vent his anger, and some even thought to themselves, after Andres is done smashing, send another batch in a few days. Throwing some things is good. Better than throwing them. Andres ultimately ordered the arrest of several corrupt officials, accusing them of treason and using them as scapegoats to vent public anger. But the Dwarf Empire's signing of an unequal treaty was already a reality. This would become a flashpoint that, in time, would completely detonate the entire Dwarf Empire. By then, isn't that time yet? We must cherish the present. So, the day after the Dwarf Empire declared its surrender, Chester led the fleet back to Nanchuan Port. At this moment, Nanchuan Port was teeming with warships. Every day, large numbers of Great Yin people came to the port to witness these warships. For this was their honor, the honor of Great Yin. With Chester leading the fleet back to Nanchuan Port, it marked the beginning of the great expedition. Caddis and the others were thrilled, for this would accomplish an unprecedented feat for the Holy Empire. Let the army set foot on the eastern continent. Chapter 344. As the last warship departed Nanchuan Port, the massive Great Yin fleet set out for the Shifa Empire. The Crow flies about 1,000 kilometers from Great Yin. The fleet would need to sail for nearly half a month. Life at sea is boring. Lion knew this all too well. Lion had originally planned to take advantage of the expedition to rest up. After all, time on board should be relaxing. But reality was beyond Lion's expectations. Every morning, while Lion was still asleep, his door would be kicked open. Lion had hoped to enjoy a baby's sleep, but before he even slept for 8 hours, the door would be kicked open. The covers were pulled back from the drowsy Lion, and he struggled to open his eyes, only to find that stupid dragon had returned. "Auntie, please let me go. All the cakes are yours from now on. Isn't that okay?" A sleepy Lion was dragged onto the deck by Hey You. "Come fishing with me." "Leon, can you let me sleep a little longer?" Leon decided to give it another try. "Huh? You scumbag, already sleep over 7 hours a day. Look at Hans, he only gets a few hours a day. You're so young, how can you possibly sleep?" Hey You said, hands on his hips, his tone full of rebellion. But before Hey You could finish, Leon covered his mouth. "Nigan Senmo? Fried fish, Nefankiwo." Hey You tried to struggle, but Leon lifted him up. his short legs struggling feebly in the air. Small scumbag. Fight me one-on-one if you can. You only take advantage of my short stature. Heiyu's defense was broken. Leon spoke. Okay, stop crying. Accept reality, accept your shortness. He then patted Heiyu's head, feigning pity. Heiyu's face visibly darkened, his charge bar nearing full. Leon twirled it in his hand, and effortlessly threw it out. Go. The defenseless little girl was flung directly into the sea. Gurgle. Gurgle. After completing this, Leon clapped his hands, and leisurely reclined in a chair, ready to catch up on some sleep. Living at sea feels so good. Froststar came over and sat next to Leon, following Leon's example, and lying on the bench. Aren't you afraid, hey, you won't come back? She won't run away. Leon smiled a crooked smile, brimming with confidence. Why? Froststar, standing by, was a bit stunned. For some reason, seeing Leon's expression made her want to hit him. Because she never intended to give up on me as her long-term meal ticket. And she's not a bad person by nature, she just likes to tease people. Instead of letting her tease others, it's better to let her tease me. Leon finished, then rolled over leisurely, preparing to go back to sleep. Froststar, standing by, looked at Leon with a complicated expression. Besides, being a leader isn't exactly glamorous. I have to act incredibly mature in front of everyone every day, but no one mentions my age. I'm only 20, so sometimes, playing a prank on Hey, you can be a bit of a relief. Honestly, I really want to quit. Leon suddenly turned around, and complained to Froststar. Froststar smiled slightly after hearing this. So you're quite reluctant? If you don't take the leadership, who will? You never leave this position again. If you don't, I tie you down to leadership. Leon nearly fell off his chair after hearing this. He then looked at Froststar with shock, his expression as if saying, no, buddy. Is this necessary? Aren't we supposed to be on the same side? Leon never puts on the airs of a leader in front of acquaintances, or in front of the public. Only in politics does Leon reclaim his leadership airs. To Froststar and the others, Leon is just a naive 20-year-old. Looking at Leon's shocked face, Froststar didn't answer directly. Instead, she leaned over and touched Leon's head, then spoke in an encouraging tone. Little Leon, you must work hard. De Yin can't live without you. Lion nearly collapsed, struggling to get up from the deck. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw the person he least wanted to see. Hans approached, carrying a pile of documents taller than a man. Can I refuse? Lion said, looking at Hans obediently. No. You're a respected leader? Hans said sternly. That's not the way to be respected, is it? Lion said helplessly, then picked up the documents, taller than a man, and began to review them one by one. Swish. With a swish, Hey, you returned to the deck. Trash. Hey, you, clutching a pile of small fish, looked at Leon with an unpleasant expression. There was still a fish in his mouth. Send it to the kitchen. Eating it raw will give you diarrhea, Leon said as he reviewed documents. Hey, you saw Leon reviewing documents, put down the fish in his hand, and then gently walked over to Leon's desk. He then sat down cross-legged, leaning on the table with a docile look on his face, watching Leon review the documents. A pair of large eyes stared at Leon quietly. The Heyu before him seemed completely different from the irritable and silly Sia lowly just moments before. Seeing Heyu calm down, Leon didn't show any concern. The man and the dragon continued to spend time together in peace. Small fish, are there any of my family members in the East Continent? Heyu suddenly said, lowering his head. They should be. After all, almost all the dragons in the world are gathered in the East Continent. Leon paused as he reviewed documents. In fact, Leon didn't know whether Heyu had any family members in the East Continent. Heyu might be the last great dragon in all of Zhongzhou. According to her, she was born from an egg and has never seen her parents. So, she's always longed to find them. But Leon, I can't feel my parents' presence. Heyu said dejectedly, his head bowed. Don't worry, I help you. Even if you don't find them, we're still here, aren't we? Leon put down his pen and stroked Heyu vigorously. I stroke cats, dogs, and bunny-eared girls, but never dragon girls, Yinshin. I finally got my fill today. The next second, Heyu stood up, clutching the fish she caught from the sea, and quickly fled. Watching Heyu leave, Leon looked at the pile of documents on his desk, feeling the cool breeze from the sea. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. When will this life end? I need to work hard and try to retire soon. Leon became even more diligent. Chapter 345. Just as the Great Yin expeditionary fleet was en route, the situation in the Western French Empire was not looking good. Bonaparte's revolutionary army had defeated 6 consecutive encirclement and suppression attempts by the Western French Empire, and the revolutionary army's power was growing stronger. Although the Western French Empire's fleet had blockaded the sea, preventing the transportation of military supplies from Great Yin, Bonaparte had gradually begun to become self-reliant. He encouraged the people in the revolutionary-controlled areas to engage in production. He also had the revolutionary soldiers participate in the surge of production. From the initial difficult months or two, the revolutionary army was now self-sufficient. Although the revolutionary army's food problem had been solved, the problem of its weapons and equipment had always been a headache for Bonaparte. But what Bonaparte never expected was that when he felt sleepy, he would have a pillow. After Bonaparte led the revolutionary army to defeat several consecutive encirclement and suppression attempts, Valeria broke through the Great Yin's defenses. The revolutionary army, backed by the Yin people, couldn't defeat them. Now, without the support of the Great Yin, they still can't defeat the revolutionary army. What's the point of supporting you then? Valeria's fury greatly infuriated the upper echelons of the entire Western FA Empire. Valeria's family power controlled half of the entire Western FA Empire. It could be said that Valeria alone could determine the future of the Western FA Empire. Now Valeria wanted to destroy Bonaparte, and then Bonaparte must die. Otherwise, Valeria would definitely eliminate them. Just when the Western FA Empire was at its wit's end, several countries currently at war with it simultaneously chose to cease hostilities. They signed an armistice agreement and expressed their willingness to send troops to support the Western FA Empire, cooperate with the Western French Empire to eliminate Bonaparte. At first, Valeria was somewhat confused by the various nations' actions. But when the Vatican's envoy from the Eastern continent arrived in Ligotus, the capital of the Western French Empire, and met with Valeria, Valeria immediately understood why the nations were acting this way. At the same time, Valeria was furious because the Western French Empire hadn't even bothered Great Yin yet, and Great Yin had already come to their doorstep. Valeria declared, "I must do my best to be a good host, Lion. Which host's duty is this?" At the same time, the Western French Empire's top brass learned of Great Yin's impending arrival and jointly launched the 7th encirclement and suppression campaign, determined to nip Bonaparte in the bud. Bonaparte had now become a considerable threat. If he continued to grow, the entire northern part of the Western French Empire would likely be lost to control. After all, Bonaparte was the legitimate heir to the royal family, and the only legitimate heir to the Western French Empire. This is why a large number of lords in the northern part of the Western French Empire chose to remain neutral. They could attack the Great Yin people, but they would never attack Bonaparte. Because in their hearts, their emperor would always be Bonaparte's father, not the scum of the current Augustus dynasty. The Western French Empire quickly prepared for its 7th encirclement and suppression campaign. The Western French Empire assembled over 2.5 million troops, while the coalition forces of various countries could also gather 1.5 million. A massive army of 4 million began its mighty encirclement and suppression of Bonaparte. At this moment, Bonaparte only had 200,000 revolutionary troops. Northern Wind Territory. Bonaparte was lounging comfortably in his tent. Having just finished his production duties, Bonaparte returned to his tent, ready to enjoy himself. He picked up some dried sweet potato shreds from the side, put them in his mouth, and began to chew slowly. The shreds, though incredibly hard, didn't repel Bonaparte. Instead, he devoured them with relish. He also took out his treasured cola. These bottles of cola were included in the first aid package from Great Yin. Most of the cola went to Bonaparte as rewards for the soldiers. Because cola is a more suitable reward than alcohol, it won't make the soldiers drunk. After a busy day, Bonaparte was enjoying life. My relaxing and comfortable life made him feel very comfortable. As someone who had lived in Great Yin, Bonaparte knew that Great Yin was far superior to North Wind Territory. But in Bonaparte's heart, North Wind Territory would always be the best. Because this was his hometown. Here were his compatriots, those he wanted to protect, and those who loved him. So, this place was the best. Even if he had to eat inedible shredded sweet potatoes every day, even if he treasured Coke, Bonaparte remained unmoved. Looking at the peaceful and prosperous people of the Northern Wind Territory, Bonaparte even considered simply living like this, and not causing trouble for the Western French Empire. The disparity in military strength between the two sides, and the dangers of war always worried Bonaparte. And now the Western French Empire had begun to improve the treatment of ordinary people. They feared the emergence of another Bonaparte. The smiles on the faces of the people, whose lives were gradually improving, gave Bonaparte a moment of hesitation. This is why Bonaparte had a secret thought about giving up revenge. After all, if his father were still alive, he wouldn't want to see the people of the Western French Empire shed tears because of the war. And the current problems facing the base were not simple. The combined encirclement and suppression by the Western French Empire had prevented the base from expanding outward, forcing Bonaparte to shift from offense to defense. He tried his best to thwart the Western French Empire's offensive through guerrilla warfare. Similarly, the Western French Empire's generals dispatched to the front lines understood Bonaparte's intentions. As a result, an unwritten peace agreement began between the two sides. The soldiers on both sides were pleased with this unwritten rule, because no one wanted to continue fighting. Fighting would only result in the bloodshed of their own people. The people of the Western French Empire had a clear understanding of war, they said. If surrender could minimize casualties, they would surrender without hesitation. Of course, that presupposes that the ruler was unpopular. So, far away in Ligots, Valeria was unaware of this. She even believed that the frontline soldiers were no match for the revolutionary army. Little did they know, the frontline soldiers had no desire to fight for Valeria. For just a few silver coins a month, who would fight for you? However, this unwritten rule was soon broken, as the coalition forces joined, resulting in civilian casualties in the North Wind territory. The most important unwritten rule between the two sides was that neither side was allowed to shoot civilians. The arrival of the coalition forces broke this unwritten rule. War was about to break out. Bonaparte, lying in his tent, received a message from his men. Reading the message, Bonaparte's fury ignited the entire North Wind territory. Because 2 villages had been brutally massacred, over 100 families had been massacred. This completely enraged Bonaparte. 200,000 against 4 million, was there a chance? Bonaparte didn't know, but he would never let the civilians of the North Wind territory die before his eyes. If he had to die, he would die first. Chapter 346. Northwind Harbor. Bonaparte's remaining 100,000 reserves were now concentrated in Northwind Harbor. True, Bonaparte had used only 100,000 men to circumvent an army of over 1 million. But a 4 million man army was already beyond Bonaparte's expectations. Bonaparte couldn't understand why a mere 100,000 men were needed to surround and suppress him. But despite his confusion, anger had calmed Bonaparte to the extreme. For in recent days, news of villages being massacred kept coming in. Bonaparte hadn't gotten a single good night's sleep. He knew he had to do something, both for the people of North Wind territory and for himself. He had to do something. Bonaparte assigned 90,000 infantry and artillery from his 100,000 reserves to the guerrillas on the front lines. He personally led 10,000 dragoons into battle, because Bonaparte knew that if he fought head-on, he would have no chance of victory. A head-on confrontation of 190,000 infantrymen would be practically useless against an army of 4 million. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is vulnerable to a single blow. Even if they were divided into guerrilla units, they couldn't stop these armies. For their purpose was never to annihilate the revolutionary army, but to march straight to Northwind Harbor, burning, killing, and looting along the way. So Bonaparte knew that the key to this war lay in the 10,000 cavalry he led. Supplies for 4 million men were no small feat. The supply lines became the lifeline of these 4 million men. They must be heavily guarded, but even so, Bonaparte had to lead his troops in a surprise attack. For the people he wanted to protect, even knowing it was impossible, he still did it. This was the true meaning of Bonaparte's life. Eleanor looked at Bonaparte in his military uniform, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. She knew that Bonaparte looked his most handsome and most attractive at this moment. But she didn't want to see him like this, because the moment Bonaparte donned his uniform, it meant he was risking his life. Looking at Eleanor, who looked so reluctant, and seeing the tears on her face, Bonaparte tried to comfort her, but he realized he was wearing a military uniform. He withdrew his hand several times, wanting to touch Eleanor. Eleanor watched Bonaparte's movements, then stepped forward and embraced him. "You promised me you would marry me after this battle," Eleanor said, fighting back tears. "I promise you I will come back, and I guarantee the enemy will never show up outside Northwind Harbor," Bonaparte said firmly, then broke free from Eleanor's embrace. He mounted his horse, his movements flowing smoothly. He didn't even glance back at Eleanor, because Bonaparte knew that if he looked back, he would likely regret it. 10,000 cavalrymen marched out in a mighty force. They also knew their mission and fate. Although they knew the outcome, they still followed Bonaparte without hesitation. Because both Bonaparte and they knew that if they failed to complete their mission, the entire Northwind port would be destroyed. Their families, wives, and children would be trampled under the enemy's iron hooves. When a person has something they want to protect, They unleash a fighting spirit never before seen. Bonaparte and his men marched for 3 days. Bypassing the Allied forces currently encircling the guerrillas, they headed straight for the rear supply lines. But what Bonaparte hadn't anticipated was that the Allied forces had deployed 100,000 troops to guard the supply lines. While 100,000 might seem a bit high, it was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the 4 million strong Allied forces. In reality, the West French Empire could muster far more than that. The West French Empire dispatched 2.5 million troops, but in reality, the West French Empire could only muster around 7.5 million. Of these, 2 million were concentrated in the hands of the northern lords. The West French Empire still had nearly 3 million troops, but these 3 million had already been dispatched by Valeria to the northern coastal areas, preparing to deal with the upcoming Great Yin Expeditionary Force. Leon, furiously riding on the ship, had no idea the West French Empire had prepared such a grand gift for him. If Lion knew the West French Empire had prepared 3 million dumplings for him, he would definitely award Valeria a Medal of Honor. After all, eliminating 3 million soldiers who would flee is no easy task, but Valeria concentrated 3 million troops on the defensive line. This was a godsend. Invincible. Truly invincible, but Bonaparte's situation was not optimistic. After several days of tailing and observing the supply transport troops, the cavalry finally came to a conclusion. 100,000 troops were almost constantly guarding the supply line. Furthermore, due to the slow advance of the combined forces, the distance between the supply center and the frontline troops was very close. 100,000 troops could protect the supply line without having to separate. The only way to cut off the supply line was to wait for the Allied forces to advance further and extend it. Only in this way could the 100,000-man army be stretched further and further, creating a chance to launch an attack. But every kilometer the Allied forces advanced meant a high risk of innocent casualties. After waiting for 2 more days, Bonaparte knew he had to act. The Allied forces were now less than 200 kilometers from Northwind Port, and the supply line had successfully been extended to over 200 kilometers. Without trucks to transport supplies, a 200-kilometer line would be enough to put the logistics troops through a grueling struggle. After all, transporting supplies for 4 million people using ox carts and horse-drawn carts was no easy task. At night, the well-rested dragoons quietly watched the long procession down the mountain. The torchlit transport column, like a fiery dragon, marched along the valley road. On either side stood the soldiers responsible for protecting the transport column. A total of 50,000 men were responsible for protecting this endless supply convoy. Although the Allied forces deployed such a large force to protect the grain transport, neither the grain transport nor the Allied forces took Bonaparte seriously. Because Bonaparte's own forces were limited, it was impossible for him to split up his forces to rob the grain. But there are so many impossible things in this world. Many impossibilities eventually became possible. Looking at the troops already halfway through their march, Bonaparte drew his command saber and ordered his soldiers to beat the drums. Bang, bang, bang. Bonaparte led the charge, and the other dragoons followed him relentlessly. Life or death was no longer of concern. What mattered was whether they could stop the Allied forces, for they did not want to be left homeless. Chapter 347. 10,000 cavalrymen rushed down the slopes from the hills on either side. The kinetic energy imparted by the height difference allowed the cavalry to reach a terrifying speed. Powered by this terrifying speed, the cavalry charged directly into the army formation in the valley. The sudden attack threw everyone into panic. But the soldiers responsible for protecting the transport corps immediately formed a formation and prepared to engage the dragoons. But by then, the dragoons had already charged into the army. Bonaparte did not allow his soldiers to use rifles, as there was only one chance for a surprise attack, and long-range sniping with rifles was unrealistic. Only by seizing this hard-won opportunity and striking the enemy with lightning speed could victory be achieved. And because Bonaparte led the charge, the dragoons' morale reached its peak. Charging into the scattered infantry formation, the cavalry would only meet their end. These cavalrymen also wielded both spear and saber, holding a pistol in their left hand and brandishing a saber in their right. When they encountered a group, they simply hurled the grenades hanging from their waists. They moved like the wind, their swords swift and decisive. These experienced cavalrymen easily tore through the enemy's defenses. They also dumped the liquor hanging from their waists onto the carts. A raging fire ensued, igniting a large amount of grain. The soldiers transporting the grain tried to put out the flames. But grain can burn too. Seeing the fire grow, the soldiers tried to find a water source to put out the flames. But before they could act, Bonaparte had ordered a thorough inspection of the surrounding area. There was no water source within 10 kilometers. If a fire broke out, the grain would be completely burned. After nearly an hour of burning, most of the grain carts were ablaze. Upon seeing this, Bonaparte immediately blew the rally call, and upon hearing the blast, all the dragoons sheathed their swords and retreated. Bonaparte's training of the dragoons was rigorous. Not only were the dragoons skilled in combat, but they also obeyed Bonaparte's orders with absolute obedience. After visiting the Wehrmacht, Bonaparte, who had studied in Diane, believed that the Wehrmacht's strength depended on three elements. The first was powerful weapons. The second was great faith. The last was absolute obedience to orders. Bonaparte, drawing on the experience of the Western French Empire, came to a conclusion. For the Western French Empire today, what is needed is not powerful weapons, but firm faith and strict discipline. The former cannot be achieved hastily, while the latter can be achieved through hard work. Thus, the dragoons were the Revolutionary Army's last trump card. And this trump card had already been played. The soldiers guarding the transport corps watched with eager eyes as Bonaparte and the dragoons departed with grace. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop them, it was simply impossible. The supplies for 4 million men couldn't be limited to the current supply lines. There were still many more supply lines waiting for Bonaparte and his men to destroy. But Bonaparte knew that as the attacks grew in frequency, the Allied forces would inevitably become wary. They might even send troops to encircle and suppress Bonaparte. As expected, after Bonaparte destroyed several supply trains, the Allied forces dispatched over 300,000 troops to encircle and suppress Bonaparte. The dragoons' living space gradually shrank. Bonaparte could only lead his dragoons in a constant relocation. But this was only a temporary solution. Escape from the encirclement of 300,000 troops was no easy task. Soon, Bonaparte discovered he was surrounded. Moreover, the Allied forces continued to advance towards Northwind Port, only 150 kilometers away as the crow flies. Bonaparte considered evacuating the people of Northwind Port, but they were unwilling to leave their homes. So, he could only order the guerrillas on the front lines to retreat, retreating to Northwind Port and defending it to the bitter end. What concerned Bonaparte was not the encirclement before him, but the impending attack on Northwind Port. Because Bonaparte never took the 300,000-man army seriously. He only cared about the hundreds of thousands of people in Northwind Port. Marshal, the encirclement of 300,000 troops has been formed. What should we do next? The lieutenant general approached Bonaparte and asked. Inform all soldiers, break out tonight. We will directly attack the Allied forces. Bonaparte removed his hat, dusted it off, and spoke calmly. After receiving the order, the lieutenant general immediately notified the entire army. The night in the northern mountains of the Western French Empire was filled with tranquility. In the valley, a large number of dragoons rested on the backside of the mountain. They tried their best to avoid the Allied forces' scouts. The Allied forces surrounded the commander's camp. The Allied forces' soldiers were discussing their glorious battles of the past few days. I had no idea the Western Empire was so wealthy. These past few days, we looted several villages, which is equivalent to my annual military pay, said a sleazy-looking Sulon soldier. Isn't it? And the women of the Western Empire are particularly attractive, said another Sulon soldier in a sleazy tone. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if mocking these weaklings, these people of the Northern Wind territory who were at their mercy. And he's our marshal, and he's letting us plunder at will. Yes. We have the marshal to thank, but let's not disturb him. He's a very busy man these days. The soldier flashed an expression that any man could understand. Their laughter grew even wilder, as if victory was certain. Unbeknownst to them, death had already arrived. Over 9,500 dragoons removed the black cloths from their horses' mouths. Then they mounted their horses, and drew their gleaming sabers. Bonaparte planned to break out tonight, and he took an unconventional approach. Others sought weak points, but Bonaparte went straight to the camp where the commander-in-chief of the army was stationed. Although many soldiers debated the feasibility of Marshal Bonaparte's order, no one objected. For they firmly believed that Bonaparte would not act without confidence. At 3 a.m, when the soldiers of the Allied forces had already fallen asleep, Bonaparte gave the order to charge. The last horse took the lead and charged directly into the camp. The dragoons, unwilling to be outdone, followed Bonaparte's charge. After breaking into the camp, Bonaparte headed straight for the commander's tent. At that moment, the commander of the joint encirclement and suppression forces was still lost in a dream of a beautiful woman lying on the ground. When the sound of horse hooves jolted him awake, Bonaparte had already rushed into the tent. The commander, having just awakened, was instantly shot dead by Bonaparte. The next second, a sudden gunshot set everyone into a panic. for they had seen the bright red stain on Bonaparte's body. Chapter 348. The next day, in a forest, several soldiers were treating Bonaparte's wound. A lead bullet had lodged itself in Bonaparte's abdomen. With Bonaparte's permission, several soldiers forcibly removed the bullet with their bayonets. Bonaparte was a man of character, having endured the ordeal without anesthesia. The soldier responsible for extracting the lead bullet was already sweating profusely. Seeing Bonaparte's calm expression, everyone was impressed by his perseverance. After the operation, it was suddenly discovered that Bonaparte had fainted. The soldiers carefully placed Bonaparte on a stretcher. Everyone began to discuss countermeasures. One captain suggested that dragoons escort Bonaparte back to North Wind Harbor. But another captain objected. The marshal has said that the dragoons must not return to North Wind Harbor. We are the last remaining mobile force in the North Wind territory. As long as we remain in action, the United Assembly will undoubtedly dispatch troops to encircle and suppress us. Several of the 10 centurions agreed with this one. Even if Bonaparte were conscious, he wouldn't easily withdraw his army. But now the question arose. Bonaparte was injured. What should they do now? Because the entire eastern continent was a demon-poor region, and the Western Empire was also a demon-poor country. Bonaparte and his men had no magicians at all. The magicians that did emerge were recruited by the Western Empire's royal family or noble lords. Eleanor wanted to recruit a few magicians as backup, but how could the North Wind territory, which couldn't even afford an army, afford magicians? So, they had no way to treat Bonaparte's injuries. After the army waited for a long time, Bonaparte finally regained consciousness. Then his first words were, "How long have I been unconscious? Where is the enemy now? Where are we now?" The captain beside him immediately brought out a map to explain to Bonaparte. "Marshal, you've been unconscious for quite some time. Now, 300,000 encirclement and suppression troops have begun pursuing us. We are no more than 30 kilometers away from them," the captain said seriously. Bonaparte gestured to the soldiers beside him to help him up. The soldiers immediately lifted Bonaparte from the stretcher, and Bonaparte pointed to the map and said, 300,000 troops are encircling us now because they think we're only worth 300,000. Several captains were puzzled. "But I want to tell you, our dragoons are worth more than 300,000. Our value is far greater than these 300,000. So we must tell the Allied forces that, compared to the immobile Northwind port, we are their greatest threat." After saying this, Bonaparte tore at his wound and lay down weakly. Several centurions listened thoughtfully to Bonaparte's words. He motioned to the soldiers to bring needles and thread, saying he would seal the wound himself. The soldiers watched in disbelief as Bonaparte strung a steel needle, heated over the flames, with thread and began to sew up his own wound. They watched as Bonaparte plunged the needle into his flesh, his muscles twitching with excruciating pain with each thrust. The soldiers watched in terror. After half an hour, Bonaparte finally closed the wound. But he knew this was only a drop in the bucket. The wound would soon become inflamed and rotten. But now Bonaparte had to step forward and lead the army out of this predicament. As for the future, we talk about it later. Watching Bonaparte struggle to his feet, the soldiers present found it incredible. But when they saw him climb back onto his horse, fighting spirit reignited in everyone's eyes. "Brothers, with 300,000 troops right behind us, are you afraid?" The dragoons remained silent, for it would be a lie to say they weren't afraid, but they didn't want to embarrass Bonaparte. "Of course I know you're afraid. In fact, I'm afraid too." Bonaparte's words had the effect of making some of the soldiers' faces tremble with fear. But is fear any use? Fear is useless. Fear won't stop the 300,000 troops behind us from pursuing us. All we can do now is contain these 300,000 troops and try to force the Allied forces to send more troops to encircle and suppress us. If we attract enough of the enemy, the Allied forces' attack on Northwind Port will be greatly reduced. Bonaparte spoke forcefully, then drew his command saber and led his troops in a movement. The dragoons mounted their horses and followed Bonaparte into the attack. Bonaparte now focused his attention on a nearby river. For, as far as Bonaparte knew, the Allied forces' headquarters was located beside this river. If they learned they had crossed this river, the enemy would surely defend themselves and mobilize their forces to encircle and suppress them. This would significantly reduce the pressure on Northwind Port. But himself. Bonaparte glanced back at the dragoons who followed him unwaveringly. The guilt on his face was hidden. "I owe you this life, and I repay you in the next." At the same time, Bonaparte looked towards Northwind Harbor and murmured, "I'm sorry. Perhaps I didn't keep my word. I ultimately let the enemy reach the city." A flicker of determination flashed in Bonaparte's eyes. He was going to pull off a big move today. sweep the West French Empire, and be himself again. This great river is called the North Ice River. Legend has it that during the Age of Dragons, its surface was covered with solid ice, and an ice dragon dwelt within. But these are just legends. The North Ice River has 4 suitable locations for cavalry crossings. 2 of these locations are very close to the headquarters camp of the Allied forces. After a brief inspection of the situation on both sides of the river, Bonaparte immediately led his cavalry across. Time is of the essence. This opportunity is before us, we must seize it. The movement of the dragoons crossing the river quickly attracted the attention of the scouts in the Allied forces camp. Bonaparte and his men's whereabouts were immediately reported to Cadillac, commander of the Allied forces. Cursing the pursuit troops' incompetence, Cadillac ordered his men to prepare for battle. Cadillac was a great general of the West French Empire, the official supreme commander of the army, and a loyal servant of Nerati. Cadillac was inextricably linked to Bonaparte's father's death. This account would be settled sooner or later. After crossing the North Glacier, Bonaparte immediately ordered his dragoons to charge the main camp. This time, the dragoons chose not to charge directly for the main camp, but to begin sniping from a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Their mission wasn't to charge in and slaughter everyone in the camp, but to provoke the wrath of these noble nobles. Let them unleash their hounds and pursue him. Chapter 349. Watching the dragoons outside the camp using their regular rifles to indiscriminately snipe at the soldiers inside, Karate was furious and immediately ordered his soldiers to pursue. With the help of the Papal States, the Western French Empire acquired a number of firearms. However, these firearms were sent to the front lines, and Karate had not anticipated the raid on his headquarters. But when the raid actually happened, Karate was completely bewildered. For he had not yet moved on from the tactic of line shooting, and remained stuck in it. But reality forced Karate to change. But Karate kept wavering between change and non-change. For Karate, the tactic of line shooting would never become obsolete. Machine gun, The Papal States could never have imagined that the weapons they had fought so hard to obtain would become mere firewood in the hands of the Western French Empire. The Papal States was now preparing to equip its army with new weapons, because they had suffered immensely in their battle with the Demon Empire. Although the Papal States possessed a large number of magicians, their outdated weaponry was no match for the Demon Empire. However, in order to combat the Great Yin, the Papal States was forced to send its own weapons and equipment to the Western Empire. But the Western Empire was a hopeless case. After disrupting the coalition camp, Bonaparte immediately withdrew with his dragoons, plunging headfirst into the nearby mountains. Galati was forced to withdraw troops from the front lines to launch a multi-pronged encirclement and suppression operation. This was because a 200,000-man army lay directly in the direction of Bonaparte's retreat. They could be deployed to encircle and suppress Bonaparte. Soon, this army received the order to deploy and immediately dispatched a large force to cooperate with the pursuing forces and encircle Bonaparte. Upon learning of this, Bonaparte decisively turned back and ordered his soldiers to return. At this point, everyone expected Bonaparte to fall into the encirclement. But Bonaparte made an unexpected decision. He turned back and recrossed the North Glacier. After pursuing for half a day, the two armies met. Only then did he realize he had been tricked. The army immediately marched south, attempting to intercept Bonaparte. But at this moment, Bonaparte raided the Allied camp again. After learning that 500,000 troops were surrounding Bonaparte, Galati chose not to move his camp, but remained where it was. But what Galati never expected was that Bonaparte would actually return. This surprise attack once again stunned Galati. He couldn't understand why 500,000 troops couldn't stop Bonaparte. How could 500,000 infantrymen possibly stop 10,000 cavalrymen? And those 10,000 cavalrymen were familiar with the terrain. These 500,000 men, unfamiliar with the area, could only grope their way step by step. Thus, the best opportunity to contain Bonaparte was missed, and Bonaparte attacked the camp again. But fortunately, Bonaparte again focused on harassment. After further infuriating Galati, Bonaparte made another graceful exit. Furious, Galati mobilized another 300,000 troops, totaling 1,000,000, to encircle and suppress Bonaparte. But Bonaparte believed that this was far from enough. The army needed to be larger, so that Porto Bordeaux could hold out a little longer, until the Lion Expeditionary Force arrived. Bonaparte had once naively believed that he could overthrow the Spanish-French Empire on his own. But Bonaparte was almost there, but the other nations wouldn't give him the chance. They had already witnessed the rise of the Great Yin and Elven empires, so they would never allow another such nation to emerge. The Papal States decided to strangle Bonaparte in the cradle. This meant that Bonaparte would single-handedly challenge the entire eastern continent. How could this be possible? Bonaparte naively believed he wasn't working hard enough, so he kept pushing himself to work harder. What he didn't know was that his efforts were enough. While Bonaparte might not succeed, his story would become legendary. After learning that a million-strong army would follow him across the river, Bonaparte suddenly thought of karate. The size of the army pursuing him wasn't determined by him, but by karate. All he had to do was harass karate until karate's defenses were broken. The enraged karate would surely lose its mind and send even more troops to siege him. Bonaparte knew the outcome, of course, but he was undaunted. Because he wanted to protect what he held most dear. For the people of North Wind Harbor, and for those he loved, he would give everything. Bonaparte led his army across the river once more, but this time, escaping the encirclement proved exponentially more difficult. Because the encirclement of a million-man army was no easy task, Bonaparte broke his army into smaller units. He used cavalry units of 100 men to break out of the encirclement, eventually gathering along the banks of the North Glacier. Then, they crossed the river en masse and headed straight for Kalade's camp. Kalade, having learned his lesson, moved his camp upstream, but was no match for Bonaparte's advance. Another night, Bonaparte once again raided Kalade's newly constructed camp. The brand new camp was instantly engulfed in flames. Kalade kicked his feet and fainted from anger. After a long nap, his first act upon waking was to reinforce his forces to encircle Bonaparte. He set up heavy defenses along the banks of the North Glacier crossing point. He hoped to prevent Bonaparte from resorting to the river crossing tactic again. But this meant that Kalade would have to deploy a massive force to encircle Bonaparte. Soon, Bonaparte discovered that the number of troops surrounding him had reached 2 million. Bonaparte's grin stretched from side to side, for they could no longer escape. But looking at the enemy troops swarming the mountains and plains, he knew his mission was accomplished. The remaining 2 million enemy troops would be difficult to capture North Wind Port. North Wind Port's strategic location made it difficult for a large army to deploy outside the city. The coalition forces could only resort to a tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Bonaparte had done his best. Looking at the remaining 5,000 or so dragoons, Bonaparte understood for the first time that the most important thing for a general isn't his own status, but the soldiers under his command. When his soldiers are willing to follow him through thick and thin, it signifies that he has become a qualified general. Bonaparte watched the gradually encircling enemy forces, his face filled with relief. Perhaps he would die here. But just then, the roar of engines filled the air. Having studied at the Diane Military Academy, Bonaparte naturally understood what this engine roar signified. Diane. Here they come. Chapter 350. A large number of bombers began to rescue Bonaparte and his men. The bombers dropped a barrage of bombs, successfully blowing the troops surrounding Bonaparte skyward. Looking at the overwhelming array of aircraft, not only Cadilla was stunned, but even Bonaparte was stunned. After all, there were hundreds of planes. When did de Yen acquire such a strong expeditionary capability? Bonaparte was puzzled. In fact, de Yen had not initially imagined that it could possess such strength. Because the Navy believed that the 2 aircraft carriers could only carry a little over 200 aircraft. But the clever Leon once again demonstrated his ingenuity. He placed a large number of aircraft into the storage container. And to ensure the integrity of the aircraft, Leon hoisted the entire aircraft into the frame. And secured the aircraft with a large number of steel cables. The storage containers owned by the magicians in the entire fleet could hold 800 aircraft. And Leon ensured that the Air Force's firepower could cooperate with the Army. It was equipped with a total of 500 bombers and 300 fighters. Of these 500 bombers, 200 were specially modified B-29s capable of taking off and landing from aircraft carriers. These 200 B-29s would form the backbone of this expedition. Another 300 Stuka bombers would provide precision bombing. Of these 300 attack aircraft, 100 were Mi-262 jet fighters. Such a magnificent Air Force formation was capable of sweeping across the entire Western French Empire, even intimidating the entire Western continent. 50 transport aircraft were also prepared. Because Leon intended to teach the Western French Empire a lesson, he intended to use paratroopers to intensify the war in this world. Lion began training airborne troops early on. After the advent of transport aircraft, Lion had Hans secretly preparing to develop them. The level of secrecy surrounding airborne troops far exceeded that of any other branch of the military. This was because, among several nations today, no one would have considered using air units to transport troops. Furthermore, other countries lacked the ability to fully utilize their air forces to transport troops. The Dwarven Empire's air force was the fastest growing of all air forces. It already had a tail of the Great Yin Air Force. But this was only a tail, and technology had no tail. Bonaparte, watching the retreating Allied forces, finally realized the power of the Air Force. He could not help but marvel at the rapid development of the Great Yin. In just 1 year, the Great Yin Air Force had become so powerful. At first, Bonaparte had not valued the Air Force, but this round of bombing had directly changed his mind. Bonaparte, isn't this better than artillery? Artillery. So love fades, right? With Bonaparte's rescue, the Great Yin fleet approached the Western French Empire. The Western Empire's army quickly spotted the massive fleet on the sea and prepared to launch an attack. The Western Empire's coastal defenses were not strong, or rather weak. Because the Western Empire believed its navy was invincible, they vigorously developed their navy, dedicating all their skill points to it. If it hadn't encountered the unstoppable De Yin, the Western Empire's navy might have been the world's best. But unfortunately, they and De Yin were matched in the same world. What Leon couldn't have imagined was that the Western Empire's warships had already advanced to the level of ironclad ships. Although the Western Empire was a demon-poor nation, it possessed the East continent's richest reserves of magic crystals. This abundance of magic crystals prompted the Western Empire to embark on a technological path. However, its dominance over the East continent led to a slowdown in its technological development. A common failing of feudal states is that once they reach their peak, they inevitably decline. This is a lesson learned from history, not groundless. Humans are greedy and lazy. After achieving success, they always turn to pleasure. For example, the famous saying, after a lifetime of fighting, can't we enjoy ourselves a little? Let's play music and dance. As a result, the Western Empire's technological development gradually slowed. Otherwise, it would have likely developed firearms before the Great Yin. Then, the Tian Gang would have been in trouble. Not only did the Western Empire deploy a large number of ground troops to defend against the Great Yin attack, but it also mobilized its entire navy, ready to teach the Great Yin a bloody lesson. Teach the Great Yin Navy a lesson. Great Yin Navy, The West French fleet possessed nearly 10,000 warships, but most of them were ironclad wooden vessels. Their numerical superiority was in reality a vulnerable threat. The Great Yin Navy was already gearing up for a fight. But before that, Lion had already ordered the airborne assault. After all, millions of people still looked intimidating at first glance. Troops had to be dispatched to disrupt the rear, and to ensure the paratroopers didn't become paratroopers, preventing a repeat of Operation Market Garden. Lion gave the Air Force a strict order to attack all military installations along the way. This forced the Western Empire's army to close its defenses and provide cover for the airborne troops. Lion didn't want the paratroopers to land only to find Western Empire soldiers waiting for them. Hundreds of aircraft immediately refueled upon returning, then immediately carried out their bombing missions. The entire northern region of the Western Empire was ablaze with red, the entire area bombed by the Great Yin Air Force. The Western Empire soon felt the Great Yin Air Force's care. A 24-hour, full-scale bombing raid, 2 large-scale bombs, had completely bludgeoned the Western Empire into submission. As natives, they had no idea what an air force was. Having never been bombed before, they finally experienced the feeling of being bombed. Western Empire, I have no objection. Dwarves, demons, orcs, elves, we have no objection. Almost all nations had already felt the terror of the Great Yin Air Force. The Great Yin Air Force gradually gained the reputation of being demonic. What they didn't know was that it wasn't just the Great Yin Air Force that was known as the Devil. After the Air Force eliminated a large number of military fortifications in the northern border, the entire northern border's defenses were completely bare. The airborne troops finally had room to maneuver. Their mission was to capture the cities in the rear, forcing the Western Empire to dispatch reinforcements and create a gap in the defenses. While the Great Yin could attack directly, Leon would do it if it could minimize casualties. Soon, 50 transport planes took off under the cover of darkness, carrying 1,000 fully armed airborne troops. They would teach the Western Empire a lesson. Who was lecturing whom? Who was weak and who was strong? Let's fight it out, Great Yin paratroopers. Get ready. White umbrellas descended into the night sky over the heart of the Western Empire's northern border. The Western Empire, dreaming sweetly, had no idea the enemy had quietly approached. Chapter 351. Under the cover of night, the airborne troops successfully landed within the territory of the Western French Empire. What surprised the airborne troops was that no one came to intercept them. How could this be different from what the instructor had said? The instructor had clearly said that airborne troops were a type of soldier that would be killed the moment they landed. So why was he saying something different? The instructor must have taken a kickback. The instructor was lying to them. Genius. I truly am a genius, instructor. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted the training mission. This is clearly a failure of training. Although the airborne troops had some doubts, they continued to follow the instructor's instructions. After all, obedience to orders was ingrained in them. The airborne troops quickly gathered together, having received a series of missions. Near where they were landing was a crucial crossroads city. However, due to the large number of civilians in this city, the Air Force was unable to bomb it. So, the airborne troops' mission was to capture the city before them. Corée City? The city of Corée covers an area roughly the size of Sucre's. It is a well-known city in the northern part of the West French Empire. Because most of the troops were diverted north, Coré's garrison numbered no more than 5,000. And these 5,000 were mostly elderly, weak, and sick. The elite troops had already been transferred north. According to Valeria's instructions, the West French Empire intended to crush the Yen on the beach. The Lord of Corée was a very famous nobleman, the Marquis of Bern. Of course, his fame wasn't due to greed, but rather to his kindness. He was a renowned philanthropist, and in terms of seniority, Bern was Bonaparte's grandfather. During the reign of Bonaparte's father, the Marquis of Bern rendered great service to the West French Empire. Therefore, he was granted the city of Corée, allowing this veteran to enjoy his retirement. However, with the rise of Narati, the entire West French Empire fell into turmoil. With the increasing number of displaced people, Bern was forced to expand Corée as much as possible to accommodate more refugees. And virtually all the taxes collected within Bern's territory were invested in Coré's construction. A wandering poet once said this: "If the gods were to pay attention to the mortal world, they would surely be moved by Bern's heroic deeds." For years, Bern had lived in poverty, precisely to provide shelter and food for more refugees. But as the war intensified, Bern finally realized the truth. Sole aid alone could not save the West French Empire. If the West French Empire wanted to change, it would require a revolution, either from the bottom up or from the top down. Bern had already set his sights on Bonaparte. Perhaps Bonaparte would save the Western Empire from its calamity. But instead of Bonaparte, Bern encountered the Great Yen airborne troops. Taking advantage of the night, the airborne troops made their way directly to the city of Corée. Although the airborne troops were unfamiliar with the Western Empire, as this was their first visit, they still found Corée. Maps are not useless. Even without a map, they would have found it, because a city blazing brightly on the vast plains was hard not to spot. The airborne troops, in groups of dozens, crossed the cornfields on the plain. The corn stalks, just tall enough to reach their heads, provided excellent cover for the airborne troops. After all, who could have imagined thousands of people hiding in a cornfield in the middle of the night? But just as the airborne troops were advancing, something unexpected happened. One squad was advancing when they suddenly heard voices. The squad immediately stopped in the cornfield. The late summer nights in the Western Empire were still extremely hot. The soldiers marching through the cornfield were already sweating profusely. The cornfield was like a steamer, and ordinary people wouldn't have survived even a few minutes. The airborne troops, carrying over 40 kilograms of equipment, had already been in the cornfield for nearly 2 hours. They were about to cross the cornfield, but a sudden development disrupted their original plan. The squad had already stopped as soon as they noticed the situation. But the Western troops' movements still caught their attention. Who? The Western troops approached the cornfield, torch held high. The companions beside them said, "Stop being so suspicious. Where are people coming from in this weather? They must be some kind of animal." After hearing his companion's words, the Spanish man gave up. They were soldiers in disguise, tasked with delivering a message to the Marquis de Bern. Because Bern still didn't know that Bonaparte was safe, so Bern was actively contacting the surrounding lords, attempting to assemble an army to rescue Bonaparte. Unbeknownst to Bonaparte's already high profile, he led his followers to a secluded location. His wounds were gradually worsening, and Bonaparte knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He had to heal first. Outside the city of Corée, watching the two Spanish men gradually retreat, the paratroopers in the cornfield breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the airborne squad sheathed their drawn bayonets. They had almost dispatched the two passers-by who had stumbled upon their path. After this brief incident, the main airborne force approached Corée City unimpeded. After leaving the cornfield, they were still several kilometers from Corée City. The airborne troops slowly crept closer, cautiously navigating the route, and soon arrived at the base of Corée City's walls. The walls of Corée City were not high, offering no challenge to the well-prepared airborne troops. After dispatching a few soldiers to eliminate the enemy guards on the walls, the soldiers immediately lowered the ropes. One by one, the airborne troops scaled the walls of Corée City. Looking at this city that housed over 100,000 people, the airborne troops were somewhat nervous. This was their first operation, their debut performance. For the honor of the airborne troops, They had to be extremely vigilant. The airborne troops followed the wall and eliminated the enemies at the other 3 gates. The operation also disturbed some Western French Empire soldiers, but the airborne troops were armed with silenced M1911 rifles. In this emergency, the airborne troops decisively dispatched the enemy with a single shot. From 7 paces away, a gun is faster than a sword. Within 7 paces, a gun is both fast and accurate. The airborne troops quickly secured the 4 gates, but their next task was even more arduous. They had to eliminate the Western French Empire troops in the barracks. This meant the airborne troops could not defeat the enemy quietly. A fierce battle was bound to ensue. Chapter 352. Although the airborne troops' actions had drawn the attention of ordinary people, due to the curfew in Corée City, most people were staying home. They heard the sound of military boots outside their windows. While feeling strange, they didn't dare go out to investigate. After all, anyone who could move so freely through the streets so late at night must be one of our own, right? At first, the airborne troops were hesitant, until they ran into a 50-man patrol. After dispatching the patrol, the airborne troops learned tonight's command from the leading squad leader. And so, the scene just now unfolded. As long as I eliminate everyone who knows I'm an imposter, then no one will know I'm a fake. The airborne troops swaggered to the outside of the barracks, their path unimpeded. Some patrols noticed that the airborne troops' weapons were different from theirs, but the command matched, and the airborne troops claimed they were the Marquis of Bern's secret army. The patrol was skeptical, but since the city gates hadn't been breached, they probably weren't enemies. Someone still went to the Marquis's residence to report the situation to Marquis Bourne. But it was too late. The airborne troops had sealed off the main camp and set up 50 PKMs outside. The airborne troops operated in 10-man squads. They were divided into 2 groups, the assault group and the firepower group. The assault group was equipped with 4 AK-47s, an MP5, and each man carried at least 8 grenades. Grenades were much more reliable than rifles in urban fighting. If they couldn't win, they'd throw grenades. If they were outnumbered, they'd throw grenades. Who knew if anyone inside would continue throwing grenades? The firepower group was equipped with a PKM general-purpose machine gun, an SVD sniper rifle, 3 AK-47s, and 3 RPG-7s. However, the firepower group only carried half as many grenades as the assault group, and their firepower was not on the same level. The airborne troops were the first to receive the RPG-7. If Caddis knew, he'd definitely faint in tears. Is the army truly a stepmother's child? The guards outside the barracks spotted the approaching airborne troops and immediately questioned them. Who are you? Password. No one's here tonight. The officer leading the airborne troops said. At the command, the soldiers on guard couldn't help but relax their vigilance and immediately asked the airborne troops who they were working for. But before he could say anything, he saw murderous intent in the airborne troops' eyes. Wait. What's going on? Ugh. The next second, the airborne troops covered the mouths of several soldiers on guard and swiftly cut their throats. To their death, the soldiers never understood who the airborne troops before them belonged to. After dispatching the sentry, the airborne troops headed straight for the Shifa Empire Army dormitory. They reached the window, pulled out a grenade, tore the ring, and tossed it in. The movements were fluid and flowing. Boom! The West French Empire soldiers, still asleep, were instantly transported to another world by the explosion. That was the lucky ones. The unlucky ones were hit by shrapnel and groaned hysterically. But a few soldiers managed to survive, half awake, grabbing their weapons and rushing out of the dormitory. But the next moment, they were stunned. For a large number of PKM general-purpose machine guns were already waiting for them outside the door. When the West French Empire soldiers rushed out, the moment they saw the black muzzles of the guns, their entire lives flashed through their minds. Da-da-da. The next moment, the flashes of fire from the gun muzzles informed the West French Empire soldiers. Death has arrived. These Western Empire soldiers proved themselves worthy soldiers, immediately dispatching and rallying upon encountering the attack. Unfortunately, they were met with relentless machine gun fire. Over 1,000 soldiers were trapped by the airborne troops at their respawn points before they could even leave. At the same time, the blast of gunfire instantly alarmed the entire city of Corée. Marquis Bourne was jolted awake from his slumber. One of his men had already reached Bourne's door, just as he was leaving. Marquis, the enemy has entered the city, and the main city defense camp has been lost. The gunfire just now came from there, the man said. Bourne, his face serious, then asked, Do you know who the enemy is? Bourne's words silenced everyone present. Even now, they still don't know who launched the attack. The general under his command spoke. Based on the gunfire, It's very likely Bonaparte's revolutionary army. Corps is a transportation hub with a strategic location, so Bonaparte is very likely to capture it. But Bonaparte can't even protect himself right now. It's unrealistic to split his forces to attack Corps. The general's analysis left everyone fuming. So whose troops are they? But it doesn't matter anymore. The airborne troops are leading a large force towards the Marquis' palace. Soon, the soldier guarding the Marquis' palace approached Bourne and spoke in a panic. The enemy has surrounded the Marquis' palace. Lord Bourne, what should we do now? Bourne's face was grim, and he spoke. Do we have a chance of winning? Yes. Boom. The general beside him was about to tell Bourne that there was still a chance, but a loud bang was heard. A soldier rushed in, panicking. My lord. The gates of the Duke's palace have been blown open. The enemy is pouring in. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot. Bang, boom, boom. Before the soldier could finish his words, gunfire rang out from quite close by. Bourne also drew his sword. When? What the hell? It's hitting us in the face. Seeing their lord draw his weapon, the other soldiers and the general also drew theirs. Soon, Bourne heard footsteps outside the door. Bourne instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. Some of the more timid soldiers were already sweating profusely. Boom! The airborne troops had blown the door open. As they rushed in, they saw Bourne and his men, armed with cold weapons. Drop your weapons. We accept your surrender. The airborne soldier initially wanted to say they would spare their lives if they surrendered, but then he suddenly remembered that the men before him didn't have guns. The airborne soldier's words made everyone hesitate. Bourne then spoke. I am the city lord. Who are you working for? The airborne soldier's words instantly grew serious, and he reported to his superiors. The airborne commander, upon learning that the city lord had been trapped in the Marquis' mansion, immediately led his men over. After all, Bourne was the most crucial figure in completely controlling the city of Corre. Chapter 353. Soon, Bourne met the airborne commander. The commander stepped forward and spoke directly. Marquis Bourne, we are the Great Yen Defense Force airborne troops, ordered to carry out a rear-line assault. Unfortunately, Corre City has become the first city attacked. We in Great Yen respect the people of Shifa, but control of Corre City must remain in Great Yen's hands. We do not wish to see Corre City ravaged by bloodshed. So Marquis Bourne must have heard the saying, he who knows the times is a hero. I believe Marquis Bourne will give me a satisfactory answer. The commander smiled, but why did that smile look so creepy? Bourne certainly understood Corre City's importance, but as a Shifa, his rejection of the Holy Empire was ingrained in his bones. So, Bourne had no intention of handing Corre City over. But now, Valeria had been clamoring to crush Great Yen on the beach, and now the Great Yen army was upon him. Valeria was a boastful braggart indeed. As expected, their whole family wasn't any good. But looking at the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city, Bourne knew he had to find a way out for them. Commander, can you guarantee the safety of the civilians in the city? Or can you guarantee that your soldiers won't loot? Bourne asked. When the commander heard what Bourne had to say, he knew that Corre City was about to be completely captured. Marquis Bourne, we in Great Yen are not like other countries. We never infringe upon the interests of our people, whether in other countries or our own. In the eyes of our great leader, looting ordinary people is a sign of incompetence. Therefore, looting will absolutely not occur within the city, and Corre City will be handed over to Commander Bonaparte after the battle. Hearing the commander's words, Bourne and all the Western French present were shocked. De Yen had gone to such great lengths to capture the city, and was simply going to surrender it so easily. In fact, for Lion, once Lion had taken it, he couldn't expect to spit it out. However, Lion discovered that the people of the Western French Empire were deeply ingrained in their resistance to the entire Holy Empire. If they took over the Western French Empire entirely, a large-scale uprising would likely break out, meaning that De Yen would have to spend even more time and money to strengthen its control over the Western French Empire. This was the fastest way to take over the Western French Empire, but it was also the most expensive. So, Lion adopted the second option, making Bonaparte the leader of the Western French Empire. At the same time, De Yen would play the role of a supporter. Giving the West French Empire a helping hand during its most difficult times would change the West French Empire's perception of De Yen and strengthen their sense of identification. Furthermore, as a country with a red system, its greatest strength lies not in its guns and its currents, but in the red system's most powerful weapon: ideological propaganda. The West French Empire, having endured long-term oppression, is the most susceptible to ratification. Thus, Lion planned to allow Bonaparte to control the West French Empire, while simultaneously intensifying its ratification. This meant that de Yin would ensure stability for the West French Empire at the lowest possible cost. At the same time, this also presented a new challenge: Bonaparte's approach. Because it was unclear what Bonaparte would do if he became leader. From ancient times to the present, how many people, after tasting the sweetness of power, gradually lost themselves in it? Lion didn't know what kind of person Bonaparte was, so he prepared a third plan. If the West French Empire slipped out of control, Great Yin would directly send troops or support a hostile nation. Some might say that this would be very troublesome. But politics is always troublesome. If it weren't, would it still be called politics? Also, this was a selfish motive on Lion's part. He was very tolerant of hard-working peoples. Otherwise, the situation with the Elven Empire wouldn't have occurred. Also, Lion had learned that the Papal States seemed to be planning an operation against Great Yin. This was the fundamental reason why Lion wanted to resolve the West French Empire peacefully. After all, the West French Empire was outside Great Yin's territory, and a long expedition would be very costly. But while it was a peaceful solution, Great Yin never engaged in a business that would lose money. According to the pre-war agreement, if they helped Bonaparte conquer the West French Empire, then de Yin would gain over 30% of the mining rights to the Western Empire's mineral resources. And it would also gain access to the excellent port of North Wind Harbor. At the same time, tariffs on de Yin's goods would be reduced to a minimum. So de Yin would be the biggest winner, reaping the rewards. After receiving the airborne commander's promise, Bourne chose to accept the terms. Because the fall of Corée City was already a fact, Bourne's choice would determine the life and death of the civilians within. But Bourne made the right decision. He was a good lord. After capturing Corée City, the airborne troops immediately set out for their next target. No troops were left garrisoned in Corée City. This was due to an additional clause: if Bourne defected, bombers would bomb Corée City. So, Bourne was reluctantly tied to the chariot. However, Bourne received a piece of news: that Bonaparte had safely escaped. Bourne's heart, which had sank, flared again. Bonaparte was not dead. The West French Empire could still be saved. Bourne immediately began contacting the lords he knew, preparing to respond to Bonaparte's call. Because by this point, Bourne had already seen that Bonaparte's rise was inevitable. When the Great Yin airborne troops appeared before him, the West French Empire had already lost. So, Bourne decided to help Bonaparte without hesitation. After all, he had long tolerated the Allied forces. These days, the Allied forces had not only invaded the people of the Northern Wind Territory, but also caused unrest throughout the northern region under the Allied forces' control. Bourne decided to fight one last time for the old emperor, Bonaparte's father, putting a perfect end to the Western French Empire. At this moment, the Western French Empire soldiers gathering near the coast had no idea what they would face next. The Wehrmacht had already prepared for the landing. The guns of 20 dreadnought battleships were trained on the Western French Empire troops on shore. At this moment, the Western French Empire soldiers were still chatting and laughing. They had no idea that they would soon witness a scene they would never forget. 200 Stuka bombers had taken off, cooperating with the naval guns to take down the shore fortresses. At the same time, 20,000 soldiers aboard landing craft were ready to depart. This was also their first landing operation against a defensive force on shore. So, they were fully prepared. The Wehrmacht faced every battle with all their might, because they would not give up on victory in any battle. Chapter 354. Although the airborne troops instructed Bourne to suppress the news of the fall of Corée City still leaked out. The news quickly reached Valeria's ears. The decorations in the hall were once again in disarray. Valeria picked up everything she could and threw them wildly. She even threw the scepter, the symbol of the power of the Shifa Emperor. Fortunately, a minister threw himself on the ground, preventing the scepter from hitting the ground. If it had hit the ground, it would have hit everyone in the face. Seeing the scepter being caught, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Valeria realized her mistake, but she would not admit it. She cleared her throat and spoke. Diane has already entered the interior of the Empire. I don't know how they managed to evade the 3 million strong army, but the reality is they made it, and taken the city of Corée. Where do I put my face? Where is the dignity of the Shifa Empire? At first, Valeria spoke calmly, but the more she spoke, the more excited she became, until her face became distorted. The ministers present were terrified. Valeria wasn't like this before, but as she aged, Valeria became increasingly delirious and delirious. Even her family members were dissatisfied with her. I'm considering replacing her with a new agent. I believe Valeria's current state is pushing the Shifa Empire into an abyss. A ruler doesn't have to be smart, but he must have brains. At the very least, they should know how to listen to the advice of their subordinates. Suggestions are suggestions, but the final decision rests with him. But Valeria is different. Valeria now has the final say in the court of the entire Shifa Empire. Valeria's faction doesn't want to speak, while other factions dare not. This leads Valeria to become increasingly arrogant, even more convinced that he can lead the Shifa Empire to greatness. But the next battle report shattered Valeria's dream of becoming a great power, and he instantly went mad. The report stated that the 3 million man army had collapsed at the first blow, that the Great Yin army had landed in the Shifa Empire and relieved Beifeng Port, and that the Great Yin navy had already appeared outside Beifeng Port. At the same time, the Shifa Empire's naval commander, Gastala, did not carry out Valeria's siege mission, but chose to lead his fleet to avoid the battle. As the naval commander, Gastala could immediately see the disparity in equipment between the two sides. Gastala would not let his soldiers sacrifice their lives in vain. If the Western Empire lost its navy, it would never rise again. The time came 6 hours ago. The Western Empire soldiers, having just finished their breakfast and barely digested it, heard a whistling sound from the sky. Before they knew where to turn, the Western Empire soldiers were blown skyward by the naval guns. The moment the shells landed in their positions, the Western Empire soldiers finally realized what was happening. Dian had launched an attack. The Western Empire soldiers immediately sought cover, trying to avoid the bombardment. But how could these earthen fortifications withstand the naval gunfire? Faced with a naval gunfire attack, the best strategy was to run, to get out of the range. The next step was to find permanent concrete fortifications, or seek shelter in the mountains. But unfortunately, the Western Empire soldiers, who had never been fond of naval guns, never thought of this. After being bombarded twice by the naval guns, they finally learned their lesson. Many determined soldiers still held their positions, while others fled. As for the supervisory troops, they had already withdrawn the moment they heard the gunfire. Because the Western Empire's supervisory troops were mostly children of the nobility. So spoiled, how could they risk their lives? As a result, many soldiers were completely unaware that their superiors and the supervisory troops had fled. They foolishly remained where they were, following their superiors' orders to hold their ground. These soldiers were paralyzed by the naval gunfire, but just then, landing craft approached the shore and launched a large number of landing craft. Hundreds of landing craft successfully landed in the Western Empire without any obstruction. Some Western Empire soldiers saw this and wanted to open fire. But they were pinned down by artillery fire, unable to escape their bunkers. Some machine gunners in the fortresses saw the Great Yin soldiers land and prepared to open fire. But just then, a heart-pounding sound suddenly echoed from the sky. The Stuka's death shriek rang out. Those machine gunners, who hadn't had time to fire, were swept away by the Stukas. And their machine gun fortresses were lifted into the air along with them. For the first time, the soldiers of the Western Empire felt so humiliated. For the first time in war, they felt powerless. They were clearly the strongest, their commanding generals constantly telling them they were the overlords of the Eastern continent. But the overlord of East Road was reduced to a state of utter despair by a sudden arrival. The Wehrmacht soldiers secured the beachhead unimpeded. At first, they thought the Western Empire would set up barbed wire or some other barrier on the beach. But once the Wehrmacht reached the beach, they discovered it was cleaner than their faces. This stunned the Wehrmacht soldiers. After a brief moment of shock, they immediately charged forward. Because whoever captured the position first would surely receive a medal of honor. At first, the Wehrmacht was extremely cautious against the Western Empire soldiers. But once they landed, they discovered. That was it. In their eyes, the Western Empire soldiers were no longer soldiers, but walking medals of honor. The other friendly troops still waiting on the warships, upon seeing this scene, instantly became anxious. Why were they given the opportunity to advance first? Isn't this just some free credit? I refuse to accept. Looking at the howling soldiers under their command, the army commanders were speechless. At this rate, these bastards will crush the enemy in 3 days. I originally thought the Western Empire was incredibly powerful, but in reality, they can't even match the Holy Empire. Under the influence of the Great Yin, the Holy Empire's army has already transitioned to firearms. But the Western Empire still employs the tactic of firing squads. Even though the Papal States has painstakingly provided the Western Empire with a massive supply of weapons and equipment, the Western Empire has received enough weapons and equipment from the Papal States to arm at least 800,000 men. If the Western Empire uses them effectively, that's enough weapons and equipment for 800,000 men. Then it wouldn't be impossible to defeat Bonaparte and block the Great Yin army at sea. But therein lies the problem. Even the most powerful weapons, in the hands of those who are complacent, will ultimately become mere firewood. Chapter 355. After securing the beachhead, the Wehrmacht quickly built new fortifications there to prevent an enemy counterattack. However, what the Wehrmacht didn't anticipate was that the Western Empire had no intention of retaking the position. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht's 20,000-man vanguard advanced southward unimpeded. The path was littered with weapons and equipment discarded by Western Empire soldiers. Wehrmacht soldiers even found bolt-action rifles among these muskets. After all, the workmanship of these bolt-action rifles was no worse than the Mauser rifles in the Wehrmacht's possession. This also caught the Wehrmacht's attention, because the Western Empire simply didn't have the ability to manufacture bolt-action rifles. And these bolt-action rifles looked very similar to Mauser rifles. But one thing is certain, this wasn't dwarven craftsmanship. You dwarves wouldn't even make such a long rifle. In Yan's opinion, perhaps only the Elven Empire could produce such a sophisticated rifle. The problem was that the Elven Empire's industry was strictly controlled. Even the production of a single bullet would reach Yan. Therefore, the Elven Empire had no chance of supplying weapons and equipment to the Western Empire. So where did these weapons come from? Could it be the Demon Empire? It's simply unrealistic for the Demon Empire to provide weapons and equipment to the Western Empire. Because the Demon Empire has no transportation options, how could it, as a landlocked nation, ship weapons and equipment across the ocean to the Western Empire? As for the Orc Empire, let alone the Orc Empire. The Orc Empire is currently in a precarious situation. It doesn't even have enough weapons and equipment for its own army, so how could it possibly export any to the Western Empire? So there was only one answer before everyone. The Papal States. Leon was deeply troubled by the Papal States. A bunch of fanatics gathered together. It was a huge powder keg. What also surprised Leon was how the Papal States had managed to rise to such a sophisticated industry. You have to remember that before the war with the Demon Empire, the Papal States was still a backward agricultural nation. At the beginning of the war, the Papal States' ordinary soldiers couldn't even defeat the Demon Empire. It was only by relying on a large number of magicians that they managed to crush the Demon Empire's frontline troops. But in less than a year, you tell me the Papal States already has bolt-action rifles. Leon suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly, then stared at the great flame on the map without a word. As expected, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. If the Dwarf Empire can get it, the Papal State can certainly get it too. However, what Leon didn't know was that the Papal State had already made thorough preparations to bring down the Great Flame. They planned to strike a heavy blow to the Great Flame during Leon's expedition to the Western Empire. But would they succeed? Or was Leon easy to deal with? Those in the game never knew they were in. When someone knew they were in, they were already close to death. After securing the beachhead, the vanguard pressed forward. They soon arrived outside a small town. Due to the Western Empire's hasty retreat, there was no time to notify the residents. The town was not on the Western Empire's retreat route, so the people inside continued to live their lives as usual. Upon learning of this, the vanguard soldiers immediately reported it to their superiors. The superiors were also bewildered upon hearing the news. Why, after arriving in the Western Empire, had they encountered so many bizarre situations along the way? It wasn't until the Wehrmacht troops were at the gates that the residents realized the enemy was approaching. However, they had never seen Wehrmacht soldiers before them, so they had no idea that these soldiers were the very Wehrmacht soldiers the Western Empire had been promoting for days. The Western Empire had frantically indoctrinated the Western people into believing that the Wehrmacht was a heinous evil, destroying every blade of grass wherever they went, and plundering every home. They would plunder the Western people's wealth and wives. Thus, the Western people had always harbored a deep fear of the Wehrmacht. As the Wehrmacht's image spread, it gradually became more and more outrageous. At first, the image of the Wehrmacht soldiers was still within the realm of normal people. But as the Western Empire's army spread rumors, the people grew increasingly afraid of them. Thus, the image of the Wehrmacht soldier gradually departed from the realm of humanity. From initially having 2 hands, 2 feet, and 1 head, to 2 hands and 2 heads, and finally, abruptly transforming into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. It's true that 3 people make a tiger. After the Wehrmacht entered the town, a courageous civilian stepped forward and asked them who they were and why they were there. The leading Wehrmacht officer spoke. "We are the Great Yin Wehrmacht." Hearing this, the man's face changed, and then he became terrified. Before the officer finished, the man had already taken off. "De Yin is coming! Run!" Then the man's cry was heard. Then, everyone on the street froze in place, as if under a spell. The Wehrmacht soldiers were also stunned. A gust of wind blew, and the stunned Westerners scattered in all directions. In less than 2 minutes, The once bustling street was suddenly deserted. Wehrmacht soldiers, This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In the Holy Empire, the army had liberated the lands all along the way. At first, the imperial people were lukewarm towards the Wehrmacht. After all, they believed that no matter who was emperor, they were all family. As long as they could live well, it didn't matter. But the Westerners before them were like mice seeing a cat, looking at the Wehrmacht as if they had seen something terrifying. That look of fear was definitely not an act. The officer turned to look at the instructor, who waved his hand. "Don't look at me, I don't know either." "Officer, When in doubt, let the higher-ups handle the situation. The officer immediately reported the situation and awaited orders from above. At this time, a large number of Westerners attempted to flee southward from the city. The Wehrmacht soldiers did not intercept them. Instead, they distributed some food to them. They also urged them to be careful on the road. This stunned the Westerners. They stared at the food in their hands in disbelief, then glanced at the Wehrmacht soldiers. After double-checking, the Westerners took the food and fled without a backward glance, fearing the Wehrmacht soldiers would change their minds. The Westerners, witnessing this, were somewhat puzzled, but they still claimed the food. After receiving the food, the Westerners hurriedly left the small town. But the Wehrmacht soldiers showed no remorse, knowing that this shipment of food would become a powerful weapon in the disintegration of the Western Empire. A single screw could disintegrate a rocket. Chapter 356. With the landing of the National Defense Force in the Western Empire, Leon's tasks intensified. With everyone around him gone to the front lines, the silly and adorable lowly Hayu began pestering Leon daily. Froststar expressed her willingness to accept this. Since Froststar was nearly overwhelmed by the diplomatic documents, Diane's arrival on the Eastern Continent offered the smaller nations of the Eastern Continent, suffering under the oppression of the Western Empire, an opportunity. A chance to no longer endure such oppression. Although these smaller nations agreed to the Papal State's demands and united against Diane, the notion that a small nation could become a powerful ruler was no lie. The fact that these smaller nations had survived the Empire's conflict had already proven their strength. They no longer wanted to be dictated by the Western Empire. They wanted to live like human beings. Diane's arrival offered them hope. Over a dozen smaller nations submitted meeting requests to Leon. This was a headache for Leon, so he asked Froststar to deal with them first. As for these smaller nations, Leon would meet with their envoys. But not now. Weak nations have no diplomacy. They still don't know who's the butcher and who's the meat. Many envoys made unreasonable demands, which Leon scoffed at. So let Froststar drag them along, let the National Defense Force flex its muscles, show these small nations how to approach Diane. Diplomacy is diplomacy, and raising children is raising children. Let's be honest, raising children is the most painful thing in the world, especially when they're not your own. Especially this silly, cute little lowly. Small fry, I want ice cream. Small fry, I want cake. Small fry, I want. Hayu kept acting cute and adorable around Leon, circling him until he was practically dizzy. Can you calm down? You're almost an adult, be more mature. Leon pinched Hayu's face, saying with hope. Let me go, you jerk. Hayu mumbled as his face was pinched. Leon didn't let go, but instead became addicted, pinching and kneading. Hayu, I'm angry. I'm really angry. Hayu's expression gradually changed, and his charge bar was about to fill. Leon was still immersed in the experience. The next second, Hayu broke free from Leon's sinful hands and attacked Leon with a flying dragon. Leon had anticipated Hayu's move and dodged, pulling out an ice cream cone, ready to tempt Hayu. But Leon was stunned by the empty room before him. Where's Hayu? A Hayu that big? At that moment, Leon suddenly felt the weight on his hand shift and looked down. He discovered a silly, cute little girl hanging from the ice cream cone. Hayu swallowed the ice cream cone in one gulp, hanging completely from Leon's arm. Leon, let go! Hayu held on tightly, as if defending his dignity. Leon decided to tease Hayu and started swinging. But Hayu was too stubborn, clinging to the ice cream cone. No matter how difficult Leon tried, he wouldn't let go. Let go! Hayu shook his head frantically, completely breaking Leon's defense. Leon was tired before Hayu even got tired. Just then, the ice cream melted, and Hayu let go, plopped down on the ground. Then he wiped his mouth and pretended nothing had happened. Lion, Just then, Hans walked in, observing the two strange movements. A man's knowing expression suddenly appeared on his face. This posture, this position, I can't believe you, leader, are such a person, you beast. How could you even do such a thing? Lion, listen to my quibbling, things aren't what you see. Heyu rushed directly to Hans, forced a few tears, and said tearfully, Brother Hans, Leon bullied me. Lion, ? Hans then became even more certain of Leon's actions. He then looked at Leon with a serious face, and made a gesture of wiping his throat. Should we get rid of her? Lion waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Hans looked at Leo, then at Heyu, and finally sighed. The leader had been tricked by the lowly after all. Hans decided that he would stay away from Lolita girls from now on. I fall in love with a lowly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Leon's defenses were being completely breached by Heyu, a new development unfolded on the front lines. The Western Empire's army regrouped and established a new defense line. However, a unique situation arose on the front lines. A Western Empire general secretly arrived at the National Defense Army's position. He offered to provide a map of the front line in exchange for Diane's help in eliminating one person. Leon immediately became interested and asked Caddis to contact him. But the general insisted he wouldn't speak until he met Leon. Leon had no choice but to depart from the aircraft carrier. At first, Leon planned to take the Mi-8 helicopter, youth version, but seeing Heyu trying to sneak away, he suddenly had an idea. Heyu, intent on sneaking away, was creeping along quietly when she suddenly noticed a dark figure appearing before her. Heyu understood everything, but she refused to look up. Can't see me, can't see me. Heyu was about to slip away, but the next second, she felt herself being lifted up. Miss Heyu, you don't want to go without your cake, do you? And isn't it time you fulfill your promise? Leon, like a sleazy old man, threatened the weak and helpless little girl. You scumbag, what are you trying to do? I'm warning you. Heyu seemed to realize something, her face flushing, her hands rubbing nervously against her skirt. He. What are you saying? No. Don't come over here. You scumbag, what are you doing? No. I scream. Heyu said as she fell to the ground, trying to resist but not yet. Leon was a little confused as he watched Heyu's crazy performance. What was this? Heyu closed his eyes and struggled for a moment, only to find that his imagination hadn't occurred. He opened his eyes and looked at Leon with a puzzled expression. Trash? Are you incapable? Bang. Ah. Woohoo. 5 minutes later, on the deck, Heyu, with a massive bump on his head, stared at the sea with despair. It's over, the bump is huge. Heyu, turn into a dragon quickly, you said so. Leon's face was filled with anticipation. At this point, reserve was useless. After all, as a middle school boy, what middle school boy hadn't dreamed of becoming a dragon knight? Heyu was stunned by Leon's words. Is that what you're talking about? I've been through this, and you're telling me you're just interested in taking you to the sky? Heyu glanced down and said sadly. Sure enough, I lose here. Heyu, with despair, transformed into a black dragon, then looked ready for the taking. Come on, I given up resistance. Chapter 357. Gentle, you little jerk. It hurts. Heyu carried Leon, soaring through the sky. Leon, riding a dragon for the first time, was a little nervous. After so long in traveling to the magic continent, this was his first time riding a giant dragon. In this world, few humans could ride dragons. During the era when dragons roamed rampant, humans were still huddled in the remote regions of Zhongzhou. They were even nearly annihilated by orcs. Thankfully, humanity survived, but as the human race evolved, divisions arose within it. Some believed in gods, while others worshipped pure force. Thus, the ancient human race split apart. They split into 3 major branches. One branch traveled to the present-day location of the Papal States. Another branch crossed the ocean and arrived in the eastern continent. The last branch chose to remain in Zhongzhou. But with the passage of time and the change of eras, the humans of Zhongzhou rose to the pinnacle of the world. Humanity became the true overlord, and achieved feats never before achieved by previous overlords. Because humans are the rulers of the eastern continent, strictly speaking. Throughout the human era, humans ruled the world. And the dragon race completely withdrew from the stage of history during the human era. In ancient times, the dragon race lived a carefree life, successfully creating the first era of dominance, the Dragon Age. But as time progressed, other races emerged, challenging the dragon's absolute dominance. The dragon's territory was gradually encroached upon, and gradually, dragon slayers emerged from all races. The dragon race's living space was gradually squeezed. Finally, before humans became the overlords, the Dragon Lord chose to lead his entire clan to the eastern continent. Because the eastern continent was relatively less competitive and a low magic region, the dragon clan was able to settle there. After the dragons arrived, the clan began to isolate themselves, forbidding contact with the outside world. Thus, dragon riders became truly extinct. These days, if anyone were to see someone riding a dragon from the sky, the witness would surely receive a slap in the face and a scolding from their family. What era is this? Are there still dragon riders? They have been reduced to ash long ago. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't have dinner tonight. And so, the little boy who witnessed Leon riding a dragon successfully skipped dinner. Another sad child in the world. Your position is wrong. You're making me uncomfortable, hey, you said awkwardly. His neck twisted restlessly, nearly throwing Leon off. Leon could only cling tightly to the scales of the black fish. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he didn't catch it. As if catching something, hey, you gave a sharp shake, flinging Leon straight out. Leon finally experienced the feeling of flying. Experiencing free fall from thousands of meters in the air. The feeling was incomparably wonderful. Having recovered, hey, you immediately realized what he had done and swooped down to catch Leon. Otherwise, Leon would have been shattered to pieces. Hans, who was in a helicopter nearby, couldn't help but sigh. Helicopters are still reliable. Dragons are indeed risky. Unbeknownst to Hans, dragons are far more reliable than helicopters. After this little incident, Leon and his companions arrived safely at the frontline camp. Everyone looked at Leon, who descended from the sky on a dragon, their eyes filled with admiration. As expected of a leader, his appearance was so unique. Heiyu, now in human form, was now flushed and dazed, as if drunk. Leon arrived at the tent and saw a young general sitting nearby, awaiting his arrival. General Derek, this is Leon, the leader of our great yin. Cottis, who was in charge of contacting Derek, introduced Leon to Derek. When Cottis announced that the man before him was the great yin leader, Derek quickly stood up from his seat. Leon walked slowly across from Derek, then sat down, looking at him. Derek glanced at the soldiers around him. Leon waved his hand for them to leave. Leon, Cottis, Hans, and Derek were the only 4 people left in the tent. Derek then spoke. Leader Lion, I come to you not just to end the war as quickly as possible, but more importantly, out of my disappointment with the West French Empire, or rather, the August family. Listening to Derek's words, Lion suddenly grew serious. For a long time, under the rule of the August family, the West French Empire became polarized. The nobles grew richer, while the poor grew poorer. More and more people were reduced to slavery due to bankruptcy, including my sister. Derek's voice grew melancholic. Hearing this, Lion sat up straight. It seemed there was a story behind this. Cottis and Hans also became interested in what Derek had to say. Actually, my sister and I were honest peasants. Due to the oppression of the noble lords, I couldn't even support myself and my sister with the crops I earned. Finally, after one autumn harvest, our family was completely bankrupt. My parents died early, leaving my sister and me to depend on each other. Bankruptcy completely crushed us. We were forced to sell ourselves into slavery, and that was the beginning of the nightmare, said Derek, unable to contain his emotions. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision. Leon picked up a tissue and handed it to Derek. Another unfortunate person. We were quickly bought by a lord, but he fell in love with my sister. And this lord's name was Nalati. At this, Derek couldn't help but clench his fists. Hans and Cottis were instantly shocked when they heard this. Because this was so shocking. Derek, the man before him, had already been Nalati's subordinate before he became emperor. It seemed Derek knew something about Nalati. Derek spoke. If my sister liked Nalati, I wouldn't mind, but she had no feelings for him at all. The most important thing is that my sister was only 12 years old that year, and I was only 13, and that was the year my sister died because of Nalati's beastly behavior. After Derek finished speaking, the entire tent fell silent. As a noble, Cottis was certainly aware of the perverse psychology of some nobles. So, Cottis was not surprised by this. I escaped from Nalati, and from that moment on, I swore to make Nalati pay for his crimes with blood. After 12 years of hard work, I finally became a general. But I found that my strength alone was not enough to defeat Nalati. Listening to Derek's calm words, everyone present could sense the hardships of his journey. A humble boy, in just 12 years, rose to become a general commanding a 50,000-man army. If it weren't for such a difficult past, perhaps Derek's life would have been much easier. Chapter 358. Initially, I intended to seek Bonaparte, but Bonaparte himself was in danger at the time, so I didn't choose him. But now that you arrived, I see an opportunity for revenge, Derek said calmly. Listening to Derek's words, Leon looked at Caddis, then at Hans, and spoke. Then how can you be so sure I help you? Because the Western Empire is currently planning a major operation. They know they can't defeat you head-on, so they're looking for another way to find the strongest overlord in the Eastern continent. The Dragon Clan. For years, the Western Empire has been supporting them, providing them with large tributes every year. There's a good chance the Western Empire can persuade them to join the fight, Darich said calmly. Hearing Darich's words, everyone couldn't help but grow serious. The Western Empire's decision to involve the dragons in the war meant this wasn't just a simple war, it involved something that shouldn't even be happening. After all, adult dragons can achieve combat power comparable to a 9th-rank mage. And after thousands of years of recuperation, no one knows how powerful the dragons are now. Lion looked at Delic, his face filled with a complex expression. So what's your plan? After a long pause, Lion spoke. My plan is simple. I help you quickly defeat the Western FA Empire's frontal forces. That way, you can conquer the Western FA Empire before the dragons appear, Delic said with certainty. Looking at the silent Lion and the other two, Delic spoke. As a token of my sincerity, here's the frontline defense map. Once the National Defense Army launches its attack, you understand my sincerity. Drich spoke sincerely. Lion narrowed his eyes slightly, then spoke. Thank you, General Drich. If this garrison map is genuine, we will help you eliminate Narati. Drich was overjoyed, and kept thanking Leon for his generosity. He continued praising Leon even as he was being escorted away by the soldiers. After confirming Drich had left, Leon looked at Hans and said, Do you believe what he said? Hans smiled. Your thoughts are my thoughts. When you asked me a question, it proved you don't believe him. Lion raised his finger, about to point, but then put it back. Hans, how can you be so clever? Don't you know that being too clever isn't a good thing? Hans's smile widened at this. Don't I know what kind of person you are? If you were jealous of others' talent, I'd be dead long ago. Hans's words left Leon speechless. Someone, get this traitor out. Send him to the demonic battlefield. As the war progressed, the demonic empire and the papal states became a tangled mess. Leon had originally thought Stagrad was the pinnacle of the meat grinder. Unexpectedly, the demonic battlefield was a meat grinder everywhere. According to incomplete statistics, in just 1 year, the demonic empire and the papal states lost over 2 million combined troops in the areas of conflict. This wasn't a defeat of 2 million, but 2 million dead. This may not match the casualty figures of those horrific battles. But remember, the Crusaders could use cold weapons. Cold weapons versus hot weapons, and even a 50-50 draw against the demon empire. This demonstrates the immense power of the papal states' magicians. Is this the battle between magic paladins and hot weapons? Coach, I want to learn this. However, in addition to handing over the defensive maps to the Yin, Darich also handed over some important intelligence about the Western Empire. For example, with the autumn harvest approaching, the Western Empire has once again increased taxes on the lower classes. Currently, the Western Empire is at war on all fronts. The years of war have already caused unbearable suffering to the people. Now, with the war with the Yin, the already heavily indebted Western Empire's finances have been further strained. The entire Western Empire's finances are in jeopardy. But at this critical juncture, at this crucial moment for the survival of the Western Empire, Venalia is about to hold her 80th birthday party. According to incomplete statistics, the budget for Binaria's birthday party has reached 500,000 gold coins. Wow! 500,000 gold coins. If Leon dared to spend 500,000 on a birthday party, he'd kill himself. 500,000 gold coins just for a birthday party. Isn't that pure madness? Wouldn't it be better to use 2 armored divisions? Enough to train 5 infantry divisions. But all that money was spent on a meaningless birthday party. Watching this familiar operation, Leon remembered an old friend from his past life. Luckily, she didn't embezzle naval funds. Otherwise, Leon would have thought she also traveled to another world. That would have been a lot of fun. After a tentative attack, the Wehrmacht confirmed the authenticity of the defense map provided by Drake. Finally, they directly seized the enemy's weak points and advanced with one force. Although the troops responsible for this attack on the Western French Empire were mostly infantry, their combat effectiveness was far superior to that of the Western French Empire's soldiers. As the Wehrmacht advanced, the Western French Empire's frontier defenses gradually crumbled. Millions of troops were scattered across the northern territories of the Western French Empire. However, the greatest impact fell not on the Wehrmacht, but on the people of the Western French Empire. Unrestrained, the Western French Empire's soldiers instantly transformed into bandits. They began burning, killing, and looting, and given the sheer number of millions, according to incomplete statistics, hundreds of thousands of soldiers became rebellious. This posed a significant threat to the lives of civilians in the northern territories of the Western French Empire. As a force of justice, the Wehrmacht believed it was their responsibility to save the people of the Western French Empire from this dire situation. Therefore, at Lyon's instruction, the Wehrmacht's primary combat mission shifted from offensive operations to bandit suppression. Hans also began to interact with Western French civilians on the front lines. The intelligence chief was forced to accept the task of appeasing the people. However, Hans didn't feel tired. To make things easier for him, Leon had specially equipped Hans with a Mi-8 helicopter, youth version. He was to do his best to appease the civilians. Hans had no objections to this. After all, if he had an opinion, Leon would definitely have one. So, to prevent Leon from having an opinion, he had to keep it to himself. As usual, Hans boarded the Mi-8 helicopter and headed for a village. The village had just been liberated by Wehrmacht soldiers, but the West French people's resistance to the Great Flame had caused widespread anger among the civilians. So, the idea of sending Hans to deal with it was to send him there. As the helicopter flew, Hans suddenly felt something was amiss. Looking up, he saw a fireball flying towards him. Hans, Chapter 359. The fireball was about to hit the helicopter. Hans remembered something he said before. Are helicopters less reliable than dragons? Hans, who had never regretted anything, finally did. The helicopter pilot immediately evaded the incoming fireball. But the fireball seemed to have eyes. No matter how the pilot swung left and right, up and down, it kept chasing the helicopter. Boom! The fireball struck the helicopter's tail, instantly breaking it in two. Without the support of its tail fins, the helicopter instantly turned into a gyroscope, spinning. Captain Hans. We're going to crash. Escape, the pilot said, suppressing his discomfort. Hans nodded and pulled the pilot out of the cockpit. Let's go! The pilot shut off the engines, letting the propellers slow down. After all, the pilot and Hans didn't want to be turned into Onii-chan by the propellers when they exited the helicopter. But as the helicopter rapidly dropped in altitude, Hans knew he couldn't wait any longer. Seizing the opportunity when the helicopter swerved, Hans and the pilot jumped out of the cabin. However, due to their jump posture, the two separated instantly, and Hans spun several times in the air before stabilizing himself. At this point, they were less than 150 meters from the ground. Hans decisively deployed his parachute and then hanged on the tree. Looking at the ground, 2 or 3 meters away, Hans sighed. Then, Hans cut the parachute cord with a knife. He landed heavily on the ground. Oh my God! Handling his butt, Hans stood up and looked around. Luckily, no one noticed me. Otherwise, my reputation would be ruined, Hans thought. Enduring the excruciating pain in his butt, Hans limped northward. Forget finding the main force now. Hans didn't even know where he was. So heading north was the best option. After about 4 hours of marching, Hans, breathless, looked out at the endless forest and sat down in a clearing. As expected, sitting in the office for too long just makes you lazy. Hans decided to clean up his act when he got home, train hard, and become a truly amazing man. So, next time, for sure, after a short rest, Hans continued on his way, but it was getting dark. Hans knew he wouldn't be able to find the main force today. So, he decided to fill his stomach first. Hans took off the Mauser rifle he was carrying. He had temporarily plucked it from the wall of the cabin during his parachute jump. After all, the security of a small pistol was far inferior to the safety of a Mauser rifle. Armed, Hans immediately began his hunting adventure. After 2 hours of effort, Hans returned to his original spot, carrying 3 pheasants. He then began to build a fire. He removed a bullet, used a stone to remove the bullet, and sprinkled gunpowder on the tinder. Do you think Hans would resort to rubbing sticks together to make fire, sir? Times have changed. Hans pulled out a lighter, originally used for burning things. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. With the help of gunpowder, Hans quickly got the fire going. After finishing the 3 pheasants, he built a simple grill and skewered the birds. Slowly roast over low heat until golden brown, then flip and sprinkle with a little. No, I'm getting off topic. After roasting for a full hour, it was already completely dark, and the pheasant was just cooked through. Hans couldn't wait to pick up the pheasant and prepare to taste it. But just then, he heard movement in the woods. One hand grasped the pheasant, the other raised a Mauser rifle. Who? Hans's voice echoed through the empty forest. Who's there? If you don't come out, I shoot. Hans was certain, There was something in the direction his rifle was pointing. It was probably an animal, because Hans heard branches snapping, and there was only one way such a sound could be made, by being trampled. As Hans issued his ultimatum, a rustling sound echoed in the woods. Then, a little girl appeared before Hans. Seeing this, Hans lowered his rifle and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me? It seems like you've been hanging around here since daytime?" Hans's flurry of words left the little girl bewildered. The little girl panicked, trying to explain, but the words faltered. Gurgle. The next second, a rumble from her stomach broke the awkward silence. Looking at the teenage girl before him, Hans didn't know how to react. If he were to deal with those heinous criminals, he'd be perfectly calm. But the problem was, the little girl before him was still just a child. Watching the little girl stare at him eagerly, Hans finally sighed, and took out a roasted chicken and handed it to the little girl. "I hate those lowly things." The little girl was flattered, staring at the offered roast chicken in disbelief. A glint of desire glimmered in her eyes. She glanced at Hans, then at the roast chicken, swallowing saliva uncontrollably, but she didn't dare reach out to take it. Seeing the little girl's conflicted look, she couldn't help but laugh. The little girl immediately tried to find a way to slip inside. "Eat it quickly. If you don't, I throw it away," Hans said, finally making a gesture of throwing something. The little girl immediately grabbed the roast chicken and said sincerely, "Thank you, uncle." Hans almost fell to the ground after hearing that. "No, I'm only in my 20s. How can I be an uncle?" He then looked at the little girl speechlessly. The little girl, sensing Hans' gaze, shuddered, lowered her head, and silently began to eat the roast chicken. "Can't see me?" Hans stared at the little girl in shock, because she eaten a whole chicken. No, could she possibly eat a whole chicken at her age? Looking at the satisfied little girl, Hans felt like he lived for over 20 years in vain. Where did this glutton come from? Who are you? Why are you here? My name is Tina, and I'm from a nearby village. The Spanish soldiers arrived, and my parents told me to run into the forest. So I kept running, and I've been in the forest for 2 days. Until I met you, uncle. Listening to Tina's words, Hans had a rough idea of her situation. Another unfortunate child. What have you been eating these past 2 days? Tina shook her head, then lowered her voice. Uncle, I find a way to return your roast chicken. I'd be able to return it to you once I find my parents. Tina smiled innocently. Her parents were the most important people in the world to her. She'd been able to survive 2 days in the forest solely because of her longing for them. Hans looked at Tina with an innocent face, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 360. Night fell, and the autumn breeze was slightly chilly. After cleaning the roasted chicken bones, Hans began climbing the tree. Staying on the ground at night wasn't safe, and there was a high possibility of magical beasts roaming. Although the eastern continent was a demon-poor continent, it was always wise to be cautious. After quickly climbing the tree, Hans remembered that there was someone else at the bottom. Looking down, he saw Tina staring at him eagerly. Hans, Looking at the vulnerable Tina below, Hans jumped down, then grabbed her with one hand, and climbed up with her. But he nearly fell along the way. After all, climbing a tree with someone is completely different from climbing alone. Looking at Tina clinging to the tree trunk, Hans couldn't help but feel curious. How had she managed these past few days? Without a tree and a campfire, how had she avoided the wild animals in the forest? Where have you been sleeping these past few nights? On the ground, Tina said innocently. Hans, I slept on the ground the first day and seemed to have caught a cold. The second day I wanted to go home, but I couldn't find the way home, so I had to sleep in a cave for the night, Tina said casually. Hans was stunned. This little girl was so lucky to have survived and met him. It seemed even heaven didn't want to see this little girl in like this. Hans looked at Tina, who looked nervous, and spoke. What? Afraid of falling? Tina nodded. Hans pulled a bundle of paracord from his backpack and handed it to Tina. Tie yourself to the tree. I don't want to have to go down and get you out at night. Thank you, uncle. Tina quickly took it and quickly tied it. Don't call me uncle. Okay, uncle. Hans had barely finished speaking when he saw how Tina tied it. After tying it several times, Tina tied a large bow around the body, adding a touch of humor. After making sure she was safe, Tina immediately opened up. Hans was completely bewildered by her barrage of questions. Uncle, do you think my parents will prepare delicious food for me? Uncle, do you think my parents miss me? Uncle, I won't forget your food. Uncle, how old are you? Are you married? Hans was stunned by the barrage of questions. He listened to Tina's innocent questions, unsure how to respond. Because Hans wasn't sure if Tina's family was still alive. Tina saw Hans didn't respond, and she assumed he hated her, sobbing softly. A little girl, alone in the jungle for 2 days, with no one to talk to, was filled with pain. Having finally met someone like her, Tina naturally couldn't help but open up. But Hans's personality made Tina think the problem was hers. Hearing Tina's soft sobs, Hans couldn't help but speak. Your parents must be missing you. Really? Of course it's true. Don't you believe it? I don't believe you, uncle. Hans nearly fell over when he heard this, then spoke. If you don't believe me, give me back my roast chicken. No. Uncle is the best, I trust him. Tina quickly corrected herself. Hans didn't argue with Tina, and gradually fell asleep. Tina also drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow I see Mom and Dad. Hee hee. The next day, Hans was startled awake by a scream. Help! Hans landed directly on the ground and, with a serious expression, searched for the source of the sound. Tina was hanging from a tree in a ridiculous position. Uncle! Can you help me? Tina whispered softly. Hans could only help Tina untie the parachute cord. He also wondered how Tina had gotten into this state. After a quick tidying up, the two of them packed their things and prepared to leave. Hans stared at the dense forest before him, bewildered. How would he get out? If he got caught, it would be a big problem. De Yen couldn't lose face. Hans then turned to Tina. Tina, take me to your village. I need a map of the area. After much deliberation, Hans decided to take Tina to her village first. He wanted to get some information from the villagers to help him return to the Wehrmacht-liberated area. Tina was initially a little scared to be alone, but Hans promised to protect her back to the village. This reassured Tina. The old man gave her a sense of security. After all, not everyone has that murderous look. After repeated checks, Tina finally found the direction to her home. Then, with a look of joy on her face, she set off with Hans. Because she could finally go home, as the two of them walked through the forest, Tina, dazed and confused, kept tripping and falling. She even encountered snakes and other creatures, bursting into tears. Uncle! Help me! Before they knew it, Hans had taken care of everything. Hans finally understood what it was like to raise a child. Hans was utterly devastated, but thankfully, the two of them made it back to Tina's village safely. But when Hans and Tina saw the state of the village, he didn't show any emotion, but Tina was devastated. The once prosperous village had now been reduced to ash. Everywhere were charred houses and corpses being devoured by crows and vultures. Everyone. Tina froze in her tracks as she gazed at the devastating scene. Then, a sudden thought struck her, and she rushed madly towards her home. Hans hurried after them, for he could sense that something in the village was watching him. This feeling made Hans uncomfortable, but looking at Tina, he felt compelled to follow, as he still needed her to contact the locals. After catching up, he found Tina standing in front of a charred house. The house before him was Tina's home for 16 years. Now reduced to a pile of charred wood, Tina rushed forward, struggling to claw at the charred wood. Finally, her eyes rested on a charred hand, which bore Tina's mother's ring. In other words, the body before her was her mother's. Tina's tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't understand. Why had her parents just let her go to the forest, and after returning, she would never see them again? Hans stood behind Tina, watching her quietly. Having seen so much life and death, Hans's emotions were no longer easily affected by others. But just then, a gunshot interrupted the two of them. Bang! A bullet barely grazed Hans' ear. Hans hurriedly sought cover. Turning back, he saw Tina still crying. He immediately shouted, "You're killing yourself! Hide!" Chapter 361. Tina didn't react to Hans's roar, instead staring blankly at her mother's hand. It was as if the bullets flying past her had nothing to do with her. Hans spotted the Western Empire soldiers firing from a distance. These soldiers were armed with bolt-action rifles, and their combat effectiveness was superior to that of ordinary Western Empire soldiers. Hans suspected they were deliberately lurking there. But what was their purpose? The enemy fired recklessly at Hans, but Hans didn't tolerate them. He turned and fired 2 shots. Although Hans was the director of the intelligence agency, his marksmanship was not bad. It could even be said to be excellent. The already excellent Mauser rifle, in Hans's hands, unleashed its full potential. With 5 shots, Hans killed 2 Western Empire soldiers. After killing the 2 Western Empire soldiers, the Western Empire soldiers instantly fell silent, and no more gunfire was heard. After observing for a long time, Hans found no trace of any Western Empire soldiers. He couldn't help but wonder. Is this a trap? Why did they run after just 2 shots? After observing for a long time, Hans finally determined that the enemy had retreated. He then sheathed his weapon and headed straight for the location of the 2 dead Western French Empire soldiers. Arriving there, Hans found only 2 bodies and no weapons. They were looting so quickly. They truly were like bandits. Hans sighed as he returned to Tina's side. Looking at the stunned Tina, Hans said nothing, just watching quietly. After a moment's observation, he felt that if he stayed any longer, something bad would definitely happen. So he spoke. "Stop daydreaming. The enemy will be here soon. Let's go," Hans said, looking around. The village was dead and silent, leaving Hans feeling oppressive. Tina's sobbing made Hans even more irritated, as he felt as if something was watching him. "Why has my life changed since the arrival of the Spanish soldiers?" Tina asked, puzzled. "Because some people reveal their true nature in war. There's only one way to resolve this: end the war. Rules aren't meant to restrict the strong, but to protect the weak." Hans said something Tina found difficult to understand. Tina nodded, half understanding, then spoke. "Uncle, can you help me? Help me bury my parents." Tina pleaded with Hans in an almost pleading tone. Looking at the little girl before him, Hans finally softened his heart. "When I get back, I must train myself well and stop being misled by miners." After confirming there were no enemies nearby, Hans helped Tina dig out his parents and bury them. Meanwhile, Hans found a map in a villager's home. Although the map was hand-drawn, it still allowed Hans to escape. Just as Hans was about to leave, Tina hugged his thigh. "Let go," Hans said coldly. Tina before him was worthless to him, and he had already shown great kindness by helping her bury his parents. It was practically impossible for them to have any connection now. Hans didn't need to keep carrying this burden around. "Uncle, can you help me get revenge?" "Why?" Hans's words silenced Tina. "Why? Yes. Why should she ask him to avenge her?" Tina gave a self-deprecating laugh, then prepared to leave with a look of despair on her face. Hans seemed to already know Tina's fate. Just then, Tina suddenly ran up to Hans, knelt down, and shouted, "Uncle, if you can avenge me, my life is yours." "Your life is worthless," Hans said calmly. Looking at Tina before him, Hans recalled his past self. Tina was stunned by Hans' words. But then, Hans spoke again. "But it should be worth something to me." After Hans finished the second half of his sentence, Tina looked at him in disbelief. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and catch up. If you don't, I really lose you," Hans said, then he shouldered his backpack and headed north. Tina immediately reacted and rushed to Hans. "Uncle, I haven't even asked your name yet. Let me carry you. I'm strong enough." "No, I'm not that disabled. My name is Hans." Hans ignored Tina, who was lingering in front of him, but her next words almost broke Hans's defense. "Okay, Uncle Hans. Don't call me uncle." "Okay, uncle." "I said don't." "Uncle." The two of them continued chatting as they headed towards the Wehrmacht-controlled area. By this time, Leon had learned of Hans's plane crash. He immediately ordered the National Defense Bureau to take down the large area Hans was pursuing. As long as Hans was still alive, he would surely encounter National Defense soldiers. At the same time, Leon had also determined that it was a Western Empire magician who had ambushed Hans's route. Then, they launched a surprise attack, shooting down Hans's vehicle. This sounded a warning to Leon. While Hans's whereabouts were not completely secret, few people knew about them, and Hans's decision to go to the target location was a last-minute one. Could it be that the other party had anticipated Hans's prediction? But despite his speculation, Leon still ordered the Intelligence Bureau to begin an internal investigation. According to the Intelligence Bureau, there are currently some unsettling elements within the Great Yen. Originally, after Leon's several major purges, the Great Yen had essentially returned to normalcy. However, with the Great Yen's growth, territorial expansion, and economic prosperity, other ideas gradually emerged within the country. For example, hedonistic tendencies and some bureaucratic tendencies. Although most have been eliminated by the Intelligence Bureau, some remain deeply hidden. After witnessing the Intelligence Bureau's swift action, these deeply hidden elements have become even more hidden, making them difficult to detect. These hidden, restless elements have unexpectedly become entangled with the Vatican, and a small number have already begun to seek power. Leon's assessment of this is that they are truly overindulgent, truly wanting to destroy their jobs. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Those seeking to seize power, with the support of the Vatican, are already stirring. Because they know that Leon has left the Yen, now is their golden opportunity to seize power. But they've forgotten one thing. In their self-righteousness, they don't realize that every word and action of theirs has already been fully displayed on Leon's desk. Chapter 362. In reality, power corrupts at any time. But what Leon hadn't anticipated was that in just 2 years, power had already led so many astray. Although the Intelligence Bureau had purged batch after batch, as long as power remained, the corruption would not stop. As expected, after Leon left Yin, all sorts of evil spirits emerged. Various ideologies gradually emerged within Yin. The Intelligence Bureau had already implemented strict controls, but they were unable to suppress the spread of these ideologies. What further complicated the Intelligence Bureau's situation was that it seemed as if an invisible hand was fanning the flames. Lion learned of this situation and secretly transferred the 2nd Infantry Army stationed in the Elven Empire back to Yin. He also transferred the 1st Armored Division, which was clearing the battlefields in the Holy Empire. He also ordered Winster to prepare for a response. He personally wrote a letter to Yun Chi-Chi, asking her to be ready to support Winster at any time. After all, with the Vatican's involvement, this would inevitably involve magicians. By then, it wouldn't just be a duel between ordinary people. The intervention of magicians would make the war even more outrageous. So, a top-tier expert was necessary, and he had already informed Evelyn and Fuxia. Lion notified every expert in Zhongzhou. After notifying everyone, he finally felt relieved. Now, even if the Holy See possessed immense power, it wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble amidst the pressure from so many forces. If he wanted to stir up trouble, Lion guaranteed to give the Holy See a surprise. As the National Defense Force steadily advanced within the Western Empire, forces within Great Yin gradually began to stir. Inside a mansion, several generals were discussing something. This mansion had originally been an earl's palace. After most of the decorations and buildings were removed, it was allocated to some generals as general residences, allowing them to better serve Great Yin. However, Leon hadn't anticipated that his kindness would breed ungrateful people. General Klin, there's news from the Vatican, telling us to act quickly. If we launch a coup, the Vatican will guarantee an oracle to prove our legitimacy. With the Vatican's oracle, we will absolutely control Great Yin. Once we control Great Yin, the entire world will bow at our feet. A general frantically exclaimed. The other generals shared the same expression. They also hoped the coup would succeed. If it did, they would become the masters of Great Yin. The generals were becoming increasingly frantic. They were unable to mobilize their soldiers, as they were all assigned to the defense forces guarding Sin City. The only command they had was from the military headquarters in the capital. This was Leon's special request. The defense forces guarding Sin City obeyed only Leon and the military. Even their generals could not directly mobilize these soldiers. However, in order to force these defense forces out of Sin City, the traitors planning a coup had contacted the Vatican and launched a large-scale attack outside the city, forcing the defense forces to leave. At the same time, the Vatican secretly transported thousands of troops into Sin City and armed them. They would become the main force of the coup. The Vatican also activated all its spies within Great Yin. The success of this coup must be ensured. The next day, before dawn, numerous explosions were heard outside Sin City. The Wehrmacht Infantry Division responsible for defending Sin City immediately dispatched a brigade of soldiers to investigate. But they soon discovered that the situation was far from simple, with hundreds of explosions. The infantry division could only dispatch 2 more brigades to deal with the problem. Just then, a large number of armed men appeared in the city. They did not attack the barracks or seize the industrial area. Instead, they led their soldiers straight towards the capital. At this moment, only a single infantry company was responsible for defending the capital. How could a single company possibly withstand an attack by nearly 5,000 men? Soon, the Wehrmacht soldiers standing guard outside the capital saw the armed men approaching. This is the Great Yin capital. This is the place chosen by the people. No unidentified armed men are allowed to approach. Stop immediately. The soldiers on guard immediately pointed their guns at the armed men. Although they had no idea where they had come from, but they knew something big was about to happen. Bang! A gunshot shattered the final silence before dawn. The soldiers standing guard outside the gate immediately realized that the people before them were planning a rebellion. The company commander didn't order his soldiers to defend the gates, but instead ordered them to retreat inside the capital, blocking the main entrance and defending the first floor. He then sounded the battle alarm. Woo! The piercing battle alarm instantly echoed throughout Sin City. Inside the Wehrmacht barracks, the last infantry brigade of the infantry division was gathering. They had heard the battle alarm and were about to march to the capital to provide support. But the division commander knew his journey to support would not be smooth sailing. Hopefully, they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Even elsewhere, inside the security bureau, 3,000 fully armed security forces soldiers were ready to go. They had been inside the security bureau since last night. They hadn't contacted anyone, and even their families were unaware of their actions. After hearing the alarm, Winster waved his hand. Move out. Get rid of these bastards. De Yen must not be destroyed by them. 3,000 security forces soldiers filed out, charging towards the capital. At this moment, inside the capital, there were over 1,000 staff members working the night shift. When the battle alarm sounded, they were stunned. Until they saw the company commander in charge of guarding the capital approach. Everyone listen up. A group of rebels is attacking the capital. My company can't hold out for much longer. You must take up your weapons, and be prepared to fight to the end. Reinforcements will arrive in at least 15 minutes, but since the enemy has already prepared for rebellion, they will undoubtedly hinder them. Therefore, we will most likely have to defend the capital for a long time. I don't want you to do anything that would bring shame upon the great Yen. The company commander withdrew and closed the door. The staff, reacting quickly, opened the nearby gun cabinet. From it, they pulled out a handful of MP40s. They expertly loaded magazines and loaded their rifles. And so, the capital battle suddenly saw 1,000 more half-baked soldiers armed with MP40s. On the first floor of the capital, armed men were frantically pounding on the door. And on the stairs, 4 MG-42s were trained on the main entrance. If the enemy broke through, they would be greeted with an unforgettable surprise. Chapter 363. Bang! With a resounding bang, the gates of the Reichstag burst open. Dozens of militants rushed in, clutching gleaming magic swords. The militants' eyes were filled with fanaticism, as if they had already seen victory. But the next second, swish! The crackle of gunfire from 4 MG-42s shattered the illusions in the militants' eyes. Dozens of militants were ripped apart by the MG-42s, their torsos barely enough to hold together a whole person. They were shattered to the ground. Not only that, the militants behind them were pushed in by their teammates before they could react. They were thrust directly into the muzzles of the MG-42s. They became their victims. Not only that, many Wehrmacht soldiers were frantically throwing grenades at the door. The Reichstag was short of everything except weapons and ammunition. A pack of cigarettes, an MG-42, a bunch of barrels, and a ton of bullets, a machine gunner could keep up a day's work. The armed men were immediately driven out by grenades and machine gun fire. Facing the blocked door, the armed men could only try to break in through another entrance. After all, there were plenty of windows on the first floor. Soon, the armed men entered through the windows. The moment they stepped out of the room, they saw Wehrmacht soldiers waiting for them at the end of the corridor. Looking at the Wehrmacht soldiers' rifles, the armed men instantly remembered their mothers. Bang! 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 The armed men who had just rushed into the corridor were directly shot through by Mauser rifles. At such close range, a Mauser rifle firing full-power ammunition was essentially a sniper. 2 platoons of soldiers, one on each side, held the central staircase, forcibly trapping the armed men on the first floor. General Klin, watching the battle from outside the capital, was furious. 5,000 men couldn't take the tiny capital. Were the Vatican's people so incompetent? It wasn't that the Vatican wasn't making any effort, it was the one contributing the most. Not only did the Vatican send soldiers to attack the capital, but it also dispatched a large number of personnel to intercept reinforcements. It directly trapped the infantry brigade and security forces on the perimeter. This put a double burden on the capital's garrison. The infantry company was already doing its utmost to hold off the armed men. However, after 2 setbacks, the armed men immediately resorted to magical power. They ordered the magicians to shield them. Aided by the magical shields, the armed men gradually advanced towards the capital. The infantry company was gradually defeated and forced to retreat to the second floor. The company commander ordered his soldiers to blow up the stairs. The company commander no longer cared about destroying the capital. The current mission was to defend the capital to the death, absolutely not letting it fall before reinforcements arrived. For De Yan's reputation was at stake. For De Yan's sake, even if they all died here today, they must not let a single enemy ascend. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the capital's staircase collapsed. The armed personnel were stunned. They hadn't expected the Wehrmacht soldiers to be so resolute. They had directly destroyed the staircase, leaving them with no way to advance upwards. Not only that, the Wehrmacht soldiers had also, quite outrageously, dragged out boxes of grenades. Grenades were thrown down without a care in the world. The once exquisitely decorated Capitol building was instantly ravaged by the flames of war. If Leon had seen this, he would have burst into tears. Oh my God! Damn it! Why destroy such an exquisite building? The Wehrmacht's bombing raid successfully repelled the armed men's advance. Seeing this, General Klin grew even more furious. He then glanced at the blond man beside him. General Klin, please be patient. The Vatican will launch its next offensive shortly, the blond man said with a smile. Klin finally calmed down, but he didn't see the flash of disgust in the blond man's eyes. If it weren't for the Pope's plan, how could you scumbags work with me? The blond man was a high-ranking deacon of the Vatican. Even in the Papal States, he was an absolute pillar. And yet, he was being asked to assist Klin. He was so proud and arrogant that he simply didn't want to help Klin. But for the sake of the Papal States plan, he had no choice but to pretend to be at Klin's beck and call. Klin, looking at the blond man before him, was filled with pride. Because a high-ranking deacon of the church had groveled so servilely before him. This greatly satisfied Klin's vanity, which was one of the reasons why he was obsessed with power. Soon, the church dispatched a large number of magicians to besiege the capital. The magicians unleashed a barrage of fireballs and ice cones at the capital. The capital, once gleaming and dazzling, was instantly destroyed. Leon, and under the dual attack of fire and ice, large sections of the capital's exterior peeled off instantly. The staff on the upper floors evacuated quickly. Shattering glass and magical attacks forced the staff to evacuate immediately. But they were not afraid, for the Wehrmacht below had not surrendered and was still resisting stubbornly. They naturally could not fall behind. While they were moving tables to build cover, they sought a vantage point. As preparations were underway upstairs, the fighting intensified below. After the magician intervened, he used ice magic to rebuild the staircase. The Wehrmacht soldiers had no choice but to resort to the same tactics, attempting to blow up the staircase again. But the armed men continued to charge forward, braving the Wehrmacht's firepower. Enhanced by magic, the armed men were filled with fervor. Believing this was a blessing from the goddess, they believed they would be invincible. Just as they were about to reach the second floor, a soldier carrying a large canister and wearing a gas mask descended the stairs. A fire dragon burst forth from his hand, instantly igniting the armed men. Magic might block the bullets, but it couldn't stop the engulfing flames. The flamethrower used a flamethrower to push the armed men back. The blond man, watching this scene, couldn't help but marvel at the power of Great Flame's technology. Small Great Flame possessed such a vast array of powerful weapons. It seemed the Papal State needed to seize them all. For the goddess, we will unify the continent. The blond man glanced at a group of men hiding under cloaks. The leader nodded and flung his cloak aside, revealing a knight's armor engraved with runes. On the chest was a massive cross. For the goddess, the leading knight drew his sword and charged forward, slashing many of the defeated armed men along the way. Seeing the large group of knights charging forward, the crowd immediately focused their fire. But the bullets and flames had no effect on the knights. The battle was about to be lost. Chapter 364. Just then, a figure appeared between the two forces. A white-haired, bunny-eared woman appeared before the crowd. Both sides paused for a moment. The National Defense soldier recognized Yin Xian and immediately spoke. Miss Yin Xian. Danger? Get out of here. But the next second, Yin Xian suddenly smiled and spoke to the knights. Bad Leon treats this place like his treasure. You're destroying it like this, so you're bad people, and bad people should all go to hell. Hearing Yin Xian's naive words, the knights scoffed, then exchanged glances and charged forward. Where did this fool come from? Isn't this courting death? Who cares? Kill them all. Just as the blade was about to fall on Yin Xian's head, Yin Xian finished the last bite of her candy and reached out to grasp the knight's sword. The two knights were stunned. This was no ordinary knight's sword, it was enchanted. Even a 5th-level magician couldn't withstand its attack. Dispatching just 100 knights of light was already a significant expense. The Papal States only had 10,000 knights of light in total. For a coup, sending 100 knights was already a special favor. But what no one expected was that this harmless bunny-eared girl could actually block the knights' attacks. And the next second, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. The knights tried to retract their swords. But they found that the swords had been seized, and no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't budge. Even more shockingly, the swords melted in Yenqian's hand, breaking into 2 pieces. This is an enchanted knight's sword. Each one costs tens of thousands of gold coins. It's arguably the most powerful standard weapon, bar none. And yet, it was melted. The 2 knights stared at Yin Xian with fear, but his usual innocent smile was gone, now filled with a morbid, insane grin. Dark red flames erupted from his hands, and he looked like a demon from hell. The two knights exchanged glances and immediately turned and ran. Oh my god! Why are there so many monsters in this world? But as soon as they started running, they realized something was wrong, as their bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground. Looking back, they saw their legs had been completely burned clean by the flames, leaving not even a bone. The armor they had been so proud of had now turned into a pool of molten iron. Now it's the rabbit's turn to eat the grass. Who's the grass? Yin Xian said with a sickly grin, a little frantically. The remaining knights all took a step back in unison, as they could sense the terrifying magical power surging from Yin Xian. The knights retreated hastily, many on the verge of tears. Hurry up! Big brother! Get out of my way! Do you think I want to? Walking in this armor is a problem. Just as the knights were shoving each other, Yin Xian had already arrived before them. The previously harmless Yin Xian instantly transformed into a ruthless reaper. With a single punch, she reduced a man to liquid. The remaining knight's eyes widened. No, why did this harmless little girl actually turn a knight to liquid with a single punch? Upon seeing this, the blonde man immediately rushed forward, attempting to block Yin Xian. He drew his staff and charged directly at Yin Xian, frantically shielding himself as he advanced. He could sense Yin Xian's formidable power. Although Yin Xian appeared no stronger than the blonde man, the blonde knew he was no match for him. The two soon clashed, but Yin Xian's single punch stunned the blonde man. Yin Xian's single punch knocked the blonde man out of the capital. The blonde man punched a hole in the capital's outer wall, sending him flying hundreds of meters before landing on the main road, where he became embedded in the ground. The defending Vatican personnel suddenly fell into deep thought as they watched the blonde man fall from the sky. The blonde man, bewildered, scrambled to his feet. He glanced around. Damn it, where have we been? Is this still China? The blonde man shook his head, taking a moment to calm himself, then charged at Yin Xian again. Can you swallow this? I fight you for another 300 rounds. The next second, the blonde man flew back again. This time, even worse than the last, he rolled over and over on the road several times. The blonde man scrambled to his feet again, gazing at the capital in the distance, and said fiercely, Wait until I make a comeback. The blonde man knew he couldn't defeat Yin Xian, so he decided to retreat decisively. As for whether or not they could capture the capital, it depended on whether those old monsters of the Vatican were willing to take action. The blonde man's mission was accomplished. His original mission was to assist Clin in taking the capital, but if a powerful figure from the Yin attacked, the blonde man could simply leave without Clin. So, after the clash with Yin Xian, the blonde man decisively fled. What a waste of time. Clin waited outside the capital for a long time, but the blonde man didn't return. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could the blonde man have been killed by a single punch? But before Clin could even think, the Knights of Light of the Holy See flew out of the capital. Here and there, some embedded in the ground, some half hanging from the ceiling. The main one was randomly assigned. Clin swallowed hard at the sight. What the hell was going on? They were on the verge of success, and suddenly this woman, who looked like a fool, appeared. The arrogant church was defeated in a flash. Could it be that these Vatican figures are made of paper? As expected, outsiders are unreliable. A dozen of Clin's own men immediately launched an attack. A dozen miscellaneous soldiers rushed forward, only to be instantly killed by Yin Xian. Clin was stunned. The generals following Clin were also stunned. Watching Yin Xian approach, everyone immediately began to react freely. I suddenly remembered something at home. I'd be leaving now. A general said, sweat dripping from his chest. Willie, wait for me. Your wife is about to give birth. I go help. You too. In less than 10 seconds, the generals beside Clin vanished completely. Clin looked helplessly around him, then at the approaching Yin Xian. He spoke frantically. Miss Yin Xian, do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding? Yin Xian gave a strange smile. I just accidentally destroyed the capital. Someone has to take the blame, and I think you're the best. Krillin, watching the approaching Yinqin, collapsed to the ground in fear. No. Yamidi? Dame. Chapter 365. Just as Yin Xian was about to strike, a figure appeared before him, easily blocking his attack. Girl, I see you have good aptitude. Are you interested in returning to the Papal States with me to compete for the title of saint? A kind-looking, white-haired old man said with a smile. Yin Xian didn't say anything, but instead threw a punch. The old man easily deflected Yin Xian's attack. Then, the smile faded. Since you're unwilling, don't blame me for forcing you. The old man reached forward into the air, and the air began to press against Yin Xian. Yin Xian tried to leave, but found herself unable to move. And just at this critical moment, an old man in black armor appeared before him. "Your Excellency is so brazenly trying to snatch someone away. Are you taking advantage of the fact that Great Yin has no one left?" The black-armored old man said with a powerful voice. The old man said with disdain, "No one can keep what the church sets its sights on, and no one can protect what the church wishes to destroy. Then you may give it a try, sir. My sword is not insignificant. I am Winster." Winster drew his sword. The sword slashed at the white-haired old man, who, without hesitation, struck out with a punch. The punch struck the blade of the sword. Winster's sword was instantly bent at an unbelievable angle. Seeing this, Winster frowned. "It seems this old man has some tricks up his sleeve." The white-haired old man also immediately sensed Winster's difficulty. The two sides decisively distanced themselves. Just as the two sides were about to engage in the next round of fighting, several more figures arrived from the Papal States. The magical fluctuations from each figure were no less powerful than those of the white-haired old man before him. Winster sensed the daunting situation. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he activated all his strength. Winster hadn't given it his all in ages. Today, he could finally have a proper fight, but before Winster could strike, the sky in the distance suddenly turned a fiery red. An enchanting figure was seen approaching at high speed. Soon, it appeared before everyone. A veiled woman stood beside Winster. A pair of captivating eyes glared down at the crowd. A specially crafted robe concealed most of the woman's body, but everyone could still see her figure, the envy of all women. And most importantly, she had a long serpentine tail. The woman was Yun Chi-Chi, who had rushed all the way here after receiving Leon's letter. Although she didn't make it to the beginning, she arrived just in time for the most crucial moment. Queen Chi-Chi. Winster, recognizing the newcomer, nodded slightly. "Duke Winster." Yun Chi-Chi responded. Then, she gently adjusted her robe, striking a combat-ready stance. In reality, Yun Chi-Chi didn't want to wear a robe, she preferred sexy clothes. But there was no other way, Leon was a bit stingy. So, in front of outsiders, Yun Chi-Chi shed her usual sexy image and donned a robe that made her feel uncomfortable. After Yun Chi-Chi joined Winster's side, the old monsters, who had called for a halt, gradually became more cautious. Although Yun Chi-Chi had only just reached the 9th level, these old monsters could sense a power within her that didn't belong to her. And although this power was sealed, it still provided Yun Chi-Chi with a constant supply of mana. This meant that Yun Chi-Chi could defeat several of their fellow veterans. The members of the Vatican exchanged glances and launched their attack. Yun Chi-Chi approached the group, patting Yen Xion's head affectionately. "Look! A woman who isn't powerful isn't worthy of competing with me for Leon." "Ha!" Leon, who was studying a map in the command center, suddenly sneezed. At this point, he had learned about the situation in Sin City. But Leon wasn't worried about Sin City. With this impressive lineup, he couldn't succeed unless he summoned a deity, because Barian was already on his way back. He would soon reach Dian. Then it would truly be a battle of gods. Leon lazily lounged on a bench. Mind your own business, and a cup of soy milk in the morning felt wonderful. "Leader. Bad news. Latest battle report. The capital has suffered severe damage." Puff! Leon fell off his chair. The soldier standing at the door heard Leon's tragic cries. "Oh my god, money!" Sin City. Yen Xion looked at Yun Chi-Chi with an unpleasant expression. "Don't touch my head. It won't grow taller." But Yun Chi-Chi ignored Yen Xion's concern. Instead, he looked at the crowd before him and spoke. "Everyone, are you going to come all together or one by one? I'm in a hurry. Let's come together." Yun Chi-Chi's alluring voice rang out. Several of the old men nearly lost their composure. But they quickly realized Yun Chi-Chi possessed a magical power of seduction. Not wanting to be careless, everyone immediately began to surround Yun Chi-Chi. After all, this top-tier combat force, capable of unleashing both map cannons and disruptive attacks, had always been a staple in group battles. Only by eliminating Yun Chi-Chi could everyone safely surround Winster. Winster also realized the Vatican's sinister intentions. He immediately came to Yun Chi-Chi's side, helping him fend off the attacks from all sides. But with over a dozen old men surrounding the two, even the strongest of them would find it difficult to withstand. Yun Chi-Chi also felt the pinch. If she hadn't worried about Leon's feelings, she would have unleashed a forbidden spell to annihilate everyone. After all, Yun Chi-Chi's specialty was casting forbidden spells. But Yun Chi-Chi also knew that if he truly unleashed the forbidden spell within the City of Sin, the casualties would be incalculable. So, Yun Chi-Chi grew increasingly furious as the fight continued, because the feeling of having power, but being unable to use it was truly excruciating. Winter did his best to block the enemy's attacks. But as time passed, both men gradually fell into a disadvantage. Never mind. Yuan Qingqi cried out, then soared into the air. Not good. The Vatican immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and dispatched several men to interrupt Yuan Qingqi. But it was too late. 2 balls of gray flame gathered in Yuan Qingqi's palms. The next second, Yuan Qingqi waved his hand gently. The 2 flames instantly ignited the entire sky. Several Vatican elders, who were unable to dodge, were instantly incinerated. The remaining elders retreated hurriedly, watching the vibrant Yuan Qingqi in the air. At this moment, Yuan Qingqi seemed like the ruler of this world. A National Defense Force soldier murmured. Is this a goddess? Yan Xian said with displeasure. Obviously, she's an old woman. Chapter 366. Yuan Qingqi landed easily after unleashing a minor skill. But Winster subconsciously took 2 steps to the side. This woman was terrifying. A single fire reduced 3 8th-level magicians to ash. Even the Papal States, with its formidable foundation, couldn't withstand such a blow. The remaining powerful members of the Papal States were already beginning to harbor thoughts of retreat. Although the Vatican had issued orders, their lives were paramount. But just then, a reinforcement arrived from the Papal States. When this reinforcement arrived, the Papal States deacons, who had been considering retreating, instantly felt emboldened. They all greeted the man in black. Your Excellency the Holy Bishop. Holy. After hearing the exchange, Winster felt uneasy. Because the Holy Bishop's status in the Papal States was second only to that of the Pope. It could be said that he was second only to the Pope, above all others. Furthermore, the Holy Bishop had always lived in seclusion, never appearing in public. Even during Alexander's time, when Ketes led his army to the very gates of the Papal States, the Holy Bishop never appeared. Some say the Holy Bishop has always been a single figure, while others say the Holy Bishop never appears because his appearance signifies the Papal States' demise. Furthermore, throughout the Papal States, the Holy Bishop has always represented the pinnacle of combat power. It can be said that the Holy Bishop is the most capable fighter in the entire Papal States. The Holy Bishop's appearance immediately sent Winster reeling. This is outrageous. The Holy Bishop was deployed for a minor coup. What's the point? Isn't this just a max-level boss entering the novice village? For the first time, Winster felt like a complete novice. Without time to think, Winster launched the attack. His longsword thrust towards the Holy Bishop, Winster intending to strike first. Injure the Holy Bishop directly. But the outcome was devastating. Winster discovered that his longsword couldn't penetrate even a fraction. Yuan Qingqi, standing nearby, immediately gathered flames in his hand, attempting to burn the Holy Bishop. But Yuan Qingqi also discovered that his flames couldn't even harm the Holy Bishop. Winster and Yuan Qingqi exchanged a glance. Oh no! Something bad is about to happen. They both tried to withdraw, but found themselves unable to move. The Holy Bishop looked up, a white mask covering his face, a pair of purple eyes fixed on the two. They both instantly felt their magic power rapidly draining. Winster immediately drew his other long sword, infused it with Do Qi, and slashed directly at the Holy Bishop. The Holy Bishop was successfully interrupted, and the two retreated immediately. Only then did Winster realize that his sword had been corroded. You have to remember that both of his swords were 9th-tier magical artifacts. Anyone capable of corroding them was definitely not to be trifled with. And the infection was likely transmitted through the air. The two men hadn't come into direct contact with the Holy Bishop. But the Holy Bishop's ability to influence them made Winster even more cautious. As the two men pondered, the Holy Bishop launched another attack. But at that moment, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone present was puzzled, as autumn had just arrived. Why was it snowing all of a sudden? Then, they saw a dark-haired woman slowly approaching, her skirt lifted. Every step they took was frozen in frost. The Wehrmacht soldiers were stunned. They had originally thought they would never witness such absurd battles between top-tier magicians in this world. But today, not only did they see one, but they saw many. The black-haired woman approached leisurely, but neither the Holy Bishop nor Winster made any rash moves. However, Winster's face showed relief. Because the visitor was from the Great Yen people. Long time no see, Evelyn said with a smile. The Holy Bishop was slightly startled, then spoke again. Long time no see. Everyone was surprised to find that the Holy Bishop's voice was actually female. The Holy Bishop was a woman. This instantly caused an uproar among the Vatican deacons. For thousands of years, they have been unable to determine whether the Holy Bishop is the same person, or whether he is a man or a woman. But today, the mystery seems to be solved. Antia, stop working for the church. After all these years, You should have understood that he is dead. And is the so-called church really the church? Evelyn said casually, fiddling with her skirt. Evelyn, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up on resurrecting him, Antia said firmly. But do you know what you are doing now? You are preventing the world he desires from coming to pass. Evelyn said, taking a step forward, and the entire square was instantly frozen. Several church deacons hiding behind Antia were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The Wehrmacht soldiers were surprised to find that they were unaffected. Aside from a slight chill in the wind, they appeared to be completely unharmed. Seeing this, Winster ordered the Wehrmacht soldiers back inside the capital, saying this was not their proper place. When gods fight, mortals should stay out of it. At least until mortals gain sufficient power, they must learn to be patient. Antia reached out and touched the falling snowflakes, unconcerned about the lives of the Vatican deacons. Instead, she murmured, "How long has it been since we last met?" Evelyn was taken aback by this question and spoke. "Hundreds of years, I suppose." Antia was momentarily stunned, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. 843. We haven't seen each other for 843 years. Hearing this, Evelyn smiled awkwardly. Is it really that stupid of me to not realize it's been 843 years since we last met? Is it interesting? You're the witch of knowledge. Don't you know how long it's been since we last met? Antia shook her head. Of course it's interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, a space portal opened next to Evelyn. Fershia, dressed in a white dress, emerged from the space portal. Antia, not expecting Fushia to be there, was stunned. Long time no see. Antia, my little cutie, Fershia said, reaching for her head to touch Antia's head. Antia quickly dodged, but still managed to touch her hat. The hat fell off, and Fushia removed her mask. A girl with red hair and a young girl's face appeared before everyone. Antia, after all these years, is still so adorable, Fershia said, caressing Antia's face. Antia looked furious, but didn't interrupt. Winster, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Evelyn spoke. She's the Witch of Sin. We're acquainted, I suppose. Chapter 367. Listening to Evelyn's words, Winster felt completely unwell. The words were so explosive. Winster felt like his brain wasn't enough. 3 witches gathered together, and with one more, they could fill a mahjong table. But it looked like they wouldn't be able to fight. He then began to repair his long swords, with a distressed look on his face. As the most valuable possessions on Winster's person, he had always treated these 2 swords as his treasures since arriving in Great Yen. After all, Winster had always been very honest. During the Holy Empire, as a duke, Chester had a lot of land. But the vast majority of the income from the land was used to subsidize his soldiers. This resulted in Winster's soldiers being one of the few top-tier combat forces in the Holy Empire. But with the Battle of the Fortress of Sighs, Winster lost all his soldiers, and his lands were confiscated. Of course, the confiscation of the land was done by Edward III. He had learned of Winster's journey to Great Yen, and considered it a betrayal of the empire. After all this, Winster was left completely penniless. His wife and children also suffered, until now, when they were brought to the Yen. Their lives have gradually improved. Although Charles restored Winster's title during his reign, his lands were never returned to him. Because Winster's lands were occupied by the Duchy of Lanlot. The matter was left unresolved. Therefore, these 2 swords were Winster's lifeblood. However, the 3 witches' conversation had clearly left everyone else in the dark. At that moment, the Wehrmacht successfully eliminated the outer blockades. A large number of soldiers rushed to the square, but were stunned by the scene. Winster immediately ordered his soldiers to turn around and continue patrolling the city, and capturing any escaped prisoners. This was also a disguised way of protecting the soldiers. After all, no one knew if the 3 witches would suddenly go crazy. If they did, the consequences would be disastrous. While Winster didn't know if he would die, these soldiers were very likely to die. So, letting them leave was the best option. But Winster and his men proved overthinking. The 3 had no intention of fighting at all. And even more shockingly, they were holding hands and chatting. Winster suddenly felt like an outsider. He glanced at Yun Chi-Chi, who wasn't paying any attention. At that moment, Yun Chi-Chi was furiously teasing Yin Xian. Because Yin Xian, while not very bright, had always wanted to challenge Yun Chi-Chi. But why would Yun Chi-Chi bother with Yin Xian? It's like holding a carrot and a rabbit keeps circling you. Wouldn't you tease the rabbit? So, unfortunate Yin Xian was constantly teased by Yun Chi-Chi. Yin Xian, tired, let's destroy. Just as the 3 witches were chatting, Barian arrived. Watching the 3 chatting, Barian wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Weren't they supposed to fight to the bitter end, inseparable? Why didn't it seem to be the case now? But when Baryan saw that it was Anthea, he felt completely uneasy. Just because others don't know, doesn't Baryan know about all that's happened? Anthea. Baryan felt a little uncomfortable. Why are you here too? Anthea looked puzzled. Because Leon is here. Baryan said seriously. Who is Leon? Anthea asked bewilderedly. Baryan and the other two nearly died on the spot. Sister, don't you even pay attention to the continental situation? Fushia said helplessly, holding her forehead. Why should I pay attention to the continental situation? Anthea said innocently. The three were truly stunned. As the holy bishop of the Papal States, he was so oblivious to worldly affairs. Baryan was completely devastated. After all these years of returning to the light of day, this was the first time he had encountered someone who had so completely broken his defenses. Anthea wasn't like this before. Back then, she even knew more than Evelyn. The title of Witch of Knowledge was about to change hands. But why is Fushia so clueless now? Could someone have stolen her wisdom? Yes, that must be the case. It's not that I don't understand, but I don't want to. Understanding so much every day is exhausting, Anthea said. Baryan froze in his tracks. Evelyn and the other two looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with this kid? Why has he suddenly become clueless? By the way, who is Leon? Anthea asked. Now it was their turn to be puzzled. Leon is a descendant of Kunenberg, and arguably his only true descendant, Evelyn said sternly. Before Evelyn could finish, Anthea grabbed her hand and spoke with a stern expression. He has offspring? Then why are his offspring nothing to do with me? Why? Watching Anthea's broken defenses, Evelyn felt a sense of unease. Anthea was a perfectly normal person before she even mentioned Kunenberg. But once Kunenberg was mentioned, big problems arose. The story began 1,000 years ago. Kunenberg, newly arrived, possessed incredible luck. He immediately struck Anthea in the face. This move was truly a stab in the ass, a real eye-opener. The story of falling from the sky and hitting a witch in another world. Thus, Kunenberg and Anthea developed an inextricable bond. At first, the naive young boy had no idea that Anthea was actually a witch. Foolishly, he mistook her for a little girl. Anthea actually allowed Kunenberg to do as he pleased, and the two of them unknowingly became companions. Anthea accompanied Kunenberg throughout his life, watching him grow from an ordinary boy to a holy knight. Over time, Anthea developed feelings for this little brat, who was who knows how many years younger than herself. But the key point was that Kunenberg had always treated Anthea like a younger sister. After all, with her young girl appearance, Kunenberg had always thought of her as just an ordinary little girl. And so the misunderstanding deepened. On the eve of Kunenberg's founding of the Holy Empire, Anthea confessed her love to him directly. This was the first time this witch, who had never had a partner, had expressed her feelings to the one she loved. But Kunenberg, who was preparing to establish his empire, was completely unprepared. So he could only politely decline Anthea's offer. By the time Kunenberg achieved success, Anthea had vanished. This became a constant source of worry for Kunenberg. But Kunenberg's heart remained etched with Anthea. On the day of Kunenberg's burial, the ground was covered with tulips, Anthea's favorite flowers. Kunenberg finally understood that sometimes, once you miss something, you really miss it. Chapter 368. Anthea vanished from this world 1,000 years ago, after leaving Kunenberg. No one knew where she had gone. After completing the great achievements of the Holy Empire, Kunenberg returned to the place where he had been born, having fled to another world. But Kunenberg discovered that Anthea had vanished. Kunenberg then realized that sometimes, fame and success aren't what matters most. To find Anthea, Kunenberg ordered the Holy Empire and its vassal states to search for her. But after decades, they still couldn't find her. Despairing, Kunenberg believed Anthea dead. Meanwhile, the Holy Empire was about to launch an expedition to the eastern continent. Kunenberg lost all his strength in this battle. Following this, Dream launched a coup. Kunenberg had completely lost everything. Dejected, he returned to his starting point. He settled down here. He didn't believe Anthea had simply vanished from this world, for she had remained unchanged throughout all the years she had been with him. So, Kunenberg firmly believed that Anthea would return for him. This wait lasted 800 years. Without his power, Kunenberg could not survive for long. He lived to over 800 years, relying solely on the fountain of life. In his life, Kunenberg had interactions with 3 women, the Elven Queen, Anthea, and a commoner who cared for Kunenberg in his later years. However, Kunenberg never achieved a happy union with the first 2. The latter, after merely leaving behind a bloodline, passed away. Kunenberg knew that the most important woman in his life was Anthea. But until the day Kunenberg died, Anthea didn't show up. When Kuenberg died, news of his passing spread quickly throughout the world's top leadership. The leaders of all the hostile nations of the Holy Empire cheered. Kuenberg's death meant the Red was completely extinguished. Back then, under Kuenberg's leadership, the Holy Empire had swept across the continent. Until the Dreens coup and the falsification of history. So, the true rulers of the Holy Empire were actually the Kuenberg clan. After establishing the empire, Kuenberg abolished the system of succession, but his followers still wanted Kuenberg's bloodline to survive and support his descendants as the next emperor. But before he could make a decision, the reality changed dramatically. Drenz's coup caught no one by surprise. So, Leon was the true heir to the empire. Only now did Barian and his companions understand what Kuenberg had said after the coup. Red will never cease. When I die, true Red will take root. Your cheers and jeers now are but the wails before death. Antea went berserk upon learning of Kuenberg's death. She knew Kuenberg was searching for her, but by the time she tried to see him, he had become an ordinary person. So, Antea could only search for a way to restore Kuenberg's power. She could only work for the Papal States, but by the time she found a way to restore Kuenberg, he had already passed away. Antea obtained the diary left behind by Kuenberg. There were 2 copies of the diary. One flowed into the Empire, and the other was taken away by Antea. The copy that flowed into the Empire is now in Leon's possession. Coincidentally, the diary Antea took contained Kuenberg's ideal world. The one in Leon's possession contained a summary of his mistakes and evaluations of certain individuals. Antea understood from the diary why Kuenberg worked so hard. She also understood that Kuenberg had spent his entire life pursuing the ideal world, only to be betrayed by his best friend and sold out by his own subordinates. After Kuenberg lost everything, at the height of his despair, she had still avoided him out of spite. From then on, Antea's mental state gradually deteriorated. No one could mention Kuenberg's name in her presence. Antea also began to yearn for the ideal world described in Kuenberg's diary. But now, Barian told her that Leon had accomplished what Kuenberg had left unfinished. How could she not be thrilled? What further irritated her was the fact that Leon was actually Kuenberg's offspring. Kuenberg had actually fathered a child with another woman. Watching Antea about to explode, Barian couldn't help but sweat. Why did he feel like he said something he shouldn't have? Evelyn and the other woman beside him also felt a little embarrassed. What was all this? Where is Leon now? Antea asked coldly. Evelyn looked at Barian hesitantly. Barian swallowed, glanced at Evelyn, and finally nodded. Fuchsia immediately mobilized her magical power, forming a massive portal. The group walked straight in. Winster, watching the plague gods depart, felt a sudden sense of relief. Yuan Qingqi immediately followed. This is official business. Worried about Leon's safety, he rushed over to protect him. Winster stared at the departing Yuan Qingqi with wide eyes. No, why are you following me? It's already a mess. Wouldn't you make it worse if you went in? But Winster didn't say much, for he still had to clean up the mess. Looking at the shattered capital and the tens of thousands of bodies, Winster shook his head. This is going to be a busy time, elsewhere. After a busy night, Leon took advantage of the morning break to catch up on some sleep. As soon as he lay down, he saw a portal suddenly appear in the tent. What the hell? Leon was confused, not having time to see clearly. A flash of white light suddenly revealed a large group of people. When Leon saw who they were, his composure flared. Barian, Evelyn, and Fuchsia. Wait! Why is there Yuan Qingqi? And who is this little girl beside him? Just as Leon was puzzled, Barian gave him a look of caution. Leon's confusion deepened. The next second, he saw the little girl, who had been fighting off the evil nearby, suddenly rush over. She lifted Leon from the bed. Do we know each other? Leon said sincerely. Of course I do. I'm your great-grandmother. Leon, shock! Chapter 369. Beside him, half-drowsy Leon was picked up. Evelyn and the others looked perplexed. Listening to Antea's words, Leon fell into deep thought. When did I have a great-grandmother? According to my mother, isn't my great-grandmother already buried in the ground? Leon's small head was filled with confusion. She's the Witch of Sin, Antea. Strictly speaking, she's your great-grandmother, Evelyn said, looking eager to see the fun unfold. Leon's mouth dropped open. No, this is real? How could even witches get involved? In just 2 seconds, countless fragments flashed through Leon's mind. Since he was born, he had never been so speechless. About my great-grandmother suddenly emerging from the ground and telling him she was a witch. But Evelyn explained, she's not actually related to you. Huh? This now shocked Leon even more. Finally, after Evelyn's explanation, Leon understood the whole story. At the same time, he looked at Anthea with a complicated expression. What was going on? Why did he have to take the blame for Kunenberg's actions? Just as Leon was feeling helpless, Anthea suddenly grabbed his face. You look so much like him. Come here, let me hug you. Anthea was becoming increasingly obsessed. Looking at Anthea, who was 2 heads shorter than him, Leon was at a loss for words. Just when Anthea lifted him up, he was still half kneeling in the air. Otherwise, he would have landed on the ground. Now, being held by a woman 2 heads shorter than him, Leon was almost unable to hold himself together. Baryan, standing nearby, was already stifling laughter. Yuan Qingqi grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from Leon's desk and leisurely ate them. No, brothers, save me. Alas, I'm still alive. Don't leave. Sanitar. A few minutes later, Leon slumped in his chair, a look of despair on his face. Anthea gradually calmed down and spoke. Actually, this coup was indeed orchestrated by the Papal States, and the intention was to plunge the Yin into civil strife. Hearing Anthea's words, Leon instantly sat up in his chair. He instantly perked up. Senior, the Papal States shouldn't have more plans than these, right? Leon asked. Anthea nodded, her expression gradually becoming serious. The Papal States isn't just planning a coup, they're also planning to assemble a massive army and launch a crusade. They're trying to get neighboring countries to siege the Yin. How is that possible? Leon was a little incredulous. That's a possibility. The Demon Empire, the Orc Empire, the Dwarf Empire, and the Papal States. Anthea said. How could the Demon Empire and the Papal States get involved? They're at loggerheads right now. How could that be possible? Leon questioned. Under normal circumstances, these 2 nations would definitely not get involved. But what if the church could get God to send down an oracle? Anthea asked. Leon fell silent. Latimer is a powerful lord. With him, the Demon Empire is an impenetrable force. No matter how many troops the Papal States sends into the Demon Empire, they will be defeated. So the Papal States decided to resort to underhanded means to eliminate Latimer. Anthea spoke. What? Leon's composure instantly flared upon hearing this, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare to inform Latiface. But Anthea stopped Leon. It's no use. Latiface already knows, but he can't change it. Anthea said with a hint of melancholy. Why? Because you have to understand, there are many fanatical believers in the Goddess of Light in this world. Over 3/4 of the people in the Demon Empire believe in the Goddess of Light. If the citizens of the Demon Empire were forced to choose between the Emperor and the Goddess, they would kill their Emperor without hesitation. Anthea said casually. But Leon's heart was already in turmoil. So, is it just a matter of preventing the Goddess of Light from delivering the oracle? Leon had an idea. Who told you the Goddess of Light in the Papal States is the true Goddess of Light? Anthea laughed self-deprecatingly. Leon was stunned. At first, Leon thought the Papal States' dirty deeds were the work of Vatican officials themselves. But now that Anthea had spoken, it seemed the Papal States might be hiding something else. The statue of the Goddess of Light displayed by the cult of the Goddess of Light isn't actually the real Goddess of Light, Galena. It's her sister, the evil goddess Irina. They are twins, and their appearance is indistinguishable. So, the evil god Irina staged a scheme to replace the cult of the Goddess of Light statue with her own. Anthea's words stunned Leon. Baryan and the others were also somewhat surprised. While they could guess, hearing it with their own ears was something else entirely. So, the coming of the oracle is inevitable? Leon said seriously. It's inevitable, and besides Great Yin, the surrounding nations will be affected to varying degrees by the oracle. Anthea asked. What if the true Goddess of Light descends? Leon tried to struggle again. The Goddess of Light can't descend because the communication channels between the human world and the divine realm have been blocked by the Papal States. Anthea asked. Then why can the Goddess of Light still appear in my dreams? Leon questioned. Being blocked doesn't mean you can't communicate with the gods, but it does mean the gods can't send down oracles. Anthea asked. So does the Goddess of Light know about this? Leon was puzzled. Logically, with so many fewer followers, the Goddess of Light should have noticed. She knows, but she's waiting for a chance, Anthea said. What time? Waiting for you to attack the Papal States. Anthea looked at Leon and said seriously. Leon's mind was a complete mess. This world was horrifying. The cult of the Goddess of Light, which had been rampant on the continent for thousands of years, was actually a cult. Even more terrifying was the fact that citizens, for the sake of a supposed divine oracle, could actually kill the very monarch who worked for their well-being. For the first time, Leon felt the sheer absurdity of this world. Leon immediately issued orders to the capital. Order all industries to operate at full capacity, and send all completed blueprints in the Research Institute to the arsenal. Leon decided to mobilize his forces. The best way to deal with so-called cults was to crush them with the force of a thunderbolt. All cults should be consigned to the dustbin. Chapter 370. After hearing Antia's words, Leon gradually grew serious. A surge of troops was inevitable, and the top priority now was to end the war with the Western Empire as quickly as possible. Leon immediately ordered the frontline soldiers to launch an all-out offensive. No more cautious tactics. Attack the Western Empire's capital, Lygodes, with one swift thrust. As for the Western Empire's mess, leave it to Bonaparte to deal with. After all, the Papal States was about to assemble a coalition. The top priority was to find a way to preserve Zhengzhou, while also trying to secure a share of Latiface. If the Demon Empire opposed the Papal States, it would put immense pressure on them. But the problem was that the current situation in the Eastern continent was very complex. De Yan's entry had not stabilized the situation in the Eastern continent, but had instead made it even more chaotic. In the beginning, it was the Western Empire and the various states of the Eastern continent confronting each other. But now, the Western Empire, along with some smaller states, was confronting De Yan. Some small nations still oppose the West French Empire, and the West French Empire is now a mad dog. It bites everyone it sees. So the best way to deal with a mad dog is to beat it into a pulp with one punch. As for Hans, I find him later. Hans, so love disappears, right? After receiving Leon's orders, the Wehrmacht launched an all-out attack on the West French Empire positions. The West French Empire soldiers on the positions haven't had a good night's sleep since the war began. Every day is filled with overwhelming artillery fire and bomber bombing. They haven't had a chance to get a good night's sleep. Not only that, their commanders forced them to remain in their positions for long periods of time. Because many well-connected soldiers had spent a small fortune to be transferred to the rear. This further strained the already stretched front lines. These soldiers, without money or connections, could only hold their positions. It wasn't because they were a ragtag army, but because they had no money. In the Western French Empire, you can be without strength, you can be without wisdom, but you can't be without money. With money, you can secure a small official position in the Western French Empire. But it is this small official position that effectively widens the gap between you and ordinary people. Perhaps some achieve success and fame through hard work. But these are only a minority. The vast majority will never be able to change their class. A young officer sighed, looking at the soldiers on the battlefield who hadn't rested for a long time. This isn't a solution. If this continues, the entire army will be doomed, an officer nearby echoed. Who says it isn't? But what can we do? It's just like that. Once they take in the money, the lives of these soldiers before us are no longer lives, but just numbers. Are they just numbers? The young officer said in disbelief. I hate to admit it, but it's the truth. The rich and powerful are living a life of luxury, while we're doing our last bit for this rotten country. The officer chuckled self-deprecatingly, then patted the young officer on the shoulder. Why do you say that? The young officer was puzzled. Because that old witch, Virilia, spent a whopping 500,000 gold coins on her 80th birthday banquet. Do you know what 500,000 gold coins means? It's the size of a carriage, but it's the annual salary for our 500,000-man army. The officer practically roared. The young officer was stunned upon hearing this. Because the officer's words were the indisputable truth. 500,000 gold coins, just for a meaningless birthday party. Furthermore, the Western Empire was already deeply in debt, and soldiers on the entire front hadn't received their salaries for 6 months. And yet, at this critical juncture, Valeria was still going to all the trouble of hosting a birthday party. This was like rubbing salt into the wounds of the Western Empire's soldiers. These soldiers, left to die, depended on their military pay to keep their families afloat. 6 months without pay, and now they were left to die. Their anger was at its peak, but the officer had nothing to say. Because they couldn't influence the orders from above. Some officers with consciences volunteered to stay on the front lines, accompanying these soldiers, because they, too, had once been ordinary soldiers. He knew that what these soldiers needed most right now wasn't just pay, but companionship. They were afraid that their superiors would abandon them. The presence of some officers stabilized the crumbling military morale. But this wasn't a long-term solution, as the delay in military pay was paramount. But at this critical juncture, the Great Yin offensive began. The overwhelming artillery fire and the overwhelming aircraft successfully overwhelmed the Western French Empire's soldiers. Even these officers fighting on the front lines couldn't contain the collapsing army. The front collapsed. Many officers gathered their remaining troops and retreated to their rear camps. Frustrated by their defeat, they were just about to return to the rear for a good rest. But then came the problem. The veteran soldiers in the rear were immediately displeased. They believed the rout was due to the soldiers before them not fighting hard enough, so a quarrel ensued. The situation escalated, culminating in a brawl between the two sides, which alerted the higher-ups. After the Western Empire's high-ranking officials learned the full extent of the incident, they unleashed a barrage of abuse on the fleeing soldiers and, after capturing several who had led the brawl, beheaded them on the spot. Little did they know, their actions completely enraged the ordinary Western Empire soldiers. The seeds of rebellion were sown, and for the first time, many Western Empire soldiers harbored the idea of attacking Lagads. Invade Lagads, capture Valarja alive, and guillotine Narati. Let their blood commemorate the souls of their fallen comrades. Lion also learned of the internal strife among the Western Empire's frontline soldiers and immediately summoned Bonaparte. He informed him of the situation. The clever Bonaparte immediately recognized the turning point. This was a golden opportunity. A chance to revitalize the West French Empire. Lion instructed Bonaparte to prepare for the next mutiny. After completing all this, Lion stepped out of the headquarters tent when he saw 3 witches in Baryan, 4 of them, sitting at a table playing mahjong. My goodness, these 4 giants sitting together, there's no safer place in the world. Just as Lion was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill on his hand. Looking down, he saw a snake tail on his hand. It was scratching his palm. Lion, Turning back, he saw Yun Qingqi looking at him with a charming expression. There was love in his eyes. Chapter 371. Seeing the somewhat abnormal Yun Qingqi, Leon couldn't help but shudder. Then he looked at Yun Qingqi with a face full of fear. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Everyone's watching, don't come over here. But Yun Qingqi didn't stop, getting closer and closer to Leon. She even licked her lips, looking at Leon with an innocent expression. Little Leon, resisting his bad behavior. Be obedient, or I eat you. Yun Qingqi said seductively. Leon was so frightened that he dared not move. Even if he wanted to move, he couldn't, because the long snake tail had already wrapped around him. Leon looked at Baryan and the other 3 with a look of grief and indignation, his eyes seeming to say, look at what you've done. Now you're okay, aren't you? Why is it always me who gets hurt? Baryan and the others seemed to sense Leon's gaze, and all 4 of them had expressions that said, you know what I mean? This made Leon suspect they had planned this all along. Just as Yun Qingqi was about to attack Leon, the 4 of them began discussing Leon's future with great interest. What will the child be called? Why discuss that? Of course, we should first consider how many children we want. How many does Leon have? He can't miss any. If he dares, I promise to break his legs myself. Antilla said viciously. Desperate Leon suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he were being targeted by some terrifying beast. The inexperienced Leon had no idea he was being completely orchestrated. Especially Baryan and Caddis, they were eager for Leon to have 8 or 10 children right now. Because Kuenberg's defeat back then was largely related to his lack of offspring. If Kuenberg had offspring, then his loyal subordinates would have undoubtedly supported him as the new emperor after Kuenberg's death. This would prevent Dreen from taking advantage of the situation. So, ever since Lion became leader, Caddis and his companions have been urging him to marry and have children. If it weren't for the rapid development of the past 2 years, with the entire burden of Great Yin falling solely on Lion, he would probably have been tied up and sent to the bridal chamber by now. So, when they saw Yun Qingqi about to force himself on him, they were overjoyed. While their offspring might not be purebred, it didn't matter anymore. Just having one was enough. Caddis and his companions were already worried sick about Lion's marriage. They had once thought Lion would soon marry and have children, but at this rate, as long as the war continued, Lion would never consider such matters. So they decided to give Leon a hard time, to let him experience the perils of society. Frostar, who was working through a pile of documents, suddenly felt something was off. It felt like something most important to her was gone. Poor Frostar had no idea her home had been robbed. But the worst off was Heiyu. Heiyu watched Yun Qingqi tying up Leon, and wanted to go over to ask what was going on. But Evelyn grabbed him and picked him up, then pointed at Heiyu's nose and said, they're discussing something important. Don't disturb them. I treat you to cake. Heiyu's eyes lit up when he heard there was cake. Ignoring Leon, he happily followed Evelyn. Heiyu didn't realize that her gluttony had cost her the chance to become the first wife. Years later, whenever she recalled this incident, Heiyu would weep bitterly. She hated herself for not controlling her appetite, and in anger, she immediately ate 5 cakes to vent her anger. 5 cakes weren't enough, and still unsatisfied, she decided to channel her grief and anger into a gluttonous appetite. Since she hadn't had her first taste, she would devour Lion. Barian ordered the soldiers surrounding the headquarters to evacuate, leaving him to stand guard from a distance. At the same time, he gave Lion and the other 2 complete space. It's okay, just keep building. No one will disturb you 2 tonight. Lion, has anyone considered my feelings? Even as Lion was being ravaged, news of victory trickled in from the front. The National Defense Army pushed through the Western Empire's defenses, and the Western Empire's attempts to intercept the National Defense Army failed. As the conflict intensified, serious divisions emerged within the Western Empire's army. Meanwhile, soldiers sent by Bonaparte had already infiltrated the Western French Empire's army. A new voice emerged within the Western French Empire's military system: liberate les Gauds. For fairness, for justice. Let all the people of the Western French Empire be reborn, and this voice spread with terrifying speed. In just a few days, it had spread throughout the Western French Empire's ranks. Officers tried to track down the source of the news, but found an invisible hand blocking their path. Every time they found a clue, it was abruptly cut off, leaving them unable to pursue their investigation. Thus, every soldier in the Western French Empire knew this message. Although some Western Empire soldiers scoffed at this, many others were subtly influenced. After all, many soldiers agreed with this statement, believing that the corrupt aristocracy could no longer rule the Western Empire. Change was necessary for success. These lower-class soldiers of the Western Empire were not well educated, but many were veterans with years of experience in combat. Although their opponents were limited to the nations of the Eastern continent, through numerous battles, they had witnessed the differences between other nations. Some nations were even more corrupt than their own, but many had already undergone reforms. In battle, they could see hope fill the faces of the opposing soldiers. Even though war was brutal, they were still willing to risk their lives for their country. The Western Empire was the strongest nation in the Eastern continent, but also the most corrupt. A long period of stability and localized wars had prevented the Western Empire from experiencing major turmoil. Comfort had worn away the Western Empire's sharp teeth, gradually eroding its fighting spirit. Any powerful feudal dynasty will inevitably decline after a certain period of time, due to both external enemies and internal reasons. For this is the law of feudal dynasties. Every establishment signifies a reshuffle of the nobility. As long as the nobility exists, the rise and fall of dynasties will never cease. The fundamental solution to all this requires not only powerful military force, but also the courage to burn all bridges and a leader with great ambition. But heaven favored the Western French Empire. The emergence of Bonaparte would save it. The next day, Lion, looking exhausted, drowsily awoke. Who am I? Where am I? Wait, what is this? Lion suddenly saw a sliver of white draped over him. Chapter 372. Lion stood up, looked at Yuan-Qingqi beside him, then looked at himself, finally remembering what happened yesterday. Lion, did I lose or win this time? As Lion pondered his life, Yuan-Qingqi beside him woke up, looked at Lion with sleepy eyes, and then pushed him back down. Feeling the terrifying power of the delicate hand on his shoulder, Lion focused on his heart. Do you believe me? I still have things to deal with, Lion said nervously. Truly, Lion wanted to be tough, but after last night, Lion was already weak. Last night, Lion tried to stand up, but was severely punished. Lion's legs were shaking as he looked at Yuan-Qingqi. If Lion has children in the future, he will definitely tell them to stay away from snake people women. Because it was so terrifying, Lion almost died. There was really not a drop left. The key was the powerful Yuan-Qingqi, who kept holding Leon down. This made Leon feel as if he was being coerced. Looking at Yuan-Qingqi beside him, Leon's expression was very complicated. Yuan-Qingqi listened to Leon's excuses, and let out a faint sound of dissatisfaction. Then he placed a foot on Leon, and Leon froze instantly. Please let me go, I'm just a little loser. However, Yuan-Qingqi didn't give Leon any trouble. After a moment of tenderness, Yuan-Qingqi released his restraints. Leon instantly jumped up from the bed, preparing to grab the bucket and run. But suddenly, a tingling sensation in his waist caused him to fall flat on his face. It's over. I've been drained, Sanita. Lion's 20 years of accumulation vanished overnight. But despite all the complaints, Lion quickly recovered. Because, in just one night, the West French Empire's army had already begun to split. It was roughly divided into 3 camps. One was the Revolutionary Army, which chose to overthrow the West French Empire's rule and expressed its willingness to follow Bonaparte. Although these people had never met Bonaparte, they chose to follow him without hesitation. Because, in terms of both status and system, the revolutionary army led by Bonaparte was on the same side as them. The other two camps were the aristocratic faction, led by the nobility, and a group of more open-minded neutrals. Currently, the aristocratic faction had the largest number of members, followed by the neutrals. The revolutionary faction had the smallest number of members, but its unleashed power had caused concern in the other two factions. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of the shod. The revolutionaries had nothing else to lose, and were now the strongest. The high-ranking officers of the West French Empire's army were also hesitant to order the revolutionaries to proceed with their next plan. The most urgent task now was to stabilize the revolutionaries and prevent them from revolting at this critical juncture. The commander could only ask Valeria in Ligadize for military pay, at least to stabilize the revolutionaries. But Valeria only said 2 words: no money. The commander could no longer tolerate this. Furious, he smashed 4 vases before finally calming down. There was no point in being angry now. The key was how to calm the revolutionaries. However, what surprised the commander even more was that the aristocracy was now provoking the revolutionaries. A messenger rushed in, reporting in a panic. "It's bad, Commander. The nobles and soldiers are fighting." "I." The commander, upon hearing this, raised his finger and uttered a single word before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The generals under his command immediately supported the commander, speaking with concern. "Commander, hold on. We can overcome this crisis." The commander spoke weakly. "It's over, it's all over. The West French Empire is finished." Just as everyone felt a sense of dignified despair, a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted outside the tent. The commander, upon hearing the gunfire, kicked his feet, and the 82-year-old general passed away. "Commander." Then, a large outpouring of sobbing and lament could be heard from within the tent. Even on the other side, within the barracks, the revolutionaries and the aristocrats had already begun fighting. Although the aristocrats outnumbered the rest, the revolutionaries were not far behind. The two sides immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat, a fierce and agonizing fight. But soon, the aristocrats were driven to flight by the battle-hardened revolutionaries. Seeing a soldier about to overpower him, one noble drew his pistol and fired a single shot. Bang! The sudden gunshot stopped everyone in their tracks. Both aristocratic and revolutionary soldiers turned their gazes. They saw the revolutionary soldier lying in a pool of blood, the muskets of the nobles nearby still smoking. The revolutionaries were immediately enraged, and several of their junior commanders shouted, "Get your weapons. Kill them!" The revolutionary soldiers instantly drew their weapons, and unleashed a barrage of fire on the opposing nobles. The nobles, still half-dazed, were instantly enraged by this barrage. "What does the shooting have to do with us? Since you're so unsportsmanlike, then we won't either. Grab your weapons, and take them down." Bang, bang, bang. The clashing sound of gunfire instantly resounded throughout the barracks. The nobles and revolutionaries were engaged in a full-scale battle. The neutral faction, however, remained in its tents, enjoying its meals, drinks, and sleep. Originally, the neutral faction should have intervened, but its leader was Drich. Drich, watching the deadly battle between the revolutionaries and the nobles, had no intention of aiding either side. Upon learning of this, Leon immediately urged Drich to aid the revolutionaries. Drich smiled at Leon's order, and then ordered the neutral soldiers to intervene. He also ordered aid to the revolutionaries. The battle, originally evenly matched, suddenly shifted in favor of the revolutionaries after the neutral faction joined. The aristocratic faction suffered continuous defeats, forced to abandon their camp and retreat to Lugoda. At this time, Valea was still preparing for her birthday banquet, which was about to begin, and she wanted to celebrate it in style. However, with the aristocratic faction's retreat, upon their return to Lugoda, Valea, who was preparing for the banquet, suddenly became restless. Of the 3 million troops, only 800,000 returned from the aristocratic faction, and half of these troops were without weapons. Upon learning of this, Valea nearly closed her eyes and passed away. But her obsession with the West French Empire kept her alive. Afterwards, she launched a torrent of abuse at the aristocratic faction. "What are you doing here? What can we do to protect ourselves now? Lucia, this is all because of the damned Yunrin. I want them dead." Chapter 373. With the defeat of the aristocratic army, the entire city of Lugoda was plunged into panic. It wasn't just the nobles themselves, the common people were terrified as well. The nobles had been spreading rumors that the revolutionaries would attack Lugoda, and that after taking the city, no one would be left alive. This terrified everyone in Lugoda. Many fled Lugoda, but soon, Valeria issued an order forbidding anyone from leaving Lugoda. They would perish with Lugoda. No one was happy about this, but Valeria was willing, and with the defeat of the Western French army, the 4 million-strong coalition army also chose to disband on the spot. Yes, it was a hasty decision. 4 million troops disbanded on the spot. Because the coalition army's retreat route had been completely blocked by the National Defense Army. They were completely trapped within the Western French Empire. The armies of many countries petitioned their own countries to surrender to the Great Yin. The armies of some major nations, like Ceylon, were still able to hold their ground. But smaller nations had already begun preparing for surrender, and their rulers had long since contacted Great Yin. So, they readily agreed to their army's requests for surrender. After all, these smaller nations already had small armies, and this time, in response to the Papal States, they had deployed almost their entire forces. If these armies were destroyed, the entire nation could face catastrophic destruction. The rulers of these smaller nations immediately surrendered, and to ensure Great Yin spared their troops, they immediately declared war on the Western Empire. With this first small nation taking the lead, many others followed suit. This infuriated Valeria. It had always been the Western Empire that declared war on the nations of the Eastern continent, but now the Tian gang had turned against them. How dare these small nations declare war on the Western Empire? Valeria immediately ordered the Western Empire's southern regions to mobilize their forces and march north to defend Luja. At the same time, she tried to stabilize the Ceylon and Plan kingdoms. After all, these two nations combined could rival the Western Empire. With their support, the Western Empire would be invincible. Of course, this was Valeria's expectation. However, reality dealt Valeria a harsh blow. Following the small nation's declaration of war, the Ceylon and Plan kingdoms also chose to declare war on the Western Empire the next day. Valeria convened an emergency meeting. She sought the ministers' opinions. In the hall, faced with Valeria's roars and questions, the ministers all cowered. After all, confronting Valeria now would be like putting your head on a knife's edge. Speak up. Aren't you all talkative? Come up with a plan. Valeria's roar echoed throughout the hall, but no one spoke. Suddenly, a messenger ran in. Queen Dowager. The Succubus Kingdom and the Scorching Sun Tribe, the last two nations on the Eastern Road, have declared war on the Empire. Valeria nearly fainted on the throne upon hearing this. A minister nearby immediately ordered a priest to investigate. With the priest's help, Valeria gradually calmed down. Then, she looked at everyone with an angry expression. Very well, everyone has declared war on the Empire. If that's the case, we can't just let them off. Come, prepare the declaration of war. Upon hearing this, the ministers perked up instantly. What was going on? Declare war on Dian. Declare war on Ceylon. Declare war on... Valeria's nearly hoarse voice echoed through the hall. All the ministers had already fallen to the ground, not daring to meet her gaze. Valeria's declaration of war quickly spread to the surrounding nations. When Leon looked at it, he nearly spit out the goji berry tea he had just drunk. Ahem. What's going on? Is this serious? Lion picked up the declaration of war and read it over several times, finally confirming one fact. The declaration of war was real, and the declaration of war against all nations was also real. Lion suddenly remembered an old witch from his past life. Could she have truly been reincarnated into another world? No, brother, don't mess with that. Lion's hand, holding the thermos, began to tremble. This was too shocking. Just as Leon was feeling startled, a voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Leader, it's late. Frightened, Leon gulped down the goji berry tea in his thermos. He then rushed out of the headquarters, blanket in hand. He squeezed into the sentry booth and slept on the floor. The sentry on duty stared at Leon, his eyes nearly popping out. Leader, what are you doing? Looking at the soldier's surprised look, Leon sighed. I once thought love was like that, but I was too young. Promise me you take good care of yourself. Leon patted the sentry's shoulder earnestly. The next moment, Leon felt something against his leg. Looking down, he found a snake's tail wrapped around his thigh. What sin did I commit in my past life? Before Leon could finish his words, he was dragged away. The two sentries stared at Leon in bewilderment. What's going on? What else could it be? Is the leader henpecked? Do you even need to ask? The two soldiers sighed silently, as they watched Leon being dragged away. The leader was always strong, except when it came to his significant other, when he became completely weak. Thankfully, just when Leon was about to be drained dry, Frostar arrived and successfully rescued him. Froststar looked at the two men and felt as if his eyes were being pricked by needles. No! This isn't true. You must be lying. This is all fake. Froststar's defenses were broken. He had thought the title of the main wife was firmly in his grasp, but he had never expected Yun Qingqi to actually steal the house. Froststar, tired, destroyed. Froststar, save me! Leon's weak voice echoed. But Froststar couldn't hear anything at this moment. Looking at Froststar's face full of despair, Leon decided to take drastic measures. Wife, save me! The next second, Froststar was revived to full health and rushed in front of the two. Yun Qingqi's eyes widened. Okay, you Leon. You haven't called me wife in all this time. And you call Froststar wife in front of me? Leon, who had just escaped, suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. What's going on? Turning around, he saw Yun Qingqi looking at him with a sickly smile. This is over. Cheng Ji is waving at me. Chapter 374. Qingqi, listen to me. I love you too. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. For the first time, Leon felt a deep, soul-destroying fear. Because Yun Qingqi looked like he was about to eat him. The feeling of being stared at by a predator instantly sent a chill from the soles of Leon's feet to the top of his head. Leon was sweating profusely. In just 2 seconds, countless images flashed through his mind. From the first budding of life underwater. But the next second, Froststar protected Leon. This moved Leon so much that he almost kissed Froststar passionately. As expected, his wife still loves him. But the next second, Froststar said something that nearly knocked Leon off his feet. I deal with you when we get back. Leon, you want to protect him? Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. At most, I drain him dry. Yun Qingqi said with an innocent look on his face. Froststar frowned slightly, standing between the two. You drained him dry. What should I do? Leon, ? Just as the two women were on the verge of a fight, Baryan and the other four, sensing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing the scene before them, they didn't intervene. Instead, they quietly brought over small stools and sat down beside them, taking out some sunflower seeds and crossing their legs to watch the show. After all, no matter how hard the two women fought, as long as Leon's life wasn't in danger, they wouldn't intervene. When it came to women, Leon had to rely on himself. When there was a fire in the backyard, no one could help. If they helped Leon solve the problem now, what would they do later? And now there are only two women, one from the Elven Empire, one from Great Yin, and a foolish dragon. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and now there are 5 women. Isn't this much more serious than the 2 women in front of us? So, Leon, you have to rely on yourself. The 4 of them smiled like elders, eager for the 2 women to fight. Although Leon was a bit weak, he still understood the principle of taking advantage of the opportunity, right? It all depended on whether the 2 women would give Leon a chance. After all, the gap between a 5th-level Dochi Knight and 2 9th-level magicians was huge. As for whether Leon could succeed, it depended on whether the 2 women would give him a way out. The 2 women quickly engaged in a fight, and the fight took to the sky. The 2 women's fierce fight in the air lit up the night sky. Like 2 small light bulbs, they flickered in the sky. Many soldiers noticed this scene. They couldn't help but marvel at the power of the leaders' wives. After all, in their eyes, Leon had no trouble with his own backyard. In front of them, Leon and the others appeared to be in love. The leader and his wife must be very affectionate. The aerial battle must be a friendly exchange. Yes. It must be so. The 2 women in the air fought more and more fiercely. Baryan snapped his fingers, sealing off the space between them. The sound and residual power of their fighting could not be heard. This would prevent them from disturbing the resting soldiers. At the same time, Baryan looked at Leon with a serious expression. Feeling Baryan's gaze, Leon turned and met Baryan's eyes filled with hope. Leon glanced at the 2 women in the air, then rubbed his waist. Finally, he sighed and shook his head in frustration. This is too hard for me. I guess I need to practice more. I must be too weak. In fact, Leon hadn't even considered it. Maybe it wasn't his fault. How could an ordinary person compare to Yun Qingqi? The fact that Leon could hold on was a testament to his excellence, but Yun Qingqi had already entered its annual mating season. A typical snake's mating season is from April to May, but Yun Qingqi is different. Her mating season is random. It changes depending on the external environment. As luck would have it, Leon happened to run into her. And so, there was not a drop left. The 2 women's fight intensified, from the initial polite exchanges to the final all-out effort. Even Leon, an outsider, was terrified. Wait, I don't think I'm an outsider. Lion began to reflect on life. But the next second, the fight between the two had its conclusion. After a collision, both sides retreated, fighting fiercely. At this moment, the two women also managed to land, seemingly exhausted. Lion, sensing his opportunity, rushed towards them. The two, still somewhat dazed after the fight, had already noticed Lion standing nearby. Lion's subtle thoughts were clear to the two men, but neither pointed them out. Instead, he feigned exhaustion. Lion, seeing this, instantly became filled with fighting spirit. Am I finally going to rise again and sing? After all these years, it's finally over. I want to regain my strength. Lion lifted the two women, one on each side, and brought them back to the tent. He was going to tell the two girls, who was in charge in this family. What Leon didn't notice was the smiles of triumph that graced their lips. High-level hunters often appear as prey. Just as Leon was about to teach the two girls a lesson, a new situation arose on Hans's side. Leaving Tina's village, Hans and Tina headed north. In just 2 days, they had experienced a lot. Although Hans had dealt with many people, in his eyes, they were just numbers on a file. As the director of the intelligence agency, Hans shouldn't let these numbers affect his emotions. Hans must, let these numbers remain numbers. The director of the intelligence agency may appear glamorous on the surface, but in reality, Hans's greatest torment was himself. Every day, he faced his own inner questions. Is this the right thing to do? So many innocent people have been implicated. Is this truly the right thing to do? At first, Hans could tolerate it, but as time went on, he gradually developed psychological problems. Every night, Hans would descend into a state of paranoia. Baryan and the others observed this, and concluded that it was the result of Hans's solitude. After all, Hans held a crucial position, bearing a heavy burden. He wanted to vent to others, but there was no one around to listen. Though Hans appeared casual in front of Leon, only Hans himself knew that his life was far from easy. That night, Tina and Hans found a cave and planned to spend the night there. However, unexpectedly, shortly after they fell asleep, Hans's mental illness flared up. Chapter 375. Tina, sound asleep, suddenly heard a noise. It sounded like someone was talking. Tina hurriedly stood up, trying to find the source of the sound. After searching around, she discovered that it was Hans mumbling. This was the first time Tina had ever seen such a thing, and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Hans's sleep talking continued, and Tina could only lean in to listen. Don't leave me. Mom and Dad, I'm not a bad boy, I'm a good boy. Mom and Dad, don't leave me alone. Hearing Hans's sleep talk, Tina was completely stunned. She hadn't expected that Uncle Hans, who had always been so strong in her presence, would be so fragile. Tina also noticed that tears were welling up in the corners of Hans' eyes. Tina could only stand there anxiously, unsure how to comfort him. Suddenly, Hans's sleep talk changed again. I don't know you. Go away. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. It was clearly you who were at fault. And Diane, you will pay for your actions. Hans grew increasingly agitated, his entire body twitching. Seeing this, Tina could no longer stand by and watch. She placed her small hand on Hans's face, gently caressing him, then spoke tenderly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Reassured, Hans's emotions gradually calmed down. But Tina thought of her parents. She too had once had a happy family, but with the advent of war, her happy family was instantly shattered. Did Tina hate it? Of course she did, but it wasn't the war she hated. She hated herself for not being strong enough. If she were strong enough, she could protect her family. She could also influence the war. War is the real culprit. Without war, there would be no harm. Once a war breaks out, both sides are always hurt, there are no winners. But as Tina thought about it, she began to cry. She missed home. She missed the little dolls her mother made for her, and the pancakes her father baked. But none of that could be returned. Tina cried until she fell asleep on Hans's bed. The next day, Hans slowly awoke, feeling refreshed. He had never slept so soundly before, but suddenly, he felt a weight on his body. Looking down, he saw Tina, soundly asleep. Looking at the sleeping Tina, Hans was at a loss for what to do. Although he didn't know why Tina had suddenly come to him, Hans wouldn't disturb a little girl's sleep. Hans lay quietly, not disturbing Tina's deep sleep. But just then, Tina began to talk in her sleep. Mom and Dad, where are you? Tina's whole body trembled as she spoke. Looking at Tina's grief, Hans couldn't help but think of himself. Tina had just lost her family, and her own family had passed away when she was still a child. Compared to him, Tina was considered lucky. After all, she still had a complete childhood to reminisce about. And he? Hans looked off into the distance calmly, gently stroking Tina's back. He tried to comfort the heartbroken little girl before him. Give as much help as possible. After all, everyone has a vulnerable side. When others display this vulnerability, we shouldn't mock them, but rather try to help them. Feeling Hans's touch, Tina curled up like a kitten and slept even more soundly. Hans, watching this, was at a loss for words, and could only let Tina do what she wanted. It's okay, go to sleep, kiddo. You feel better when you wake up. A few hours later, Tina slowly awoke. What a wonderful sleep. Wait. What's that next to me? Tina turned her gaze to the side, and immediately saw Hans. Hans was looking at her expressionlessly. Tina instantly jumped up like a frightened animal. She was completely bewildered. Uncle. You. Just listen to my explanation. Tina's face flushed red, and she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. But Hans didn't respond. Instead, he stood up and spoke calmly. Okay, let's go. It's time to get going. With that, he took the lead, shouldering his backpack, and walked straight out. Tina, who was standing by, immediately followed. Uncle, wait for me. A few hours later, the two of them were walking through the forest, one in front of the other. Hans, walking in front, was concentrating on scouting the situation ahead. Tina, behind, was already starting to have wild thoughts. I saw that old man last night. Should I tell him? But if I do, will he silence me? I was so torn and sad. Just as Tina was lost in her thoughts, she bumped into Hans, who had just stopped. Hans was about to stop and check his position, when he suddenly felt something hit him. Tina, clutching her head and looking at him innocently, was trembling. Hans twitched his lips, then spoke. What are you thinking about? Watch the road carefully. It's not as safe as you think. Tina curled her lips, and said nonchalantly. Okay, uncle. Watching Hans's advance, Tina sped up, approached him, and spoke. Uncle, can you tell me your story? What kind of country is the Holy Empire? And why is Leon called a demon? Tina's barrage of questions completely stumped Hans. Hans hesitated, but when he saw Tina's pleading eyes, he finally relented. Lolita is the worst. Listen carefully. I only tell you once. Yes. Tina's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. The Holy Empire was once the overlord of Zhongzhou, but the empire is no longer called an empire. Great Yin has become the overlord of Zhongzhou. The people of Great Yin live carefree lives, going to get off work on time, and no longer worrying about food. Hans began, and Tina, beside him, was stunned. She had never heard of such a country before. It turned out there were such places in this world, places that only existed in dreams. Just as Tina was listening, entranced, Hans had finished his story. But Tina still couldn't wake up from her imagination. Hans stopped talking, interrupting Tina's reverie. Tina then realized that Hans hadn't mentioned himself yet, and asked, Uncle Hans, you haven't told your story yet? Hans was slightly stunned, then spoke. I am a shadow. Tina. Chapter 376. Shadow? Tina tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. Yes, I am Shadow. De Yin is a vast country, and there are always places where the sun doesn't shine. My mission is to fight these darknesses for De Yin in these dark places. Hans said with a melancholy look on his face. What's that? I don't understand. I want to hear your story, uncle. Tina shook her head, indicating that her little head simply couldn't understand. Seeing this, Hans realized that he had been too euphemistic. Looking at Tina circling around him, Hans finally relented. My name is Hans, and I'm only 27 years old, so don't call me uncle. I'm from the Violet Duchy of the Holy Empire. As Hans began to tell his story, Tina paused and listened quietly. When I was 10, my parents, unable to support 3 children, sold me to slave traders. The Imperial Army raided the slave traders' den and rescued me. But I had no idea where to go, as I had no home. An Imperial Army officer learned of my situation and told me that if I was desperate, I might try my luck in the Sin territory. At least there weren't as many rules and regulations as here in the Empire. Finally, I went. I arrived in the Sin territory. A 10-year-old wouldn't survive anywhere else, but I miraculously survived there. As soon as I arrived, I stumbled upon a church recruitment for cleaners. The unforgiving nuns offered me a chance. At 10, I rose from the cracks and went to bed late every day, just for a chance to stay in the church. But after 3 years, I was ultimately fired. The old nun who had taken me in had passed away, and at 13, I had to find another way to make a living. At that time, the Holy Empire was battling the Orc Empire for control of the northern steppes. The territory of Sin took over a large portion of military supply orders, so I became a blacksmith and worked for 3 years. But with the Empire's disastrous defeat in the northern steppes, its once mighty empire vanished. Alexander the Great spent 20 years restoring the empire to 2/3 of its former glory. But Edward III squandered it all in 5 years. With the empire's defeat, I was once again unemployed. Hans couldn't help but recall his past, those difficult days. Tina, who was listening intently, looked at him. Hans couldn't help but touch her head, then continued. At 16, I was unsure of what to do, until I met a noblewoman. She was a noble from the empire, and had come to the territory of Sin on orders from her family to take over a mission. She was so beautiful, and at 16, I was at an impulsive age. One chance encounter, she saw through my thoughts, and then asked a question that stumped me. Tina couldn't help but speak. What did she say? What do you have? Kid, you can't even let me look you in the face right now. Hans said, then gave a wry smile. Tina, standing by, didn't know what to say, so Hans continued without pausing. Her words instantly sobered me up from my trance, and I decided to do something. I used the money I earned from working as a blacksmith for a year to study. Actually, I wanted to continue, but I had no money. But in that year, I learned to read and gained a better understanding of the continental landscape. And most importantly, I fell in love with reading, Hans said, glancing at Tina. But with no money, I had to give up my studies and find work. I found a bookstore that provided food and lodging, but no salary. I stayed there for 8 years, and in those 8 years, I read every book in the store. Continental history, international cultures, dialects, character psychology. I could read and memorize them all. Hans said this, patting Tina's head and speaking earnestly. When I get back, I send you to school. The fastest way to change for those of us suffering is through education. Tina nodded, half understanding. 8 years later, I met the benefactor of my life, or perhaps fate finally favored me once. I met leader Leon. Yes, the Leon you mentioned. Leon's situation wasn't much better when he first arrived in the territory of Sin, but he possessed two most important things, knowledge and his duke status. The latter was of the greatest help to Leon. His duke status was a significant aid in issuing his early decrees. It was around that time that I joined Great Flame too. Back then, Great Flame wasn't even called Great Flame, and there weren't as many people as there are now. Hans spoke, reminiscing. Tina was a little confused. What duke? What knowledge? Cheese? Is that edible cheese? Fortunately, Hans didn't know what Tina was thinking, otherwise he would have definitely rubbed her head. What on earth does this little girl think about all day? Why is it that all she does is eat and play? Hans continued. Back then, Leon was just a weak and helpless young man, just turned 18. He seemed like anyone could step on him. And yet, it turned out that anyone could. In the early days after arriving in the Sin territory, almost every faction came to try to step on Leon, but Leon welcomed them with a smile. Can you guess where those people are now? Hans suddenly smiled mysteriously. Tina said curiously. They are no longer in this world. They have all received the punishment they deserved. They have been reduced to ashes. Tina was frightened by what she heard, but she didn't ask Hans to stop. The tension and excitement made her more and more curious. And Leon recruited a number of people from the very beginning, and I was among them. I was appointed director of the Intelligence Bureau. At first, I thought it would be a very easy and simple job. But soon, I discovered it wasn't. The Intelligence Bureau not only collects intelligence, but also has to deal with many enemies. Yes, many, many enemies. Hans paused briefly and looked at Tina. Many enemies? How many? Tina asked, somewhat puzzled. I remember signing orders alone for no less than 50,000 people. In fact, the Intelligence Bureau has eliminated over 100,000 enemies. And those 100,000 aren't necessarily all guilty. They could be the families of guilty people. So I'm a demon. Are you still willing to follow me? Hans said this and looked at Tina. Tina froze in place. She heard a number. 100,000. That's right. In 2 years, the Intelligence Bureau has eliminated thousands of nobles, and almost every noble has a family. The blood on the Intelligence Bureau's hands is too much to count. Chapter 377. Tina was momentarily unsure how to respond to Hans's words. Hans hadn't expected Tina to give an answer immediately, so he spoke. Take your time to think about it. Talk to me when you've figured it out. If you want to avenge your parents, you have to reach a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. Do you understand? Hans's words left Tina baffled, but she nodded, half understanding. Then, they followed Hans forward. Unbeknownst to Hans and his companions, they would soon encounter a fleeing force, one that would completely change Tina's mind. Outside the city of Luzde, a million-strong army had already arrived. Most of these soldiers were originally from the Western Empire. But now, they had switched sides and were besieging Luzde. At this moment, Valeria no longer had her usual composure. Every day, the decorations in the hall would be ruined. Every day, Valeria would smash several vases, and then call in a few of her ministers to give her a scolding. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will be unbearable. The Revolutionary Army broadcasts daily from the gates of Lugodias to the city. The content is as follows. Dear brothers and sisters, the current West French Empire is not worth your continued fighting for. The heavy taxes make it impossible for us to stand up straight, but what we cannot accept is that after we pay our hard-earned money to the country, they are used to launch one meaningless war after another. Regardless of victory or failure, we are the ones who ultimately pay the price. We no longer want to accept this outcome. Why should our money be used to support the nobles in waging wars, and yet the nobles are the ones who benefit? We haven't even received a single piece of land. Why is this? Every family sent family members to the battlefield. We participated in the war, lost our loved ones, and lost all our savings. But what did we gain? The winners of this entire war, from beginning to end, were only those damned aristocrats. Brothers and sisters, compatriots, let us unite. Overthrow the rule of the Western French Empire. Let the Western French Empire be reborn. The broadcast played on a 24-hour loop. Initially, the Revolutionary Army hadn't considered this idea. But Bonaparte went straight to the Wehrmacht positions and borrowed a few loudspeakers. Then this happened. After all, according to what Diane had learned, winning the hearts and minds is paramount. Bonaparte believed that this humble loudspeaker would definitely be able to shake the defenses of Luzde. After all, even the people of Luzde were deeply dissatisfied with the current aristocratic ruling class. The lower classes have never lacked courage. All they lacked was a leader. And Bonaparte would lead them to their feet. As the broadcast reached the city, changes gradually began to take place within Lugodias. The lower classes began protesting and marching. At first, these demonstrations were simply to demand the return of their money to the ruling class of the Western French Empire. To continue the war, the Western French Empire had issued government bonds to a large number of its citizens. And they practically forced the citizens to buy them. This resulted in the complete draining of the people's wealth. The common people had virtually no money, while the nobles continued to live a life of debauchery. These two starkly different lifestyles greatly incentivized the common people. Before the Revolutionary Army reached Lugodias, these common people dared not resist. But things were different now. The Revolutionary Army was at the gates of the city. They could finally speak with the nobles of the Western Empire with dignity. And among their parades and demonstrations were revolutionary soldiers. Bonaparte had already included some of his men on the first day of the broadcast. Because Bonaparte knew the Western Empire would inevitably explode, he had to prepare early. As expected, demonstrations quickly broke out in Lugoda. Large numbers of citizens, workers, and students began to demonstrate. Valeria offered no compromise, and simply ordered the Western Empire soldiers to suppress the protests with force. That day, as the parade was about to reach a noble residence, a large number of Western Empire soldiers surrounded the procession. Before the marchers could react, the Western Empire soldiers had already pulled the triggers of their rifles. A barrage of bullets mercilessly slaughtered these civilians, who were simply trying to get the West French Empire to pay back their debts. They had merely expressed their discontent, yet they had brought disaster upon themselves. The hundreds of demonstrators before them were instantly slaughtered. And the same scene was being repeated elsewhere in the city. On that single day, over 2,000 people were brutally murdered. Valeria couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as she watched the demonstrations being suppressed. As expected, force was the only way to deal with these peasants. Only fists could silence them. However, what Valeria didn't know was that this action had completely exposed Valeria's true colors to the West French. That was the plan of the people in the city at first. If the West French Empire returned their money, they would be willing to protect Luzde for Valeria. But Valeria, without even a consultation, dispatched its army to suppress the rebellion with force. This thoroughly inflamed the anger of the lower classes. And even within the West French Empire's army, a voice began to rise. Valeria had allowed them to treat ordinary people this way today. Will others treat them the same way in the future? After all, the West French Empire hadn't paid them in 6 months. Many soldiers were suffering from severe mental exhaustion. For they faced pressure not only from the aristocracy represented by Valeria, but also from ordinary people. After all, they had shot their own people. This was an ironclad fact. The entire city of Luzia, like a giant dough, had begun to ferment. A myriad of emotions filled the city, all waiting for their moment. And then, at this critical juncture, Valea's birthday banquet was about to begin. The nobles ordered their armies to strengthen their defenses, while preparing money to please Valeria. Some far-sighted nobles, realizing the seriousness of the situation, exempted all taxes from their subjects and restrained their troops, urging them to avoid conflict with the civilians as much as possible, hoping to keep the civilians in check. But not all nobles were wise. Some, lacking funds, targeted merchants. So began the looting and robbery. Several tragedies unfolded within the city of Ligodes. Chapter 378. Soon, Bonaparte and his men outside the city learned of the situation inside. They ordered their troops to be ready to attack Ligodes at any moment. Bonaparte could sense that the time to attack Ligodes was imminent. It was just a matter of seizing the opportunity. As Ligodes descended into chaos, many nations also began their actions. Originally, the southern part of the Western French Empire had assembled a 2-million-man army and marched north to rescue Ligodes. However, halfway along, they discovered that other Eastern powers were already approaching. The commander of this 2-million-man army immediately turned around and marched eastward to intercept the enemy advancing from the east. When Valeria heard this news, she was stunned. The southern army, upon which she had placed such high hopes, had now refused to carry out her orders, opting instead to remain stationed in the east to block the enemy's attempts to divide the Western French Empire. In just 3 hours, Commander Requetel received 8 orders from Villarja. All of these orders urged Requetel to march north immediately. But Requetel was no loyal servant of the August family. He understood the living conditions of the lower classes of the Western French Empire. So, upon learning that the revolutionary army under Bonaparte was besieging Ligodes, Requetel ordered his troops to turn around without hesitation. This was the only way to minimize losses. If Requetel forcibly rammed these 2 million troops into Ligodes, even if he successfully defeated the revolutionary army, he would still not be able to stop the great flame that stood behind them. But the small nations to the east were different. They had a long-standing feud with the Western French Empire. They would definitely come to grab a piece of the action when the Western Empire collapsed. So Requetel wanted to preserve the Western Empire's last bit of dignity. He would never allow these small nations to carve up the Western Empire. As long as he still had 2 million troops, he could secure a last bit of dignity for the Western Empire. He had no hope in Valeria. Such a foolish ruler was worse than Narati. Although Narati was passionate about war, he at least had some sense, and wouldn't throw all his chips on the table like a gambler. But Valeria was different. Not only was she a gambler, but after putting all her chips on the table, she would still borrow chips from everywhere. Letting her rule the Western Empire would be an absolute disaster. So Requetel had already prepared for Valeria's death. Because there was already a voice within the Western Empire calling for Valeria's resignation. In the city of Ligodes, inside the imperial palace, a large number of dancers were performing graceful dances in the hall. Valeria beamed at the performance before her. The ministers beside her were fawning over her. "Queen Mother, are you satisfied with this? I have a knight-shining pearl from the Sangshui Empire here, which will be your birthday present. Queen Mother, please look at my 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum." Queen Mother. Listening to the minister's flattery, Valeria felt completely ecstatic. Seeing the hall was already full, Valeria ordered the birthday banquet to begin. The carefully prepared performance began. The nobles were having fun in the hall, flirting with the maids nearby. Of course, normally they would never dare to do this, but today, Valeria had given the order. Allow them to be happy for once. However, just as everyone was gathering around Valeria, inside the harem, Queen Mary gazed at Narati lying in bed, with a sorrowful face. Although Narati was brutal, violent, and unreasonable, he at least cared for his son. Valeria was initially pleased with her grandson, but as Valeria's reign grew longer, she gradually lost herself in the power. Marie and her son were sent directly to Narati's chambers. She tended to Narati's sickbed every day. Listening to the commotion outside, Queen Mary wept. Everyone was celebrating Valeria's birthday, but who remembered herself and the emperor? As Mary sobbed, her son tugged at her clothes and said innocently, "Don't cry, mother. It's not good to cry. I'm not crying either. Mother, don't cry." Hearing her son's words of comfort, Mary smiled, hugged her son, and spoke. "My little darling is grown up and can comfort his mother. You must be a good emperor in the future. Don't be like your father and your grandmother." The little prince looked at Mary, bewildered. Just then, a cough shattered the silence. "Ahem. Water." Naradi's weak voice rang out. Mary immediately put her son down, grabbed a cup, and hurried over. Your Majesty, are you awake? Mary asked, looking at the pale Naradi lying on the bed. Naradi nodded with difficulty, and then spoke. How long have I been unconscious? What is the state of the empire now? Mary hesitated for a moment, then told Naradi the truth. Your Majesty, you've been unconscious for 2 months. The empire is currently in the hands of Queen Mother Valeria, but... After hearing Mary's words, Naradi's already pale face paled even further, his breathing rapidly becoming rapid, and he seemed on the verge of death. Mary hurriedly helped Naradi to recover. After a few minutes, Naradi finally accepted the reality. You mean she spent 500,000 gold coins on your birthday party? And how dare she accept help from the Holy See? And she abandoned 4 million soldiers on the coastline, leaving the Great Flame to explode? Naradi's barrage of questions left Mary at a loss for words. But Naradi didn't let Mary answer, knowing she had nothing to do with this matter. Call Dick over, and tell him you have something to do with him. And don't tell anyone I'm awake. Naradi thought for a moment before speaking. Mary immediately stood up, and went to find Dick, the commander of the Imperial Guards. She then carefully surveyed the area around the bedroom, finding no one watching her. Then he rushed to find Commander Dick. Naradi lay in bed, looking up at the ceiling, muttering. The West French Empire is doomed. Bonaparte, oh Bonaparte, good deeds will be rewarded, and I have finally fallen at the hands of your family. Just as the palace was filled with joy and peace, Lygodes was already a river of blood. The civilians had taken refuge, but now it was the merchants who suffered. These merchants suffered even more. Their homes were broken into by the army, their property plundered, and even their wives and daughters were murdered. That night, Lygodes was a world of heaven on one side and hell on the other. Chapter 379. At night, the banquet continued in the palace. In the harem's bedroom, Dick, dressed in military uniform, knelt obediently on the ground. He stared at Naradi, lying on the sickbed, a look of horror on his face. He had never expected Naradi to awaken at this critical moment. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he knew not only that the revolutionary army was approaching the city, but also the tragedies within. And the palace was also under the control of Valeria. The first two might have nothing to do with him, but the palace was controlled by Valeria, and he had to find a good excuse. But Dick thought for a long time, and couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. It seemed that he had indeed done something stupid. But there was really no way out. Valeria was pressing too hard, and Dick had no room for maneuver. Since Valeria took control of the palace, the threats and inducements against Dick had never stopped. Initially, they used beauty traps and bribes to try to coerce Dick into Vera's service. But Dick remained unmoved and returned the items intact. This infuriated Vera, who immediately gave Dick a severe blow. They stormed Dick's residence and kidnapped his family, forcing Dick to obey Vera. Vera, by threatening Dick with her family, successfully forced Dick to submit. But Dick had not forgotten Naradi. Over 80% of the personnel in Naradi's chambers were Dick's trusted aides. This was sufficient to protect Naradi from a fatal attack. At the same time, an army was deployed around the chambers. This was Dick's last effort for Naradi. That's why Dick was still kneeling here, alive. If Dick had completely betrayed him, Naradi would have struck him down with a single blow. But now, he needed someone, and someone like Dick, who was at least willing to obey him, could still be used. But once the problem was resolved, Dick would probably have to retire. After all, betraying the king rarely ended well. How many men do you have now? Naradi struggled to his feet with Mary's help. Your Majesty, I still have 200,000 guardsmen, but half of them have been corrupted by Valeria's money. Dick lowered his head as he spoke. Where did she get so much money? Naradi was furious. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has squandered the entire 12 million gold coins in the treasury. Dick whispered. Upon hearing this, Naradi collapsed. Mary hurriedly supported Naradi, and Dick tried to rush forward to support him. But Naradi waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Then, with a self-deprecating laugh, he said, These 12 million gold coins were originally intended to be a lump sum payment to the soldiers, as I had been planning to end the war, but Bonaparte's appearance caught me off guard. But what caught me even more off guard was my mother, Vera. How did she manage to squander 12 million gold coins from the treasury in just 2 months? Even if I ordered 100 dishes every day and visited courtesans every day, I couldn't spend that much. Naradi's defenses were broken. 12 million gold coins had been squandered. Even Naradi, the self-proclaimed emperor, was horrified by this. He then pointed at Dick and said, Immediately mobilize the 100,000 imperial guards you have. Surround the palace. No one is allowed to enter. You only need to stop those who come. Dick obeyed and immediately rushed out. Nerati touched Mary's face and spoke earnestly. You suffered. Run now. It's not too late. Bonaparte won't do anything to you, because he's not me. Mary was stunned for a moment, then her face was filled with disbelief. Your Majesty. Nerati waved his hand, interrupting Mary. The situation has reached a critical point. If the treasury's gold is completely squandered, the West French Empire will be doomed. You have only been with me for 3 years, but you have endured my brutality. I feel sorry for you. So leave. As your husband and your emperor, I command you to take our son with you. Raise our son well. I have left you a sum of money, enough for you and your son to live out the rest of your lives in peace. Nerati said this as he stood up, attempting to don his armor, which he hadn't worn in a long time. Marie watched Nerati's clumsy movements and couldn't help but step forward to help him. Nerati, frail, donned his armor with a smile on his face. Just then, Dick arrived outside the chamber, waiting for Nerati's orders. Nerati glanced at Mary and hugged the newly arrived prince. The young prince had no idea what was about to happen. He could only stare blankly at his father. Nerati caressed the young prince's head lovingly, then turned to Dick. Now, arrange for them to be escorted out of the palace. As for me, I'm going to confront Valeria. Let's see what justification she has for ruining the Shifa Empire to this point. With Dick's help, the frail Nerati mounted his horse. Then he led several thousand soldiers towards the hall. Tonight, the Shifa Empire will finally meet its end. Soon, the nobles celebrating the birthday in the hall discovered that it was surrounded. Viria learned of this and immediately summoned a confidant to inquire about what had happened. The confidant's words silenced Valeria. My queen mother, the imperial guards have surrounded the hall. Viria was completely stunned, and she dropped the jade bead in her hand without even noticing. Imperial guards? Who gave him the guts? Doesn't he know today's my birthday party? Valeria roared, realizing what was happening. The confidant was at a loss for words. Their kind reminder was met with a scathing rebuke. I gave the imperial guards the guts. Just as the scene was settling into an awkward silence, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Nerati, clad in armor and mounted on a warhorse, entered the hall. Clack, clack. The horse's hooves clattered against the masonry, making a resounding sound. Everyone present paused their actions and watched in silence as Nerati rode into the palace. After a brief silence, the ministers began to whisper among themselves. Your Majesty, why are you awake at this hour? We're about to see something interesting. Are your Majesty and the Queen Mother about to stage a scene of loving mother and filial son? Listening to the whispers of the courtiers in the hall, Nerati's expression remained unchanged as he stared intently at Valeria, seated on the throne. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was left with only the two of them. Chapter 380. You? How did you wake up? Valeria's face was filled with disbelief. Why? Doesn't mother want to see me awake? Nerati asked with a half-smile. Valeria's face turned pale and purple, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. The ministers were also stunned, for they didn't know who to help. On one side was their emperor, and on the other was the most powerful person in the Western Empire. Yes, the most powerful person in the Western Empire wasn't Nerati. It was Valeria, patriarch of the August family. Valeria controlled almost the entire southern part of the Western Empire. And in the wars fought in the Western Empire over the years, the majority of the soldiers mobilized came from the northern region and from Nerati's own forces. Although Nerati repeatedly requested Valeria to send troops to cooperate in the battles, Valeria refused for various reasons. She even asked Nerati for military funds. Of course, Nerati wouldn't give it, and the relationship between Valeria and Nerati grew increasingly strained. But Nerati would never give in. Because if he used his own money to support someone else's army, what was the point of being emperor? Valeria had always been dissatisfied with Nerati, believing that the privileges he granted the August family were too few. But when Nerati heard this news, he turned his anger into laughter and said, the August family collects over 30% of the tax revenue of the entire Western French Empire, and they also control more than half of the Western French Empire's military. Furthermore, they occupy 80% of the fertile land. You tell me, after granting so many privileges, you're still telling me they're not enough? The relationship between mother and son became completely strained. Nerati was working to suppress the Augustus family. After Nerati rejected her proposal, Valeria began to consider establishing a new emperor. So, for the sake of his son, Nerati had to deal with the Augustus family, a major problem. Since ancient times, it has been unhealthy for an emperor's brothers to wield too much power. Perhaps there were some truly beneficial consequences, but at least the negatives outweighed the positives. Just as Narati was about to succeed, Bonaparte suddenly appeared, sending Narati into a state of rage. In just 2 months, Valeria had wiped out all of Narati's 7 years of hard work. Narati had made every effort to weaken the Augustus family. But once Valeria came to power, all his efforts were wasted. He also threw the West French Empire into chaos. You ungrateful son! Why don't you withdraw your troops? Are you going to hold my birthday party or not? Valeria cursed, pointing at Narati. I don't know whether your birthday party will go ahead, but I want to know whether the Shifa Empire will perish. Narati rode his horse towards Valeria. The guards standing at the bottom of the stairs looked from Narati to Valeria, caught in a dilemma. Who should they protect? Unfilial son. What are you doing? Valeria said, a look of panic and fear on her face. I just want to ask you, why are you doing this? Why has the Shifa Empire become like this? Narati drew his sword and pointed it at Valeria. I am the master of the Shifa Empire. What's wrong with me spending a little money? Valeria said confidently. You call that spending a little money? 12 million gold coins, and you squandered it all in just 2 months. Even a dragon can't amass wealth faster than you squander it. Narati rode directly in front of Valeria, his sword almost at her neck. I'm your mother. I'm the emperor. Narati said coldly, his eyes flashing dangerously. You? Valeria was so angry she was speechless for a long time. So my mother, what should we do next? The revolutionary army is at the gates of the city, and the army is about to be defeated. Narati dismounted, approached Valeria, and asked. Valeria looked a little uneasy at this moment, then said with a lack of confidence. Since you're awake, the Western Empire is returned to you. I'm leaving first. Seeing Valeria about to stand, Narati stopped her. You are the venerable Queen Mother. How can you treat us so lightly? You should find a way to resolve this difficult situation. Seeing her son's concern for her, Valeria's face turned green. This was truly filial piety. So, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Valeria asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, to defeat the revolutionary army at the gates and pay the soldiers. Narati's emotionless voice echoed. It wasn't until the moment Narati woke up that he realized that, besides Mary and his son, he had no one else he could trust. Narati finally understood why emperors feared aging. Once they grew old, it meant a change of power, and all sorts of evil would emerge. You're blackmailing me, Valeria said, almost frantically. How can you call it blackmail? This is clearly a case of borrowing and repaying. Narati gave Valeria a mysterious smile, staring at her and speaking slowly. Valeria then realized she couldn't escape and had to return the money to the treasury. How much do you want? Valeria tried her best to calm herself. But Narati's next words completely disrupted her composure. All of it. You must return the 12 million from the treasury. If you don't, I believe the August family has that much money. Narati said. Do you really think you can do anything to the August family now? You can't even protect yourself, so what can you do to the August family? Valeria said with full force. I may not be able to eliminate all the Augustus in the empire, but I can certainly eliminate those in Lygodes. Narati wiped his sword and spoke calmly. Valeria spoke. No! You can't do that. Then return the money to the treasury. From now on, I will kill 1 Augustus every 10 minutes, and I won't stop until I see the money. Narati then ordered the imperial guards to begin arresting people in the hall. There were over 1,000 ministers in the hall, and over a third of them were Augustus. Watching the imperial guards taking action, Valeria finally took action. Stop! I can give you the money. Hearing this, Narati sheathed his sword and strode out of the hall. He also ordered the imperial guards to pack up any untouched food on the table and take it away. He also had to stabilize the army's morale. Chapter 381. Narati headed straight for the barracks. The barracks were eerily quiet. A large number of soldiers gazed at the palace from afar. They knew a lavish banquet was taking place there, and their pay hadn't been paid in ages. Looking at the bustling palace, many soldiers froze in their tracks. These powerful and wealthy enjoyed the life they longed for, while they, at the bottom of society, struggled to survive. But the most crucial thing was that even in this situation, anyone could trample on them. These soldiers had lost hope in this country. They had previously cursed Narati, believing him to be an unmitigated tyrant. The truth was, Narati was indeed a tyrant, but Valeria was even more terrifying. If Narati was just a tyrant, then Valeria was not only a tyrant, but also a tyrant. In just 2 months, the West French Empire was completely defeated. At least Narati had given the Shifa Empire enough dignity. It left the empire with a fighting chance. Suddenly, an officer spoke up. "Brothers, the revolutionary army is at the gates. We must learn to choose our sides now. Staying here will only lead to death. And a meaningless death. Think of our families and children. They're still waiting for our pay to save their lives." The officer's words echoed the thoughts of most present. But no one dared to speak, or perhaps they lacked the courage to confront the situation. After all, rebellion and protest are two different things. And just then, the sound of horse hooves suddenly reached the barracks. The soldiers saw Emperor Nerati, whom they had not seen for a long time. After a brief moment of shock, they all knelt in salute. "Long live His Majesty." Many soldiers were reluctant, but the imperial power was paramount, and they had no choice but to submit to the emperor's authority. At the same time, they wanted to see what Nerati was going to do. Dozens of soldiers followed Nerati, each holding a large box. This left the Shifa Empire soldiers baffled. Then Nerati opened the box in front of everyone. It was filled with glittering gold coins. Nerati began. "Soldiers, because of my coma, the Shifa Empire has become what it is today. I am guilty, and I am unworthy of being emperor. So this money is your compensation. At the same time, after this war, regardless of success or failure, I will abdicate an apology." Nerati's words struck like a hammer, hammering down on the hearts of everyone present. Many people's heads were buzzing. The soldiers couldn't understand why Nerati, known for his miserliness, would be so generous this time. And why would he give up the throne, which was more precious than his own life? The soldiers were bewildered. However, some clever soldiers had seen through Nerati's intentions. Nerati's trick was quite dirty. Nerati ordered the imperial guards to distribute all the gold coins they had. Each soldier in the million-strong army defending the West French capital of Lagades received 2 gold coins. This made the soldiers beam with joy. Of course, nearly all of Nerati's 2 million gold coins came from his own personal coffers. Because Valeria hadn't yet given Nerati the money. Nerati had to fend for himself, but the 2 million had already wiped out most of his savings. Of course, Nerati left 500,000 gold coins for Mary and his son. Nerati was now penniless, but he had never been so at ease. In the past, death and the pressure of war had always weighed on Nerati. Nerati was an ambitious monarch who had seized power in the West French Empire. He also hoped to flourish the West French Empire under his own leadership, so that no one would claim he had seized power and ascended to the throne. But the more anxious Nerati became, the slower things progressed. To defend the West French Empire's position, Nerati could only launch war after war. But these repeated wars did not strengthen the West French Empire. Instead, they dragged it into the quagmire of war. By the time Nerati finally came to his senses, Bonaparte's rebellion had already begun. By this time, the West French Empire was already on the decline. Looking at the soldiers beaming with joy after receiving the gold coins, Nerati finally let out a relieved smile. Although he already knew the final outcome, at least at this moment, Nerati had not lost. He had successfully salvaged the last shred of his reputation. Of course, that little bit of reputation was truly. With this series of maneuvers, Nerati successfully stabilized the morale of nearly 600,000 soldiers. Another 400,000 soldiers had already seen through everything. They knew Nerati was paying them just to keep them defending Lagades. But they were no longer willing to fight for the West French Empire. Nerati also knew that many in the army were tired of war. But at this point, Nerati no longer cared. He was now determined to fight one last battle, even if it would always end in failure. He simply wanted to see how far he stood against Bonaparte. How could Bonaparte, a fallen nobleman, alone, use the northern Wind territory to confront the West French Empire? Before the Great Yin even landed, Bonaparte, with his vastly inferior forces, had already swept the West French Empire's army. So this was what Nerati wanted to prove. He wanted to prove that he was no less capable than Bonaparte. And the city of Lagades became his final battlefield and swan song. At the same time, Nerati ordered the city gates opened, letting the civilians out. This action once again restored Nerati's reputation. But Nerati's fundamental reason for doing this was to get Mary and his son out of the city. In fact, Nerati didn't have only this one son, but most of his sons had died tragically. Only the young prince survived. Nerati looked toward the palace. Amidst the scenes of mourning unfolded in the main hall. The august family would eventually pay the price for their greed. "Don't worry, not a single one will escape," Nerati muttered. He then watched the civilians leaving the city without a word. Mary, mingling with the crowd, clutched her son and walked out of the city, bewildered. Hidden beneath her cloak, Mary turned and saw Nerati standing on the city wall. The two exchanged glances, and Nerati smiled confidently. Mary nodded, tears streaming down her face. Narati watched Mary's retreat, muttering, "If I had known, I wouldn't have become a tyrant." Chapter 382. Just after the siege of Lygotis, Bonaparte mobilized a large army and began preparing to besiege Lygotis. He also learned that Narati had ordered the evacuation of all civilians. For the first time, Bonaparte placed Narati squarely in his own position. Because Bonaparte had previously considered Narati an unwavering tyrant. But now, Narati's actions had changed Bonaparte's perception of him. But only slightly, because a dog can't change. Just as Bonaparte was mobilizing his army to lay siege to Lygotis, news arrived from Lygotis. This news directly disrupted Bonaparte's plans. Inside Lygotis, in the palace square, Narati watched the busy magicians carving a giant magic circle. On the other side of this magic circle lay the lair of the now-defunct dragon clan. Narati was ready to make a desperate move. And they took good confidentiality measures. But there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. The news quickly reached Bonaparte, who immediately reported it to the Wehrmacht. Lion soon learned the news as well. Then they decided to destroy the magic circle. However, according to intelligence, the West French Empire would need at least 5 days to construct the magic circle. 5 days was enough time for the Great Yin to complete its preparations. The Great Yin fleet, docked at Bafongport, was undergoing repairs. All the naval personnel had a rare moment of leisure. But one unit was not idle. The uniforms worn by this unit were completely different from those of the other units. Unlike the ordinary gray uniforms, their uniforms were all camouflaged. They also had extra body armor compared to ordinary Wehrmacht soldiers. Even their helmets were different from the standard Wehrmacht helmets. They were the airborne troops Lion had been waiting for so long. On the opening day of the battle, the airborne troops raided the rear, preparing to capture key cities and offer resistance. But to their surprise, the West French Empire's army was so ineffective. They were quickly crushed by the Wehrmacht. The airborne troops only managed to capture 3 cities in a row. They were forced to return to the fleet base for rest and recuperation. After spending nearly 10 days in Northwind Harbor, these soon-to-be-haired airborne troops finally received a new mission. They also received a batch of new equipment. They received brand new bulletproof helmets, replacing their old M35 steel helmets. These new helmets were the famous QGF-03 helmets, each equipped with a visor. Their body armor was also upgraded, and they were given unique equipment, gloves. You have to understand, other soldiers don't have equipment like gloves and bulletproof helmets. Aside from some elite infantry, who were equipped with body armor, most soldiers were still eagerly eyeing the new equipment for the airborne troops. Caddis had repeatedly requested that the military allocate resources to this end. But each time, the military gave Caddis various excuses to prevaricate. "Marshal, look at how many new warships the Navy has launched. Marshal, look at the Air Force preparing a small-scale replacement of MiG-19s and preparing to implement the MiG-25 program. And the Mi-24 and Mi-8 haven't been deployed yet? What do you want the Air Force to do? Marshal, your army will soon have the T-62. Isn't that enough? Individual equipment can wait, but the AK-47 can be fully deployed soon." Several military officers took turns trying to evade Caddis, leaving him stunned. Caddis knew that all branches of the military were upgrading their equipment, leaving the infantry to suffer. After all, weren't new recruits and AKs enough, as long as they worked? But the airborne troops were the bosses. The airborne troops quickly received new orders. They would land at the Luja Palace at night. To ensure the success of this mission, a total of 12 Mi-8 helicopters and 8 Mi-24 attack helicopters were deployed. Over 300 airborne troops would assault Luja. However, the Western Empire had already taken precautions, as airborne troops had already appeared in Kore City on the first day of the battle. Although the Western Empire hadn't figured out how the Yin had managed to get its soldiers into its territory, they were still on guard. Unaware of the reason, the Western Empire could only reinforce all its defenses. But the airborne troops wouldn't retreat just because their defenses were strengthened. They were born to fight the toughest battles. At dawn that day, 20 helicopters took off from Northwind Harbor and headed straight for the city of Luja. At the same time, the Wehrmacht outside Luja received orders to bombard the city. They were to continue the bombardment for at least 12 hours. Destroy the fortifications within Luja. And the exact words of the order were, "Hit hard. If you don't raise Luja, you artillerymen, get out." The expressions of the artillerymen who received the order grew increasingly ferocious. "Good boy. Finally, we can fire freely. Come on. Bring me the 355mm howitzers." 8 massive steel behemoths appeared before the crowd. This stunned the Western French soldiers. The M1 355mm howitzer weighed over 100 tons, and most were transported using heavy machinery. However, thanks to the storage ring, transporting the M1 355mm howitzer was no longer such a hassle. After all, if the Gustav could fit in, why couldn't this one? Is it simply not big enough? The 355mm howitzer wasn't necessarily the largest in caliber, but it was far superior to the Karl mortar. It had a maximum range of 1,000 meters. It could fire 575 kilograms high explosive shells and 926 kilograms concrete piercing shells. Although it had half the charge of the Karl mortar, a 20 kilometers range was truly impressive. 8 heavy artillery pieces immediately began bombarding Ljuboja. They were accompanied by 32 K3240 cannons and 96 SFH-150 howitzers. With that kind of firepower, let alone Ljuboja, even the Sucre city would be lying flat on their backs if they arrived. A large number of shells rained down upon the city. Elite artillerymen, having mastered their artillery techniques to perfection, were striking precisely at the city's fortifications. At first, these artillerymen thought they were clearing obstacles for the Revolutionary Army. But what they never imagined was that they were actually paving the way for the airborne troops. The continuous artillery bombardment led Narati to believe that the Revolutionary Army was about to launch an attack. Narati was forced to transfer most of his troops to the outer city to strengthen the perimeter defenses. But to everyone's surprise, there was actually Old 6. Chapter 383. In the evening, the Wehrmacht, after a day-long bombardment, finally ceased its artillery fire. The city of Ljuboja, bombarded all day, finally quieted down. At this point, there were few civilians left in Ljuboja. Most of those who remained were civilians who had chosen to stay. They had lived here their entire lives and had long since refused to leave. The civilian areas where they lived were not included in the bombardment zone. But they could still feel the devastating power of the Wehrmacht's artillery. And this was done to protect these civilians, otherwise, the Wehrmacht would have already resorted to rocket fire. After all, rockets are much easier than artillery. They simply bombarded the area with rockets. The Wehrmacht had also developed a highly advanced loading method. This involved allowing magicians to use their minds to assist in rocket loading. 60 rockets could be loaded in just 3 minutes. With this kind of efficiency, isn't it faster than artillery shells? It can be ready in 3 minutes. So why would I need artillery? Just a rocket barrage. Invincible. Truly invincible. So the naive Papal States had no idea what they were about to face. Inside the city of Ljuboja, 6 French Empire soldiers and civilians were carrying supplies, trying to salvage survival supplies from the bombed-out buildings. And inside the palace, Valeria, watching the dwindling number of August's family members, finally lost patience. Not only did she return the 12 million gold coins to Nalati, she also gave him an additional 6 million. She begged Nalati to spare the August family members, and to spare her as well. But as Valeria's son, Nalati and Valeria had many things in common. This is likely hereditary. Narati accepted the money, and then immediately detained Valeria and the August family members. Valeria erupted in curses, accusing Narati of betrayal. Narati simply smiled. What use is there for me with money now? I can't take it with me. Narati's words silenced Valeria, and Narati continued. And do you think you could escape even if I released you? Narati ignored the stunned Valeria, shook his head disapprovingly, and walked away without looking back. Meanwhile, night fell. After the bombardment, the soldiers of the Western Empire had packed up and were preparing to rest. The magicians, however, were still diligently carving magic circles within the palace. As noble magicians, they hadn't initially intended to work overtime. There was no other way. Nalati was offering too much. Hundreds of magicians, each given 10,000 gold coins, to work in 2 shifts around the clock. How could the magicians tolerate this? You're insulting me. They immediately pocketed the gold coins. Feel free to insult me. So, even late at night, these magicians remained energized. After all, one job can last a lifetime. No more traveling for the rest of their lives, they can enjoy their retirement in peace. In addition to spending over 1 million gold coins to hire these magicians, Nalati also prepared a full 15 million gold coins to satisfy the dragons, allowing them to fight for the Western Empire. He also planned to distribute the remaining 1 or 2 million gold coins to the soldiers. Nalati decided to go one last crazy spree. Looking at the busy magicians before him, Nalati nodded in satisfaction and finally returned to his chambers. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep tonight. To prevent the Wehrmacht from shelling the magic circle, the magicians deployed powerful magical defenses around it. But they didn't expect the Wehrmacht to resort to artillery fire. instead sending a bunch of idiots directly over. Late at night, the sound of dense propellers could be heard above the Wehrmacht and Revolutionary Army positions. Many soldiers were startled awake, and when they looked up, they saw dark shadows in the night sky. Many soldiers had no idea what these shadows were, and before they could even think, helicopters had already entered the city of Lugodaeus. Airborne troops quickly landed in the Imperial Harem. For at this moment, the harem was the weakest point in the entire Western Empire's imperial palace, because Nalati had not deployed many troops there at all. After all, Nalati had never imagined that an enemy would burst out from the harem. When the airborne troops' helicopters approached the harem, Nalati was startled awake. Narati, who had never heard the sound of helicopter propellers before, scrambled from his bed in terror and headed straight for the palace. It hovered directly over the square. He could even see small dark figures descending from the larger dark figure. Before Nalati could comprehend what was happening, intense gunfire erupted from the square. Narati then realized it was something from the Great Flame. The Great Flame had entered the city. Nalati quickly assembled his troops and launched an attack on the square. In the square, the mages, busy at work, suddenly spotted a helicopter overhead. Soon afterward, a large number of soldiers descended from the helicopters. Before the mages could get a good look, the airborne troops opened fire. Bullets mercilessly pelted the mages as they worked. The unsuspecting mages were instantly doomed. 20 or 30 mages were completely mutilated by the sudden attack. Some airborne machine gunners grabbed the handles of their PKMs and fired from the hips. The PKMs were killing every enemy present. Some mages prepared to unleash their magic, but once their bodies glowed with magical energy, they were met with a merciless barrage of bullets. Snipers were closely watching these mages, ready to fire a full-power 7.62mm round if they dared. The magicians quickly fled. Compared to money, their lives were clearly more important. As soon as the magicians left the square, they encountered the Western Empire troops rushing to support them. The magicians immediately exaggerated the situation in the square to the soldiers. The soldiers were stunned. What about divine soldiers descending from the sky, invulnerability, and possession by evil spirits? After this incident, the Western Empire soldiers launched an attack on the square. At this moment, the airborne troops were deploying explosives in the square. Their primary mission was to destroy the magic circle in the square. 8 Me-24 attack helicopters were circling overhead, ready to provide fire support to the airborne troops. The Me-8 helicopters had already headed outside the city to resupply supplies. Preparing for the subsequent evacuation operation, it now depended on whether the airborne troops could complete their mission. Chapter 384. After the airborne troops landed, the commander immediately ordered his soldiers to seize the high ground. In fact, there were no high ground in the square, only a few slightly elevated platforms. And the only cover on these platforms was a few stone brick fences, which could barely withstand the bullets. Shortly after the fire team occupied the high ground, a large number of Western Empire soldiers launched an attack from all directions. The Wehrmacht airborne troops immediately prepared to engage the enemy. The breakthrough team immediately intercepted the enemy outside the square, while the fire team immediately provided suppressive fire. To ensure the airborne troops had enough ammunition to carry them through the battle, an Me-8 helicopter constantly flew back and forth between the Wehrmacht positions and the palace, delivering ammunition and ensuring the airborne troops had no worries. In the air, the Me-24 attack helicopters directly attacked the Western Empire soldiers below. The mounted machine guns mercilessly harvested the lives of the Western Empire soldiers below. The Narati people standing nearby were stunned. He had never imagined that the Wehrmacht's technological level had reached this level. And the firepower of a single AK-47 in the hands of a paratrooper could match the combined fire rate of several of their weapons. Since the paratroopers were practically blocking all 4 exits, the Western Empire soldiers were unable to deploy an attack formation. Now they were practically trapped. However, the Western Empire was no fool. Seeing that the infantry couldn't advance, they pushed out their few remaining artillery pieces. The soldiers in the breakthrough group, who were intercepting the enemy, looked up and saw Western Empire soldiers pushing their artillery pieces close to them. Oh my goodness! Artillery fire already? Retreat! Artillery fire! The assault team soldiers immediately ran to the sides. Boom! A shell landed directly on the spot where the assault team had been. Many of the slow-moving assault team members were knocked over by the blast. They scrambled to their feet, dusty and grimy. Uncle Lee! Wait! The assault team leader immediately called a soldier over and told him the enemy's artillery position. The soldier immediately drew his flare gun and fired a flare toward the Western Empire artillery position. The flare landed next to the firing gun. The Western Empire soldiers were puzzled. What was this? Before they could react, a Me-24 attack helicopter flew over and, without a word, launched its mounted rocket. The rocket, trailing a trailing flame, blew the artillery and the soldiers alike into the air. Although the Western Empire's artillery had been destroyed, the Western Empire soldiers, seizing the opportunity afforded by the breakout group, had successfully entered the square. They were gathering toward the center of the square. Had the bombs been deployed? Yes. As soon as the bombs were deployed, the airborne commander immediately reported the situation to the helicopter unit. 12 Me-8 helicopters immediately took off from the Wehrmacht positions and headed straight for Lugodaeus. But the airborne troops still had to withstand the Western Empire's attack. The machine gunners and snipers were furious. The Western Empire's offensive was so fierce that, although the Western Empire soldiers could do little damage to the airborne troops, they still surged forward like a tide. In most cases, the Western Empire soldiers were killed before they even approached. Some did approach, and the two sides engaged in a shootout. But the Western Empire soldiers were easily at a disadvantage in such exchanges. However, some Western Empire soldiers still managed to hit Wehrmacht soldiers with their bolt-action rifles. The airborne troops suffered casualties. Although their body armor provided protection, even the strongest armor could be penetrated. As the Western Empire soldiers advanced into the square, airborne casualties skyrocketed. And just then, the attack helicopters took action. Swish, swish, swish. Except for the final round of rockets, the attack helicopters had already fired all their rockets. And they had dropped all their bombs. This temporarily halted the Western Empire's offensive. And just then, a formation of Me-8 helicopters arrived above the palace. One after another, the Me-8 helicopters landed in the square. The airborne troops immediately loaded the wounded onto the helicopters, taking off as each one filled up. The breakthrough team retreated first, while the firepower team fought and retreated, engaging in another wave of hipfire. Finally, when the last Me-8 helicopter took off, the Me-24 attack helicopter immediately unleashed its last round of rockets. At the same time, the Wehrmacht outside the city launched an artillery attack. This time, the target was no longer the outer city, but only the square where the bombs had been deployed. Because there was a defensive magic circle in the square, if the bombs were detonated now, the explosive force might not be able to destroy it. So, artillery fire was needed to clear the outer defensive circle. The defensive circle and the teleportation circle were linked. As long as the teleportation array wasn't attacked, the defensive array wouldn't activate. This was why airborne troops were deployed to plant the bombs. Direct artillery fire would likely fail to completely destroy the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the helicopter troops left the palace, a barrage of artillery shells descended. Just as the shells were about to land on the square, a massive magic array deployed. It blocked the numerous shells from the magical shield. The shield flickered rapidly, demonstrating the sheer force of the bombardment. The Shifa Empire soldiers were somewhat bewildered. They couldn't understand why De Yin had gone to such great lengths, only to withdraw immediately. At first, they thought De Yin was planning to attack the palace and capture Naladi alive. But their abrupt retreat left the Shifa Empire soldiers perplexed. What was going on? The bombardment had directly obstructed the Shifa Empire soldiers' vision. However, some of them still noticed the bombs deployed near the magic array in the square. Curious, they approached the bombs and began to examine them. But they had never seen a bomb before. They searched left and right, but couldn't recognize it. They thought it had been dropped by Wehrmacht soldiers. Many soldiers, believing it was their trophy, tried to pick it up. But they found it impossible to move the bombs. Some soldiers noticed something was wrong. Why were the bombs tied so neatly? Why did it look more and more like it was intentional? Just as the Western Empire soldiers were puzzled, the defensive magic circle began to flicker rapidly and was about to collapse. The Western Empire soldiers immediately inserted nearby magic crystals into the magic defense circle, preparing to strengthen the magic defense. Just then, the airborne commander detonated the explosives. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose directly from the square. The magic circle that Narati had prepared for so long was instantly reduced to ash. Narati's heart was broken tonight. Chapter 385. With the magic circle destroyed, Narati's final trump card had been torn apart. Just as the National Defense Force breathed a sigh of relief, on the other side of the magic circle, in a strange world, countless dragons lived within this world. This world was extremely strange. Not only were there mountains and rivers on the ground, but even the sky above was filled with mountains and rivers. It was as if two continents were placed side by side. If Leon were to see such a world, he would be absolutely shocked. Because, as a materialist, you tell me there could be land in the sky? And upside down. If farmers knew about this, wouldn't they plant their fields in the sky, In fact, this land in the sky wasn't the most shocking thing. It was the dragons soaring in the sky that frightened everyone, because each of them exuded terrifying magical energy. But these powerful dragons dared not approach one place, a solitary island standing in the ocean. There were only a handful of giant dragons on the isolated island. However, each of these dragons emanated a terrifying surge of power. The dragons on the periphery dared not approach. But these dragons were guarding a dormant black dragon in the center. But suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes. The black dragon quickly awoke, roaring loudly. All the dragons in this world descended and knelt before the black dragon. "Master, what's wrong?" A red dragon approached the black dragon, asking with concern. "Something's happened to the Western Empire," the black dragon exclaimed. "What? How could the Western Empire, so powerful, be threatened by a nation from the East continent?" the red dragon said, somewhat incredulously. The black dragon then spoke. "They're not threatened by a nation from the East continent, but by an enemy from across the ocean." "You mean the Empire?" the red dragon said in disbelief. The other dragons couldn't help but tremble at the word empire. They recalled a battle 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, although the dragons were no longer the dominant power, they still roamed the continent. Until they met a man, a self-proclaimed materialist. He demanded that they, the dragons, stop acting recklessly. How could such proud dragons listen to the words of a lowly human? War soon broke out between the two sides. At first, the dragons didn't take the sacred empire founded by this man seriously. After all, humans had always been the weaklings at the bottom of the continental competition chain. How could a weakling even dare to speak to them? But once the two sides clashed, the dragons were severely slapped in the face. For the first time, the dragons felt the fear of humans. Especially the man in white armor, who claimed to be a materialist. He instantly beat the previous dragon lord into a pulp. With just 3 punches, the man crushed the dragon lord. And even more terrifying was the army he commanded. Each one seemed to have superpowers, and the dragons were powerless to destroy them. After all, a single beetle couldn't kill a group of ants. But these ants could easily crush a beetle. And even more terrifying, each of these humans seemed to have superpowers. No longer as weak as before, many were now approaching the might of the dragons. The dragons were already at a disadvantage in the first battle. Defeated, they were forced to retreat, observing the Holy Empire. Soon after, they witnessed the Holy Empire's campaigns across the land, crushing the Demon Empire, the Orc Empire, and even the Elf Empire. After witnessing the Holy Empire's glorious achievements, the dragons decisively chose to flee to the eastern continent. Facts proved that this move was the right one. And after experiencing this battle, the dragons had learned their lesson. If you can avoid being the first to stand out, then don't be the first. So, for the past 1,000 years, the dragons have lived a low-key life on the eastern continent. And only a handful have ever seen a true dragon. Everyone knew the dragons had arrived in the eastern continent. But they had never seen a true dragon. Where had the dragons gone? The dragon lord couldn't help but wonder, looking at his terrified minions. Don't worry. That man is dead. And it wasn't the Holy Empire that attacked the Shifa Empire, but a nation called Great Yen. This nation isn't even an empire, they don't even have the title. Hearing the dragon lord's words, the dragons felt a sudden sense of relief. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be just an ordinary nation. Then how could an ordinary nation bring the Shifa Empire to this point? Yes. According to what you said, the Shifa Empire seems to be facing a life or death situation. The dragons began to discuss what kind of nation Great Yen was. The dragon lord flapped his wings, and the dragons immediately stopped discussing. He spoke with authority. Let's not discuss this for now. According to the contract we signed with the Western Empire, we must help them once when they destroy our country. What do you think? As you say, my lord. The dragons, without a second thought, immediately pledged their loyalty. Great Flame. What is that? Can my dragon clan be defeated by a mere Great Flame? The dragon lord immediately issued an order, commanding all adult dragons in his clan to accompany him on his expedition against the Western Empire. As his dragons prepared, the dragon lord, seated on the throne, murmured, looking at the small throne beside him. Where are you, my child? And as the dragon clan prepared to march, Baryan, polishing his sword in the National Defense Army camp, suddenly realized something. Then he looked into the distance. This is really getting more and more interesting. Baryan smiled, then continued polishing his sword. Asgard, the Papal State. Inside the Vatican Palace. A priest, hidden beneath a golden robe, flipped through a classic. He suddenly looked toward the eastern continent and muttered. The dragons have emerged. So it's time to begin the plan, Kuenberg. Let's see who has the last laugh. Ha ha ha. The indistinguishable male and female voices echoed through the palace, a somewhat eerie sound. Chapter 386. Just as the Dragon Clan prepared to enter, Bonaparte also prepared to launch a decisive battle against the city of Lugodias. Because the magic circle and most of the fortifications had been destroyed, it could be said that the only thing standing in Bonaparte's revolutionary army was the walls of this ancient city before him. To destroy this wall, Bonaparte rolled out all his artillery, and requested artillery support from the Wehrmacht. It could be said that thousands of cannons, large and small, were trained on the city of Lugodias. Lugodias, is it really that serious? Looking at the ancient city before him, Bonaparte thought of his childhood. Before he came of age, he had lived a carefree life in this city. He had the company of not only his mother, but also his father. He could spend his days wandering the city with his fiancée, Eleanor. But a coup d'état 10 years ago completely changed his future. If it weren't for this coup, perhaps I wouldn't have to destroy this city. Since things have come to this, I destroy it with my own hands. Perhaps Lugodias should be renamed Maple Leaf City. Autumn leaves always return to their roots. For this general offensive, Lion didn't allow the National Defense Army to intervene, instead ceding the stage to Bonaparte. After all, this is Bonaparte's stage, and Bonaparte is the true protagonist. And the stability of the Eastern continent still depends on Bonaparte. De Yan's top priority is to withdraw from the war in the Eastern continent to prepare for the Papal States' upcoming plans. With a command, thousands of artillery pieces began to bombard the ancient city. For the first time, Nerati felt the terrifying power of artillery. Although the soldiers of the West French Empire had been subjected to artillery fire before, even from naval guns, they were accustomed to it. But Nerati had never seen it before. This was his first time facing such a large number of artillery. After feeling the terrifying power, Nerati finally understood why Bonaparte had been so unstoppable. With this firepower alone, even a million-strong army would have been forced to retreat. Thousands of artillery pieces directly bombarded every part of Lugodias, except for the civilian areas. Many soldiers, realizing that the civilian areas were out of range of the Revolutionary Army, immediately rushed into the civilian areas to avoid the artillery fire. However, the Revolutionary Army's primary purpose in using artillery wasn't to kill or injure West French Empire soldiers. It was to destroy any buildings that could serve as cover. As long as Lugodias is razed to the ground, the army can easily capture it. Bonaparte, I'm a genius. After a full half-hour of bombardment, the walls of Lugodias finally collapsed. As the strongest wall in the Western French Empire, it withstood half an hour of fire from over 1,000 artillery pieces. It has fully proven itself. After destroying the wall, the artillery fire immediately spread into the city. The buildings within the city collapsed without a single hit. But collapse wasn't enough. Bonaparte's words were, "Blast everything to smithereens. I don't want to find intact bricks amidst the shrapnel." The Wehrmacht also launched an all-out attack. After all, the army was short of everything except ammunition. Thanks to Lion's earlier plan, preparations were underway for the Great Expedition. This resulted in the arsenal producing a large quantity of artillery shells. Most of these shells were stored, but a considerable portion was still taken to the Western French Empire. And it's impossible to bring such a large portion here and then take it back intact, right? It would be better not to take it at all. So what to do? Of course, we should deal with it locally. As for what to do with all the shells consumed, of course, the great commander Bonaparte would foot the bill. Trading shells for rare resources is a sure win no matter how you look at it. And now that the shells are all used up, more space will be freed up to bring the resources back. Lion, and the Western French Empire possesses many rare minerals. Based on the principle of not using one's own resources if possible, Lion has always sought to exploit other countries' resources, trading low-cost munitions for these rare resources, using other countries' rare resources to create cutting-edge weapons. This is the wisdom of certain countries in their past lives, but Lion still has to have some dignity. After all, at least he returned the weapons and equipment. At least they didn't act like bandits. Leon, why does it feel like you're calling me a bandit, Ligots? After 3 hours of bombardment, not a single intact building remained in the city, save for the civilian areas. Even the palace was reduced to ash by the ravages of the artillery fire. Initially, neither the Wehrmacht nor the Revolutionary Army intended to bombard the palace. But Bonaparte ordered it to be bombarded. He didn't want to see this place that had brought him such sorrow again. Although the palace was where his ancestors had lived, Bonaparte was determined to say goodbye to the past. The future of the West French Empire will only grow stronger. The past is gone forever, As the buildings within the city were demolished, Bonaparte ordered the Revolutionary Army to charge. At the same time, he ordered the officers of the West French Empire's rebel army, which had been incorporated into the Revolutionary Army, to control their soldiers. Any harm to West French civilians was strictly prohibited. Any such offense would be severely punished. Though he said so, Bonaparte knew that some West French Empire soldiers would inevitably fail to control themselves. So he left behind 10,000 dragoons to serve as military police. Any violation of law and order would be dealt with immediately. Bonaparte knew that there was still a huge gap between the Revolutionary Army and the Wehrmacht. But Bonaparte continued to strive, because he wanted to become a powerful nation. It's okay to lack powerful weapons, but the quality of the soldiers must be high. A country's strength cannot be judged solely by its weapons. National spirit and fighting spirit are crucial. When all citizens of a country are prepared to die for their country, then the country will surely stand firm. Everything in the past life explained everything. Whether it was Lion's previous country or any of the other nations, there were always some nations where the weak triumphed over the strong. Isn't it their unwavering tenacity that ultimately led to their defeat? As the over 2 million revolutionary troops stormed into Lugodaeus, Lugodaeus was practically shattered. Although Lugodaeus had been completely razed to the ground by artillery fire. But that didn't stop them from charging. As long as they believed they could charge, they would. After all, many soldiers of the Western French Empire had one mindset: to show off their abilities before Bonaparte while simultaneously storming the palace and making a killing. After all, they hadn't yet undergone a change of heart. They fought for Bonaparte almost solely for money. After all, in their minds, who else would fight for anything other than military pay? Chapter 387. As the Revolutionary Army entered Ligotus, Nalati led the Western Empire Army in a continuous retreat. Finally, they realized they had nowhere to retreat. Along the way, the Western Empire soldiers were practically being chased. They had no chance to fight back. If they dared to stop to counterattack, they would be met with precise artillery fire and a barrage of bullets. The Western Empire soldiers dared not pause, each one running faster than a rabbit. Nalati couldn't even catch up on horseback to these swift runners. As expected, in the face of life-or-death crisis, people can unleash their unlimited potential. This led to a very explosive situation. All the Western Empire soldiers, nobles, and concubines and maids of honor were crammed into the civilian area. The entire Western Empire civilian area, originally designed to accommodate only 50,000 people, was already filled to capacity, and the streets were thronged with people. And people were still trying to squeeze in. Western Empire soldiers retreating from the outer perimeter were desperately trying to squeeze in, because they knew that if they squeezed into the civilian area, they could temporarily avoid attack. But this was only temporary, because the Revolutionary Army had already surrounded the civilian area. Everyone rushed to the civilian area, watching the entire city of Lugodaeus huddled together. Bonaparte's mouth was almost crooked with smiles. He was just worried about how to deal with them. They were scattered throughout the city, making them difficult to capture. Now, with this situation, it was like a pillow when you're sleepy. Bonaparte immediately ordered the army to surround the civilian area. At the same time, he ordered some soldiers to begin clearing out the Western French Empire soldiers in other areas. After all, there were always a few smart people who didn't rush to the civilian area where everyone else was heading. They believed that the most dangerous place was the safest. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The Revolutionary Army's blanket search left them nowhere to hide. To ensure accuracy, the Revolutionary Army even acquired a large number of wolfhounds. They searched area by area. They actually captured tens of thousands of Western French soldiers and thousands of civilians. These Western French soldiers immediately surrendered after being captured. But Bonaparte wasn't interested in them. However, when he learned the reason for these Western French civilians' presence, his fury reached a peak. These civilians had originally been in the civilian area, but because the Western French nobles had taken refuge there, they were driven out and, without shelter, were forced to wander. Thankfully, they had taken refuge in an area near the civilian area, and thus avoided accidental artillery fire. Upon learning of this, Bonaparte immediately ordered his troops to refrain from using artillery fire. At the same time, he ordered his men to begin persuading those in the civilian area to surrender. All soldiers of the Western Empire would be forgiven if they surrendered. All innocent nobles were released on the spot, while the guilty were temporarily detained. Upon hearing this, the people in the civilian area became agitated. Over 90% considered surrendering. As for the remaining 10%, they were the precious nobles. Upon hearing this news, the nobles immediately began paying bribes. The soldiers beamed with joy upon receiving the money, and chose not to hand over the nobles. But as time passed, the Revolutionary Army's patience wore thin. So they began to press harder and harder. The West French Empire's soldiers were once again shaken in their resolve. Feeling the soldiers' changing minds, the nobles engaged in another round of heavy losses. Once again, they successfully used gold coins to reassure the crowd. Thus, the nobles spent millions of gold coins and successfully secured 7 days of West French Empire protection. During these 7 days, the Revolutionary Army exerted daily pressure. But there was no way, the nobles' offer was simply too much. 7 days passed, and Bonaparte could still sit still, but lying could no longer. Precious time had passed, and nothing had been accomplished. I had only transported hundreds of thousands of tons of ore. The question was, what else had I gained besides the ore? Lion was furious, secretly laughing, and when he was angry, he would remain silent. But this silence angered Yuan Qingqi as well, because Yuan Qingqi didn't like Lion's stern face. When Yuan Qingqi got angry, Lion was in big trouble, because Yuan Qingqi exploited Leon mercilessly under the guise of anger. Yuan Qingqi was happy, but Leon and Shuangxing were unhappy. Although Leon felt good, the feeling of being coerced was strange. Shuangxing was the most angry, her anger truly genuine. She didn't get to eat, and she still had to deal with these documents every day. And she was tortured by the two of them daily, with Yuan Qingqi always getting there first. As a result, by the time Shuangxing arrived, Leon had already been exploited. Shuangxing couldn't continue. After all, it was already like this, she couldn't really continue exploiting Leon, could she? So, only the world where Shuangxing was injured was achieved. Hey you? Question mark. The innocent Hey, you was still devouring her cake, having no idea that the position of first wife was slipping further and further away from her. Finally, on the 7th day, Bonaparte, at Lion's urging, decided to issue an ultimatum. The Western Empire's troops, upon receiving the ultimatum, were instantly thrown into panic. On one side lay countless sums of money, and on the other, a life-or-death decision. The Western Empire's troops ultimately chose survival. After all, they had earned enough. Narati was speechless. He had caught up with the last wave of people entering the civilian area, and with the help of his 3,000 loyal followers, he had successfully squeezed into the central area. But here, he met the person he least wanted to see. Virelia. Virelia had lost her former spirit. She sat dejectedly in a chair, guarded by a few die-hard August family loyalists. The brilliance in her eyes had long since faded. Narati looked upon the miserable Valeria with no sympathy, only immense regret. The fate of both him and Valeria was due to his past actions. So let's not laugh at each other. Valeria's die-hard supporters, upon seeing Narati approach, immediately warned her. But Valeria remained dazed. She still couldn't accept the disparity. This disparity made her feel the ups and downs of life, and she simply couldn't accept it. It could be said that Valeria had lost her mind. After receiving the ultimatum, the Western French soldiers began packing up the nobles and sending them to the Revolutionary Army. Bonaparte smiled and accepted the nobles, giving them travel expenses and allowing them to return home. This wasn't just due to the principle of paying for the passage, but also because if these Western French soldiers could betray the nobles today, they could betray Bonaparte tomorrow. Why keep them around? Just as the nobles were being escorted out one by one, a large number of small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. What was that? Chapter 388. The Wehrmacht soldiers were the first to spot the incoming black specks. The air defense alarm was immediately sounded. All anti-aircraft firepower was immediately put into action. Having experienced countless air defense attacks, the Wehrmacht soldiers weren't worried about the incoming air units. However, they soon discovered that these incoming black specks weren't planes. They were giant dragons, the very stuff of myth. Anti-aircraft soldiers, how can I defend against this? After a brief moment of shock, the Wehrmacht soldiers continued firing as usual. Dragon or plane? Just kill it. The anti-aircraft shells pounded the dragon's bodies, tickling them. Only 88mm cannons equipped with magic crystal warheads could leave tiny black specks on the dragon's bodies. Anti-aircraft soldiers, Feeling the Wehrmacht's irritating attack, the dragons couldn't help but feel disdain for the Wehrmacht soldiers below them. That's it, the dragons dived, ready to destroy the Wehrmacht's anti-aircraft positions. After all, with someone constantly by your side, setting off firecrackers is still quite noisy. And at this crucial moment, Barian arrived. Barian easily stopped the dragons. The dragons also noticed something was wrong with Barian. Because they hadn't realized Barian's true strength, the dragons instantly returned to the sky, wary of Barian. At the same time, the Wehrmacht had received intelligence of the dragon's approach. All 50 Me-262s had taken off and were speeding towards them. Though these jet fighter pilots knew they couldn't defeat the dragons, but for the sake of their comrades, they had to meet them. Barion's appearance successfully halted the dragon's attack. The dragons sent out several to test Barion, but Barion easily stopped them. No casualties were suffered on either side. So this is why the dragons didn't launch a full-scale attack. After all, the lesson from 1,000 years ago still remained. The dragons of that time, due to their arrogance, provoked a being they shouldn't have provoked. They were driven back to the eastern continent. So the dragons learned their lesson and tried to probe whenever possible. Both sides reached a point where the conflict wouldn't escalate further. But the problem was that the dragons, despite sending out several dragons, had failed to test Barion's strength. Instead, Barion had gained a firm grasp of his power. The dragons were sweating profusely. They hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying being just as they stepped out. Could it be that the people of the Holy Empire have evolved to this point? Then why are they still out here? This world is far too dangerous. Better to return to the dragon's lair. Living in fear is far better than living in fear. Just as the dragons were stopped by Barion alone, they began to think of retreating. But suddenly, a dragon roar rang out, and the dragons instantly regained their confidence. The black dragon, already obscuring the sky, arrived above Luja. Its length exceeded 1,000 meters. A true giant of the sky. Its enormous size completely obscured the sky. The entire Luja was shrouded in shadow. Barion was stunned. The Dragon Lord back then wasn't this large, was he? Could it be that the Dragon Lord had evolved? The Dragon Lord spotted Barion on the ground. Then he stared at him intently. The Dragon Lord was certain he had seen Barion 1,000 years ago, and Barion back then was far less powerful than he is now. The Dragon Lord realized he couldn't even discern Barion's true strength. Thus, the pressure was placed on the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Lord spoke. Human, the East Continent is not where you belong. According to the contract with Dreens, the Empire shouldn't touch the East Continent. Barion, upon hearing this, spoke calmly. Dreens is a thing of the past, and the contract stated that the Empire wasn't allowed to touch the East Continent. But we are Great Yin. What's the connection between Great Yin and the Empire? Everyone present was stunned by Barion's twisted logic. The Empire is the Empire, and Great Flame is Great Flame. No problem, bro. The Dragon Lord nearly fell over after hearing Barion's words. Why so unreasonable? Barion! Stop this nonsense. Just one sentence. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, you face the wrath of our Dragon Clan. The Dragon Lord said calmly. Barion looked at the Dragon Lord and said, I can't make the decision. The Great Flame Leader will be here soon. The Dragon Lord was stunned after hearing this. Barion couldn't make the decision? How powerful was this so-called leader? He could actually make Barion obey his orders. Just as both sides paused in their movements, Leon had already arrived. With the help of Yun Chi-Chi, Leon experienced the feeling of flying. Arriving at the front lines at breakneck speed. When Leon was notified of the dragon's appearance, his first reaction was bewilderment. As a materialist, Leon could handle any conventional enemy, but dragons, to him, were creatures that existed only in stories. What? Black Feather? She already degenerated, gradually lost under the onslaught of cakes. Leon stared blankly at the hundreds of dragons in the sky. He stared at Barion and Black Feather in disbelief, his clear eyes questioning. I'm going crazy. Hundreds of dragons appeared before me. Barion smiled and nodded, while Yun Chi-Chi, standing beside him, looked disdainful. Look at your naive look. Isn't it just a dragon? But the next second, Yun Chi-Chi's gaze shifted to the dragon in the sky. I haven't seen one either. Are you the leader? Yes, I am the leader of the Great Flame. Leon responded, but the next second, the air suddenly fell silent. Because the dragons hadn't reacted at all, they hadn't heard of the country of Great Yin. Lion was at a loss. If the other party didn't respond, what should he do? Barion whispered beside him. They don't know about Great Yin. Look at me. Barion gave Leon a reassuring look. Noble Dragon Lord, standing before you is the second hero, the heir of Kunberg, the legitimate emperor of the Holy Empire, the master of the Mountain and River Sword and Yulindel, and the leader of the Great Yin Alliance. Great Leon. Barion used magic to propagate his voice throughout the battlefield. The dragons were instantly in awe upon hearing these words. The emperor of the Holy Empire already frightened them, and with the addition of other titles, many of the dragons who had participated in that battle suddenly became serious. This is a step up in strength. Lion looked at Barion, somewhat bewildered. Uncle Barion, when did you become so eloquent? Chapter 389. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, a dark shadow flew out from behind Leon, blocking them directly between them. The sudden appearance of the shadow caught both sides off guard. But Leon quickly saw who it was. Heiyu was staring intently at the black dragon in the sky. The dragons looked at Heiyu, somewhat bewildered, for they could sense the same aura from Heiyu. This harmless little girl before them was actually a member of the dragon clan. The dragons instantly became agitated, and the dragon lord stared intently at Heiyu. Heiyu lost his usual innocence and stared intently at the dragon lord before him. The man and the dragon stared at each other. Suddenly, Heiyu spoke. "Mom?" The dragon lord's massive body trembled slightly, but he didn't speak, instead silently gazing at Heiyu. When Heiyu saw that the dragon lord didn't respond, she grew increasingly anxious. "Mom, I'm Heiyu. Don't you remember me?" Heiyu repeatedly called out to the dragon lord. But the dragon lord didn't respond at all. Heiyu grew increasingly anxious, her tone shifting from joy to anxiety. Heiyu was certain that the dragon lord before her was definitely her mother, but why wasn't she responding? Heiyu grew increasingly anxious. Leon, standing by, was also somewhat bewildered. Heiyu never lied, so the dragon lord before him was definitely related to Heiyu. Even if she wasn't Heiyu's mother, they were inextricably linked. But why was the dragon lord unwilling to acknowledge Black Feather? Baryon hadn't anticipated this. And the dragons in the sky were already growing restless. After a brief assessment, they realized Leon wasn't powerful. Intimidated, the dragons immediately reacted and prepared to attack. These weak humans paid the price, but Black Feather ignored the tense atmosphere and continued to stare intently at the dragon lord in the sky. "Mom!" The joy in Black Feather's eyes had turned to despair. She didn't know why her mother wouldn't acknowledge her. Finally, the dragon lord spoke. "I'm not your mother. You don't have one." The dragon lord then spread his wings and flapped them violently, sending a gust of wind blasting down upon the entire National Defense Army position. Seeing this, Baryon drew his violet everlasting and plunged his sword into the ground. A mass of silver violet spread out from Baryon's center. He abruptly blocked the fierce wind whipped up by the dragon lord. The dragons instantly became agitated because Balion had used his domain. The dragons then realized that Leon was merely a mascot, and that Balion before them was the true boss. "Lion, Aminos. When did I become a mascot? Wait, I guess I really am a mascot." Lion immediately fell into deep self-doubt. But Balion, standing nearby, was in dire straits. He had to face the attacks of hundreds of dragons. But Balion didn't kill them, otherwise, these dragons would be nothing but experienced treasures. Balion gently swung his sword, and the silver violets that had been growing on the ground fluttered in the wind. These inconspicuous flowers flew directly towards the dragons in the air. Yet, they struck a deep fear in them. The dragons immediately tried to withdraw from the battlefield, but in the blink of an eye, the flowers had already landed on them. The next second, the dragons solidified into a vast silver sculpture. They plummeted from the sky. The dragon lord, upon witnessing this, could no longer sit still. Roar! With a furious roar, he charged directly towards Baryon. Heiyu was caught in the dragon lord's path. "Mom, no!" The next second, the dragon lord gently flapped his wings, and Heiyu flew away. Baryon swung his sword, slashing forward fiercely. A sword energy so powerful it obscured the sky and sun, slashing directly at the dragon lord. The dragon lord's breath met the sword energy. The two attacks collided, generating a powerful wave that blew away everyone present. Leon flew up into the air, and the nearby Yunchin-Chi immediately wrapped its tail around Leon, preventing him from being blown away. But when Leon turned around, he discovered that Heiyu had been blown away to who knows where. The clash between Baryon and the Dragon Lord had concluded. As the dust cleared, neither Baryon nor the Dragon Lord was harmed. But the ground around them was covered in traces of sword energy. The Dragon Lord also bore traces of sword energy. However, the Dragon Lord wasn't seriously injured. Baryon was merely warming up. Seeing this, the Dragon Clan immediately prepared to launch a new attack. But at that moment, the Dragon Lord stopped the attack and spoke coldly. "Take our sealed companions and retreat." The dragons were momentarily stunned upon hearing the Dragon Lord's words, but quickly followed suit. Though they didn't understand why they had to retreat, the Dragon Lord had spoken, and they must obey. In the Dragon Clan, the strong are respected. As the most powerful of the dragons, the Dragon Lord's words must be obeyed, regardless of right or wrong. If the Dragon Lord wanted to change her mind, a challenger would be needed to defeat her. "Yes, my lord." Two wind dragons channeled their magical power, sweeping dozens of dragon statues into the sky. The last dragon seized a statue and carried them all away. The dragons began to retreat from the battlefield. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. But Barian remained fixed on the Dragon Lord. Before leaving, the Dragon Lord gave Leon a deep look, then flapped his wings and vanished from sight in an instant. Seeing the dragons retreat, everyone present cheered. They had successfully defeated the dragons. While they didn't know why the dragons were retreating, they had just witnessed Barian easily dispatch dozens of them. They couldn't help but marvel at Dian's power. But as everyone cheered, a petite figure gradually approached Leon. Leon turned and saw Heyu, covered in mud. Heyu looked dejected, his former joy and confidence gone. Heyu. Leon opened his mouth to comfort Heyu. But the next second, Heyu hugged Leon. Without a word, he burst into tears. Damn Leon, mommy doesn't want me anymore, woo-woo. Leon could hear the despair in Heyu's cries. Alright, you still have me. Leon stroked Heyu's head, saying lovingly. Who wants you? Stinky Leon. Stupid Leon. Bad Leon. Smelly bastard. Heyu said, grabbing Leon's pants and using them as a rag, wiping his snot and tears all over them. Leon, Chapter 390. Lion stared speechlessly at Heyu, who was wiping her tears with her clothes. My dear lady. Is that how you use clothes? Clothes aren't rags. As if sensing Leon's gaze, Heyu looked at Leon with a pitiful expression. Lion, Okay, you win. Lion finally gave in to Heyu's adorable attack. Heyu tugged at Leon's clothes. Do you dislike me? Do you believe I always been like this? Heyu finished, then, like a little drill, spun his head wildly against Leon. Lion was speechless. With the dragon's departure, Bonaparte took Lygode's city unimpeded. Most of the enemies had been captured. Only Nalati and Valeria, huddled in the slums, and their loyalists remained. Someone suggested to Bonaparte that they be destroyed with a single cannon. But Bonaparte chose to refuse, still trying to persuade the two to surrender. Because he didn't want them to die so easily. Such a death would be too easy for them. Finally, after 3 days of Bonaparte's water shortage, Narati and Valeria escaped in disgrace. They ultimately chose to surrender. After all, there's a saying that surrender is half the battle. Bonaparte couldn't possibly do anything to them. Of course, that was Valeria's opinion. Narati already knew his fate, and actually considered committing suicide to avoid falling into Bonaparte's hands. But every time he drew his sword, Narati found he couldn't do it. He couldn't commit suicide, he was actually very afraid of death. Narati ultimately chose to surrender. With the capture of the two, the Western French Empire, ruled by the Augustus family, was completely destroyed. But the South had not yet submitted. The vast southern part of the Western French Empire remained in the hands of the Augustus family. And upon learning that Narati and Villarreal had fallen into Bonaparte's hands, the Augustus family, which controlled the southern region, forcibly installed Narati's younger brother, Louis Augustus, as emperor of the new Western French Empire. The new Western French Empire was located throughout the southern part of the Western French Empire. It occupied half of the Western French Empire, and possessed an army of over 3 million men. This 3 million man army was quite significant. When Narati was trapped in Lygotis, facing a life-or-death situation, the Augustus family chose not to rescue him. Instead, they sat back and watched the clash, helplessly witnessing the fall of Lygotis. Unbeknownst to them, once Bonaparte captured Lygotis, Bonaparte's rise would become unstoppable. Bonaparte was bound to unify the Western French Empire. By taking Lygodes, Bonaparte had proven himself. He was the legitimate emperor of the Western French Empire. He had reclaimed everything that belonged to the Shiri dynasty. He announced to the world that the Shiri dynasty had returned. On the first day, after Bonaparte took Lygodes, numerous lords in the northern region of the Western French Empire chose to submit to him. Many of them were over 50 years old. They had once received favors from Bonaparte's father, but due to the power of the August family, they had no chance of asking for help from Bonaparte. But now things were different. Bonaparte had taken Lygodes. He could now challenge the new Western French Empire, just as the entire West French Empire was thriving. Inside the National Defense Army camp, Lion had transformed himself into a Nani, soothing his child. Looking at Heyu at his arms, Leon was on the verge of collapse. Since returning from the battlefield, Heyu had been clinging to him constantly. And he was a glutton, devouring everything he could find. Heyu nearly swallowed the grenade stored in the headquarters. Luckily, Leon reacted quickly and stuffed Heyu's mouth with cake. But that shove was even more devastating. Heyu had instantly discovered a new world, and kept pestering Leon, demanding cake. Don't give it to Heyu. Heyu would cling to your thighs and start crying, threatening to commit suicide. Give it to her? You had to give it to her. And so, this scene unfolded. Hundreds of cake boxes were piled on the table. Standing beside the table was a stunned Leon. And lying on a chair was Hayu, still devouring cakes one by one. Watching Hayu, whose anger had turned to gluttony, Leon was at a loss for words. You talk to her. She just cries and makes a scene. Oh my god, how can this continue? Leon was stupefied. Even on the other side, in the dragon's lair, the Dragon Lord landed steadily on the throne. Then, with a look of authority, he glanced at the dragons behind him. Tell me, what are your thoughts on this battle? That human is truly too strong. He seems to have reached the legendary realm. A red dragon said cautiously. The Dragon Lord nodded, then spoke. Now, everyone, go back and reflect on the impropriety of this battle. Our sealed companions have been placed in the dragon spring, and will soon be revived. Yes, my lord. The dragons left one after another, and shortly afterward, a wounded black dragon entered. Dear mother, isn't it time for me to take the position of young dragon master? I heard that while mother was out on a campaign today, she encountered a wild black dragon, and it seems to be your daughter. The black dragon said with a dangerous glint in its eyes. Enough. Zen! The Dragon Lord roared, flapping his wings fiercely, sending Zen flying. Are you angry now? Don't worry, the position of Dragon Master will be mine sooner or later. As for my dear sister, I will take care of her. The position of young Dragon Master can only be mine. With that, Zen flew away from the dragon's nest. His enormous size was now comparable to that of the Dragon Lord. Seeing this, the Dragon Lord couldn't help but sigh. This is all my own fault. Black Feather. Take care of yourself. Even on the other side, Black Feather, overeating, was unaware of the impending danger. She had successfully devoured Leon. Okay, time to sleep. Stop eating. If you keep eating, I won't want you anymore, Leon said helplessly. But when Hayu heard the words I don't want you anymore, he trembled slightly, then hugged Leon and burst into tears. Even you don't want me anymore? What's the point of living then? Hayu cried out. Leon, How did this go from Black Dragon to Crybaby? Leon could only hold Hayu and comfort her carefully. And so, while crying, Hayu fell asleep. Leon couldn't put him down, nor could he hold him. In the end, he could only hold Hayu and fall asleep peacefully. Yuan Qingqi, who was about to talk to Leon about life, saw the scene, and the smile on his face froze. He then left angrily. Leon, no, listen to my explanation. But the next day, when Leon opened his eyes, he was completely stunned. Lying beside him, a woman with waist-length hair, long black dragon horns, and a voluptuous figure left Leon bewildered. Where's my little girl? Where did a little girl like me go? Chapter 391. Before Leon could recover, he saw the woman beside him, her voluptuous figure suddenly revealed. Oh my goodness, Mary, can you be more specific? I never seen the world, I'm in the last year of kindergarten. What the hell is this? The woman seemed to notice Leon's movements, then drowsily woke up. Looking at Leon sitting in front of her, she said with a look of disgust. Damn, Leon. What are you doing? With that, she kicked Leon in the face, sending him flying off the bed. Leon was stunned. The action was so dramatic, the scene so beautiful. He hadn't recovered yet. But just as Leon was stunned, a sudden noise came from outside the tent. Leon, realizing what he was doing, looked awkwardly outside the door. He saw Yuan Qingqi standing at the door, with a sullen expression. Qingqi? Oh wait, let me explain. That's not how it works. Lion panicked as Yuan Qingqi rushed in with a rage. Explanation? That's not how it works. It's already come to this. And you tell me what else you need to explain. Yuan Qingqi walked in slowly, speaking fiercely. Lion was sweating profusely. He had truly been wronged. He went to sleep, and when he woke up, he was nowhere to be found. Beside him lay a woman, and the most important thing was, she was naked. The most inexplicable thing was, he didn't even recognize her. Wait, why did her tone sound so familiar? I know. She's... Lion was about to say something when a snake's tail clamped over his mouth. It's okay, you won't feel any pain from now on. Looks like I need to teach my cute little Leon a lesson. Yuan Qingqi lay on Leon's back, whispering softly in his ear. Leon was terribly anxious. Let me go! I know who she is. But Yuan Qingqi paid no attention to Leon's movements. She only wanted to teach the disobedient little Leon a lesson. The next second, a crackling sound echoed from the headquarters tent, and the whining sound of something being gagged. The soldiers standing guard outside were whispering to each other about what was going on inside. What's going on? I never seen the world. What's going on inside? Hey brother, you don't understand, do you? This is the leader's wife showing her love for the leader. But love shouldn't be so fussy, right? What do you know? Young people these days value individuality. The veteran soldier said earnestly, patting the new recruit on the shoulder. The new recruit nodded, seeming to understand. So that's how it is. The next second, Leon flew out of the tent. Tent? Why do I always get hurt? Leon looked incredibly distressed, but he wasn't seriously hurt. Seeing this, the new recruit rushed over to support Leon. Leader, are you okay? Do you need a doctor? Leon grabbed the new recruit's hand and spoke earnestly. Little brother, promise me. You never marry a female Tyrannosaurus. Before Leon could finish his words, he was dragged back by the snake's tail. Big Pot, explain clearly. I don't understand. The new recruit stared at Leon, who was being dragged away, bewildered. Then, Yun Qingqi's angry voice echoed from within the tent. I count to 3. At this critical moment, Froststar arrived. Seeing the scene in the tent, Froststar decisively shielded Leon behind her. Leon was deeply moved. Froststar's wife still loves me. Before Leon could even wait for 3 seconds to feel happy, Yun Qingqi spoke. Froststar. Stop protecting him. He's cheating on us. Froststar's face turned cold, and she looked at Leon with a smile. It's over. We're going to be a mixed doubles match. Just as Leon was about to give up, the woman lying on the bed spoke. Sister Froststar? What's going on? Froststar looked at the woman in surprise. Then he spoke in disbelief. Are you Heiyu? The woman nodded obediently. The two women then looked at Leon with embarrassment. Leon, let us explain. An hour later, at the headquarters conference table, Leon, a sullen face, slumped over the table speechless. Yun Qingqi, sitting beside him like a little woman, tried to calm him down. Leon, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Okay. Yun Qingqi spoke in a seductive voice, adopting a feminine demeanor. Leon was completely paralyzed. Just that sound gave him goosebumps. He had never heard Yun Qingqi speak like that before. Froststar, on the other hand, leaned against a nearby pillar, her face composed. She tried to mask her embarrassment with her composure. And the person who had caused this whole thing, and the key figure, was Heiyu. Wearing slightly baggy clothing, she sat across from Leon, curiously surveying her surroundings. At the same time, she curiously examined her own body. Why had she suddenly grown taller? And why had she changed so drastically? What was this? Heiyu looked at Xuanxing, then at young Qingqi. It seemed as if he wasn't any younger than them. Leon could barely contain his breath, nearly bursting into a nosebleed. Young Qingqi immediately covered Leon's eyes. Children shouldn't be watching. Leon, no, buddy! Soon, Barian and the others arrived at the tent. Barian looked at Heiyu with curiosity, but the 3 witches remained calm. Seniors, what's happening with Heiyu? Leon questioned. This is normal for Heiyu. As she's an adult, Evelyn said calmly. Leon was stunned upon hearing this, then looked at young Qingqi, then at Heiyu. Noticing Leon's gaze, Yun Qingqi lowered his head in embarrassment. Leon immediately turned his head away. Humph. I'm angry. Yun Qingqi immediately grabbed Leon's hand and said coquettishly. Don't be angry, okay? Leon's face remained impassive, but inside, he was beaming. Today, he could finally be the master. Finally, he wouldn't have to be exploited anymore. Finally, we could have an equal conversation. In this family, Leon was the one with the lowest status. Because Leon couldn't beat them. Right now, Leon couldn't even beat Leia. Let alone these people in front of him. If they hadn't let him off, Leon wouldn't have been able to touch them. After a brief moment of happiness, Leon quickly returned to normal. Now wasn't the time to dwell on sentimental matters. Because Barian and the others had brought another piece of news. The Dragon Clan was about to launch a second attack. Heiyu was stunned upon hearing this. Chapter 392. However, the crowd paid no attention to the stunned Heiyu, instead focusing on the dragon's upcoming second attack. The first attack was only stopped thanks to Barian, but with the Wehrmacht's current weaponry, it was difficult to inflict damage on the dragons. Lion was forced to mobilize Air Force transport planes to deliver a large number of V-3 rockets to the front lines. But relying solely on missiles still worried him. After all, this was a mythical creature. After learning of Leon's uneasiness, Barian and the other 3 chuckled disdainfully. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just think you're being a bit overly cautious, Barian said seriously, suppressing a laugh. What do you mean? Lion was puzzled. Think about it. If dragons are so powerful, how did Kuenberg defeat the dragons back then? You don't really think Kuenberg alone can drive them off, do you? Baryon said, suppressing a laugh. Leon seemed to realize something and asked. But Kuenberg hasn't industrialized? Leon questioned. Without industrialization, is there no other solution? Baryon asked. But the empire has developed to this day, yet it remains mired in the feudal era. Leon voiced his doubts. Is it possible that while Kuenberg implemented certain plans that successfully unified the continent, Dreen succeeded in causing the empire and the entire world to decline? Baryon asked. Hearing this, Leon became restless. You're right, Kuenberg didn't achieve industrialization, but he took a different path, Baryon said, picking up a magic crystal. He pursued magical industry, authentic magical industry. Of course, he preferred to call this product steampunk. Clang. Before Baryon finished speaking, Leon collapsed to the ground. Then he said in disbelief. Could it be that Kuenberg had already advanced technology to this level back then? I don't know how far he advanced technology, but you only need to know that during Kuenberg's time, humans were the most powerful creatures. By the way, he also left you a great treasure, something that will definitely change your worldview. Baryon finished speaking. A flash of white light flashed in his hand, and he immediately produced a very ancient-looking suit of armor. However, the size of this armor was significantly different from ordinary armor, as it was much larger than ordinary armor. Leon was puzzled. What is this? This is the armor Kuenberg wore back then. It was originally buried with Dreen, but I dug it out, Baryon said nonchalantly. So what do you mean? Lion climbed to his feet and began to examine the armor. The answer you seek lies within, Balian said mysteriously. Lion then removed the helmet from the ancient armor. After examining it carefully for a moment, he saw nothing. What on earth is this? Just as Leon was puzzled, Balian spoke. Why don't you try it on and try it on? Leon didn't hesitate, donning the helmet. The moment he put it on, his entire body perked up. Unlike other night helmets, this one actually had a built-in screen. But this screen wasn't like ordinary LCDs or other screens. It was more like a crystal screen, perhaps made of crystal. Before Leon could fully comprehend it, the armor hanging on the armor stand beside him automatically attached itself to him. And just as Leon was momentarily stunned, a voice message played automatically. My successor, as you can see, you may be shocked by what I left behind. I don't know if you are from this world, nor do I know if you are from the same world as me. But no matter who you are my successor. You may inherit everything I have, but you must complete my unfinished ideals. I originally wanted to build a society where everyone is equal, but I overestimated the people of the feudal era. The limitations of the feudal era have firmly confined me. I failed. And buried with me are my achievements. If you and I are from the same world, then make good use of these and forge your own path. If you are a native of this world, then you will inherit everything I have and continue on. Let Balian lead you to my true tomb. There you will find everything you desire, including weapons to fight the gods. Leon was stunned after hearing this. The amount of information was overwhelming. Although Kuenberg's words were ambiguous, what is certain is that Kuenberg's technology was extremely advanced back then. However, he relied not on industrial technology, but on magical technology. But according to Kuenberg, he had already developed weapons capable of defying the gods. Based on this alone, Kuenberg surpassed Leon. Leon asked Baryon, what was the Holy Empire like back then? Baryon took the last sip of his tea and spoke slowly. Countless skyscrapers, and heavily armored imperial soldiers. The entire Holy Empire was brimming with technology. Baryon's eyes filled with longing. But how did it become like this overnight? In just 1,000 years, how could all traces be erased? Leon was puzzled. Because Dreen signed a contract with the gods, Dreens abolished all technological products. The gods no longer interfered with the Holy Empire's development and supported Dreen's seizure of power. Baryon said seriously. So will Kuenberg just leave it alone? And those who experienced it back then, surely they could have left behind some fragmentary record. Why is there no trace of them now? Lion was increasingly puzzled. Because Kuenberg already had the ability to play the ball, but the gods threatened Kuenberg that if he dared to reach the divine realm, they would destroy all life. Kuenberg hesitated, and the two sides remained at peace for a while. But there's no such thing as eternal peace. The gods feared Kuenberg, and interrupted Kuenberg's ultimate weapon, Project 235. Kuenberg had no choice but to restart the Starcore project, but by then, Drains had already launched a coup, forcing Kuenberg to shut it down. Kuenberg and his era were forever frozen in time 1,000 years ago. and all those who experienced it were forced to sign a contract, forbidding them to reveal a single word. The Kuenberg era ended. After Baryan finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Hey you and the witches nodded in unison, but the next second, a sudden rumbling sound echoed from the sky. The divine punishment was coming. Chapter 393. A terrifying golden thunderbolt descended instantly. Leon, don't strike my headquarters, but fortunately, Baryan blocked it. Baryan, who could withstand a single blow from the heavenly tribulation, was also in pain, his hair a mess. That's why we're reluctant to reveal it. I can withstand it. How could anyone else possibly withstand it? Especially those fragile witches, whose ranged abilities are maxed out, and whose melee abilities are, to be honest. Baryan finished speaking and shook his head, but suddenly felt 3 gazes fixed on him. Looking up, he saw the 3 witches, gazing at him with ill intent. Baryan's body was instantly covered in sweat. Did he say something he shouldn't have? If I could do it over again, I would definitely. And then, as everyone was discussing, a messenger from the Western Empire arrived at the headquarters. He handed Leon a letter. When Leon saw it, he almost couldn't sit still. Because Bonaparte would execute Narati and Villarreal tomorrow, and simultaneously crown himself king. Lion felt no discomfort during the first half, but when he saw the second half, Lion couldn't sit still. After all, a coronation isn't entirely bad, but the classic thing about it is the champagne popping midway. Lion shook his head fearfully. Never mind. After all, it wasn't a family matter, so he just let it go. However, Bonaparte's coronation also sent a signal. The affairs of the Western French Empire could finally come to an end. Because Bonaparte and his men would engage in a protracted confrontation with the new Western French Empire. Both sides would deplete each other's manpower. So now was the perfect time for Leon and his men to leave. After all, if they remained in the West French Empire, they would be dragged into the quagmire of war. After all, the Papal States had already begun mobilizing coalition forces. According to reports from spies planted within the Demon Empire, the lower classes of the Demon Empire, instigated by the Vatican, were now rebelling against Latafay's rule. This emperor, who once chose the people, would ultimately be betrayed by his own people. It wasn't that his people were untrustworthy, but rather that the limitations of the feudal era doomed Latafay to tragedy. Leon had already ordered the intelligence agency to warn Latafay. But Latafay didn't flee or escape. Instead, he mobilized his remaining forces and sealed off the palace. His exact words were, "I am the emperor of the Demon Empire, Demon Emperor Latafay." The Papal States exploited the ignorance and stupidity of its people in an attempt to overthrow the Demon Empire, but as long as I live, the Demon Empire will never be overthrown by the Papal States. Someone said that the Demon Empire could not withstand the Papal States' offensive for more than 3 months. But even without the support of the Great Flame, the Demon Empire, with its meager military force, held off the Papal States' attacks for over a year. Furthermore, no emperor of the Demon Empire has ever fled. They either died of old age in the palace or perished on the battlefield. This is the final fate of the Demon Emperor. Latafay's declaration directly angered the Pope, and the Vatican intensified its infiltration of the Demon Empire. Due to the sheer number of fanatical believers within the Papal States, the Intelligence Bureau was unable to insert too many agents. They can only deploy special agents in neighboring countries. However, based on information from neighboring countries, it can be inferred that the Papal State has assembled at least another Crusader force of over 5 million men. The Dwarf Empire and the Orc Empire are also willing to cooperate with the Papal State in sending troops to the Yin. By then, the combined armies of the 3 forces will exceed 10 million. The Papal State's military strength far surpasses that of the other 2. The key lies in whether the Demon Empire can withstand the Papal State's infiltration. If the Demon Empire is infiltrated by the Papal State, the Elf Empire will face a 3-pronged attack. At the same time, the Orc Empire will advance southward. But whether the Orc Empire can advance southward is another question. Because Baromir itself is currently in danger. Although the Orc Empire's rebels are unable to attack the city, the Orc Empire's army cannot leave the city to suppress the rebels. This is because the rebels have already occupied over 80% of the Orc Empire's territory. The remaining 2 layers of land are mostly located near certain cities and fortresses. It could be said that the Orc Empire couldn't stir up any trouble at all. But Leon was deeply uneasy, for he had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Or perhaps the Papal State was definitely plotting something sinister. So Leon had to proceed with caution. Even the slightest carelessness could plunge the Yin into an abyss. The next day, in the ruins of Lugodia City, the 2 largest guillotines were ready. When he saw them, Leon instinctively rubbed his head. Who could be so confused? Soon, the destitute Nalati was shoved by the crowd to the guillotine. Below the stage were over 2 million revolutionary soldiers, along with hundreds of thousands of civilians, who had rushed in from nearby after hearing the news. All of them gazed at the massive guillotine, for they all wanted to witness Narati's trial. The judge glanced at Narati, then took out the verdict and began to read. Narati Augustus seized the West French Empire through illicit means, and reigned for 10 years, leaving the people in dire straits, and plunging into debt. He also disregarded the lives of his people, causing the deaths of millions of West French civilians. By unanimous deliberation, Narati's crimes are heinous and unforgivable, and he deserves the death penalty. With this, the judge ordered the soldiers to carry Narati to the guillotine. At the moment of his death, Narati's eyes were filled with tranquility. In fact, on that night 10 years ago, Narati had already envisioned his own fate. Because that night, he had imagined the consequences of failure. I never imagined that the vision I had envisioned 10 years ago would finally come true today. Narati casually glanced toward the audience and saw Mary among the crowd. At that very moment, the guillotine had already descended. In those final moments, Narati's eyes finally showed some emotion. But there's no such thing as regret. Valeria was soon also pushed to the guillotine. Looking at Narati's headless body on the stage, Valeria finally panicked. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm still young, and I don't want to die. If you let me go, the August family will give you endless wealth. Valeria had already lost her mind. The judge read the verdict again. Valeria. It's been determined that the August family has caused untold suffering to at least tens of millions of people in the Western French Empire. Valeria is now sentenced to death. It's not just me. There are so many more members of the August family. Bonaparte. What happens to me today will be your future. Valeria's voice abruptly stopped before she could finish her words. The next moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. The two demons had been slain. They could finally live a good life. Chapter 394. At noon that day, Bonaparte's coronation ceremony began. However, no members of the Vatican were present. To maintain the formality, Bonaparte had his mother crown him. Although the various lords felt uneasy, they couldn't say anything. After all, Bonaparte was the emperor. With Bonaparte's successful coronation, the situation in the eastern continent gradually stabilized. Because Bonaparte had frankly stated that he needed considerable time to resolve the situation in the northern region, because the northern region was already devastated, Bonaparte simply couldn't launch another war southward anytime soon. Thus, the entire eastern continent would usher in a period of peaceful development. And just as the eastern continent was stabilizing, the Demon Empire finally encountered trouble. The Demon Empire had a total population of 130 million. Of these, over 100 million were the most basic, lower-class people. Another 20 million were civilians with some assets. As for the remaining 10 million, some were soldiers, some remaining nobles, and some merchants. But the most crucial thing was that Latiface chose the civilians. But he couldn't completely win them over quickly. For the civilians didn't believe Latiface was acting in their best interest. In their eyes, Latiface was exploiting them by continuing the war. But Latiface knew that if he didn't fight the war to the end, the Demon Empire would be burdened with heavy debt. For the Papal State is a beast. It will ruthlessly tear a piece of flesh from its defeated enemy. The war between the Demon Empire and Great Yin had already burdened the Demon Empire with debt, but Great Yin was in no hurry to ship the reparations back to its homeland. Instead, they asked the Demon Empire to temporarily suspend repayments to help it withstand the Papal State's attack. This meant that if the Demon Empire were defeated, or even reached a ceasefire, they would face a hefty indemnity from the Yin. Furthermore, if defeated, the entire Demon Empire would lose its most fertile land in the southwest. This land was the farmland upon which the people of the Demon Empire depended for their survival. This was why Demon Emperor Latiface was willing to put all his chips on the table. This war could not be lost. Negotiations were possible, but defeat was absolutely unacceptable. The Papal State capitalized on Latiface's mentality, and continuously dispatched large armies to encroach on the Demon Empire's territory. So Latiface was forced to send large armies to fight the Papal State to the bitter end. This, in turn, infuriated the lower classes. Because of the prolonged war, prices had risen, causing them to lament. They didn't understand why Latiface was determined to continue the war. They only knew they would never be able to fill their stomachs. Latiface could only urge the front lines to end the fighting as quickly as possible. But how could the already weakened Demon Empire easily repel the Papal States? And so the war continued. The lower classes of the Demon Empire were enraged. At this moment, the Papal States took advantage of the situation and completely ignited the Demon Empire. Many church members began to promote the virtues of the Papal States. The lower classes began to yearn for the Papal States. The church's brainwashing power in the feudal era was extremely powerful. But Latiface himself was commanding the troops on the front lines. He had no idea that his rear had been attacked. By the time Latiface realized what was happening, the rear had already been attacked. A large number of civilians even attacked the army's food convoys. Because, influenced by the propaganda of church members, they had woven a beautiful dream. That is, everyone in the Papal States would have enough food and clothing, and all food would be prioritized for the common people. This caused confusion among the lower classes of the Demon Empire. On one hand, they yearned for the Papal States, and on the other, they loved the Demon Empire. But hunger brought them back to reality. In the end, they chose to attack the army. The troops currently fighting the Papal States on the front lines of the Demon Empire were veterans of many battles. Though they hated war, they knew they would be the Demon Empire's last hope. To protect the grain reserves of over 100 million people, they had to fight the Papal States to the bitter end. They would not hesitate to fight the Papal States knights. But when they saw their unarmed compatriots attacking their convoys, they hesitated. The result was that the front lines were starving. 3 million Demon Empire troops were starving on the front lines. And 5 million Papal Crusaders were launching a frenzied attack. Latiface had also learned of the Demon Empire's current situation. An uprising had begun in the rear, and numerous granaries had been seized. Latiface had originally planned to open them and secure the grain soon. But now, over 80% of the rear's grain reserves had been lost, and the grain transport teams were unable to deliver the food to the front lines. Under the guidance of church members, the lower classes seized several weapons depots. The naturally belligerent demons, armed with weapons, were more than capable of challenging the regular army. Inside the Demon Empire's frontline headquarters, Latiface, clad in military uniform, hadn't slept a wink all night. On one side, news of the uprising reached the rear, and on the other, battle reports arrived from the front. The Papal States had learned of the large-scale uprising in the rear of the Demon Empire. They immediately ordered the Crusaders on the front lines to launch an all-out attack. Latiface supplied all his remaining food to the frontline combat troops. He himself starved in the rear with the second-line troops. But still, he couldn't stop the Papal offensive. For the first time, the heroic Lord Latiface felt so powerless. Latiface had once sought to restore the Demon Empire to its former glory. He had once idolized Alexander. However, Latiface proved to be a truly heroic lord. It was just that he was born at the wrong time. Soon, battle reports arrived from the front. The first line of defense, held by 1 million elite troops, had collapsed. Over 4 million Crusaders attacked from 8 directions. The frontline defenders were powerless to withstand the Papal States' attack. Latiface sighed, then ordered his attendants to bring him his armor. Latiface then donned the armor symbolizing the emperor. He personally led his 300,000 strong guards, fully combat-ready, into the attack. Soon, Latiface and his troops established a stronghold. This was the route the Papal State would take to attack the Demon Empire. As long as they could stop the Papal State here, the Demon Empire would remain victorious. But could he truly withstand it? Latiface gazed at the Fong Tianhuaji, covered in demonic patterns, in his hand. Ancestors, bless me. God bless the demons. Chapter 395. Soon, the fleeing soldiers from the front swiftly passed through the valley. Despite the defeat, these battle-hardened veterans continued to evacuate in an orderly manner. They reported the situation on the front to Latiface. But Latiface received some terrifying news. These veterans reported to Latiface that the Papal State had employed a new weapon. Even the Demon Empire's magic crystal rifles were unable to penetrate enemy armor. Furthermore, the Papal State soldiers were still using the most primitive armor and cold weapons. This shocked the Demon Empire soldiers. But Latiface had already guessed something. Then, he tightened his grip on the Fong Tianhuaji. Could it be that the Papal State was using some of the same weapons from the past? Although Latiface was not yet 30 years old, as the Emperor of the Demon Empire, he certainly knew some of the events of the past. Although the people of that time had signed a contract, the Demon Emperor certainly had a way of passing down this information. So of course, Latiface knew something about the true events of that time. So, listening to the video's description, Latiface could already guess that the Papal States had used those banned weapons. Sure enough, this was the so-called cult of the Goddess of Light. The gods always favored the believers of Yuching, while atheists like them could only be oppressed. Is there fairness in this world? Latiface muttered, then raised his Fong Tianhuaji and ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. As time passed, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard in the distance. Millions of crusaders in silver armor were pouring towards them in unison. Silver armor converged into a vast white torrent. Under the sun, it gleamed with a golden sheen. Many soldiers gasped at the scene before them. The enemy was simply too numerous. The 300,000 royal guards were ready to fight to the bitter end. The valley before them was the last natural barrier of the Demon Empire's western defenses. If this valley fell, the Demon Empire would be truly defeated. However, what Lettyface found unbelievable was that the mob not only looted food, but even intercepted weapons and ammunition being sent from the rear. But now, it was too late to urge new supplies from the rear. For the first time, Lettyface realized the importance of education. Not to instill wisdom in the lower classes, but at least to teach them right from wrong. Lettyface was desperate. He didn't understand. Perhaps in the past, Lettyface had sought hegemony. However, after Great Flame repeatedly crushed the Demon Empire's ambitions, Lettyface had gradually lost his ambition for hegemony. He now only wanted to preserve the Demon Empire. But even that had become a luxury. Over 4 million crusaders were pouring towards this place in a mighty force. A silver wave stretched as far as the eye could see. Although the troops surrounding Lettyface were his personal guards, many of these soldiers were improvised. In the Demon Empire, the personal guards could never match the regular troops fighting on the border. But with 1 million of the most elite troops already defeated, Lettyface selected 100,000 soldiers, who still had some fighting capacity, and rebuilt a new line of defense. Let them stay with me and defend this valley. Although these elite soldiers were veterans of countless battles, many among them were young men under the age of 20. Inside the valley, the Demon Empire's army had already begun setting up a defensive line. Facing the powerfully armored crusaders, the Demon Empire abandoned their somewhat useless magic crystal rifles and instead took up the scimitars, once their pride. As expected, everything must go through a cycle. Now the Demon Empire has returned to the age of cold weapons. The crusaders halted outside the valley, and a large number of scouts entered. They quickly discovered the Demon Empire's army, already in a defensive formation within the valley. The crusaders immediately changed their formation. However, they didn't formulate any tactical plans, instead simply ordering their troops to advance. Forget all the nonsense, just push forward. Inside the valley, the Demon Empire soldiers, clad in black armor, were on full alert. A young-looking Demon Empire soldier nervously gripped his scimitar. The veteran patted his shoulder. "Don't be afraid, young man. His Majesty is right behind us. Tucker is the strongest in the Empire." The young soldier looked back and saw Lettyface, clad in impressive armor, standing atop the hill, overlooking the battlefield below. Seeing that even Emperor Lettyface was leading by example, accompanying them on the front lines, the young soldier instantly became filled with fighting spirit. "Young man, how old are you?" the veteran asked, feeling bored. 17. 17 and already on the battlefield? Where are you from?" The veteran was a little surprised. "I'm from the Kursk Plains. If the Papal States invade the Empire, the Kursk Plains will fall, and we lose the land we depend on for survival." "Yes, so we met here." The veteran patted the young soldier's shoulder, agreeing. "I'm from Katy City." The veteran fell silent. The young soldier froze in his tracks. "Because Katy City has fallen, the 100,000 demon civilians within have been slaughtered." "Yes, for the sake of the Demon Empire in our hearts, we meet here." At this moment, the atmosphere in the valley was extremely oppressive. Everyone could guess the ferocious battle that was about to erupt, and no one dared to breathe. But then, someone roared furiously. "The demons will win." When someone spoke, the other demons couldn't help but echo. The roar of 100,000 elite warriors echoed through the valley, drowning out the noise of the advancing crusaders. This startled the advancing crusaders. "Don't these demons know how to spell death?" a crusader commander said disdainfully. "Let these demons who believe in this heresy feel the full weight of justice. As the most devoted followers of the Goddess of Light, we owe it to her to eradicate all evil. For the Goddess! For the Goddess!" The fighting spirit of both sides reached its peak. The Crusader vanguard quickly charged into the valley. They directly encountered the Demon Empire's shield formation. As the continent's steamroller, the Demon Empire's infantry was unrivaled. Of course, that's assuming they didn't encounter the Holy Empire at its peak. The fanatical Crusaders showed no fear of the Demon Empire's terrifying shield formation. They charged directly. But the Demon Empire's shield formation was so powerful that even Kuenberg would have to give way. Chapter 396. The Demon Empire soldiers, relying on their formidable physiques, used specially crafted steel shields to form a dense shield formation. And not just the front layer. The shield formation consisted of 5 layers. Behind each of the first 3 layers of shield men were a column of spearmen. 3 pairs of spears blocked the cavalry's charge. But in the valley, the Crusaders could only break through the immediate formation. Thankfully, the Crusaders didn't send cavalry to charge the shield formation. Instead, they sent a large number of infantry, and the 2 sides clashed fiercely. As the shield men from both sides collided, the spearmen from both sides stabbed each other. In fact, in a cold weapon duel, it was the spearmen who perished faster than the shield men, because their armor couldn't withstand the enemy's sneak attacks. After a brief clash, the spearmen on both sides were almost completely wiped out. With the spearmen's departure, the true battle began between the infantry units of both sides. The Crusaders, brandishing their crossed swords, charged the Demon Empire soldiers. The Demon Empire soldiers were no pushovers, and the 2 sides soon engaged in combat. Although the demon scimitars weren't as long as the crossed swords, the scimitar's slashing power was far greater than the crossed swords. Furthermore, the Demon Empire scimitars were forged from a special metal, possessing immense armor-piercing power. Back then, the Holy Empire nearly crushed the Orc Empire, yet it was unable to completely annex the Demon Empire. The Demon Empire still held onto a third of the territory, and defended it like its own underwear. So, Bohemond, the Papal Crusader commander, knew a bloody battle was about to break out. A battle that would ultimately determine the fate of both nations. Latiface gazed calmly at the battlefield below. The attendants, observing his composure, assumed their wise and mighty Demon Emperor was certain of victory. But only Latiface knew that the Demon Empire was doomed to lose this war. Just as Latiface was contemplating how to preserve the Demon Empire's territory, a beautiful figure entered Latiface's sight. "Brother, something's happened. The palace has been surrounded. The marshal sent me to find you." Latiface's sister, Adelheid, approached him in a panic. Adelheid was only 17 years old, Latiface's sister from the same father and mother. Although their age difference was almost double, Latiface had always taken good care of his younger sister. "Why are you here? Is something wrong at the palace?" Latiface had been distracted, but when he saw his sister Adelheid, he already guessed what had happened. "Well, Marshal Ernst sent me to see you. He said you take care of everything. And Ernst told me to bring you a message. He said as long as he's here, the palace won't fall." Before Adelheid could finish her words, Latiface reached out and interrupted her. Latiface placed his hand on Adelheid's head, speaking with a doting expression. "Don't you like Dayen? And you always wanted to visit Dayen. Now that your brother is asking you to go, you must study hard in Dayen. You can't return until you master Dayen's knowledge. Do you understand?" Seeing her brother Latiface's expression, Adelheid already guessed everything. "Brother, why did things turn out like this? You're the most powerful man in the empire." Tears welled up in Adelheid's eyes, and he shook his head in disbelief, his red hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how powerful a person is, they can't change some things. Some things are destined from the beginning. Latiface hugged Adelheid, who was about to collapse, and finally comforted him gently. Adelheid suddenly noticed the Fang Tianhuaji beside him, and asked nervously, "Brother, have you made up your mind?" Latiface smiled and nodded. Adelheid's eyes instantly reddened, and he hugged Latiface and cried, "Brother, promise me, don't forget me and mother." Latiface pinched Adelheid's face, then spoke. "I will never forget you and mother. You're already so old, and yet you're still crying." Adelheid cried even harder after hearing this. "Okay, stop crying. It's time to go." As Latiface spoke, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from afar and urged Adelheid to leave as soon as possible. But Adelheid remained unwilling to leave, so Latiface could only use a subtle touch of magic to cause him to faint. Then he looked to the shadows to the side and spoke to the air. "Get her safely to Dayen. That's your mission. If she suffers even the slightest harm, there's no point in your existence." As Latiface finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure nodded to Latiface, then picked up Adelheid and disappeared into the shadows. Latiface gazed at the Fang Tianhuaji beside him, lost in thought. This weapon's name is the Bloodthirsty Demonic Abyss. It's a strange quasi-divine artifact. It was originally a divine artifact, but due to various reasons, it became a quasi-divine artifact. The reason for its demotion to a quasi-divine artifact is its strange properties. It is said that he was the founding emperor of the Demon Empire and accidentally acquired a divine weapon. However, due to the excessive amount of bloodshed he committed, he angered the gods. The gods bestowed a special property upon this divine weapon. With the use of the Bloodthirsty Demonic Abyss, the user will gradually lose their memory and strength, because the Bloodthirsty Demonic Abyss consumes the host's power. Thus, This divine weapon has long been gathering dust in the Demon Emperor's treasury. But this quasi-divine weapon's status far surpasses that of a divine artifact. 1,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor used this quasi-divine weapon to block Kuenberg's attack and repel the Imperial Army's offensive. However, the price was that the Emperor forgot everything, even the people most important to him. Latifus looked at the bloodthirsty demon abyss beside him, his eyes filled with emotion. Now that it had come to this, there was no need to dwell on it any further. As Latifus and Adelheid conversed, the battle in the valley had reached a fever pitch. Although the Crusaders had the advantage in numbers, they were still unable to break through the Demon Empire's defensive line. This line was like the Demon Empire's underwear, and they were defending it with all their might. At that moment, movement suddenly erupted from the distant Crusader camp. A golden light pierced the clouds, illuminating the Crusader camp. Followed by this, a massive golden cross descended from the clouds. Seeing this, all the Crusaders cheered. Latifus immediately drew the bloodthirsty demon abyss, knowing the big thing was finally coming. Chapter 397. The people fighting in the valley also noticed the scene. They paused their actions and watched silently. The next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared in the sky. From the sky descended a dozen mythical angels. Both the Crusaders and the soldiers of the Demon Empire were stunned. This was beyond their comprehension. Latifus' face was filled with solemnity. At this moment, the Crusader commander Bohemond approached Latifus. "Your Majesty, surrender. You are doomed to failure," Latifus said disdainfully. "If the Papal States were asked to surrender, would you do so?" Bohemond smiled and then spoke. "Surrender isn't mandatory. As long as you agree to cede the Kursk Plains and assist the Papal States in their southern campaign against Great Yin, this matter will be over." Before Bohemond could finish his words, the bloodthirsty demon abyss was already at his neck. "You're trying to kill the Demon Empire. You self-proclaimed gentlemen are such hypocrites. Unable to defeat them on the battlefield, you resort to these despicable tactics," Latifus said disdainfully. "How can you call these despicable tactics? They're clearly top-tier tactics. And the facts prove that the people of the Demon Empire have chosen our Papal States." Latifus faced reality. "With the goddess's support, the Papal States is invincible," Bohemond said proudly. "Goddess's support? Only you would believe such nonsense. They're just a dozen bastards in angelic disguise. The Demon Empire will not surrender." Latifus swung the bloodthirsty demon abyss, and a terrifying, sky-shattering attack erupted from it. It struck the Crusaders waiting outside the valley. Seeing this, the 12 angels immediately rushed forward, attempting to block the attack. The next second, the 12 angels easily blocked the attack. Seeing this, the Crusaders cheered. These angels were truly powerful. They easily blocked the Demon Emperor's attack. The Demon Empire soldiers were astonished. How could these angels, appearing out of nowhere, actually block the Demon Emperor's attack? A hint of confusion crossed Latifus' face. Latifus could sense that something was amiss with these angels. The 12 angels simultaneously locked onto Latifus. Latifus reacted immediately and fixed his gaze on the angels. "We find out if these angels are truly angels after a try." Latifus picked up the bloodthirsty abyss and charged directly at the angels. Bohemond immediately turned and left, ordering his army to retreat. Leave the battlefield to these angels. Because Bohemond certainly knew what these angels were. He wouldn't reveal their true nature to the Crusaders. Otherwise, these Crusaders would understand what the Papal States truly was. The Crusaders fighting in the valley soon heard the horn signaling a retreat. After a brief hesitation, the Crusaders immediately began to withdraw from the battlefield. Although they couldn't understand, the angels had already arrived, and victory was imminent. Why did the commander order them to retreat? Despite their hesitation, they resolutely carried out the commander's orders. As the Crusaders left, the 12 angels attacked Latifus with full force. Latifus then realized the seriousness of the situation. The Crusaders' retreat confirmed Latifus' certainty. There was definitely something wrong with these 12 angels. And it was likely a serious problem. The 12 angels quickly arrived before Latifus. Latifus wielded the bloodthirsty demon abyss, easily blocking the attacks of 2 angels. While Latifus and the angels engaged in a fierce battle, the soldiers present were captivated by the angels' beauty. These angels had recently developed near-perfect figures and faces that would make any woman jealous. And they bore 3 pairs of pure white wings. This fulfilled the demon soldiers' fantasies of angels. But Latifus had no intention of showing any mercy. Wielding the bloodthirsty abyss, he charged at the angels with all his might. At first, the angels, outnumbered, successfully suppressed Latifus. But as the bloodthirsty abyss began to erode Latifus' power and memories, the angels gradually fell behind, even with their numerical superiority. The angels swung their holy swords again and again, sending streams of golden flames hurtling towards Latife's. But Latife's easily blocked them with the bloodthirsty abyss. And the magic patterns on the bloodthirsty abyss grew increasingly dazzling. The angels realized that if they continued fighting, they would likely be the ones to lose. Then, they dropped their pretense, gradually revealing their true colors. Latifeth seized an opening and thrust his bloodthirsty abyss directly outward. An angel, unable to dodge, was pierced through the abdomen by the bloodthirsty abyss. But instead of the expected blood, a vast expanse of black energy emerged. Latifeth was stunned by this sight. This black energy definitely wasn't emitted by the bloodthirsty abyss itself, as its attacks didn't carry dark attributes. So where did this clearly dark energy come from? Latifeth's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the angel before him. Could it be? The next second, a vast expanse of black pain erupted from the angel before him. The angel before him instantly transformed into a fallen angel emanating an evil aura? How could there be fallen angels? And why would an angel become a fallen angel? Latifeth felt his entire worldview shattered. Without time to ponder, he swung his bloodthirsty abyss, instantly severing the pierced fallen angel in two. But what shocked Latife's was that the chopped-in-two fallen angel showed no discomfort at all. Instead, he became even more active. Latife's gasped. At this moment, the other angels, seeing their companion's true face revealed, dropped their pretense. The 12 angels, once filled with holiness, instantly transformed into charming and alluring fallen angels. Latife's couldn't help but grumble. They're giving them a second form. Latife's didn't want to indulge these fallen angels. Although he had anticipated the complexity of the situation, he was already in the game and couldn't withdraw. All he could do was fight. The next second, Latife's previously purple pupils instantly turned crimson. The dark lines on his body gradually came to life. You're the only ones who can transform, right? I can, too. Chapter 398. When Latife's began to unleash his power, the 12 fallen angels instantly sensed something was amiss. Why did Latife's grow stronger the more he fought? Unleashing his full strength, Latife's didn't hold back, catching one fallen angel with a flurry of attacks. Unable to dodge, the fallen angel took Latife's flurry headlong. They were pinned to the ground. The fallen angel struggled to escape, but Latife's activated the bloodthirsty abyss, sending a flood of red flames erupting from it. Then, everyone present could hear the fallen angel's screams. Though these screams weren't human, they sounded terrifying. Latife's shuddered. But he quickly returned to normal. The fallen angel, pinned to the ground, had shriveled up from its once enchanting form. Like a tattered piece of black paper, it clung to the bloodthirsty abyss. The remaining 11 fallen angels looked at Latife's with some fear. But Latife's wouldn't let them go just because they were women. The fallen angels exchanged glances, and then revealed their trump cards. Latife stared at the fallen angels, momentarily stunned. Because the fallen angels had gathered together and fused together, forming a giant fallen angel. What kind of a formation was this? The Demon Empire soldiers watching from below exclaimed in amazement. This fallen angel is huge, said a comrade nearby. You're talking about size. The soldiers around him couldn't help but laugh. But Latife's didn't even smile, because things were getting a bit tricky. Latife's poured more power into the bloodthirsty demon abyss. A second later, 3 pairs of black wings sprouted from Latife's back. Latife's didn't wait for the fallen angel to attack, but attacked first. The fallen angel hadn't expected Latife's to strike first. After a brief hesitation, he swung his magic sword. The over 10-meter-long magic sword slashed directly at Latife's. Latife's flapped his wings and dodged to the side. The sword slashing energy struck the mountainside. The entire mountain was split in two. The demon soldiers were stunned. They had never imagined that the fallen angel before them could be so powerful. But Latife's didn't disappoint them. Latife's and the fallen angel engaged in a back-and-forth battle, occasionally gaining the upper hand. This drew cheers from the Demon Empire soldiers. Because this was the almighty Demon King they saw. But Latife's was sweating profusely. He couldn't win quickly, and he didn't dare use the bloodthirsty demon abyss easily. The bloodthirsty demon abyss hadn't yet reached its final form. So Latife's was still conscious. But if the fight continued like this, Latife's would have to make a decision. Latife's blocked one of the fallen angel's attacks, but the blow didn't sit well with him. He sank completely into the ground. But Latife's had been waiting for this opportunity. He immediately pulled another dark purple spear from his storage ring and pierced the fallen angel's body. The fallen angel instantly lost her support and attempted to mobilize her magic to seal the wound. But to her horror, she discovered that the wound wouldn't heal at all, and an aura of destruction emanated from it. She immediately withdrew, sealing the wound with her magic. She looked at Lettyface with fear. Lettyface recalled the dark purple spear from midair. Gripped with the spear in her left hand, and the halberd in her right, she looked like a mortal god of war. The Demon Empire soldiers present cheered. However, just as the fallen angel was about to launch an attack, Lettyface rushed over, spear and halberd in hand. He attacked the fallen angel with incredible speed. The already massive fallen angel struggled to block the attack with her magic sword. But with the added attack speed of her dual-wielding weapons, Lettyface quickly broke through the fallen angel's defenses. He then used the bloodthirsty magic halberd to pierce the fallen angel's head. The fallen angel felt a surge of fear. However, at this moment, a large amount of black energy suddenly emanated from the fallen angel, directly carrying Lettyface away. After crashing through several mountains, Lettyface finally came to a stop. Then, with a solemn expression, he looked at the fallen angel, surrounded by the black energy. What on earth was this thing? Before Lettyface could react, the fallen angel spoke. Your name is Lettyface, right? You're just as formidable as your ancestor, but you're different because you're nowhere near as powerful as him. I will personally destroy everything you cherish. Ha ha ha. The fallen angel then laughed wildly. Lettyface's expression turned serious. This voice is so familiar. I definitely heard it somewhere before. Lettyface suddenly remembered the murals enshrined in the palace's main hall. The evil god depicted in them. Before Lettyface could finish his thought, the fallen angel, shrouded in black aura, launched a new attack. But this time, Lettyface was at a disadvantage. The fallen angel swung his magic sword, easily shattering the spear and the bloodthirsty demon abyss. Looking at the shattered bloodthirsty demon abyss, Lettyface felt powerless for the first time. Because he was certain that the attack had contained divine power. Why, the demons just want to survive, but why is it so unfair? Lettyface muttered. Because your existence has ruined my plan, or the demon empire should have perished 1,000 years ago. The fallen angel said calmly. So, just because we exist, you're going to destroy us? Lettyface forced himself to stand. It's not just because you exist, it's more because I hate demons. Ha ha ha. Little one, weakness is the original sin. The fallen angel laughed, not caring about Lettyface's feelings. Infuriated, Lettyface rushed at the fallen angel, but the fallen angel swung his magic sword and easily cut him down. Lettyface fell to the ground, withering like a fallen leaf. Everyone was stunned, and the eyes of the Demon Empire soldiers were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that their all-powerful Demon Emperor had fallen like this. The fallen angel, observing the scene, waved his hand nonchalantly, and the tens of thousands of troops in the valley were instantly reduced to ash. The Demon Empire soldiers watched in horror as he vanished bit by bit. The young soldier was now in tears. Why? We already lost. Many soldiers no longer feared, their eyes filled with calmness and regret. Is this the power of the gods? After watching the soldiers reduced to ash, the fallen angel reverted to his holy form, the black aura surrounding him instantly vanishing. It was as if nothing had happened. The Crusaders also received the news and immediately dispatched a large force to clear the battlefield. Lettyface's body remained on the mountaintop, his blood already flowing into the bloodthirsty abyss nearby. Hey! Chapter 399. Lettyface was dazed when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes, bewildered. A bright light shone from above, and with great difficulty, he finally opened his eyes and adjusted to the glare. Lettyface finally saw the scene clearly. He found himself standing in the center of a room, surrounded by massive statues. Looking up, he saw, besides the bright light above, a large number of murals on the dome. But what struck Lettyface as familiar was that these murals were from the Demon Empire. And they told the story of the founding of the Demon Empire by the first Demon Emperor. Just as Lettyface was stunned, a voice like a bell rang out. Lettyface. Lettyface hurriedly searched for the source of the voice, only to find a statue gazing down at him. The voice came from the statue's mouth. Who are you? Lettyface asked uncertainly. Who am I? Or rather, who are we? The next second, all the statues came to life, staring at Lettyface in unison. Although Lettyface felt a little nervous, he didn't detect any hostility in the statue's tones. By blood, we are all your ancestors. We are the former demon emperors, the statues said. Lettyface, a little serious, then spoke. Demon Emperor? Then why are there so few demon emperors, whose names have been left behind over the past few thousand years? The statues looked at each other, then spoke helplessly. Because those emperors, whose names remain, are all here. After hearing this, Lettyface took a few steps back in disbelief. Why is the emperor here forgotten? Because of the bloodthirsty abyss. When we first arrived here, we shared the same expression. Latifey's entire worldview collapsed. The most terrifying thing about the bloodthirsty abyss is that it forces you to make the most painful decision in your most lucid moments. We chose strength and preserved the empire, but we disappeared into the long river of history. This is why the Demon Empire experienced a historical gap. Wars throughout history that could have nearly annihilated the Unmanned Empire all failed, precisely because of the decisions we made. The statues looked at each other, their eyes filled with desolation. So the reason I came here? Latifey's frantically touched his body, finding no injuries. Because you are on the verge of death, and the Demon Empire faces a crisis of survival, fate has brought you here. So child, it's time for you to make your choice. After the statue finished speaking, all the statues spoke together. Demon Emperor Latifey, you have two choices before you. Power or escape. Choose escape, and you will return to your original world intact, but you will change nothing. Choose power, and you will gain power comparable to that of a god, but everything has a price. The price is that everyone will forget your existence. No one will remember you, not even your loved ones or those you hold most dear. After saying this, all the statues turned their gazes to Latifey. Will choosing power save the Demon Empire? Latifey posed his final question. Indeed, if you choose power, you will become the strongest in this world. Even 5 witches combined won't be able to defeat you. But you only have 3 hours. At the end of those 3 hours, you will vanish from this world, and everyone will forget your existence. Latifey listened to the statue's explanation and finally spoke calmly. If I choose to escape, what's the point? My mother taught me that as the Demon King, I must be prepared to die for my people. And I don't want to see those I care about suffer at the hands of the Papal State. The statues exchanged a glance, then asked sternly. So, young man, have you made your choice? I choose power. The next second, light shone upon Latifey, and the statues chanted in unison. We will grant you thunder and courage, and lend you the power of the god of destruction. Go, child. The next second, Latifey, who had collapsed on the mountain, suddenly awoke. Then, with a sudden slash of air, a bolt of black lightning descended. The bloodthirsty demon abyss reappeared before his eyes. Looking at the approaching 4 million crusaders, Latifey murmured, My turn now. Walking through the valley, Latifey gazed upon the scattered armor and scimitars, his eyes welling with tears. Because these ordinary soldiers, simply because of the evil god's casual wave of his hand, had vanished from this world. Don't worry, the Papal State will never grant their wish. Latifey finished, looking up into the distance. 3 pairs of black wings sprouted anew, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. The next second, Latifey soared out like a cannonball, launching an attack on the Crusader camp. Bohemond suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from the direction of the Demon Empire. Without hesitation, he spoke. Magic defense. Over 100,000 mages arrived before the army. Each 100,000 mages cast their own defensive spells. With the combined strength of over 100,000, a massive shield directly protected the 4 million man army. But Bohemond was filled with unease. He kept reminding him that this shield wouldn't be enough to stop the next enemy. Just as everyone was in doubt, Latifey, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction, rushed out of the valley. He launched an attack on the Crusader army. Seeing the reborn Latifey, Bohemond was almost stunned. Wasn't he dead? Bohemond immediately ordered the mages to defend with all their might. At the same time, he joined the defense. But could this stop Latifey? Without any fancy moves, Latifey wielded the bloodthirsty abyss, slashing down at the 4 million man army. The 4 million soldiers witnessed the most terrifying attack of their lives. A black wave, tens of kilometers long, descended, enveloping the entire 4 million man army. In that instant, the Crusaders thought the sky had fallen, for the black wave completely obscured the sun's rays. The 4 million soldiers panicked. Bohemond immediately amplified his voice with magic. Don't panic. As long as we work together, we will overcome this. But the next second, the once indestructible shield shattered into pieces. The 4 million soldiers watched helplessly as the black wave descended. Chapter 400. The next second, a black gust of air stretching for dozens of kilometers swallowed up the 4 million man army. These 4 million crusaders vanished from this world like a joke. Perhaps on the day they launched the war, they had never imagined their fate would end like this. Perhaps when they slaughtered innocent demons, they had imagined they would be slaughtered as well. But what they hadn't anticipated was how quickly retribution would come. Bohemond watched the descending gust of air, barely uttering 2 words. Oh my god! The next second, 4 million soldiers were completely destroyed. Equipment exploded on the ground. Latifus watched the scene below without any discomfort or leniency. Because when these crusaders slaughtered his people, they paid no attention to the unarmed civilians, who could only beg for mercy. In the eyes of the Papal States, the Demon Empire was a heresy. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the Papal States, all nations were heretics. The Papal States had never considered expansion, but since the end of the Cumberg era, something had gone wrong. The Papal States were determined to annex all nations. They frantically promoted the religion of the Goddess of Light to neighboring nations. From this time on, the religion of the Goddess of Light began to sweep across the world. However, the Papal States conquered many territories without a single drop of blood. Precisely because they possessed the religion of the Goddess of Light, ignorant people flocked to the religion. Rulers were forced to choose to believe in the religion. Otherwise, their rule would be overthrown by the people under their rule. Thus, within just 1,000 years, the Papal States had annexed the entire Western continent. Yet they were still unsatisfied. They began frantically expanding into other continents. But as soon as they ventured out, they ran into the ironclad Demon Empire. The Demon Empire did not believe in the religion of the Goddess of Light. In their eyes, the omnipotent Demon Emperor was their god. And every Demon Emperor had adopted the brutal method of cultivating poisonous insects to succeed the throne. Only this generation, Latifas, was almost a natural successor. This method of cultivating poisonous insects ensured that every Demon Emperor might not be brilliant, but they were certainly skilled fighters. And demons are martial, focusing on overcoming all obstacles with force. Thus, the Papal States' efforts to spread the religion of the Goddess of Light were abruptly interrupted by the Demon Empire. Unable to resolve this thorn in their side, the Papal States' actions would be greatly diminished in effectiveness. This is why, in just 1,000 years, the Papal States launched 9 campaigns against the Demon Empire. 8 of these campaigns were defeated by the Demon Empire. Thus, the Demon Empire earned the nickname the Steamroller. After all, the number of nations that have defeated armies exceeding 5 million men 8 times in a row can be counted on one hand. My thoughts return to the present. After annihilating a 4 million man army with a single blow, Latifas chose not to return to the Demon Empire, but headed straight for the Papal States. He would make the Papal States pay. During the 9th Crusade against the Demon Empire, the Crusaders massacred over 5 million demon civilians. All demons along the entire border were utterly slaughtered. This account must be settled. As Latifas sped towards the Papal States, the entire Papal States was peaceful. Many ordinary believers in gray robes toiled diligently. They firmly believed that if they worked diligently, they would enter heaven after death. The people of the Papal States longed to ascend to heaven after death and serve the goddess. Under the Church's indoctrination, they believed that everyone in the world must believe in the goddess. Anyone who dared not to believe in the goddess was a heretic. As a result, the citizens of the Papal States were hostile to other nations. Any foreign merchant entering the Papal States was subject to scrutiny by the citizens. Many merchants, to facilitate trade within the Papal States, pretended to be Christians. Over time, the citizens of the Papal States discovered these pretentious merchants. Many merchants were beaten to death. From then on, many merchants disappeared from the Papal States. Without military support, no one dared to enter the Papal States. The Papal States also had a strict hierarchy. No one could offend the clergy, and the clergy could do whatever they pleased. And the Church was not as holy as imagined. It's more of a den of filth and corruption. As for why I say that, just ask the women who were called away by the Church. But that's not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that the goddess cult promotes abstinence. But clergy are not subject to this restriction. Isn't that pure double standards? Just when the Papal States were at peace, people working hard in the field suddenly saw a large black shadow approaching from the eastern sky. Almost instantly, the shadow was overhead, completely obscuring the sky. Everyone thought it was a dark cloud, but when they looked closer, they realized how dark it was. At the same time, some sharp-eyed people spotted Latifas soaring through the sky. What is that? Why is there a person in the dark clouds? Boom! 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 Just as these citizens were puzzled, the Church had already sounded the alarm. A large number of Church magicians attacked Latifas in the air. But Latifas ignored these irritating attacks. Instead, he headed straight for Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. The Pope, resting with his eyes closed on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious figure, cloaked in a golden robe, approached him. Latifas is attacking. A voice, male or female, echoed. What should we do? Will it expose my god? The Pope suddenly became nervous. No, Latifas doesn't have that kind of power. The mysterious figure said with certainty. The next second, Lettyface was outside Asgard, looking at the 999-meter-tall statue of the goddess of light. After a brief pause, Lettyface swung the bloodthirsty demon abyss, severing the statue in half. The residents of Asgard felt as if the sky had fallen. The moment they saw the statue of the goddess collapse, their hearts died. Many believers wept heartbreakingly, while others, already mad, glared at Lettyface with rage. If these believers could fly, they would surely charge and assault Lettyface. With the statue of the goddess of light severed in half, the church dispatched a large number of magicians. They charged directly at Lettyface. Looking at the mob of soldiers before him, Lettyface muttered, 2.5 hours left. Then he wielded the bloodthirsty abyss, sending a vast black aura filling the sky. The magicians were reduced to ash before they could even scream. Stop hiding. Today, either I, the demon king Lettyface, die, or Asgard perishes. Lettyface's voice echoed throughout Asgard. Chapter 401. As soon as Lettyface finished his words, a large number of magicians rushed out of the Asgard palace. However, these magicians were far more powerful than the cannon fodder just now. But Lettyface declared, they're all just trash. Same formula, same posture, same movement. Waving the bloodthirsty abyss, these minions vanished from this world in a split second. Lettyface began a killing spree, sending every church clergyman he saw to heaven. However, whether they would actually reach heaven was another matter. As Lettyface went on a killing spree, chaos reigned throughout Asgard. At first, the ignorant believers thought Lettyface would be quickly dispatched. But when they saw how easily Lettyface had dispatched the church clergymen they considered supreme, the ignorant believers finally felt fear. It turns out these powerful figures aren't invincible. Frantically, people fled in all directions, and Asgard was in chaos. On the streets of Asgard, Galen, who was leading the knights on patrol, stared at Lettyface in the air in disbelief. Especially after hearing Lettyface's words. Galen felt as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Since the founding of the Papal States, only one person had dared to speak to them in such a way. That was the now buried Kuenberg. Kuenberg, if you can, bring me back to life, and let's fight. At the same time, Galen couldn't help but feel a little more respect for Lettyface in the air. In this world, whether or not Lettyface escaped alive, he had already won. Because many bystanders knew how dark the Papal States was, yet for various reasons, these bystanders were unable to step forward. But their hatred for the Papal States hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even within the seemingly peaceful Papal States, there were still many awakened individuals. Galen was already secretly contacting these individuals because she and Franca planned to overthrow the Papal States. Unbeknownst to Galen, what was about to unfold would completely change her mind. Just as Lettyface was on a killing spree, a mysterious figure in a golden robe appeared before him. Your Majesty, the Demon King, please return. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, only you demons will be harmed. An indistinguishable male or female voice rang out. Lettyface stared at the mysterious figure before him, not intending to give up. Then what about my 5 million people who were massacred? Lettyface pointed at the mysterious figure and said coldly, they are just useless people. I believe my God will give them the best possible care. The mysterious figure shook his head, dismissing the question. Useless people? Are the people of the Papal States also useless? Your Majesty, the people of the Papal States are all servants of the goddess. Their value is unparalleled, the mysterious man said. Lettyface's rage could no longer be contained upon hearing this. If that's the case, I will destroy it all myself. The next second, Lettyface hurled the bloodthirsty demon abyss downward. A terrifying black wave of air, centered around the bloodthirsty demon abyss, spread madly in all directions. A vast number of civilians of the Papal States were left utterly destroyed. However, Lettyface still had some conscience. He chose not to attack the civilian areas, but instead threw the bloodthirsty demon abyss directly into the clergy's quarters. These clergy, who had enjoyed a life of luxury for most of their lives, never understood until their death why such a sudden disaster had befallen them. The mysterious man, witnessing this, finally lost his composure and spoke angrily. Don't you understand human language? Lettyface smiled, then said, are you speaking human language? The next second, the air fell silent. The sound of their exchange echoed throughout Asgard. Everyone was stunned. Was this a conversation or just insults? The mysterious man finally broke down, immediately shedding his refined facade and engaging in direct combat with Lettyface. Although the mysterious man possessed the strength of a peak 9th rank, he was like paper against the already enhanced Lettyface. Lettyface didn't make any unnecessary moves, simply raising his hand and striking 3 times. Stab, pick, chop! The mysterious man fell like a kite with a broken string. The people of the Papal States were stunned. Brother, can you at least be tougher? Can you hold on for one more round? This makes our Papal States look like a failure. The mysterious man stared at Lettyface in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why couldn't he defeat him? He was instantly defeated in a single encounter? With the mysterious man gone, Lettyface rushed directly into the Asgardian palace, halberd in hand. The Pope was now terrified. Being the Pope should have been a very enjoyable profession. After all, according to past practice, 99% of popes died in the palace. No pope had ever faced death so close. In the hall, the heavy door was smashed open by Lettyface. Lettyface, holding the bloodthirsty demon abyss, stepped towards the Pope. A large number of knights of light poured in from the side doors on both sides of the hall. They blocked Lettyface's path, staring at him nervously. They knew they couldn't defeat Lettyface, but there was nothing they could do. The Pope was right behind them. As much as they wanted to abandon the Pope here and leave, the cost of leaving without permission was too much for them to bear. Looking at this group of cannon fodder before them, Lettyface resorted to his old tricks. Then, thousands of knights of light were reduced to ash. Lettyface then dove directly in front of the Pope. The Pope was instantly terrified. He tried to retreat in fear, but the Pope, seated on the throne, was unable to retreat. He stammered at Lettyface's proximity. What are you doing? I'm the Pope. Pope? The Pope of the cult of the Goddess of Light, or the Pope of a cult? Lettyface said disdainfully, then lunged with his halberd. The bloodthirsty demonic abyss easily pierced the Pope. The Pope stared at Lettyface in disbelief, trying to speak, but blood flowed as soon as he opened his mouth. Finally, the Pope collapsed in disbelief. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the sky. A woman, radiant with light, descended from the sky. The residents of Asgard instantly knelt, shouting enthusiastically, "Welcome to our God!" Hearing the noise, Lettyface rushed out. Looking at the woman before him, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you Galena, the Goddess of Light?" The woman smiled mysteriously, then gently waved her arm. A large amount of light elemental energy rained down upon the residents, rapidly healing their wounds. This intensified the residents' enthusiasm. Chapter 402. Lettyface looked at the Goddess of Light with a serious expression. "Who are you?" Although every indication pointed to the Goddess of Light before him, Lettyface, with his temporary breakthrough, could clearly sense a sense of awkwardness about her. Even though the Goddess of Light before him was flawless, Lettyface could still sense a sense of awkwardness. "I am the Goddess of Light. You shattered my statue and harmed my people. Aren't you going to apologize?" The Goddess of Light spoke softly, her captivating voice reaching everyone's ears. The citizens of the Papal States were already lost in their own ecstasy. For in their eyes, this was the sound of nature, but Lettyface spoke up. "If I harm your people, you will stand up for them. If the Papal States harms my people, won't I also stand up for them?" The Goddess of Light smiled and bowed slightly. "In that case, how about I apologize? I apologize for the Papal States' actions against your country." Lettyface's expression remained calm, but the citizens of the Papal States below were seething. "Goddess, this is unacceptable. How can a noble goddess bow to evil forces? The demon empire is a heresy. What's wrong with us killing them all? Yes. All those who don't believe in my God deserve death." Listening to the outrageous speeches of the believers below, Lettyface's fury reached its peak. The Goddess of Light, however, showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, she looked at Lettyface calmly, as if to say, "Begin your performance." Lettyface raised his hand and pinched the air. The next second, a small black hole appeared in his left hand. The smile on the Goddess of Light's face instantly froze. Lettyface casually tossed the black hole directly into Asgard. She looked at the Goddess of Light with a calm expression. The citizens of the Papal States below were in dire straits. Already devastated by the bloodthirsty abyss, this black hole now exacerbated their suffering. The black hole devoured everything around it furiously. Some magicians sensed not physical force from the black hole, but an aura of destruction. And it even contained divine power. The black hole was gradually expanding. If left unchecked, it could potentially destroy all of Asgard. The Goddess of Light could no longer sit still and rushed down, attempting to disrupt the black hole. How could Lettyface allow her to do so? With a swift, airborne grasp, he recaptured the bloodthirsty demon abyss and charged directly at the Goddess of Light. He imbued the bloodthirsty demon abyss with destructive power and slashed fiercely at the Goddess of Light. The Goddess of Light was locked in a grappling battle with Lettyface. But Lettyface discovered that the power wielded by the Goddess of Light was minimal. In fact, the light magic she wielded was incredibly weak. This further solidified Latifah's suspicion. The Papal States were not as glamorous as they appeared. Latifah and the Goddess of Light engaged in a fierce battle, and soon the Goddess of Light was at a disadvantage. The fleeing people exclaimed in shock at the scene. Because in their eyes, the Goddess of Light was more important than their own lives. Of course, they didn't want to see the Goddess of Light defeated. Latifah watched the increasingly suppressed Goddess of Light, and a glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes, the hope of victory. But the next second, Latifah realized that the entire world had stopped. What was happening? Latifah was confused. The people fleeing on the ground had also stopped, frozen in place. The black hole had also stopped expanding. Latifah seemed to realize something, staring solemnly at the Goddess of Light before him. Why are you like him? Always sticking out for those who have nothing to do with you. The Goddess of Light said almost frantically, her aura changing instantly. The original light was gone, and a flood of darkness and evil appeared in her. Latifah was finally certain that the person before him wasn't Galena, the Goddess of Light, but Irina, the evil god. Just as Latifah was about to mobilize his divine power to confront Irina, Irina condensed her divine power into two massive claws, grabbed Latifah, and began to pummel him. Instantly, Latifah was flung back over 10 kilometers. But for Latifah now, this attack was barely a tickle. Latifah charged at Irina again, but Irina raised her hand and squeezed it, sending a massive burst of dark elements piercing the air and pinning Latifah in midair. Just as Latifah was about to receive the blow, Irina appeared before him, gazing at him with an infatuated expression. Wait, what's wrong with that look? You're truly his descendant, looking so much like him. We should have been on the same side, but like your damned ancestor, you chose to betray me. Irina's hand roamed over Latifah's face, and as she spoke, she grabbed his chin. What do you mean by that? Latifah was bewildered. As the emperor of the Demon Empire, you don't even know how it came to be? Irina said with disdain. Latifah was stunned. What did that mean? How did the Demon Empire come about? Wasn't it founded by its founding emperor? Looking at Latifah's bewildered face, Irina spoke, not only out of ignorance, but also out of guilt for that man. All nations in this world, except the Holy Empire, are descendants of gods, and you, Latifah, are descendants of the god of destruction. Latifah was stunned. The amount of information was too much, and he was completely stunned. What the hell? I'm actually a descendant of the god of destruction? The god of destruction and I were originally on the same side, but he chose to betray me for the Demon Empire. We're clearly on the evil side, yet he insisted on siding with that bitch Galena. Irina said fiercely, like a shrew. Just then, Latifah spoke up. I don't know what justice and evil are, but I only know what good and evil are. Some people claim to be upright, but the things they do are worse than animals. Others may be ugly, but their hearts are filled with kindness. There's no absolute justice or evil in this world, only good and evil, and right and wrong. Irina froze after hearing Latifah's words. The next second, Latifah broke free from her restraints, and the bloodthirsty demon abyss pierced Irina's abdomen. Chapter 403. The next second, Irina summoned her divine power, flinging Latifah outward. But Latifah wasn't disappointed, for the bloodthirsty demon abyss had now evolved into a divine weapon. This, even if it didn't kill Irina, would certainly put her in serious danger. Irina tried to attack again, but found it difficult to move. The wound in her abdomen made it impossible for her to attack. You? Irina opened her mouth to speak, but the destructive aura from her abdomen rapidly spread, forcing her to give up. Then, without paying any attention to Latifah, she sped away. The next second, space returned to normal. The citizens of the Papal States stared in horror at the sky. Their goddess had vanished, leaving only the wounded Latifah in the air. The crowd couldn't help but panic. Their goddess seemed to have escaped. Latifah looked down at the ground, then detonated the rapidly expanding black hole. In the next second, Asgard was instantly destroyed. The entirety of Asgard had been removed from the face of the earth. Outside Asgard, Galen fled with a terrified Franka outside the city, observing this horrific scene. Galen couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of a god? Franka was at a loss, unsure how to respond. Yes, this is the power of a god, but it costs one person everything. Galen and Franka instantly drew their swords, because they hadn't spoken those words. A red-haired woman stood beside them, calmly observing the destruction of Asgard. Senior, who are you? My name is Moya, an ordinary person. Moya smiled faintly, then spoke calmly. Ordinary people wouldn't appear silently behind us. Galen said seriously. Who I am isn't important. What matters is whether I can participate in your plan. After all, I also want to make the Papal State pay. Moya smiled. Galen and Franca exchanged glances, and Galen asked solemnly, "But your excellency hasn't told us who you are?" "Well, since you said so, I tell you who I am. I'm Moya, an ordinary fire witch." The next second, Galen and Franca froze in their tracks. Lettyface left without a backward glance, unconcerned about the lives of the Asgardians. As fate would have it, they will pay for their actions. After Lettyface had resolved everything, he headed directly to the Demon Empire. He arrived at the battlefield where the great battle had just taken place. He found the hill where he and his sister had parted. Looking back, he saw what seemed to be the Imperial Palace in the distance. That wasn't just the Imperial Palace, it was also his home. And directly in front of him was the Papal States. Lettyface felt relieved. He had secured a glimmer of hope for the Demon Empire. Now it all depended on Leon's ability. He had sent his sister Adelheid to the Yen not only to protect her, but more importantly, to make Leon understand Adelheid's importance. Because Adelheid was the legitimate heir to the Demon Empire. It was also the only way to preserve the Demon Empire. The Demon Empire was now a mess. Even if Leon had the National Defense Forces intervene, it would only serve to smooth things over. Because the Demon Empire was already in disarray, and uprisings and riots were occurring constantly. Even those from Lion would turn away, because of the barren lands of the Demon Empire and the mob. No one could help. As Lettyface gazed into the distance, he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness and emptiness. Lettyface knew it was time. Watching his body crumble into pieces bit by bit, Lettyface felt a moment of regret, but more of a sense of relief. He was about to be forgotten by the world. Lettyface's only concern was his sister. But she should be safe now. The next second, Lettyface disintegrated into fragments and vanished from this world. In Asgard, the few who had survived were stunned, then realized they seemed to have forgotten something. Who had destroyed Asgard? What had just happened? Similarly, many citizens of the Demon Empire suddenly realized they seemed to have forgotten someone important. The mob attacking the palace was about to shout slogans to overthrow Lettyface's rule, but they found themselves unable to speak for a long time. Because they had no idea what to say. What were we trying to overthrow? Did the Demon Empire even have an emperor? Inside the Imperial Mausoleum, within a crystal coffin, a stunningly beautiful woman shed shimmering tears. "You made the same choice as your father. My child." Adelheid, escorted by the black-clad figure, suddenly woke up, tears streaming uncontrollably. "What's wrong, princess?" The black-clad figure was somewhat bewildered. He had forgotten about Lettyface, but he knew only that he had to escort Adelheid to Great Yen. "I don't know. I suddenly feel like I've forgotten the most important thing to me. My heart aches." Adelheid sat dejectedly on the ground, and the man in black beside her was momentarily at a loss. He didn't know how to comfort the princess before him. With Lettyface's departure, the entire world seemed to have forgotten him. But Leon found that he had not forgotten Lettyface. Inside the command center, Lion was planning a battle plan. Currently, the situation on the western continent has stabilized. Dian can focus its efforts on Zhongzhou. Currently, the National Defense Force is preparing to upgrade its equipment. At the same time, Leon is preparing to deploy in advance to prepare for the upcoming joint encirclement and suppression by the Papal States. Just as Leon set his sights on the Demon Empire, he noticed something amiss. Lettyface is in imminent danger, and the Demon Empire is already teetering on the brink of collapse. We must be prepared for the Demon Empire to join the enemy camp. But the next moment, Leon found himself staring at him in bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Leon asked, somewhat bewildered. "Leader, who is Lettyface?" A staff officer whispered. "Who is Lettyface?" Leon froze in place. Why would they ask such a question? No, something must have happened. Soon, having learned the whole story, Leon froze in place. The cruelest thing in the world is when everyone forgets you. Chapter 404. Inside the headquarters. Lion looked at the stunned staff officers, at a loss for words. Lion had just gone to question Baryan, who had told him everything that had happened in the Demon Empire. The worst had happened, Lettyface's death. After all, the Demon Empire was now engulfed in civil strife, which meant the Papal State could march directly into Great Yen. This would be a devastating blow to Great Yen. Lion's original plan had been to use Great Yen as the center, with the surrounding countries serving as a buffer zone. But now, with the Demon Empire gone, that plan had failed. Now, the northern part of Great Yen was completely exposed to the Papal State's military might. Although Lettyface had caused a stir in the Papal State, Leon understood that he was only doing so to buy time for the Demon Empire. to allow Leon to take over as soon as possible. But to be honest, Leon didn't want to take over. First, Leon needed to deal with the resistance within the Demon Empire. Secondly, it's very likely that the Papal States will launch a new offensive just as the takeover is halfway completed. Although Asgard is now gone, the Vatican can immediately elect a new pope. And the Papal States has already made full preparations for invading the Great Yin. But just as Leon was pondering this, a telegram from the Great Yin Border Defense Force arrived at Leon's headquarters. After reading the contents, Leon instantly perked up. Because Latifey's sister, Adelheid, had successfully entered the Great Yin, Leon finally understood why Latifey had gone to the Papal States to cause trouble. This wasn't just to vent his anger, it was also to buy time for Adelheid's evacuation. Leon immediately ordered his diplomats to negotiate with Adelheid. At the same time, Leon had ordered all defense forces currently stationed at home to re-equip themselves. The 1st and 2nd Armored Armies remained in Zhongzhou, and did not accompany Leon on the expedition to the Western Empire. Only the 200,000 infantrymen of the 2nd Infantry Army, and the Great Yin Fleet were sent on the expedition to the Western Empire. So, for now, Great Yin's regular forces were concentrated at home preparing for war. At the same time, they were dealing with the mess in neighboring countries. Even after making all the arrangements, Leon remained worried. After all, how could the Papal States suddenly mobilize and easily defeat the Demon Empire? The two sides have been fighting for nearly a year or two, with no clear winner. So how could a victory suddenly be decided? There must be a problem. Puzzled, Leon decided to increase missile research and development. When in doubt, seek a physical solution. As long as I have enough missiles, my words are the truth, though it's a little early to say that, after all, the Pirchet project isn't finished yet. What stung Leon was the incredibly slow progress of the Pirchet project. Even with Fuchsia's help, Leon still worried about the progress. But this was also due to Leon's haste. After all, who could make artificial mushroom eggs in just a few months? Meanwhile, Command had already begun simulating the timing of the Papal States' attack. And they were also deducing the direction of the attack. After all these matters were resolved, Leon and the National Defense Forces were ready to flee. After all, this world is far too dangerous. Better to just go back to the Yin and be the shrewd one. Leon had once wanted to see the world, but then he realized he was a worthless fighter and needed to master the great summoning technique when he went out. If he couldn't win, he had to call in others. He was the ruler of a nation. How could he have fallen so far? No, I had to change. A man should be strong. But just as Leon was about to regain his strength, a cold hand grasped the kidney of his fate. Leon, The next second, Leon sprang up like a frightened animal. Don't come over here. It's late, time for bed. Yun Qingqi easily caught up to the fleeing Leon. Leon looked at his kidney, as if to say, Can you lend a hand? Yaozi, you're so arrogant, so proud of yourself. Who's happy? Who's suffering? Don't you have any sense of reason? While Leon was suffering, the National Defense Forces had already loaded and shipped off a vast quantity of rare ore. Because the expeditionary fleet had taken a large number of merchant ships with them when it set out. After De Yin took control of the coastal areas, they immediately boarded the ships and dumped all their cargoes to the Western French Empire. At the same time, they received orders to wait. And their wait was for today. Countless rare ores were continuously loaded onto the ships. The merchants were beaming, and so were the soldiers. The Navy, in particular, was beaming from ear to ear. The increase in ore meant more high-quality metals. With high-quality metals, what was there to worry about without new warships, battleships? 6. But the Navy's plan ultimately failed. Because these metals weren't intended for new Navy ships. Most of them were destined for missile engineering, and to provide raw materials for the Air Force's new fighter jets. The Navy got a small share, but only a small amount. The Army suffered the most. Army. So love fades, right? But the Army will soon receive new equipment too. Their new equipment won't just be for new recruits, but brand new toys. Army. Things change over time. What you, the Air Force and the Navy, owe us will eventually be fully repaid. Going forward, the Navy won't receive many new warships, except for new aircraft carriers. Because the Papal States aren't on the sea. The Air Force declared itself victorious, having been victorious since its inception. Invincible. The next day, Leon struggled to his feet, and went to say goodbye to Bonaparte. Let Bonaparte stabilize the situation on the eastern continent, develop as slowly as possible, and then plan a southward advance. Bonaparte said he was also a slacker, so of course he understood the importance of a slow-paced development. After the conversation, Leon returned to North Wind Harbor. The fleet was about to leave, and he could finally return to the yin and enjoy life. Like a slave every day, slave during the day, slave at night. Wasn't all my slavery for nothing? And now there's another clingy creature, the adult Heiyu, for some reason, following Leon everywhere after suffering a blow. She's practically become Leon's charm. And Heiyu is incredibly abstract. Whenever Leon gets angry, she instantly transforms into a little girl, then hugs Leon and acts cute 3 times. Lion, I'm so impressed, you slave. The whole world understands, but you don't. But the thought of returning to the yin and being free made Leon feel happy. Just as Leon was feeling happy, he suddenly remembered something. Had he forgotten something? In the northern jungles of the Western Empire, an old man and a young boy were struggling forward. Hans couldn't help but complain. Have I been forgotten? Chapter 405. Finally, Leon, reminded by his men, remembered that Hans was still wandering the forest. He immediately ordered the Wehrmacht to march north into the mountains to suppress the bandits. He also ordered the Air Force to conduct 24-hour patrols. Hans must be retrieved, dead or alive. This put the Wehrmacht soldiers in a difficult position. The problem was that it had already been a week, and there was still no news. Could he have truly perished in the hands of the rebels? After a brief hesitation, the Wehrmacht intensified its search. After all, the leader had said, dead or alive. So even if he was truly dead, his body had to be dug up. Hans, I'm not dead yet. Soon, to save Hans, the Wehrmacht launched a 3-day sweep. However, Hans struggled to survive these days, eating either wild boar or pheasant every day, and he was practically gaining weight. Tina, who was accompanying him, also learned how to handle animals. The treatment process was horrifying. Even Hans couldn't help but wince at the sight. For some reason, Tina would smile a sickly smile whenever she saw an injured animal. Then, she let out that terrifying laugh, stabbing the animal's body one cut at a time. Many times, Hans was frightened and had nightmares. It wasn't the blood that frightened him, but that creepy laugh. Each time, Hans didn't dare disturb Tina, because of the creepy smile she flashed when she was covered in blood. After several days of wandering, Tina looked at Hans in front of her with a weary face. Uncle Hans, when will we find a city? And why don't I just build a house right here? Do you think I want to run around? I'm not from the Western Empire. I'm looking for the main force. Hans looked up at the sun, taking his bearings, as he spoke. Uncle Hans isn't from the Western Empire? Does that mean you're not human? Tina thought for a moment, and said intelligently. But suddenly, she bumped into Hans, who had stopped. Ouch, uncle. What are you doing? Tina said, covering her head with a look of grievance. What did you just say? Hans's mouth twitched. Huh? What did I just say? Did you hear it? Tina finished, skipping ahead. Hans shook his head. Children are so hard to manage these days. How does the leader keep Heiyu under control? Just as the two advanced, a gunshot suddenly shattered the silence. The subtle smile on Hans's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a calm expression. Tina found a tree and hid behind it, her little head unable to help but glance at Hans. His eyes seemed to be asking, Uncle Hans, what happened? Hans held out his hand for Tina to stay where she was. He removed the Mauser rifle from his back and moved forward. The gunfire had just occurred very close to them. The straight-line distance was no more than 200 meters. But due to the obstruction of the trees, Hans couldn't see what was happening beyond 200 meters. He could only move forward step by step. As Hans drew closer to the source of the gunfire, the child also heard voices. He saw a group of Western FA Empire soldiers executing a group of Western FA Empire civilians. And it seemed that these Western FA Empire civilians were just passing through. These Western FA Empire soldiers had been entrenched here for a long time. Their uniforms were tattered, revealing them to be the defeated Western FA Empire's rebels. But what shocked Hans was that these rebels, instead of thinking about making a living, were robbing. Not only stealing money, but also killing people. He counted the enemy and found that there were over 30 of them, holding back hundreds of civilians. After a brief hesitation, Hans glanced at Tina, who was not far behind him. Finally, he chose to move away. He was not Superman. Fighting 30 alone? He was crazy, right? And he had a burden with him. Just as Hans was about to leave, a sudden sound froze him in place. Stop! Hansen felt the muzzle of a gun on the back of his head and raised his hands. The man behind him immediately grabbed Hans's gun. And then, Hans drew the pistol from his waistband and fired at the enemy behind him. Bang! The enemy, focused on their rifles, had no idea Hans even had a pistol. Looking at the holes in his body, The Western Empire soldier collapsed in disbelief. He seemed to be saying, "You have no moral principles." Hans quickly picked up his rifle and tried to escape. But by then, the Western Empire rebels had already spotted him. "Who are you?" A Western Empire soldier spotted Hans and chased after him, rifle drawn. Hans didn't dare to be careless. He fled, avoiding the enemy's gunfire as best he could. Bang! 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 He hadn't run far when a barrage of gunfire rang out. Fortunately, Hans was on the receiving end of a bullet. The bullet barely grazed Hans's path. Hans couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, the Western Empire soldier's marksmanship wasn't very accurate. Otherwise, he would have died right here. Hans sprinted, telling Tina to run in the opposite direction. Escape from these people was impossible, so he decided to kill some of them and force them to retreat. But what Hans hadn't anticipated was that these people actually split into two groups. The pursuit group of over a dozen men instantly split into two, with 7 or 8 of them chasing Tina. Hans abandoned his plan and simply pulled out his MP40, firing a barrage of bullets at the group. The Western Empire soldiers, who had hoped to capture someone alive, were instantly riddled with bullets. 5 or 6 soldiers collapsed in disbelief, bewildered. Why had Hans suddenly unleashed such a furious outburst? With 2 magazines, he dispatched 7 or 8 soldiers. After a quick reload, he rushed directly towards Tina. "Kid, don't let anything happen to you. I'm training you to be my successor." Even Hans himself didn't realize that his recent maneuver was beyond the capabilities of even a veteran. From then on, Hans never displayed such marksmanship again. Hans chased after them, but was still too late. The rebels had already caught the slower Tina. They were escorting her back to the camp, seemingly awaiting their leader's decision. Hans, looking at the remaining 20 or so rebels, hesitated briefly and decided to give it a try. "Everyone says I'm a worthless fighter. Today, let's find out who the real loser is." Chapter 406. Small Tina was tied up and taken directly to the camp by 7 or 8 large men. At this moment, many women were tied up in the camp, while the rebels were dealing with the men. However, their method of execution was not a single shot, but a brutal massacre. First, they would drag someone to their front, then beat them violently, then torture them bit by bit until they died. Anyone who tried to escape was shot dead. Some were even more ruthless, insulting the wife in front of the husband. This behavior was truly the worst of the worst. Hans arrived outside the camp, but he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he observed. He knew he likely only had one chance. As an intelligence officer, Hans's greatest pride wasn't his superb marksmanship, but his calm demeanor. A qualified hunter doesn't necessarily need to be an excellent shooter, but he must possess ample patience. And the rebels also discovered their fallen companions. The deaths of their comrades greatly infuriated the rebels. Already a group of frightened birds, the loss of 7 of their companions only intensified their fear. Some soldiers began suggesting that the men be disposed of as quickly as possible, and the women returned to their base. Yes, they were merely a small expeditionary force. Their mission was to bring as much food and women as possible back to the camp. As luck would have it, they didn't capture much food on this expedition, but they did capture over 30 women. What intimidated them most, however, was Hans, who single-handedly eliminated 7 of their companions. And the girl they had just captured seemed to be a comrade. This made the already frightened soldiers even more nervous. They sped up their efforts to deal with the civilians. The civilians held at gunpoint could not help but kneel down and beg for mercy, but the soldiers showed no sign of letting them go. "Stop talking. No matter what you say, you're going to die," one soldier said with disdain. "What do you mean?" a civilian asked, summoning his courage. "Why keep you? Are you going to increase food consumption by taking you back? Taking a bunch of women with you is already a great mercy, but as for you, letting you go is out of the question, because the Wehrmacht is nearby." Another soldier spoke. Hans, who was observing from the jungle, heard this, and his eyes lit up instantly. If the Wehrmacht was nearby, then as long as they made enough noise, the friendly forces would surely see them. As the soldiers dealt with the civilians, the sky had already darkened. Unnoticed, it was already night. The rebels looked at each other, and ultimately decided to spend the night here. There was no other way. These Western Empire soldiers were night blind, and they had to use torches to march at night. Wouldn't this clearly provide coordinates to the patrolling Great Yin Air Force? So they began preparing for their night camp. Some began building a campfire, while the rebels planned to extinguish it after cooking their food. Otherwise, they would likely attract the attention of the Great Yin Air Force. Hans, meanwhile, waited quietly in the nearby woods. As night fell, the rebels piled the bodies aside. After eating and drinking their fill, they turned their claws on the terrified women nearby. Hans checked his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. It was time to act. Just then, a soldier approached Hans. Hans hurriedly held his breath, trying to minimize any noise. What Hans hadn't expected was that the soldier was only there to relieve himself. But what left Hans speechless was that the soldier was doing it right on his face. Hans, what should I do now? After a brief silence, Hans decided to wait for the moment when he was most relaxed and then deliver the most devastating blow. The soldier came to Hans's face, untied his belt, and let out a long breath. Great. So comfortable. I've been holding it in for so long, but Hans was in trouble. The smell was so strong. Just as the soldier had released himself and was about to leave, the moment he turned around, Hans decisively leaped from the ground, covered his mouth, and smoothly slashed his throat. The soldier struggled, but no sound came out. After doing all this, Hans knocked the man down and carefully covered himself up. He then donned the man's uniform and headed straight for the camp. At first, Hans planned to snipe them one by one, but the rebels had already extended their claws to Tina. So, Hans decided to take a gamble and march straight through the camp with Tina. Because the campfire was out, the rebel soldiers had no way of realizing that their comrade was Hans in disguise. A rebel soldier nearby was still saying, "Bart, I heard they caught a little girl today. Want to give it a try?" Hearing this, Hans couldn't help but grab the MP40 in his backpack. Looking at Hans's silence, the soldier thought he was secretly gloating. Then, unable to resist, he leaned in front of Hans and spoke mysteriously. "Wait, remember to tell me how it feels, Bart." Before the soldier could finish, Hans drew his dagger and stabbed him through the throat. The soldier stared at Hans in disbelief, as if wondering why he had done this. Only before his death did the soldier realize that the person before him wasn't Bart. After dealing with the soldier, Hans carried him forward. They walked arm in arm, like two close brothers. The surrounding soldiers didn't notice anything unusual. After all, the two men were so close that they barely shared a bed. Hans reached a deserted corner and tossed the body aside. He then walked towards Tina. Tina was now surrounded by soldiers, 3 of whom approached her with lewd expressions. Tina's face was filled with fear, and she thought of Hans. If Uncle were here, these people wouldn't be able to harm her. Uncle should be safe now. I hope he can return to his country unharmed. As for me, Tina clenched her dagger. Maybe it's time to say goodbye to Uncle. Mom and Dad, I'll be back soon. Duh. But the next second, the familiar sound of gunfire rang out. Hans raised his MP40 and fired at them. A dozen soldiers, preparing to enjoy their battle, were practically aligned. This gave Hans the opportunity to skewer all of them. This was something the soldiers never imagined, even to their death, would be snatched from the spot. Perhaps when they were slaughtering others, they never imagined they would one day be slaughtered themselves. After emptying a magazine, Hans immediately sought cover, dodging the enemy's fire. Then came the climax. Chapter 407. The remaining 7 or 8 rebel soldiers surrounded Hans, taking turns firing in tacit coordination. They pinned Hans to the spot, preventing him from even drawing his gun. Hunter-pressed, Hans instantly became enraged and pulled a grenade from his nearby satchel. Tina, hiding behind cover, stared blankly at Hans. How could such a small satchel hold so many things? What surprised Tina even more was that Hans launched one grenade after another. In a blink of an eye, 5 or 6 grenades had been launched. Although Hans couldn't pinpoint the enemy's exact location, 5 or 6 grenades were enough to eliminate everything in sight. No matter where you are, the firepower is complete. 3 rebel soldiers, unable to dodge, were blown skyward. The remaining 5 rebel soldiers immediately took cover, and at this moment, Hans unleashed his might. He simply pulled another MP40 from his bag, dual-wielding them, and headed out, ready to pounce on anyone who showed their heads. The 5 rebel soldiers couldn't even raise their heads. They were already night-blind, but Hans wasn't. The rebel soldiers couldn't even point their guns at him. As soon as they poked their heads out, Hans immediately pulled the trigger, and the rebel soldiers couldn't even see him. How could they fight? He eliminated the 5 rebel soldiers one by one. After doing all this, Hans hurried to Tina. "Kid, are you okay?" Tina shook her head and hugged Hans. Hans didn't push her away, but silently put his gun away and carried her on his back. The rescued women nearby were unsure what to do. They wanted to approach Hans, but they were worried he would do the same as the rebels. And then, suddenly, a burst of shouting erupted in the distance. After a moment's deliberation, he realized it wasn't the chants of the Wehrmacht soldiers at all. It was clearly the cheers of the Western French Empire's rebels. In the moonlight, Hans could vaguely make out a large crowd on the distant main road. The vast amount of equipment reflected a metallic luster in the moonlight. Hans roughly estimated that there were several hundred people here. After confirming this, Hans immediately prepared to leave. But then, he realized that the enemy wasn't just coming from the front. They were coming from all directions. Had he just poked the enemy in, Hans put Tina down and pulled out the only flare gun in his bag. He fired it without caring if the Wehrmacht patrol could see it. After all, if he didn't use it now, he'd lose his chance. The red flare stood out against the night sky. I hope they notice, Hans muttered, then dumped all the weapons and equipment out of his bag. 2 MP40s, 6 M24 grenades, 12 MP40 magazines, 43 Mauser rounds, 2 kilograms of TNT, 3 Luger P08s, a portable grenade launcher, and 8 grenades. If Leon were here, he'd definitely sigh in amazement. Are you Doryman? How can you be so pretentious? Hans briefly assessed the situation, then dumped the 2 kilograms of TNT onto the main road ahead. He then handed Tina an MP40, unlocked the safety for her, and hid her in a pile of straw, carefully instructing her. Whenever an enemy approaches, the moment they open the thatch, you pull the trigger just like I taught you. Understand? If you don't want to be insulted. Hans finished, picked up a P08, loaded it, and placed it beside Tina. After doing all this, Hans decisively turned and left. Just then Tina spoke. Uncle, can we survive? Yes, we will. Hans patted Tina's head and prepared to continue deploying his defense. Uncle, can you smile? I don't think I ever seen you smile. Hans froze in his tracks when he heard this, then turned around and gave a strained smile. Tina was instantly at a loss for words. Why did the uncle's smile seem so strange? Hans walked towards the 30 or so women and threw the soldiers' weapons to them. Listen, there are over 500 enemies approaching. Will you sit and wait for death, or fight? Your weapons are here, and your lives are in your hands, Hans said, then found a perfect spot for cover, and set up his Mauser rifle. As long as he could secure this spot, no one from the front could penetrate. The rebels cheered as they arrived at the camp. But they found it utterly silent. The soldier who was supposed to report back immediately sensed something was amiss. Normally, his comrades would be in high spirits, but why was the camp so quiet? The rebels in the front immediately went on alert, carefully advancing. Seeing the enemy approaching, Hans immediately detonated the TNT at the gate. Boom! 2 kilograms of TNT blew the enemies at the main gate skyward. And Hans, even more insidious, had filled a sack with stones and stuffed the TNT inside. The lethality skyrocketed. Following the violent explosion at the gate, the surrounding enemies, upon seeing it, immediately charged. Something was wrong with the camp. Their leader would reward them handsomely if they could capture the enemy inside. Enemy forces rushed in from the other 3 directions. Some of the women, who had never held a gun before, managed to fire their weapons. But they couldn't hit the enemy at all. A few women were lucky enough to just walk into the enemy's path. The rebel soldiers rushed to the scene and discovered that the enemy inside the camp was actually these powerless women. After a brief moment of euphoria, they became more cautious. They didn't believe these women alone could take out over 30 soldiers. The rebel soldiers began searching the camp. They captured some women and began interrogating them. He still planned to use the night to find a way to deal with these enemies and eventually escape with Tina. However, Hans's worst fears came true. The captured woman betrayed Hans and led the enemy to Hans's location. Hans couldn't help but complain. Next time I go out, I must bring enough people with me. Otherwise, anyone can take advantage of me. Tina, hiding in the thatched straw, watched in horror as the enemy surged towards Hans. At that moment, Tina's heart was in her throat. Not wanting to see Hans put himself in danger, she decided to do something. Tina, who usually shivered at the sight of a chaotic enemy, suddenly burst forth with strength. She rushed out of the straw, firing a barrage of bullets with her MP40. Even Hans was stunned. What kind of violent loli is this? Chapter 408. The moment Tina burst out, the soldiers' attention was riveted. After all, the scene was so beautiful. Just imagine, a 5-foot-tall girl, wielding an MP40, slaying everyone who stands in her way. Hans was stunned. How could this kid be more powerful than me? After a brief moment of shock, Hans became even more worried. Tina burst out, and within 5 seconds, she emptied her entire magazine. Then the atmosphere became awkward. Tina froze in place, clutching a now empty submachine gun. The soldiers were also stunned. Who are you? You're finished. The next second Tina, having reacted, fled. The soldiers didn't shoot, because a gun without bullets is just a firewood stick. It was better to capture her alive than to waste bullets. However, Tina's appearance successfully gave Hans a moment to breathe. Hans fired all 8 grenades, leaving 2 behind and throwing the rest. Boom! The violent explosion immediately disrupted the chaotic formation. Hans immediately seized the opportunity and rushed out of the encirclement to reunite with Tina. Agile as a runner, Hans easily caught up with Tina and dispatched her pursuers with a single volley of bullets. "Uncle, you're out. I told you so many times, don't call me uncle." Hans then lifted Tina up. "Short legs really can't run fast." "Uncle! Put me down." "Shut up, short legs." "Tina, phew." Hans sprinted forward, on the verge of bursting into the jungle. But a gunshot disrupted Hans's plan. The bullet pierced Hans's calf. Hans and Tina fell to the ground together. Realizing he couldn't move, Hans immediately grabbed his MP40 and fired backwards. At the same time, he said to Tina, "Run. Run north. Find the soldiers in gray uniforms and helmets. Give them this." Hans then thrust his director's badge into Tina's hand, shoved her forward, and fired wildly at the pursuing enemies. Duh. At first, the enemies thought Hans was immobilized and could be captured alive. But they hadn't anticipated Hans's immense firepower. For a moment, they were completely unable to break through Hans's barrage. But eventually, the bullets would run out. After he had emptied his last magazine, Hans was forced to draw his pistol for a final stand. He glanced at Tina, who stood stunned, and roared, "What are you still standing there for? If you stay any longer, we'd both die here." But it was too late. The rebel army had already surrounded them. Hans looked at Tina beside him, and couldn't help but say, "Is it okay now? We both die here." Tina smiled awkwardly. She wasn't afraid of death, but instead hugged Hans. "I'm not afraid." Hans was speechless. "My reputation, built throughout my life, is now ruined by these idiots." The footsteps of the rebel soldiers were getting closer. Hans hugged Tina tightly, and Tina hugged Hans back, just as they were about to face death. Several red flares landed beside Hans and the other man, forming a marking circle. The next second, he heard the sound he longed to hear. For me, 8 helicopters flew over from the other side of the mountain. The clatter of helicopter propellers reached Hans' ears. Oh my! The soldiers were stunned. Before they could react to the red flares before them, they saw 4 helicopters in the air. The helicopters quickly approached Hans's head and dropped several flares. Each M2 heavy machine gun was mounted on either side of the helicopter hatch. The moment the hatch opened, the soldiers inside immediately pushed the heavy machine guns out. 8 M2 Laogan Ma rounds began to pour ammunition directly into the enemy below. Their mission was to cut in half all living beings outside the red circle. Some soldiers, feeling the firepower wasn't enough, hastily pulled a makeshift bracket from the side of the hatch and mounted their MG-42 machine guns on it. The people down there were in dire straits. Bang, bang, bang. Squeak. Either of these 2 machine guns could rip a person to pieces. A single shot from the Laogan Ma would rip you in 2, and a single burst from the MG-42 would shatter you into pieces. The rebel soldiers had no time to dodge, and were shattered by the sudden blow from above. Hans covered Tina's eyes. But Tina pulled him away, saying, "Isn't it just a little blood? Isn't it just people getting shattered? Can't I see the world?" Hans, 8 M2S and 8 MG-42s, in just 3 minutes, shredded all the fleeing enemies. After confirming there were no active enemies around the red circle, a Mi-8 hovered over Hans and his men. A small team of soldiers airdropped down. "Captain Hans. We're late," the leading soldier said apologetically. "It's okay, we're glad we're here. Quickly eliminate all the enemies around here. There are about 500 of these rebels, and there are also some civilians. Be careful." "Okay, Captain," the captain said, and immediately ordered the squad to begin clearing the area. After enduring the machine gun fire, the rebel soldiers had become subdued. They no longer wanted to resist, having witnessed their comrades being ripped in 2 by a single shot. Some of their comrades had been reduced to a heap, unable to be put back together. The rebel soldiers tried to surrender to the airborne troops, but all they were greeted with was a peanut. The airborne soldiers were furious. If they had been any later, Captain Hans would have been a corpse. They inevitably be punished. They were now filled with rage, and these rebel soldiers were in dire straits. More and more teams descended from the helicopters, joining the larger cleanup effort. Soon, not a single rebel soldier was left alive in the entire vicinity. Only the few dozen women who had been there at the beginning. Hans ordered the paratroopers to eliminate the woman who had betrayed him, and then left some food for the women, which was considered the most benevolent of them all. Then, Hans and the other two were carried aboard the helicopter under the gaze of the women. Finally, they disappeared into the night sky. Inside the helicopter, the soldiers were clearing the shell casings from the cabin, while Tina looked around like a curious baby. Hans suddenly addressed the team leader sternly. "Will the plane not crash this time?" The air suddenly fell silent, and the team leader and the soldiers froze. Chapter 409. The soldiers chose to refuse to answer this question because it was a life-or-death question. Tina, standing by, widened her eyes. "A plane crash? What's a plane crash? Is it a pheasant you can eat?" Everyone, Hans, The helicopter formation quickly returned to the camp. As soon as they landed, a large number of officials surrounded them. They greeted Hans with warm regards and concern. Hans ignored them. While some of them were genuinely concerned, it was mostly because of his special position. Although the director of the Intelligence Bureau was nominally a major general, everyone knew that if Hans really got serious, he could even dethrone you from a marshal. As the yen developed, certain problems emerged within both the military and the administration. It was precisely because of Hans's presence that the Intelligence Bureau kept these people under tight control. They were unable to act as they pleased. Furthermore, when someone abuses their power for personal gain, the Intelligence Bureau immediately detects it, but they won't arrest them immediately. Instead, they keep the evidence in hand, and if the perpetrator is capable, they will choose to crack down appropriately. Eliminating this phenomenon is difficult, because human greed is inherent. No matter your position or birthplace, greed will always permeate your life. However, how to control this behavior within a certain limit is something Hans needs to personally handle. After all, Leon doesn't care about these trivial matters. Of course, it's not that he doesn't care, but he won't delve into them. Leon's job is to ensure that the Diyen machine doesn't deviate from its course. The people under their command are the ones doing the hard work. If the army is the wheels and armor of the chariot, then Leon is the driver. The people are the driving force of the chariot, and the administration is its various components. A competent state machine will crush all enemies in its path. History rolls forward, and so do nations. If a nation fails to advance in history, it will be crushed by others on the same track. Dian was once a leader, but now the Papal State has emerged. If Leon is considered a cheat, then the Papal State is truly a child of the local plane. Because, according to frontline combat reports, the Papal State employs a weapon similar to powered exoskeleton armor. Faced with this weapon, even the Bloodblade Black armored soldiers, the Demon Empire's most elite unit, require more than 10 soldiers to defeat a single power armored knight. The Bloodblade Black armored soldiers are part of the Demon Emperor's personal guard. Number is less than 50,000, and each one is equivalent to a human 4th level Dochi Knight. They also used a special secret method to create black armor, so powerful that even 12.7mm bullets might not be able to penetrate it. However, with the death of Latife's, these 50,000 Bloodblade Black armored soldiers vanished without a trace. The Papal State did not dare underestimate these 50,000 elite soldiers, for their combat effectiveness was no less than that of the Knights of Light. Since Latife's had annihilated the main force of the Crusaders, the newly elected Pope was forced to reassemble the Crusaders. Intelligence estimated that the Crusaders would be fully assembled within 3 months. Then they would attack the Demon Empire. At this point, the Demon Empire was in turmoil. Relying on the Demon Empire to resist the Papal States was simply impossible. So Leon could only focus on the border areas of the Demon Empire. He planned to achieve his goal in a single battle, assembling 2 armored armies, 8 armored divisions, over 9,000 tanks, and a total of over 20,000 armored units. There were over 2,000 artillery pieces, and the Air Force currently had a total of 10,000 propeller fighters. 8,000 aircraft would participate in this war. This would form the first line of defense. In addition to the 2 armored armies, there were also 4 infantry armies. The 6 armies combined totaled a total of 1.2 million troops. The 4 infantry armies carried over 6,000 artillery pieces and 20,000 armored units. They would form the second line of defense, ready to support the first line at any time. Leon assured him that he had never fought a battle with such a wealth of resources. This battle practically drained the Yan's resources. It could be said that all of the Yan's military equipment, accumulated over the past 3 years, was now piled up here. If they'd lost this war, Lion would truly lose. After dispatching 6 armies, only a single 20,000-man guards division remained in the entire Diyen mainland. To defend the mainland, So Lion absolutely could not afford to fail. And they had already dispatched Caddis to the Demon Empire in advance to determine the battle's launch site. After repeated confirmation by Caddis, the battle was decided on the Kursk Plains in the Western Demon Empire. When Lion heard the word Kursk, he shuddered. Why did this name sound so familiar? Something felt off. That couldn't be. The Western French Empire. Inside the headquarters, the staff were already frantic. Lion, too, was enjoying the last quiet moments before the war. The Great Yin Arsenal had already begun producing Cold War-era weaponry. Over 200 T-62 tanks had already been produced, and the aircraft factory had also begun production of MiG fighters. But neither the tanks nor the aircraft were produced in sufficient numbers to change the tide of the war. Lion could only turn his attention to the Navy. The naval shipyard had produced 2 Midway-class aircraft carriers in the previous 2 weeks. And, under Lion's instructions, battleship production had been suspended. All resources were being concentrated on aircraft carriers. Because Lion knew that a battleship might not change the tide of the war, an aircraft carrier could. But what troubled Lion was that the Demon Empire didn't have access to the sea. Now, the entire Great Yin was still filled with laughter and joy. Only Leon and his high-ranking officials knew that the impending war would completely change the fate of the Yin. Lion, feeling insecure, could only look towards the underground research facility. Let's hope Thanatos 4 isn't needed. Outside the tent, having been bandaged, Hans was strolling with his cane. Following him was Hans's little henchman, Tina. At this moment, Tina was like a curious child. She couldn't understand why every soldier who passed by Hans had to salute him. Even the generals had to be humble in his presence. Tina's little head was filled with confusion, and ever the inquisitive Tina couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, what are you?" "Hans?" ? Tina looked at Hans, looking at him with a look of astonishment, then realized she had misspoken again and quickly corrected herself. "Uncle, you're nothing." "No. Uncle, listen to me. You." Tina's anxiety grew, and the more anxious she became, the more mistakes she made. Hans was amused by Tina. The guard standing behind Hans' eyes widened instantly. This was Chief Hans? He actually laughed? A patrolling guards division soldier was stunned by this scene. The leader hadn't noticed the pit ahead, and the entire unit fell into it. But they ignored the pain, because what had they just witnessed? Hans actually laughed. In less than half an hour, the news of Hans's laughter spread throughout the Wehrmacht, and within a few hours, it even reached the mainland of Yen. The next day's newspapers were all headlined with, "Hans actually laughed." Chapter 410. After finding Hans, Lion had originally planned to return to Yen. But the reality was that Hans had been injured by the rebel soldiers of the Western French Empire. What should he do now? A gentleman's life is never too late. This humiliation is unbearable. The rebels are in big trouble. The National Defense Forces will launch a 3-day clearing operation. Within 3 days, the main rebel strongholds in the northern region will be basically eliminated. Lion had already informed Bonaparte in advance. Bonaparte told Lion to do as he pleased. Because Bonaparte's head is about to explode now. When he was the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army, he didn't have to worry about so many things. But after Bonaparte's coronation, troubles began to pile up. And these troubles are all trivial matters. The current Revolutionary Army is a mixed bag, with over 80% of the troops being temporary additions. These later joining Revolutionary Army soldiers have not yet completed the ideological transformation. After Bonaparte captured Ligadies, and was successfully crowned Emperor of the Western French Empire, he halted his army's southward advance, as he was actively trying to appease the people. He also began to reorganize the army, but the results were less than satisfactory. Senior officers' mutual support and protectiveness of their subordinates prevented the reforms from being effective. Instead, they worsened. Bonaparte was eager to disband these ragtag armies. However, their sole purpose was to intimidate the new Western French Empire and dissuade them from advancing north. Initially, Bonaparte was able to control these armies. However, as time went on, they could no longer hold their own for more than a few days. The true colors of these armies were revealed. Hedonism began to rise and spread within the army. Bonaparte had to deal with state affairs, find ways to appease the people in the north, and deal with internal military issues. He aged several years, and his workload piled up. At first, Bonaparte wanted to appoint some former ministers of the Western French Empire. But almost all of them were connected to the Auguste family. Few were uncorrupted. But these few were a drop in the bucket for the vast Western French Empire. Now the entire burden fell on Bonaparte alone. Furious, Bonaparte could only dispatch a few ragtag troops to the north to suppress the bandits. If he hadn't sent them to suppress the bandits, the consequences would have been unsettling. Once these ragtag troops were dispatched to the north, their problems were fully exposed. When they encountered the Western French Empire's rebel forces, they were practically shattered. These ragtag troops couldn't even defeat these rebel soldiers. Bonaparte was furious and couldn't help but curse, because the pay of these elite troops was the same as that of the regular revolutionary army. However, the two were completely on the same scale. The former were content to eat and not work, while the latter worked regardless of whether they were full or not. The comparison between the two infuriated Bonaparte. Furious, Bonaparte ordered the Spanish-French Empire's high command to disband some of the miscellaneous troops on the spot. At the same time, new soldiers were to be recruited to ensure the purity of the revolutionary army. However, to Bonaparte's surprise, 2 of the 3 marshals at the high command refused to carry out this order. Disbanding the miscellaneous troops would mean a reduction in the number of troops under the command of these marshals. These latecomers were already somewhat unsettled, and now they were being told to disband their armies. They certainly wouldn't agree. The result was a falling out between the army and Bonaparte. Bonaparte now had only 200,000 troops at his disposal, the original revolutionary soldiers, and 1 million northern lords, who had defected to Bonaparte to form a loyalist force. The ragtag army of the Western French Empire numbered a full 2.5 million. Although half of these 2.5 million were still wavering, that half meant 1.25 million troops, firmly siding with Bonaparte. These troops were held firmly in the hands of these 2 marshals through money. So now Bonaparte faced not only the threat from the new Western French Empire to the south, but also the threat from the opposing armies. But neither these ragtag armies nor Bonaparte chose to break ranks. After all, there was the new Spanish Empire to the south, gazing covetously. The 2 marshals also understood that having already betrayed Murat, and now that they had broken with Bonaparte, they had no other option but to confront Bonaparte and preserve the entire Spanish Empire. They could not possibly seek refuge in the new Spanish Empire again that would truly make them vassals of 3 masters. Furthermore, the new Spanish Empire would absolutely not accept them. What use would such an army have for someone who had betrayed 3 masters in a row? Bonaparte deeply regretted his leniency towards these ragtag troops, choosing to allow them to join the revolutionary army. He had believed he could suppress them, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Luckily, Bonaparte had one major advantage. That was his abundant wealth. So what he needed now was time to train a new army. After all, Murat already had over 10 million gold coins, and during the confiscation of Ligate's property, he had also obtained 20 million gold coins. With 30 million gold coins, why would Bonaparte be so timid? First, expand the army by 2 million, and then use the new army to crush all enemies. However, Bonaparte never expected that his careful calculations would lead to a misstep. A few days later, at Northwind Harbor, a large number of Wehrmacht soldiers were boarding ships, preparing to evacuate the West French Empire. This infantry group had received orders to rest for a month before heading to the Demon Empire. However, only the military brass knew about the trip to the Demon Empire, because Leon didn't want the world to know about the epic war that was about to break out. Aboard the aircraft carrier, Alan was meticulously writing a telegram, chuckling occasionally. His comrades beside him were already used to it. Isn't it just a girlfriend? Is it that important? Is it necessary to flaunt it like that? Alan, of course it is. Someone who doesn't even have a girlfriend wouldn't understand. Alan had already heard the news. He would get a full month's vacation after the fleet returned to Dian. Alan had already decided to propose to Via as soon as he got back. Thinking about it, Alan's face broke into another smirk. As expected, love can make people stupid, but Alan thought he was quite clever. On the aircraft carrier deck, Leon was staring intently at Hans, because Hans was actually playing with Tina. No, I have to get Hans back. If Hans gets caught up in romantic relationships, where will I find such a good slave? Before he could stand up, hey, you hugged Leon's thigh. You jerk. Play with me. Leon, Chapter 411. With the return of the Great Yin fleet, Catus led the 1st and 2nd Armored Armies to station on the northwestern border of Great Yin. At the same time, since Great Yin now had no excuse to enter the Demon Empire, Catus had no choice but to personally lead his senior officers to the Kursk Plains in the western part of the Demon Empire. The Kursk Plains is located at the western gateway of the Demon Empire. The terrain is completely flat. There are almost no natural barriers. Only the towns of Ingxing are scattered across the plains. But what concerns Catus more is the land and climate here. The land here is surprisingly fertile black soil. The spring and summer rains are plentiful, while the autumn and winter are bitterly cold. It is now autumn. 3 months from now, By the time the Crusaders launch their attack, winter will have arrived. The temperature on the Kursk plains will drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius. This will be a test for the armored forces. Thankfully, most tanks are now equipped with magic crystal engines. Even in freezing weather, they can still deliver full power. But what worried Keates was how to ensure the logistical supply of this 1.2 million man army. The Kursk Plains and Great Yin didn't directly border each other. Almost the entire Demon Empire lay between them. However, Great Yin still had a territory within the Demon Empire. That was Fort Latini. Fort Latini was located north of the Elven Empire and southwest of the Demon Empire. Due to a previous defeat treaty, the Demon Empire was forced to cede the land south of Fort Latini to Great Yin. Originally, it was thought to be an enclave, but unexpectedly, it was actually used. Because the straight line distance between Latini Fortress and Kursk Plains was no more than 500 kilometers. Armed forces might not be transported directly from Yin to Kursk Plains, but they could be delivered to Latini Fortress via the Elven Empire's railway network. From Latini Fortress, they could then be transported northward. A 500-kilometer transport line still doubled the logistical pressure on Yin. Yin could only dispatch magicians and a large number of magical blacksmiths to rush and build a 500-kilometer railway within 3 months. These conscripted magicians and blacksmiths had no idea that the railway they were about to build would determine the fate of the war. Kursk Plains. Keates was inspecting Kursk Plains with a group of officers. They were also deciding where to deploy defenses. How long would the defense line be, and how far between each line would be? These were all things Saidi and his team had to consider. Although the low winter temperatures were a problem, they were still better than the mud. Gudley stared blankly at Kursk Plains. He could already foresee an epic armored showdown erupting here. Because to the west of the Kursk Plain, there was only a gap, similar to a pass. This gap was approximately 5 kilometers long. On either side of the gap were continuous mountain ranges. This meant that the Crusaders had only one direction of attack. But according to intelligence, those terrifying powered exoskeletons were no match for the enemy. Can the armored forces win? For the first time, Gudry had a doubt in his heart. He glanced around, but couldn't find his old friend William. At this moment, William was recuperating in Dian. Although William's injuries weren't serious, due to someone's presence, Carl had no choice but to find Keates and ask him to increase William's vacation time. William, I don't want to be a yellow-haired man. Initially, William refused, as it was just his first day back into Yin recuperating. Ruthina found William. And then she came to visit him every day. When Carl heard the news, he was furious. The Air Force's mess was already annoying enough for him. And now, his cabbages were being eaten by pigs. William, old ding. The will-o-wisp is parked downstairs. Got it? But the reality isn't like that. The reality is that the cabbages are eating the pigs. Ruthina, the yellow-haired man, just rode the will-o-wisp and tied up William, the hunk, back home. So when the Intelligence Bureau presented the information to Leon, he was completely stunned. Shocked, he subconsciously glanced at Yinchinchi beside him. Then he nodded in admiration. Fellow men. Brothers, we men should strive to be strong. William, Under Carl's coercion and inducements, a bit of a troll, Lion finally agreed to William's request to stay in Yin. He also appointed William as the commander of the 4th Regiment, 1st Brigade, 1st Guards Division. Lion said, Brother, I can only help you so far. William's name appeared before Lion many times. Although Carl looked down on this poor boy, Lion understood that William had the ability, but expecting a young man in his 20s to be promoted to general was a bit difficult. And William's achievements were enough to warrant a promotion to regimental commander. Lion had originally planned to hone his skills, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to let William take the promotion. Otherwise, they would likely face hostile reactions from the Air Force. After learning that Carl had a granddaughter, many Air Force officers were energized, eager to show off in front of Ruthna. After all this, Leon couldn't help but sigh. What a good leader I am. So considerate of my subordinates. There aren't many good people in this world. After a week-long field survey, Keates finally finalized the specific defense deployment. The 2 lines of defense remained unchanged. However, Keates demanded an increase in the number of artillery pieces. Originally, there were tens of thousands of artillery pieces of various types, but Keates still demanded at least another 5,000. This put the military in a difficult position. After all, tens of thousands of artillery pieces were already depleting their reserves, and now Keates was demanding even more. The military was overwhelmed. They decisively presented the problem to Leon. Now it was Leon's turn to suffer. However, Leon still agreed to Cadis's request. These artillery pieces weren't requested without reason. They were needed because the second line of defense was actually too long. The original number of artillery pieces simply couldn't cover the entire defense line, and some areas were severely underpowered. But Leon said he could only increase the number by 3,000. Because De Yen truly had very few artillery pieces in stock. Leon had no choice but to hand the Gustav over to Cadis. De Yen now possessed a total of 6 Gustavs. 2 of them had been magically enhanced and modified. To be honest, if these 6 Gustavs could fire continuously, the Crusaders wouldn't have been able to break through to the Kursk plain. But there were no ifs. De Yen Luoya City. Tanks were already being loaded onto military trains. They were being transported to the Elven Empire. Many people wondered why the armored forces were heading to the Elven Empire. Some far-sighted people had already guessed something. Chapter 412. Just as Leon was about to return. In Sin City, the construction team was already sweating profusely. Due to the previous Vatican coup, the situation in Sin City was quite tense. Soldiers were on guard duty every day. This was especially true near the capital. There were even tanks and armored vehicles patrolling nearby. But the biggest concern was the capital before them. The capital staff had all moved to a nearby building, serving as a temporary office. Knowing how stingy Leon was, they dared not report the devastating blow to the capital. If Leon knew that the capital, built just over a year ago, was gone, he would surely burst into tears. After all, the materials and construction standards of the capital were built according to national defense requirements. Forget 88mm anti-tank guns, even 150mm artillery, fired directly at the capital, wouldn't necessarily have been enough to shake it. But the reality was, a massive hole had been blasted into the capital. This massive hole was nearly 10 meters in diameter. The engineering team saw the massive hole, and the utterly destroyed ground floor lobby. They were devastated. They had originally planned to repair it as much as possible, perhaps restoring the capital before Leon returned. But they hadn't anticipated that this coup would actually destroy the capital's foundation. The engineering team racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how their fight could shatter the foundation. After all, the foundation was built to national defense standards. Even if the entire building above collapsed, it wouldn't shake the foundation even a little. But the reality facing them was that the foundation was flawed. For their own safety, they had to demolish the entire capital and rebuild it. The capital cost about 10,000 gold coins to build. That's a full fifth of an infantry division, and rebuilding the capital meant building a building even larger than the current one. The problem was, wouldn't that cost at least 50,000 gold coins? If Leon had heard this, he would have been terrified. Because Leon didn't even have 500 gold coins in his small treasury. De Yen's money was essentially invested in national development. The national treasury held only 10 million gold coins. This 10 million gold coins was mostly used for emergencies. Over 95% of De Yen's diameter had been invested. A large number of railways and roads were being built at a rapid pace. Urban construction is gradually spreading to other areas, and urbanization is advancing rapidly. The original walls of Sin City have become mere decorations. The walls of Sin City were originally the outermost structures, but now they are at most the third ring. Sin City's buildings have already reached the fifth ring. More and more people are pouring into Sin City. But the native residents haven't prospered. This is because housing prices are tightly controlled by De Yen. Housing prices in the inner third ring are only 10% higher than elsewhere. Some people have suggested that Lion raise housing prices. But Lion refused, saying, "For now, De Yen is just a small country. And he is just the leader of a small country. De Yen has a population of just over 10 million. With this population base, pointlessly inflating housing prices will only increase the burden on the people. After all, he doesn't want to shackle his people. He's been through the rain himself, so he naturally understands the horrors of high housing prices. So, he consistently keeps housing prices down, ensuring that the people of De Yen can live happily in this world. However, this also leads to a massive accumulation of wealth in the hands of the people. In reality, there isn't much currency in circulation. According to incomplete statistics, De Yen's 10 million people have accumulated over 15 million gold coins. You might think that's a small amount, but this is just 2 years of accumulation. De Yen has achieved its current situation. The country is wealthy, and so are its people. This is thanks to its powerful military and cutting-edge technology. Gathering the wealth of other nations in De Yen has enabled the entire country to flourish. But even further prosperity takes time. The construction team gazed at the capital, lost in thought. Inside Sin City, amidst the crowd of humans, a blonde female elf stood out. "Uncle, Could you tell me how to get to the capital? The elf asked. A worker, on his way to work, immediately spoke up. Follow the main road and head straight toward the center. No matter which way you go, you see the capital. It's shorter than the surrounding buildings, and you can still see the war-damaged architecture. Its hallmark is a huge red flag hanging from the wall. The worker hurried off. Thank you, uncle. The female elf nodded, then looked toward the capital, faintly visible in the distance. The female elf quickly arrived at the devastated capital, where a soldier approached and questioned her. Madam, please stop. Show me your ID. The female elf hurriedly produced her ID. After checking, the soldier discovered that the elf was actually looking for Air Force Commander Carl. He immediately became serious. Ms. Weya, point this way and go straight. Find the first blue tint. Marshal Carl is inside. The soldier then handed the ID back to Weya. Yes, the elf before her was Weya. Weya's decision to come to Diyen wasn't her own. It was Carl who asked her to come. When she learned that the Diyen Air Force Marshal was looking for her, she was completely stunned. Especially when she saw the plane ticket, Weya was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why a marshal would recognize a common person like her, so Weya took her first flight, and she still couldn't recover until she landed. Full of doubt, Weya arrived outside Carl's tent. Then, led by the guards, she entered the tent. Upon entering, Carl's eyes lit up. Vaya's here. Sit down. Guard, make me some tea. This whole process left Vaya completely stunned. Marshal, what do you want to talk to me about? Vaya asked fearfully. Hey, what are you saying? Can't I talk to you even if it's nothing? Let's not be so formal. Carl's fluttering movements frightened Vaya. Looking at Vaya's nervousness, Carl finally told the truth. When are you and Alan getting married? Carl finally revealed his true intentions. Vaya was stunned by this. I don't know yet. It depends on what Alan says. It depends on what Alan says. Girls should be bold. Listen to me. I make the decision for you. We be married in 2 weeks, Carl said decisively. Vaya, on the other hand, froze in her tracks. She didn't understand the point of Carl's actions. I want to ask you a favor. Let Alan return to the Air Force. Without Alan, the Air Force is without a soul. Carl managed to squeeze out a few tears as he spoke, and the old man was about to burst into tears. Chapter 413. Huh? Now it was Weya's turn to be stunned. She couldn't understand why the iron-blooded general before her was actually crying. For a moment, Weya didn't know what to do. Carl glanced over and saw Weya still standing there in a daze, then burst into tears even harder. No, today, I'm risking my dignity to get Alan back. Weya, do you know how miserable our Air Force is? We finally produced such an ace pilot, and then the Navy shamelessly took him away. As an Air Force Marshal, I'm miserable. I'm so sad. Carl clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face. The guard almost laughed when he saw this, pinching his thigh twice and shedding 2 tears. It's so sad. Whoa. Army, your Air Force is miserable? Then what about our Army? Seeing Carl like this, Weya couldn't help but be moved, and then she spoke. Marshal Carl, I do my best. Promise me, an old man, you do your best, okay? Carl said seriously. I try. After all, Alan's decision is his own. Vaya said somewhat uncomfortably. Okay. Thank you, Vaya. You just arrived into Yin and haven't had a good look around yet, have you? Someone come. Carl wiped his tears and said. A guard outside the door walked in. Take Vaya round to Yin. I pay for everything, Carl said seriously, still recovering from his shock. Vaya was somewhat embarrassed when the guard pulled her away. She hadn't wanted to bother with this, but Carl insisted. After Vaya left, Carl suddenly stopped wiping his tears and looked at the guard. The guard immediately opened the tent and found Weya had already walked away. Finally, he returned to Carl and nodded. Ha ha ha. It's finally done. Carl tossed his handkerchief and instantly began to dance with excitement. The guard beside him also beamed. Carl straightened his clothes and said seriously, How was it? My acting was pretty good just now, wasn't it? As expected of a marshal, your acting is excellent, the guard said confidently. Then the two exchanged glances and laughed lewdly. Poor Weya, unaware she'd been set up. However, Weya wasn't the only one in this world to be set up. A man named William had also been firmly ensnared. Dian Army Hospital. William, his wounds now fully healed, tried to get out of bed, but was stopped by a nurse. Colonel William, someone has told you your wounds aren't healed yet. William looked at the nurse with a complicated expression, as if to say, I can do 200 push-ups right here in the ward, and you tell me my injury isn't healed yet? William knew without hesitation who had given the hospital the green light. William glanced at his watch. It's almost noon. So, William looked toward the ward door and finally spoke. 3, 2, 1. The next second, a blonde woman in a white princess dress and a high ponytail burst into the ward. William. I'm here to see you again. William, The nurse, observing this, tactfully withdrew, closing the door behind her. Outside, as the nurse left, several other nurses gathered around. Miss Rosina again? Nonsense. Colonel William is only 28, and he's already a colonel, and the commander of the Imperial Guards Division. Only a daughter of heaven like Rosina could be worthy of this title, right? Of course, Miss Rosina is Marshal Karl's granddaughter, and an 8th-rank Dochi Knight. Huh? Why are you so concerned about that? We should be concerned about how far along these two are. Several nurses immediately began to chatter. As an 8th-rank Dochi Knight, Rosina was aware of the discussion outside, but she didn't express any displeasure. Instead, her smile widened. William is mine. No one can take him from me. William, can I say something? Before William could even stand, Rosina pushed him back down. You're injured. You can't run around. My wounds have healed. Lying down any longer will only make me rot. William struggled to get up again, but was pushed back down. I said you were injured, and you are injured, Ruthina said domineeringly. William suddenly remembered that he was a man, and finally struggled to get up again. I have things to do in the army. I have to rush over to take over the troops. No! Crack! Ruthina suddenly pushed William back, but they both heard the sound of something breaking. Ruthina, William, The air seemed to fall silent, and the two looked at each other. The next moment. Ouch! My shoulder! William's screams echoed out loud. The nurses rushed in upon hearing them, only to witness the two's awkward moment. Ruthina was leaning over and holding William down. Some of the inexperienced nurses turned their heads, believing the two were doing just that. But the experienced nurses instantly realized that William's screams were abnormal. Ruthina immediately withdrew her grip and looked at William with an apologetic expression. William felt like dying. He already recovered, and now his shoulder had been severely injured again. What was going on? And so, William was hospitalized again. Ruthina, looking apologetic, spoke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I make it up to you. What can you make up for? I don't need your compensation, William said calmly. Ruthina lowered her head in embarrassment, mumbling softly. I compensate you with a wife. And give you 5. William didn't quite catch Rutha's words, but then spoke. What did you say? Nothing, just get well. Rutha's face was already red as a monkey's, and she fled in panic. William was bewildered. William didn't know that from now on, he would be firmly ensnared by Rutha. From the very beginning, William had fallen into Rutha's trap. Rutha had taken an interest in William since their duel. Some things are destined from the start. Some people once said that if you don't work hard, you become a plaything. But the reality is, even if you work hard, you're likely to become a plaything for someone who works harder than you. William, stop yelling. The most confused person was his younger brother, Fleischtam. Excited to welcome William back from the hospital, his younger brother arrived, only to learn that his brother had been hospitalized again. Fleischtam, Chapter 414. Fleischmidt had originally planned to take William out of the hospital, but upon arriving, he learned that William had been hospitalized again. He then looked at William with a puzzled expression, as if asking, what's going on? Why is he hospitalized again? William shook his head, then spoke. Stop talking. I'm just crying. I guess a magician will be here to treat me this time, so I can be discharged sooner. Fleischmidt nodded blankly, then suddenly remembered why he was there, and his eyes gradually sharpened. Brother, was my transfer to the Guards Division your fault? The air suddenly fell silent. The nurse nearby, realizing something, hurriedly packed up and left. William remained silent in response to his brother's question. Seeing his brother's silence, Fleischmidt understood that William had done this. Why did you do this? Staying in the front lines would have given me more opportunities to make meritorious contributions. You're ruining my future. Fleischmidt's younger brother grew increasingly agitated, his neck reddening. William, like an old fox, remained calm, leaving the enraged Fleischtam aside. Once Fleischtam calmed down, William spoke. I did it, but have you ever thought about this? Who am I doing this for? Do you think you'd definitely receive a Medal of Honor just by being on the front lines? And transferring you to the Guards Division wasn't just my idea, it was also Mother's idea, William said, looking at his younger brother. Why would Mother do this? Fleischham was puzzled. Because she doesn't want both of us brothers to die on the battlefield. William practically roared. The next second, the ward fell silent. Fleischmidt didn't know how to respond to William's words. Ignoring his dazed brother, William continued. You have to understand one thing. Technology is advancing rapidly across the world. This means it will be harder for us to completely crush the enemy as we once did. What will be the consequences? Warfare will become increasingly difficult, casualties will mount, and you remain a mere foot soldier. William's words pierced Fleischmidt's heart like a sharp knife. Fleischmidt recalled his experiences on the battlefield. Many soldiers in his company had already died or been wounded. The fact that he had survived so many battles unscathed was largely due to William's care. When William was just a company commander, he always kept his brother by his side. Whenever there was danger, William was the first to deal with it. Fleischmidt simply followed William's heels. Although Fleischham was a relative, he fought with integrity, so his fellow soldiers didn't bully him. After all, it's human nature for a brother to protect his younger brother. Well, Fleischham tried to struggle. William spoke up. You know what? Mom wants you to be discharged immediately. Why? Because she saw the plight of the neighbor's son. The neighbor's son was also a soldier, but he was even more unfortunate than the rest of us. He lost both legs in battle. However, Mom saw his plight, so she asked me to find a way to get you out of the army early on. After William finished speaking, he looked at his younger brother. Fleischmidt was speechless. He didn't know why his mother thought this, but he soon understood. From childhood, his mother had always cherished him as the apple of her eye. She doted on him, even more than she did on her older brother, William. Fleischmidt asked. Then why didn't Mom let you leave? William was silent, then spoke calmly. Because our family needs a pillar, and that pillar can only be me. You must be a good child in Mom's eyes, understand? Fleischmidt lowered his head, unsure how to respond to his brother. I understand. After a long pause, Fleischmidt admitted the reality. But don't worry. The Guards Division has few combat missions, so you have some free time from now on, William said. His younger brother nodded in agreement. But neither of them could have imagined that the Guards Division would soon face the most brutal defensive battle since the founding of the great Yin nation. The entire Guards Division was practically annihilated. Fleischham left with a look of dejection on his face. William hadn't caused much of a stir. Fleischham was still too young, and he needed to face his own challenges. He couldn't always follow him around. Such an eagle wouldn't grow up. Fleischham returned to base. Although William had assigned him to the Guards Division, to allow his younger brother to grow, William didn't place him in his own unit this time. He placed him in another unit instead. Upon his return, Fleischham caught up with the Guards Division distributing new equipment. Fleischham looked at the new equipment in his comrade's hands with some confusion. The Guards Division's weapons and equipment were already considered among the most elite. First, there was the standard field gray M35 steel helmet. This helmet was the same as other units, except that the Guards Division's helmet had an additional black marking. The uniforms were the same as other units. In terms of weapons, the Guards Division was originally equipped with Mauser rifles, later replaced with STG-44S, and now all equipped with AK-47S. Also, almost all AK-47S issued to the Guards Division are now equipped with dovetail mounts. This means that Guards Division soldiers can add scopes to their AK-47S. The helmets were also replaced with QGF-03S, and body armor was also issued. The entire Guards Division's weapons and equipment were completely upgraded. They were the first unit to receive the dovetail mount AK-47S. They also received the latest T-62 tanks and BMP-1 armored vehicles from the arsenal. This made the armored units envious. After all, these veteran soldiers in the rear could actually possess the most advanced weapons and equipment. Many friendly troops were unhappy about this. They fought tirelessly on the front lines, yet these veteran soldiers in the back received all the weapons and equipment first. But soon, the frontline troops received 300,000 AK-47s from the arsenal. The rumors among the frontline troops instantly died down. In reality, they weren't jealous of the friendly troops, they simply wanted the new equipment. As long as they had the new equipment, they were all good kids. But if they weren't given the weapons and equipment, we're going to make a scene. I really am going to make a scene. And their tantrums were almost all modeled after the neighboring Air Force Marshal, Karl. Because every time Caddis came back, he complained about Karl's bullying. Chapter 415. Although Leon's return was drawing near, Diyin was not significantly affected. The people of Diyin continued to live and work as usual. After 2.5 years of development, Yin had become a fully industrialized nation. Although Sin City was highly industrialized, outside of Sin City, little had changed since 2.5 years ago. Almost all of Yin's industry was concentrated in Sin City and the surrounding industrial zones. Initially, Leon envisioned moving the industrial center southward, establishing a new industrial zone between Sin City and Nanchuan City. This zone would account for half of Yin's industry. Planning for this new zone had already begun. However, it was currently only an empty shell, with many facilities yet to be completed. On the land of Yin, a large number of mines and oil extraction machines were in operation. Almost all of the coal mined was used for thermal power generation, as well as for some other coal-intensive machinery. The primary fuels for the entire Great Yin's power system have been replaced by oil and gasoline. Initially, Lion had intended to pursue sustainable development, slowing down development, and ensuring that oil resources were not overexploited. But the reality is that, at the current full-scale exploitation rate, even if mining continued for another 1,000 years, Great Yin would never be able to use up all its oil. Lion was surprised to discover that something seemed to exist beneath Great Yin's surface, continuously producing oil and coal. It could be said that Great Yin would never be able to completely deplete its coal and oil reserves. Upon hearing this news, Lion was completely shocked. Because this was simply too absurd. Inexhaustible resources. Anyone would go crazy for this. Especially in an industrialized country like Yin. But even with his sigh, Leon couldn't help but wonder why Yin's resources regenerate so quickly. Coal and oil have long regeneration cycles, but in Yin, it's as if that cycle is practically non-existent. Leon couldn't understand it. His tiny brain couldn't fathom such a profound truth. After pondering it for a long time, Leon decided to give it up. Although Leon was troubled, the people of Yin weren't. They wished these minerals were inexhaustible. Because as long as the mining industry didn't decline, it would provide more jobs. Yin's mainland. It was another day, and the workers arrived at their workstations. Although Yin was still a bare patch of land, paved roads now stretched across the land. The original 2 vertical and 2 horizontal railway network had been completed. Almost any part of the Great Yin mainland can be reached within a day. Even many small villages now have access to roads. However, most of these small villages are no longer inhabited. The vast majority of residents have moved into the cities. Sin City has now become a pilgrimage site in their hearts. Sin City's population has also exceeded 2 million. And this number is still growing rapidly by hundreds of people every day. But Leon knew that it was impossible to bring everyone in Great Yin to Sin City. So, he built 10 new cities on top of the original 5. These 10 cities were almost entirely located between the original 5. Like towering trees, they radiated across the entire Great Yin mainland. Each city had a certain amount of weapons reserves. To ensure Great Yin's defenses, missile silos were deployed in many cities. The V4 rocket had been developed. This missile could directly strike the Papal States mainland. It had a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Originally, the V4 rocket didn't even reach the range of an intercontinental missile. But the magic crystal engine worked wonders. By replacing the warhead with a magic crystal warhead, the missile's overall size was reduced. While maintaining a reasonable missile size, researchers directly enhanced the V4 rocket with a magic crystal engine. This dramatically increased its range from 6,000 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers. This effectively transformed a cruise missile into an intercontinental missile. The V4 rocket was renamed the Lyra-E. Although the V4 rocket was a V-shaped rocket, it retained the name of the V2 rocket. But in reality, the V4 rocket was practically created by the natives of this world themselves. Nothing from the previous life was used at all. At first, Leon wanted them to research the Dongfeng series, but he realized that was too ambitious. At the time, Yin simply didn't have the capabilities to manufacture Dongfeng, so the locals had to explore on their own. As a result, the natives actually developed the Lieri series. And the initial product of the Lieri series already met the standards of an intercontinental missile. The Missile Research Department also developed a formidable engine. This engine could almost be used in spaceflight. The engine's thrust reached 15 tons. Based on the data, it was already a qualified aerospace engine. However, practical application would be difficult. The most shocking thing was that the engineers in the Missile Research Department actually wanted to install this engine in a fighter jet. Upon hearing this news, Leon's mind flashed back to a terrifying aircraft from his past life. Weighing over 30 tons with cutting-edge speed. Featuring a powerful flying brick. Lion shook his head, forcing himself not to recall these things. Because it was simply too shocking. Although the powerful flying brick was somewhat abstract, it was a product of the times. It was something that stood out in the competition between nations. Lion was not qualified to judge it, but its mission was paramount. But Leon hesitated for a moment, thinking, now that he had an engine, couldn't he also build a powerful flying brick? And if it were powered by a magic crystal engine, it might be even more powerful. A bold idea sprouted in Leon's mind. However, the most explosive department wasn't the missile research department. It was that isolated underground research base. The Great Flame Underground Research Base. Ever since Leon personally came and took away a Thanatos 4, the entire base had become deserted. The researchers were conducting their experiments as usual. They showed no excitement or disappointment over Leon's arrival or departure. Because in the eyes of the researchers, their research was far more important than anything else. That was why Leon had stationed them in this base. And he had also assigned a heavy security presence. Because many of the people in this base were not normal people. They were science enthusiasts. And the most elite troops from the Great Flame Guards were responsible for guarding this base. And Leon's aunt, Princess Zoe, was personally in charge. It's all about preventing problems at the base. But in reality, problems happen every day. Inside the base, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Ha ha! I did it! I did it!" Chapter 416. Ha ha! It's done! It's done! The final Thanatos model is done! A researcher excitedly ran around the base, informing his colleagues of this cause for celebration. Soon, the news spread throughout the base. Inside the base, Teresa and a group of researchers were staring intently at the massive cylinder before them. Teresa's eyes were filled with madness as she spoke with fascination. "This is the final Thanatos model, the Thanatos V." A nearby researcher excitedly echoed. "Yes, boss. The Thanatos V is over 20 times more powerful than the previous Thanatos 4. The researchers were thrilled. They had witnessed with their own eyes that a mortal could wield such terrifying power. The Thanatos V was different from all previous models. The previous Thanatos 4 used a poisonous dragon core. In essence, it relied on external forces to unleash such terrifying power. But for the Thanatos V, Teresa and the others took a different approach, engraving a special magic circle into its core. This magic circle triggers a chain reaction of magical reactions in surrounding magic circles. Furthermore, to ensure the Thanatos V's sufficient power, even the magic crystals supplying the magic circle are of extremely high purity, top-grade magic crystals. Each magic crystal has its own serial number, and is a strictly controlled item. Yet, a full 10,000 of them were used to create the Thanatos V. You can imagine its power. And, like its predecessors, the Thanatos V is a biological weapon. It's a step ahead of its predecessors. But in the underground base, the most terrifying thing isn't Thanatos. It was Teresa. According to the guardsmen responsible for guarding the underground base, at least over 100,000 criminals sentenced to death were sent to the base. As for why they never emerged, the guardsmen didn't know, nor did they want to know. After all, knowing too much about some things is not a good thing. But the guardsmen discovered that no matter how many people they sent in, no one ever emerged. It wasn't that they made it out alive, but that they hadn't even managed to get their bodies out. The guardsmen shrank back as they gazed at the eerie underground base. I guess they all turned to ash, right? But just as everyone in the underground base was excited, something unexpected happened. In the prisoner room, a prisoner broke free from his shackles. Taking advantage of the guards' unpreparedness, he seized their weapons, and then killed them on the spot. These guards weren't professional soldiers. They were mostly scientific researchers. Because the guards division was only responsible for defending the perimeter, the interior was managed by the scientific research staff themselves. In other words, even if an explosion occurred inside, it wouldn't affect the perimeter. The underground base's formidable defenses were sufficient to isolate it from the outside world. This prisoner had been sent to the underground base 6 months ago, but because the Intelligence Bureau had dealt with too many enemies before, this prisoner hadn't yet received his turn, so he narrowly escaped death. But he witnessed his companions being subjected to inhumane torture, their bodies melted into a pool of blood. The prisoner could no longer endure it. His name was Wells. He had once been a noble of the Holy Empire, his life seemingly smooth and easy. He could have lived comfortably. But when the Great Yin War of Liberation and Unification began, as a noble of the Holy Empire, if he had committed no crime, he could have lived in peace. But how many nobles could guarantee their innocence? This noble was imprisoned overnight, and his crimes were truly outrageous. Not only had he committed murder, but also treason. Slowly slicing the death penalty was too easy for him, so he was sent to an underground base to endure the most brutal of deaths. to contribute to the medical research of the Great Yin. However, 6 months of imprisonment had directly fueled his desire to survive. He might not have thought about how he would escape, but now he just wanted to take a gamble. After seizing the gun, although he had never used it before, he had learned the basics of how to use it by observing the guard's daily movements. He successfully killed the guard. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing of the underground base, the researchers outside the cell didn't hear the gunshots from inside. After all, the screams of these criminals had already annoyed them, so how could they have time to care about anything else? After dispatching the guard, Wells immediately snatched the key from him. He then opened the cell, and hundreds of prisoners rushed out. They all looked at Wells. A sudden surge of pride filled Wells, and he spoke calmly. Next, we need to wait for their men to arrive. As long as we have hostages, we have leverage for negotiation. Do you understand? The prisoners nodded. The reason these prisoners were so strong was closely tied to Leon, the benefactor. To ensure they could complete the experiment, they had to be reasonably robust. So Leon slightly improved their food, increasing their nutritional needs while still ensuring they wouldn't starve to death. Leon, I'm truly too kind. Worried they wouldn't grow fat, I provided them with good food and drink every day, just to encourage them to contribute to the yin. The staff at the underground base were unaware of the riot within the cell. They delivered lunch as usual. As soon as they opened the door, they were dragged inside by the prisoners. The other colleagues at the door saw this, and instantly realized something was amiss. They immediately sounded the alarm. A shrill siren rang out from within the underground base. Teresa and the others, who had been immersed in their joy, were instantly awakened. They immediately headed to the corridor, outside the cell. Staring at the locked gate, Teresa was momentarily undecided, and immediately reported the situation to Leon, far away at sea. Lion, enjoying a massage, fell off his chair upon hearing the news. What? Something happened in the underground base? Without hesitation, Leon immediately ordered the guards to enter. It seemed he was too kind. Overfeeding them was indeed harmful. Perhaps he shouldn't feed them so much again. Outside the underground base gate, the guard station nearby received Leon's order and immediately dispatched a platoon of elite soldiers to the underground base to deal with the prisoners. However, this elite platoon would witness a scene they would never forget. Chapter 417. A platoon of soldiers, fully armed, entered the underground base's main gate. The soldiers struggled to open the gate and watched their comrades enter. The comrades were quickly lost in darkness, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. In the underground base's surface passage, the soldiers were advancing in an orderly manner. The platoon leader, leading the charge, had a sense of foreboding. He remembered that the last time he came, this place wasn't quite so eerie. But as time went on, it grew increasingly eerie. The soldiers quickly reached the elevator entrance. A platoon of soldiers quickly entered. Although a platoon consisted of 56 men, this elevator was large enough, with a load capacity exceeding 20 tons. It could fully accommodate an entire platoon of soldiers. The platoon leader immediately started the elevator, and it sped down. The creaking sound of the steel cables rubbed against each other. Even these elite soldiers felt a sense of dread. After about 5 minutes of silence, the elevator finally stopped. As the door opened, 2 researchers in white hazmat suits stood at the entrance. Hello, did you bring your hazmat suits? Before the platoon leader could speak, the other person spoke first. The platoon leader nodded and patted his custom black hazmat suit. Thank you for your help. Remember, don't touch anything inside. Some things could be life-threatening, the researcher instructed carefully. The platoon leader nodded, then turned back and spoke. Everyone, strictly follow my orders. No unauthorized actions are allowed. Understood. The researchers then looked at the platoon leader, seemingly asking, is it time to move? The platoon leader nodded, then donned a custom gas mask, and led the soldiers forward. The guard soldiers looked like black demons, leaving many researchers mesmerized. They soon reached the cell door. Dozens of guards, armed with Mausers and rifles, blocked the entrance. Teresa was negotiating with the men inside. As long as you release our men, I guarantee we won't attack you. You might not attack us, but what about those monsters? I never imagined such a glamorous Yin would conduct such inhumane research here. Wells practically roared. Teresa felt a headache, and the platoon leader, who had just arrived, was puzzled. What monsters? What exactly is inside this base? The platoon leader might have had questions, but he kept silent. After all, his mission was to eliminate the prisoners and rescue the researchers. Captain Teresa, what's the situation inside? The platoon leader asked. The prisoners have taken one of our hostages and killed a guard. They should have 2 Mauser rifles, and they're almost all gathered at the door. If we storm, they kill us, Teresa said with a headache. And before the platoon leader could say anything, the alarm blared again. Beep beep. Alarm. The test subject in Area 9 has escaped. All personnel evacuate. All personnel evacuate. The broadcast echoed throughout the base below. Teresa's face froze upon hearing it. The platoon leader, as if realizing something, hurriedly inquired. What's going on now? The experimental subjects from Area 9 have escaped. Teresa muttered. What are Area 9's experimental subjects? Does the leader know about this? The platoon leader realized something was amiss. The leader doesn't know about Area 9's experimental subject plan. Teresa's words were startling. Now it was the platoon leader's turn to be shocked. Before he could ask further questions, he heard a sudden scream in the distance. The platoon leader immediately ordered the machine gunner to set up his MG42. But the machine gunner had barely received the order when he saw a dark figure sprinting towards him. What is this? The Guards Division soldiers wondered. The dark figure quickly leaped in front of its owner and suddenly sprang to their feet. The platoon leader raised his hand and fired. Bang! A loud gunshot shattered the silence. The shadow fell directly to the ground. Its head shattered like a watermelon. With the help of the flashlight, everyone finally saw the shadow's true form. The surface was so rotten that even scavengers could be seen. What is this? Captain Teresa, you must give the leader an explanation, the platoon leader said. Teresa nodded and then spoke. This is a type of undead creature called a ghoul, but they have long been eradicated. The reason they developed ghouls was to reduce military casualties on the battlefield, the platoon leader said. But you can't hide this from the leader? The platoon leader immediately reported the situation to the ground. The commander of the 1st Regiment of the Imperial Guard Division, responsible for guarding the base, learned of this and immediately reported it to Leon. Leon was truly furious. Although he had given Teresa considerable latitude, he hadn't expected her to create such a terrifying creature. Leon found Evelyn and asked her what a ghoul was. Evelyn explained that it was a type of undead creature, similar in general to a corpse, but possessing lower intelligence and simpler thinking abilities. It was also invulnerable to pain, with its weak spot being the head. After receiving this explanation, Leon was completely stunned. Isn't this a zombie? However, unlike zombies, ghouls don't spread by biting. Furthermore, ghouls are a unique product of the late Demon Age. At that time, natural disasters and plagues were rampant, nearly wiping out humanity. Even so, the war between nations continued unabated. Some unconventional monarchs decided to use the bodies of those killed by plague and natural disasters. They used necromancers to transform them into ghouls, which would then serve them in their wars. This era, known in human history as the Dark Ages, saw a drastic decline in the human population. At first, these monarchs only used corpses to transform ghouls, but later, they even used living humans to transform them. This evil persisted for centuries before being completely eradicated by the rising human kingdom, the Sun Dynasty. At the same time, all books and magic books related to ghouls were burned, thus consigning ghouls to history. But 500 years later, in the final years of the Sun Dynasty's rule, ghouls reappeared on the human land. Humanity, which had finally developed, suffered another devastating blow. It wasn't until the arrival of Kunberg that this hidden danger was completely resolved. And ghouls became an ominous sign. Because whenever a ghoul appears, it means darkness is about to come. Chapter 418. Inside the underground base. A large number of researchers were rapidly fleeing towards the elevator entrance. The Guards Division infantry platoon was currently using their AK-47s to fend off the ghouls charging towards them. At first, the platoon leader thought the ghouls were few in number, but he soon discovered his mistake. The number of ghouls was unimaginable. At first, there were only a few, but then it grew to over a dozen, and now dozens were attacking along the corridor. Squeak! The 4 machine gunners, armed with their MG42s, forcibly held the ghouls at bay. However, due to their haste in descending, the machine gunners hadn't brought much ammunition. Because their custom protective suits weighed a whopping 15 kilograms, they couldn't carry much ammunition. The machine gunners themselves only carried 2 150-round belts, and the assistant gunners also carried 2 150-round belts. After a maximum of 10 minutes of continuous combat, their ammunition would be completely depleted. The biggest headache was for the infantrymen armed with AK-47s. When they used Mauser rifles, they'd barely been able to keep up their ammunition. But now, with the AK-47, they found the 6 magazines they carried were simply insufficient. It didn't take long for their ammunition to run out. Watching the evacuation, the platoon leader's heart sank. What should they do? On the surface, the 1st Regiment had already received the order to enter. And they had received another order. Nothing about the underground base was allowed to be revealed, and each of them signed a confidentiality agreement. 3,000 fully armed Guards Division soldiers entered the underground base in a mighty procession. They collided directly with the researchers who had just escaped. The researchers hurriedly made way. There were 5 elevators leading to the underground base. They could carry up to 500 soldiers at a time. Yes, each elevator could accommodate 100 soldiers. Because the elevators themselves were enormous, with an average area of 50 square meters, squeezing 100 men into the elevators was no problem at all. While the people below were still anxiously waiting, 500 fully armed soldiers were rapidly descending from the elevators. The platoon leader and his men were nearing despair. After loading his last magazine, he looked at the countless ghouls and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. All day long, they're just doing these devious things. Can't they use some earthly things? With the ghouls pouring out, the prisoners in the cells were in dire straits. Although they had no idea what was happening outside, the intense gunfire and the people shouting made it seem as if they could guess that something horrific was happening. The prisoners stared at each other, ultimately falling silent. The prisoners couldn't help but turn their gaze to Wells, hoping for an answer. But Wells glanced around and finally fell silent. Don't look at me. I don't know either. The air was awkward. The worst off was the hostage. The staff member, held hostage, felt completely queasy. I had thought coming to the underground laboratory would be an easy job. It had indeed been easy at first, until today, when I was held hostage. I had thought I'd be rescued soon, but reality had dealt him a heavy blow. Just as the two sides were about to reach an agreement, a group of ghouls suddenly appeared mid-strike. The plan was completely disrupted. As a researcher, he certainly knew what was imprisoned in Area 9. The moment the alarm sounded, this researcher was completely disheartened. After all, Area 9 held over 20,000 ghouls. And the entire underground base had only one exit, the elevator at the entrance. So, the ghouls would eventually converge near the elevator. At that point, the entire underground base would be completely destroyed. The researcher had given up hope and looked away with a look of despair. Wells seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation, but he didn't dare open the door to leave. Just now, a group of ghouls had passed directly through the door. That terrifying noise was definitely not something an ordinary person could make. Facing reality, Wells decided to play coward and wait, hoping to find a chance to escape. Outside. Bang, bang, bang. As the last round was fired, the soldiers realized their AK-47s had become mere firewood. They could only draw their pistols and fire. Thankfully, their M1911s also worked. But everyone knew that the moment they drew their pistols, they were already at a disadvantage. Their defeat was only a matter of time. The machine gunner had already used up his last magazine, preparing for the final battle. No matter if there was hope or not, they would fight on unwaveringly. Because they were soldiers, orders came before everything else. Squeak! A large number of staff members were waiting at the elevator entrance for the elevator to descend. The dozens of remaining armed personnel initially used Mauser rifles to help the Guards Division soldiers fend off the oncoming ghouls. But as the MG-42s exhausted their last chain of ammunition, the moment the gunfire stopped, the ghouls collectively paused. The Guards Division soldiers were also stunned. The next second, the ghouls launched a direct charge. One ghoul even rushed directly in front of the platoon leader. The platoon leader aimed directly at the ghoul's head and fired. The familiar movement, the familiar formula, the familiar bursting of watermelons. But this time was different. The ghouls were pouring in endlessly. And the green light emanating from their eyes was terrifying to the soldiers. At this point, the platoon leader gave up and ordered his men to throw grenades. What was there to worry about damaging the underground base at this point? If they didn't throw grenades, they would die here. The Guards Division soldiers threw all the grenades they had. The ghouls noticed the black object being thrown, but they didn't pay much attention. Could such a tiny thing harm them in the slightest? But the next second, the ghouls at the forefront felt themselves soaring. Boom! 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 A large number of grenades exploded in the confined space, creating a powerful shockwave that not only affected the ghouls, but also sent the platoon leader and his men flying. The platoon leader rolled 2.5 times on the ground before being lifted up by his own soldiers. They retreated as far as possible to the elevator. Looking at the approaching elevator, then at the ghouls about to surge in, the platoon leader felt like dying. But at this critical moment, the elevator doors opened. The moment the elevator doors opened, the researchers were stunned. because it was filled with fully armed soldiers. The leading regiment commander patted the platoon leader on the shoulder and spoke. "You did well. Now it's our turn." The regiment commander waved his hand. 10 machine gunners armed with MG-42s advanced directly in front of the group. He held up his machine gun and started firing. He's getting really aggressive? What kind of superhero is this? Chapter 419. Squeak. 10 MG-42s blasted every ghoul in the tunnel to pieces. But these 10 MG-42s were no ordinary MG-42s. They had undergone a magical modification, switching from the traditional single-chain feed to a magically converted feed. This was why the machine gunners could easily hipfire the MG-42s. The first point was that they didn't need to worry about ammunition consumption. The second point was that, thanks to the magical conversion method, recoil was almost negligible. Recoil? That's just a lie from the capitalists. The machine gunners simply pushed the ghouls in the tunnel back. The ghouls were stunned. They didn't understand why they, the attackers, were being defeated. The 500 Guards Division soldiers began firing AK-47s at each ghoul in the head. Although the AK-47 is a fully automatic weapon, it's possible to use it as a single-shot weapon. And with a 30-round magazine, there's no need for frequent reloads. At this range, a headshot is a sure kill, no matter what. One shot. In a split second. No need to complain. These ghouls weren't particularly powerful. On the contrary, under the muzzles of firearms, they were as fragile as paper. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards Division gradually breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought these ghouls were invulnerable. Now it seemed they weren't that difficult to defeat. However, it wasn't too early to say anything. Just as the ghouls were about to be forced back, a gigantic ghoul, far larger than the others, rushed out. The riflemen immediately focused their fire on the giant ghoul. However, they discovered that the ghoul seemed unfazed by bullets. As the bullets struck their bodies, a metallic clang and a shower of sparks erupted. Seeing this, the two machine gunners immediately began to unite and attack the giant ghoul. At first, the giant ghoul, relying on its formidable defenses, forcibly rushed forward a considerable distance. With a modicum of intelligence, it seemed to realize that these puny humans could not penetrate its defenses. This led to its increased recklessness. But soon, the magic bullets from the MG-42 struck the giant ghoul, causing it to feel instant pain. Ordinary ghouls wouldn't feel any pain after being hit. But as a high-level ghoul, the giant ghoul possessed a certain level of thinking and intelligence, and possessed a relatively sophisticated system. Watching the giant ghoul in pain from the attack, Teresa's eyes suddenly grew wild. She pulled out a notebook and began recording the giant ghoul's actions and expressions. The colonel, watching the scene nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this what a zealot scientist is? As expected, scientist thinking can't be understood by ordinary people. After being struck by the magic bullet, the giant ghoul instantly sensed something was amiss, discovering that its vaunted defenses had become as thin as a cicada's wing before the magic bullet. Something's wrong? Wind blew. The giant ghoul grabbed a nearby ghoul, one in each hand, and flung them at him like projectiles. The guardsmen immediately dodged, looking at the two ghouls being thrown at them, ready to fire back. But he discovered that the two ghouls had smashed into the wall, turning into ketchup. From 3D to 2D. Shocked, he couldn't help but marvel at the giant ghoul's immense power. Teresa, standing nearby, scribbled rapidly in her notebook. Giant ghouls possess the ability to use external objects, possess simple thinking abilities, and possess immense strength. They could provide some assistance in future wars. The captain, upon seeing this, ignored Teresa and reported the situation to Leon. At this moment, Leon's initial composure was gone. He had initially proposed stationing troops in the underground base, but Teresa refused, arguing that it would interfere with the experiment. Leon had repeatedly attempted to send troops underground, but Teresa had repeatedly evaded him with various excuses. Even the intelligence agency personnel were unable to uncover the underground base's specific conditions. For over a year, the base had been undergoing continuous expansion, and it was virtually isolated from the outside world. Even the powerful Hans couldn't fully grasp its situation. Fortunately, Teresa submitted the project report on time, and had the Intelligence Bureau send someone to inspect its progress. But why hadn't the Intelligence Bureau discovered District 9? Lion was puzzled. Lion suddenly remembered that Teresa had mentioned something to him a long time ago. Teresa wanted to meet the witch Evelyn, apparently wanting to borrow a book for study. At the time, Leon was still fighting between the Forest Elf Kingdom and the Demon Empire, so he didn't pay much attention and agreed to Teresa's request to find Evelyn. Thinking of this, Leon hurried to find Evelyn. Before Leon could say anything, Evelyn spoke first. Thalissa did come to me and asked for a book of dark magic. Leon was stunned. Then why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask? And I also wanted to see if she could actually perform miracles, Irina said, stroking the fox in her hand. Leon was at a loss for words. Irina spoke again. And don't you want to know what Teresa has researched? Leon suddenly became serious. Thalissa took a book of dark magic from the Dark Ages. It listed all the types of ghouls. At the time, I also believed that Teresa couldn't create ghouls. Because I saw the prophecy, I didn't see Teresa successfully create ghouls. That's why I lent her the book, Evelyn said, somewhat bewildered. Leon was even more confused. Given Evelyn's powerful prophetic abilities, everything she predicted was practically true. But why did it fail with Teresa? Now isn't the time for them. Now's the time to figure out how to deal with those ghouls. Leon shook his head, then spoke firmly. Leon, answer me. Do you want to unify the world, or end it here? Evelyn asked her question. Leon paused, then spoke. Of course, I don't want to end it here, but I'd rather defeat the enemy fairly. The uncontrollable nature of ghouls is truly terrifying. Thanatos is my bottom line. As long as we control the amount of Thanatos used, it won't harm our own people. But ghouls are different. Right? Leon said, looking up at Evelyn. Chapter 420. At the same time as problems arose in the underground base within Yin, the weather in the Demon Empire also underwent a drastic change. As a northern nation, the Demon Empire should have been relatively dry in autumn. But reality caught everyone off guard. Looking at the incessant autumn rain on the Kursk Plain, Caddis felt a chill. Caddis had been leading the 1st Armored Division on the Kursk Plain for 3 days. But they had done nothing during those 3 days, as the incessant rain had rendered them completely unable to begin their operations. And this autumn, the Kursk Plain had received abundant rain. The rainfall was unprecedented in a century. In just 3 days, the Kursk Plain had become a vast muddy field. While soldiers could easily walk across it, T-34 tanks could only barely make it through, and heavier tanks like the Tiger tanks were almost completely mired in the mud. The 1st Armored Division could only seek openings to build defensive fortifications. Despite the incessant autumn rain, Caddis could still guarantee that the fortifications would be completed within 3 months. The railway had also received a guarantee that it would be completed within 3 months. With this assurance, Caddis's heart was finally at ease. But the Kursk Plain always seemed to be against the Wehrmacht. The rain poured down during the day, then stopped instantly at night. Heavy Tank Battalion, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division. Gudry had been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, but he still hadn't been promoted to commander of a tank regiment. Because the 1st Armored Division couldn't find anyone to take over the 1st Heavy Tank Battalion, Gudry had to take command himself. Looking at the receding dark clouds, Gudry's face was filled with worry. At this rate, spring would be almost here in 3 months. Where would there be such heavy rain in late autumn? Gudry shook his head. They had originally planned to seize the opportunity, with less than 2 weeks left in autumn, to build fortifications. But this downpour had completely interrupted their plans. Battalion Commander. The division commander wants you to attend a meeting at division headquarters. It seems there's something important going on. Just as Gudry was pondering, a messenger arrived at the tent and relayed the division's orders. Gudry immediately donned his raincoat and boarded a nearby jeep. The jeep sped away, carrying Gudry to division headquarters. As soon as he got out, he could hear the clamor inside. Gudry walked inside. At this moment, the division headquarters was as bustling as a market. Many officers were arguing about something. Gudry's arrival startled them for a moment, and then the argument resumed. The division commander spoke. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Everyone's here. It's time to figure out how to solve the current problem. The divisional political commissar immediately distributed intelligence reports to each officer. Gudry had just taken off his raincoat when he immediately picked up the report and began to read it. Gudry's expression grew more serious as he read. Because that's what the report said. The 1st Armored Division's presence on the Kursk Plain had already attracted the attention of the Papal States. But the Papal States weren't fully prepared yet, so they wouldn't take action against the 1st Armored Division. But the Papal States had another solution. They chose to have members of the Church, who were spreading the cult of the Goddess of Light within the Demon Empire, mobilize the people of the Demon Empire. Let them attack the 1st Armored Division. Many demons are aware of the power of the Great Flame, so they wouldn't attack the 1st Armored Division. But there are always those who refuse to listen. A Demon Empire lord, brainwashed by the cult of the Goddess of Light, forcibly assembled an army of 50,000 to attack the 1st Armored Division. Originally, these 50,000 troops would have been a mere drop in the bucket for the 1st Armored Division. But when they saw the equipment of these demon soldiers, everyone present gasped. Because these demon Empire soldiers were equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment. And these weapons and equipment came from a single country, the Papal States. First, the magic rifles in the hands of these demon Empire soldiers. The magic rifles are an upgraded version of the magic crystal rifles. The original magic crystal rifles suffered from low conversion efficiency and extremely low ammunition capacity. But the magic rifles have overcome these problems. They have a 7-round capacity and possess extremely strong penetration and power. The power exceeds that of a full-power 7.92mm round. These soldiers were almost entirely trained by the Vatican. They had been secretly trained by the Papal States for a long time. The original plan was to use them to backstab Latife's. But unexpectedly, they weren't used. So, they had to be used against the 1st Armored Division. Upon learning of this, everyone present became extremely alert. The situation wasn't optimistic, and these supposedly Imperial soldiers also possessed some armored units. They could even see from the intelligence images that this enemy army possessed at least 3 different types of tanks. Although the Wehrmacht currently had nearly a dozen types of tanks in service. But in reality, the elite 1st Armored Division only had 4 types of tanks: Tiger, Panther, and King Tiger, with a small number of KV-2s. The fewer the types of tanks, the less pressure on logistics. Different tank types meant different parts, weapons, and ammunition were needed. Almost all of the 1st Armored Army's Tiger and King Tiger tanks were concentrated in the 1st Armored Division. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Armored Divisions had a smaller number of Tiger tanks, most of which were IS-2 heavy tanks. The Panther tanks were also almost entirely concentrated in the 1st Armored Division. The remaining armored divisions still used T-34s and modified versions of the Panzer IV. The 1st Armored Division was arguably the elite of the 1st Armored Army. But they faced the most formidable enemy they had ever faced. Just as Guderian was reading the intelligence, the division commander approached him. Guderian, division headquarters has issued an order to your unit. Follow me. Guderian immediately collected the intelligence and followed the division commander to the map. The situation is as follows. The vanguard of this 50,000-man enemy force, totaling 3,000 men, has arrived in Conques. They are expected to enter the Course Plain tomorrow. Your mission is to lead the heavy tank battalion to Cuddy Village, east of the Course Plain. If nothing unexpected happens, your troops will collide with the enemy's vanguard here. If you're fast enough, you can set up an ambush. Cuddy Village is strategically located, with mountains to the north and south. If we can trap the enemy here, we can minimize their offensive. Your support is the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Brigade. They already departed, but due to weather conditions, they have difficulty arriving on time. Therefore, this battle depends entirely on your heavy tank battalion. The 2 aviation groups are ready to provide support, the division commander said, patting Gudry on the shoulder. Gudry put away the intelligence and saluted. Understood. Mission accomplished. Chapter 421. 3 days later, at night, heavy rain poured down. Gudry's armored forces forcibly emerged from the muddy field. They arrived 10 kilometers west of Cuddy Village. The armored forces had advanced only 300 kilometers in 3 days. This was due to the poor road conditions. The Tiger tanks were almost completely enmeshed in the muddy field. The Tiger tank's top speed was originally 60 kilometers per hour. But in the mud, they were only able to move at 10 kilometers per hour. This required a favorable outcome. If not, the armored forces would have to be lucky not to sink, let alone advance. The muddy field was tolerable, but after the armored forces ahead ran over it, the friendly forces behind were in dire straits. The mud had turned to slurry, making it even more difficult for the armored forces to move. Fortunately, Gudry and his men still reached Cuddy Village. However, the scouts told Gudry a very grim truth. A large army appeared east of Cuddy Village. Gudry immediately ordered the armored company to advance rapidly, attempting to seize Cuddy Village's buildings. The heavy tank battalion consisted of 4 companies, 1 heavy tank company, 2 medium tank companies, and 1 armored company. The entire battalion was highly mechanized. After receiving the order, the armored company advanced at full speed. They soon reached Cuddy Village. However, the armored company's movements were still detected by the Demon Empire troops. Bragging in the heavy rain, the armored company's soldiers began to seize Cuddy Village. They positioned the PaK-40 anti-tank guns, towed by half-tracks, near the houses near the village entrance. If the enemy dared to show their faces, the anti-tank guns would offer their loving care. Furthermore, the armored company's infantry, operating in squads, each entered strategically located houses. At the same time, they sought suitable cover along the village roads. They also laid anti-tank mines along the roads. In just half an hour, the armored company had everything in place. Everything was ready, awaiting the enemy's attack. Cuddy Village originally had a population of over 1,000, but with the impending outbreak of war, the villagers fled to other villages for refuge. They had already anticipated that a major battle would break out in Cuddy Village. After all, the village chief, an old veteran who had experienced numerous battles, naturally understood Cuddy Village's importance. Regardless of who was involved, any conflict on the Cusco Plain would inevitably involve a fight over Cuddy Village. Control of Cuddy Village was equivalent to controlling the entire eastern region of the Cusco Plain. Soon, the 3,000-man vanguard of the Demon Empire arrived outside Cuddy Village. Looking at the deserted village, the Demon Empire general did not let his guard down. According to scout reports, the village before him had already been captured by the Wehrmacht. Without hesitation, the Demon Empire general immediately ordered the artillery to begin bombardment. After all, their mission was to attack the 1st Armored Division. They could capture or destroy Cuddy Village, as long as it didn't fall into the hands of the Great Flame. Boom, boom, boom. Spar shells rained down on Cuddy Village. The soldiers of the armored company remained at their posts, waiting for the enemy to launch the attack. Gudley saw Cuddy Village being bombarded and immediately sent a radio message to the 3rd Regiment, inquiring about their location. The commander of the 3rd Regiment stated that they had already begun a forced march, but they were still 50 kilometers away from Cuddy Village. This meant that Gudry would have to lead the armored forces to hold off the Demon Empire's forces for over 12 hours. But could Cuddy Village withstand the artillery fire? Gudry shook his head. The heavy tank battalion was completely devoid of heavy artillery. Its only artillery consisted of 16 PaK-40 anti-tank guns and 8 PaK-40 equipped half-tracks from its 2 anti-tank platoons. However, the heavy tank battalion possessed 24 Tiger tanks, 12 King Tiger tanks, 72 Panther tanks, and 12 KV-2 self-propelled guns. With these armored forces, Gudry might be able to put up a fight against these 3,000 men. Due to the torrential rain, the aviation brigade was unable to provide support on time. Perhaps the most anxious person wasn't Gudry, but the aviation brigade. Looking at the thunderstorm on the Kursk Plain, the pilots had difficulty taking off in the storm. The 1st Armored Division also learned of this situation, and couldn't help but lament the unfortunate weather. They also lamented Guderian's truly unlucky nature. If it weren't for the thunderstorm, even a light drizzle would have been enough. The aviation group could have taken off in the rain. But the problem was, for pilots, a single misstep could mean the end of the plane and the death of both pilots. Guderian showed no emotion after learning that the Air Force would be unable to provide support on time. Instead, he began to plot how to eliminate those 3,000 men. That's right, Guderian wasn't thinking about repelling those 3,000 men, but rather about eliminating them. According to the scouts' telegram, these 3,000 men possessed only a small number of armored units. Scouts discovered that the enemy possessed fewer than 30 tanks, and their artillery was limited, making it impossible to sustain a sustained, saturating artillery barrage. So, Gudry concluded that the enemy would launch an attack soon. After all, the enemy scouts had seen only a single company of troops enter Cuddy Village. A company of just over 200 men, simply defending the village. They seemed isolated and helpless. To the demons with 3,000 men, wasn't this like a powerless beauty standing before them? So, after 15 minutes of continuous artillery fire, the Demon Empire general finally ordered a full-scale attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue firing, but rather that he was running low on ammunition. Although the Papal State had provided weapons and equipment to the Demon Empire's rebels, this equipment was mostly discarded from the Papal State, which had simply not inspected its quality and simply shoved it all in. Many of the shells were duds. But the Demon Empire rebels had no idea. They happily took their equipment back. This vanguard unit had originally been well equipped with ammunition, and they had carefully protected their shells. But after a gunner fired 3 shots in a row, he discovered that all 3 shells were duds. The demon rebel soldiers were confused. Is this a cannon or a fire with stick? Why not just dismantle the cannon and use the barrel to attack the enemy? The demon soldier briefly considered, looking at his biceps. I have an idea. Use the barrel to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, the gunner didn't actually use the barrel to attack the enemy. Instead, he continued firing. But to his horror, the gunner discovered that 6 out of 10 shells he had fired were duds. What was the point of even fighting? The demon rebel general, upon learning of this, had no choice but to order his troops to attack. If they continued firing like this, they would run out of ammunition before they could even make a move. Chapter 422. Boom! A loud thunderclap boomed. A late autumn downpour fell upon everyone. To be honest, autumn rain is quite refreshing. But the Wehrmacht soldiers had no time to care about this. The demon soldiers had already launched their attack. The raindrops fell on the soldiers on both sides, making them feel uncomfortable. But they were soldiers, and the torrential rain could not dampen their resolve to fight. As the demon soldiers moved, Guderian ordered the tanks to attack. The goal was to enter the battlefield while the battle was raging, to catch the enemy off guard. Inside Cuddy village, the Wehrmacht soldiers were on full alert. An MG-42 was positioned in a gap in the wall. Inside the house, the machine gunner and the assistant gunner were watching everything outside the gap intently. They could see the demon soldiers pouring in. Lack, when do you think we can stop fighting? The deputy gunner, feeling bored, asked the machine gunner beside him. How should I know? Maybe when the Yin unifies the world, we won't have to fight anymore. The machine gunner said uncertainly. Hey Lark, do you have someone you like? The deputy gunner suddenly felt curious. Nonsense. I'm 28 now, so I definitely have someone I like. Lack began, but his eyes never left the crosshairs. Who's that? We're from the same village. If you tell me their name, I might be able to help you. The deputy gunner said sarcastically. Lack was speechless for a moment, then spoke. Does it have anything to do with you? Why not? Why do you already have someone you love? Why can't I? Lake's eyes remained fixed on the crosshairs. You? The deputy gunner was about to say something, but he saw the demon soldier about to cross the fence and immediately resumed his combat stance, speaking. The enemy is coming. Lake's nerves tensed upon hearing this. Outside the village, 500 fully armed demon rebel soldiers were cautiously approaching the village. They felt a touch of fear at the quiet village. Because it was so quiet, the demon rebel soldiers cautiously approached the village fence. And then they climbed over it. Inside the demon army, 2 demon soldiers, traveling together, were cautiously climbing the fence. Although they didn't know why the defense forces in the village had all gone into hiding, they continued their cautious advance. After all, we only have one life. Once it's gone for good. Shabu, do you think we can win? Asked the demon soldier behind. I don't know. Also, don't be distracted during the battle, Zabu said sternly. The default soldiers behind smiled brightly, then also became cautious. What they didn't know was that their every move was being observed by the Wehrmacht soldiers. As the demon soldiers entered the village, the Wehrmacht soldiers each sought their own targets, awaiting their company commander's order to attack. The armored company commander stared intently at the advancing demon rebels. The company commander hesitated to give the order to open fire because he had sighted the 4 tanks leading the charge. It was already late at night, and the rain was pouring down. The soldiers operating the anti-tank guns had no way of confirming the tanks' positions from a distance. They could only wait for the 4 tanks to get closer before engaging them. Ready! The company commander's heart was in his throat as he watched the tanks approach. Behind 2 houses near the village entrance, several soldiers had already readied their Panzerfausts, intending to destroy the 4 tanks in one swoop. When the demon tanks entered the village, they instantly triggered anti-tank mines planted not far from the entrance. Boom! The loud explosion stunned the demon soldiers. Fire! The company commander gave the order to fire. Boom! Boom! The 2 Pak-40s ambushed near the village entrance immediately opened fire. 2 shells each hit a demon tank. However, one demon tank was lucky. The anti-tank gun shell ricocheted, allowing it to survive. But the Wehrmacht's attack wasn't a single one. The anti-tank gun opened fire, signaling all Wehrmacht troops to open fire. The MG-42s, ambushed not far from the village entrance, decisively opened fire. The bullets tore through the demon soldiers, who were working in coordination with infantry and tanks on both sides of the road. The demon soldiers, reacting quickly hid behind the tanks. But this was exactly what the Wehrmacht had hoped for. The demon tanks had also discovered the anti-tank gun's position, and the 2 sides immediately engaged in a barrage. But the demon tank's accuracy was incredibly poor, and even 2 shots missed the anti-tank gun. The panicked Wehrmacht soldiers' accuracy also declined significantly. Although they managed 2 hits, the first missed the armor, and the second shattered a tank's track. The demon tanks could still fire. But at this moment, the soldiers discovered that the demon rebels' infantry, who were working in tandem with the tanks, were hiding behind the tanks, offering no protection at all. The soldiers immediately seized the opportunity, and several iron fists flew out from several directions. Flying towards the tanks, the demon soldiers hiding behind them suddenly realized something. But it was too late. The iron fists hit the demon tanks directly. At a distance of 50 meters, the demon tanks could not withstand a single iron fist attack. The remaining 3 tanks were all grounded. At this moment, the stunned demon soldiers finally reacted. They began advancing along the buildings. The Wehrmacht soldiers immediately began to intercept them. "They're coming from the front. Have the machine gunner suppress them." A platoon leader spoke. His platoon was responsible for defending the front, and they had thought that without the tanks, the frontal defense would be easier. But the weapons in the hands of the demon soldiers were no ordinary gadgets. The power surpassed that of the Mauser rifle, but the marksmanship of these demon soldiers was truly appalling. However, some Wehrmacht soldiers were still hit, either dead or wounded. Even their body armor couldn't protect them. The platoon leader, realizing this, immediately ordered the machine gunners to provide suppressive fire, minimizing the enemy's chances of opening fire. Their mission wasn't to annihilate the enemy, but to delay them as long as possible, allowing Gudry and his armored forces to reach the village and encircle the 3,000 men. Seeing the attack stall, the demon general immediately dispatched a large number of reinforcements. 10 tanks, accompanied by 1,500 men, launched the attack. This time, the village was determined to be captured. The armored company's advantage quickly shifted to a disadvantage. The enemy was simply too numerous, 2,000 men, while their own side had only a little over 200. How could they fight? They were just trying to defeat a mortal enemy. Chapter 423. As the demon rebels launched their massive attack, the Wehrmacht soldiers, outnumbered, gradually fell behind. Ordinary riflemen were unable to effectively retaliate. For every shot they fired, they would return 5 or 6. Furthermore, the Demon Empire's magical rifles were so powerful they could shatter even your cover. Only soldiers armed with MP40s and machine gunners could suppress the enemy. The armored company commander was forced to deploy half-track armored vehicles, using their mounted machine guns to provide suppressive fire. In a house on the outermost edge of the village, Zach and the assistant gunner occupied the commanding position on the second floor. With their MG42s in hand, they forcibly pinned down the 300-plus men approaching the village, and pinned them down in the fields outside the village. Under the suppression of the MG42, they couldn't even raise their heads. They could only bury their faces in the mud and cling to the ground, clinging to their bodies for a glimmer of hope. Squeak! The sound of gunfire, accompanied by the clatter of falling bullet casings, echoed throughout the empty house. The assistant gunner held his ammunition belt, ready to supply Zach with ammunition at any moment. This room had once been a bedroom, apparently a girl's boudoir. The pink bed and a cute teddy bear proved it. If there hadn't been war, perhaps the people of this village would still be living as usual. But the outbreak of war forced them to leave their homeland. So what is the true nature of war? Zach didn't know. He only knew that he was a soldier, and his mission was to stop the enemy as long as possible. That's enough. Zach, save your shots. We only have 450 rounds left. I need to find a way to get some ammo boxes from logistics. The assistant gunner shouted, over the roar of gunfire. Zach nodded, and continued to suppress the enemies in the field with his machine gun. Zach knew his position had been exposed, and he had to move quickly. But if he moved, the enemies in the field would immediately join the attacking front. The pressure on the front would then double. So he had to hold his ground. As Zach frantically suppressed the enemy had already noticed this conspicuous firing point. A tank was rapidly approaching, its gun trained on the second floor. The assistant gunner, who had just gone down, heard the sound of heavy footsteps nearby before even stepping out. The assistant gunner immediately hid behind cover, carefully observing his surroundings. There are no other friendly troops nearby. Those footsteps can only be enemy. As expected, the voices of the demon rebel soldiers could be heard outside the window. Hurry, hurry! Commander, take this building. The voices were already outside the door. The deputy gunner, without hesitation, pulled out a grenade and decisively pulled the ring. Bang! The next second, the demon rebel soldiers had burst through the door. The deputy gunner threw the grenade directly at the main entrance. Boom! A loud explosion blew up all the demon rebel soldiers trying to squeeze through the main entrance. Zach, on the second floor, also heard the noise from below and immediately realized he was surrounded. But Zach didn't retreat. Instead, he fought with increasing courage. The continuous roar of his MG42 gunfire was Zach's inner answer. But the assistant gunner was in dire straits. As the main gate was blown up, the demon rebels immediately realized someone was on the first floor and immediately launched a barrage of explosives into the building. The assistant gunner hurried to the second floor. Just a few steps away, the entire first floor was filled with the sound of shattering glass, and the sound of something rolling across the wooden floor. The assistant gunner ran, grumbling. "Fuck you." Boom! The assistant gunner, who had just rushed up the stairs, was swept up to the second floor by the shockwave from below. Zack, still firing, couldn't help but glance back. The assistant gunner waved his hand, indicating he was fine. But when Zack focused his gaze on the front, he was stunned. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire field. A demon tank lay in the field, its turret facing him. Zack, The next second, a flash of fire flashed from the tank's muzzle. Boom! Zack felt his head spin, and then his vision went black. The assistant gunner, seeing this, came over to Zack, looking at him, covered in black. He hurriedly patted his face. "Are you still alive? Don't die." "Huh? Why can't I see?" Zack said with difficulty. The assistant gunner hurriedly took out his canteen and washed Zack's eyes. Zack was finally able to open his eyes. "Don't lie in my arms. Find a solution." The two exchanged a deep look, and the assistant gunner said with a look of disgust. Zack quickly picked up the MG42 and inspected it, finding that it was intact. But the tank's gun had blasted a massive hole through the second floor. Watching the soldiers scramble to their feet in the field, he heard footsteps downstairs. Zack hesitated deeply. After a brief pause, he pulled a pink bed over, mounted the MG42, and continued firing at the enemies in the field. The assistant gunner was also throwing grenades down the stairs. "Damn it, you just blew me up, didn't you? Let's see who can kill who today." As the MG42's gunfire rang out again, the demon rebels, who had just stood up and were advancing, were instantly devastated. Among the 300 men, dozens had no time to dodge and were directly hit by the MG42, killing them instantly. The demon tank once again noticed this firing point, which had already been hit. Inside the demon tank, the gunner looked mockingly at the second floor through the scope. "Bye." Then he prepared to fire. Zack looked at the turret pointed at him, showing no fear. He was ready to accept death. But the next second, a sound of breaking air echoed from Zack's side. It was as if something flew past. The next second, the demon tank in the field was instantly blown apart. The entire turret flew off. Zack looked back and saw, illuminated by lightning, a King Tiger tank approaching from the other side of the village. The previous shell had been fired by the King Tiger. And behind the King Tiger were hundreds of tanks. The armored forces had finally arrived. Seeing this scene, the attacking demon rebel soldiers had no time to react. Their demon tanks had already been destroyed by the Wehrmacht tanks. The Wehrmacht tanks paid no attention to these ordinary soldiers. From beginning to end, they primarily attacked the enemy's armored units. For the armored forces, as long as they could shred the enemy's armored units, the balance of victory in the war would tilt. Chapter 424. When the demon general saw his armored forces destroyed by the Wehrmacht's armored forces, his face turned green. He already had over 30 tanks, and almost all of them were destroyed in a single encounter. And it seemed the enemy tanks far outnumbered his own. Crucially, the demon general had no anti-tank weapons at all. Now, the demon general had only one choice. That was to order his soldiers to charge into Cuddy village and engage in a melee with the Wehrmacht. This would minimize the Wehrmacht's armored advantage. If he retreated now, how could manpower outrun the machinery? And the Vatican had given him a death order. 3,000 men must capture Cuddy village. Otherwise, they were not allowed to return. So, the demon general immediately ordered his soldiers to attack across the board, charging directly into Cuddy village. 3,000 men charged in unison. They charged directly into Cuddy village, leaving the Wehrmacht soldiers unable to effectively intercept them. They barely managed to stop a third of them. Inside Cuddy village. Zack! They're coming! The secondary gunner was exchanging fire with the demon soldiers downstairs through the door. The main goal was to penetrate the door. As for whether they could kill them, it was all luck. Hold on a little longer. The armored troops will soon be able to clear out those demon soldiers outside the village, Zack said, pretending to be bored. As he spoke, he had already loaded the last of his ammunition belt. Squeak! I definitely report this to the higher-ups, and get a submachine gun for our secondary gunner. I'm so jealous of those soldiers with submachine guns now. Give me a submachine gun, and I charge down and shoot them all. The assistant gunner complained. Zack and his crew were in similar predicaments throughout the village. The two anti-tank guns at the village entrance became the primary targets of the demon soldiers. Thankfully, the Pak-40s were equipped with metal shields, and a large number of sandbags provided cover for the gunners. The demon soldiers had barely fired 2 shots when the gunners aimed their anti-tank guns at the enemy. Sniping? You want to snipe me, right? Boom! The anti-tank gun blasted the demon soldier skyward with 1 blast. The demon soldier died instantly. However, the demon soldiers, armed with the Papal States equipment, were no pushovers. After locating the anti-tank guns, they immediately pulled out something resembling an iron fist bazooka. Although it was called a bazooka, it was actually a magic crystal launcher engraved with a magic circle. Mocked from the iron fist's appearance, a magic activation circle was engraved at the junction of the warhead and the rod. The warhead itself was fired directly, and the warhead contained a small amount of magic crystal. The Papal States also wanted to pack a large amount of magic crystals into the launcher, but they discovered that if the charge was too large, it would likely explode during firing. However, even with only a small amount of magic crystals, this magic rocket launcher was still as powerful as a regular rocket launcher. There are different models of Panzerfaust, but most are known for their armor-piercing capabilities. The Panzerfaust is primarily designed for armor-piercing, not for killing infantry. So, to strengthen the infantry, Leon prepared 2 types of Panzerfaust. One relies on a metal jet to deal with tanks. The other relies solely on TNT combined with a large amount of shrapnel to kill infantry. But in reality, as of now, when fighting breaks out on the battlefield, all enemy armored units are no match for ordinary iron fists. Specifically, iron fists designed to kill infantry. This is because, in the eyes of the enemy, tanks are incredibly cumbersome. This is due to their inability to shake off their worship of individual strength. After all, De Yin has risen to prominence in just a few years. They haven't reacted at all, and many countries still rely heavily on large numbers of magicians. However, some countries have begun to imitate De Yin, such as the Dwarf Empire and the Demon Empire. If Leon hadn't intervened and crushed the Demon Empire, it would likely have completed the development of its armored forces. But none of this matters anymore. With the fall of Latif Ace, the Demon Empire has completely fallen into decline. Hurry, hurry! The front is collapsing. Everyone, support the front immediately. The 4th platoon, responsible for rear defense, received a message of emergency from the front. Anxious, they drove their Pak-40 equipped half-tracks directly toward the village entrance, unconcerned about the ensuing battle. Since there were no armored units on the opposing side, wouldn't this be more effective than a rifle? Fronton. The 2 anti-tank guns at the village entrance had been destroyed by the demons. The demons were advancing rapidly along both sides of the road. But then, they saw what they least expected. A Tiger tank approached from the end of the road. A single shot sent the demon soldiers flying. The 4th platoon of infantry immediately followed the Tiger tank, providing cover on both sides. Just as the frontal battle was raging, a small group of demon rebels flanked and moved to the rear. The armored forces had already launched a pincer attack from both flanks. At this point, the rear defenses were useless to this demon squad. After observing for a while, the demon squad grew bolder. They confirmed that there were no Wehrmacht soldiers defending the area. Then, they immediately rushed to the front, intending to launch a surprise attack on the Wehrmacht. Unbeknownst to them, atop the town's only bell tower, a Wehrmacht sniper was watching their every move. The sniper was observing everything through a ZF-39 quadruple scope. Like a ghost, he silently observed everything. The demon soldiers quickly reached the rear of the Wehrmacht soldiers. This position was also the perfect spot for the sniper to execute a kill. The sniper had ambushed the bell tower not only because it was the only high ground, but also because it offered effective protection from attacks from either side. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed. The sniper immediately aimed at the demon squad leader at the front. Bang! The sound of a gunshot immediately alerted all the demon soldiers. The demon soldiers watched the demon squad leader fall to the ground, and the team immediately panicked. The gunshot also alerted the logistics troops, who were transporting ammunition behind the battle line. The sniper fired a flare directly at the demon squad's position. Demon squad, I said we were just passing through. Do you believe me? The logistics soldier was silent for a moment, then pulled out his MP40. That's right, the logistics soldiers weren't equipped with Mauser rifles, they each had an MP40. This was thanks to Leon's appreciation. Perhaps in other infantry divisions, the logistics soldiers' combat effectiveness might not be so high. But for an armored division, logistics is its lifeblood. If there were any problems with logistics, the entire armored division could face defeat. Therefore, at Leon's request, the armored division's logistics unit has always been the division's most effective infantry unit. If all the frontline infantry are defeated, then the logistics troops should be deployed. It's a pity that these demon soldiers chose the wrong opponent. Chapter 425. The Demon Squad had barely time to react when they were blasted to bits by the MP40s of the logistic soldiers, who had taken the initiative. The original Demon Squad consisted of fewer than 50 men. How could they possibly defeat over 30 Wehrmacht soldiers armed with MP40s, and there was a sniper providing support for the logistic soldiers? As long as a member of the Demon Squad seized the opportunity, when the logistic soldiers were reloading, the sniper would eliminate the Demon Soldier without hesitation. The Demon Soldier felt incredibly miserable. Not only could they not defeat the enemy head-on, but there was also a sniper attacking them. Family, who understands, as expected, this flanking Demon Squad was wiped out. The situation on the front lines was also bleak. The armored forces split into two groups, attacking from both sides. But the Demon Soldiers couldn't penetrate from the front. This left the Demon Army trapped in an awkward position. Half of the Demon Army was fighting on the edge of the village. There were still around 1,500 men in the fields. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but the front line simply couldn't accommodate so many of them. However, the armored forces' pincer attack had already begun. It had completely blocked the Demon Army's three offensive directions. At the same time, they were cutting off the Demon Soldiers' retreat. But even if the Wehrmacht didn't cut off their retreat, they couldn't retreat. How could two legs outrun tracks? Facing a pincer attack from both sides, and the armored forces blocking their retreat, the Demon Soldiers could only seek cover along the ridges of the fields to resist the armored forces' attack. They also prepared a large number of magic crystal iron fist rocket launchers. But Guderi wouldn't give them that chance. Guderi ordered the armored forces to launch artillery strikes 300 meters away from the Demon Army. He also ordered 20 Panther tanks to charge directly at the Demon Army headquarters and artillery camp. With one swift move, they would completely annihilate the 3,000 Demon Army. Seeing they were surrounded, the Demon Soldiers burst into high spirits. They madly advanced into the village. But they were stopped by the Wehrmacht. This was also due to the wide distances between the buildings and the village. This exposed the Demon Soldiers to Wehrmacht fire every time they moved. The presence of machine guns greatly restricted the Demon Soldiers' movements. Of course, the Demon Soldiers also had machine guns. Theirs were also imitations of the Great Flame, but they were based on the ZB-26 Czech light machine gun. Because they used magic crystals for ammunition, the original 20-round capacity was increased to 30 rounds. And its power was no less than that of a rifle. However, the Demon machine gunners were still firmly outmatched by the Wehrmacht machine gunners. After all, I have a 150-round ammunition belt. What can you possibly use against me? The Demon Soldiers were inconsolable. After all, those elite troops, who had fought against a yin, were essentially reduced to ash. They were truly a bunch of newbies, who had just left the novice village and acquired the equipment given by the bosses, and had become inflated. And just as they left the novice village, they ran into the yin, a max-level boss. And the inflated demon rebels even slapped the yin twice. The Wehrmacht had defended the Papal State against the invasion of the Demon Empire, but the Demon Empire, not only refusing gratitude, had actually assembled an army to attack the Wehrmacht. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Great Yin? The result: 3,000 men against 800, only to be pinned to the ground by 800 men. And these 800 men had no artillery support, nor the cooperation of the Great Yin Air Force. The Demon Soldiers' attacks were repelled by the Wehrmacht several times. At this time, the armored forces had also completed the encirclement of the Demon rebels. The Demon General was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't defeat them, and they couldn't escape. The armored forces immediately launched a long-range attack with tank guns. They didn't care about the preciousness of the shells. Their main goal was to provide a blanket of fire. The fields were already bare, with only a large amount of straw remaining. The crops had been harvested, so the Wehrmacht could open fire at full force. At the same time, the tanks' machine guns also began to fire. The tank commanders leaned out and used the roof-mounted machine guns to provide suppressive fire. Most Tiger and Panther tanks had replaced the MG-34s mounted on their roofs with M2 heavy machine guns. Although the M2's rate of fire wasn't as fast as the MG-34s, who says speed always equals power, caliber is justice, and that's no joke. The 12.7mm bullets shattered the ridges along with them. The Demon Soldiers hiding behind the ridges were completely defenseless. They tried to fight back, but the bullets from their magic rifles barely scratched the Tiger and Panther tanks. The magic crystal iron fist bazooka couldn't reach the tanks either. The Demon General was in a dilemma, charging forward or staying put. Because charging would be tantamount to committing suicide. But staying here would also mean certain death. He watched his soldiers fall one by one. The Demon General sighed and tore off his inner lining. He found a branch and hung it. A white flag was raised. Gudry, upon seeing this, immediately ordered the armored forces to halt their attack. Although Gudry longed to eliminate all these demon soldiers, he knew they still had great use. Because the front lines were still constructing fortifications, it would be better to let these prisoners do the hard work. After all, who wouldn't want free labor? The raising of the white flag signaled the end of the battle. The two sides engaged in battle for no more than 2 hours. The 3,000 demon troops were already routed. The Wehrmacht soldiers also began to collect the demon soldiers' weapons. The next day, after days of heavy rain, the cursed plain, soaked by the rain, finally saw a brief period of clear skies. An even greater downpour was brewing. At this time, the infantry regiments also arrived on the battlefield. It wasn't that the infantry regiment wasn't advancing at full speed, but rather that their armored units were almost completely bogged down in the mud. Their own speed wasn't comparable to the armored units, and their movement was even slower. Because they possessed a large number of artillery and other heavy weaponry, so arriving on time was a great effort. When the infantry regiment arrived at the battlefield, they were stunned upon seeing the bound demon captives. What's going on? I come a long way, prepared to face the enemy exhausted, and you tell me the battle is over? The Wehrmacht soldiers were in disarray. The infantry regiment commander, upon hearing the news, rushed over and, upon seeing this scene, fell into deep thought. When did the demons become so weak? Chapter 426. Just as Gudry and his men were sweeping through the demons, the underground base was cleared. Although 20,000 ghouls seemed numerous, most of them were low-level ghouls with low intelligence. They would rush out at the first sign of trouble, and then be instantly shot down. However, the guards division was troubled by the higher-level ghouls, who possessed a certain degree of intelligence. They would always hide, looking for weaknesses. After losing several soldiers, the commander finally couldn't stand it anymore and immediately requested support from Leon. Lion then sent Zoe. The result was a shocking scene. Zoe snapped her fingers, and all the low-level ghouls were instantly reduced to ash. The higher-level ghouls panicked as they watched their minions around them turn to ash. What happened? Why are all my minions gone? Zoe didn't kill all of them because of Teresa's request. Your Highness, please keep the high-level ghouls for research. Seeing Teresa's request, Zoe finally relented. Zoe possessed a special ability. She could discern a person's goodness or badness through their eyes. Though Teresa's actions had been a bit reckless, she hadn't intended to harm Diane. That was why Zoe agreed to Teresa's request. After dispatching the low-level ghouls, Zoe snapped her fingers again. These high-level ghouls were all bound with light chains and brought before the crowd. The crowd finally got a clear look at their appearance. Some of the guards' division soldiers instinctively raised their AK-47s. Because these ghouls no longer resembled ordinary people. First, there was the giant ghoul from earlier, nearly 4 times the size of an average person. Their arms were particularly sturdy, their skin a metallic sheen. And there were far more high-level ghouls than just this one. There was also a thin, yet sharp-looking ghoul. This ghoul's legs were particularly thick and sturdy. And their appearance was extremely deformed, with the thighs being particularly thick and sturdy. If it weren't for the chains holding it, it would have seemed as if it would have been launched like a cannonball in the next second. These two types of ghouls are relatively common. There was another type of ghoul that looked ordinary, but gave off a certain eerie aura. They were imbued with a shadowy aura. Among these ghouls were female ghouls. But when they saw the sharp blade on the female ghoul's arm, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards division gasped. The blade grew directly from the arm bone. It seemed to be connected to the bone, but overall, it didn't look like a bone blade, but rather a metal blade. It gave people a chilling feeling. And the most unique type of ghoul was a single one. That's right, among the hundreds of high-ranking ghouls present. The other ghouls more or less had similar species. Only this ghoul existed in a single instance. The captain and Zoe's gazes were fixed on this unique ghoul. This ghoul looked just like a human. And its skin showed no signs of decay. Instead, it was clad in pitch-black armor. It had a certain air of an undead knight. Zoe sensed something unusual about this ghoul and immediately asked Teresa, "What's the matter with this ghoul?" "This ghoul isn't our creation, we unearthed it from the catacombs," Teresa said solemnly. "Excavated from the catacombs? Then he must be under Ryan's control." Zoe was confused. Belisa, also lost in thought, then spoke. "This ghoul seems highly intelligent. He almost always cooperates with whatever we ask of him." Hearing this, Zoe instantly tensed. "Did you find anything special on him?" Zoe looked at the unusual ghoul, then at Teresa. "We found a crown, but it's not the standard Holy Empire crown. Teresa said hesitantly, pulling the crown from her storage ring. When Zoe saw the crown clearly, she immediately drew her knight's sword and roared. Everyone evacuate immediately. Notify Winster, have him come immediately. Zoe's sudden change of heart startled everyone, but the Imperial Guard's division commander, without hesitation, picked up the phone beside him and called Winster's office. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to evacuate immediately. Although he didn't know why Zoe was doing this, he knew it was right to trust a high-level magician. As Zoe drew her sword, the armored ghoul suddenly gave a strange smile. Zoe? Are you going to go against me for the Great Flame too? The ghoul spoke slowly, each word clearly. I'm not going against you, but you shouldn't be in this era. Zoe said. Why can't I be in this era? I almost succeeded back then, but Kimberg refused to follow my plan. The black-armored skeleton spoke word by word. Easily breaking free from its restraints, it raised its hand and sucked the golden crown toward it. Then it naturally placed it on its head. He looked at Zoe disapprovingly. As my descendant, do you insist on going against me? Leon, too. If you were willing to obey my orders, the entire world would be yours. The black-armored ghoul shouted. I don't have an ancestor like you. You stepped on your brother to rise to power, stabbed him in his hour of need, and abruptly destroyed the future of humanity. Zoe said righteously. What do you know? Kunberg is a madman. His actions will only anger the gods, and countless lives will be decimated. Only I, Dream, can lead humanity to glory. After hearing the black-armored ghoul's words, everyone present was shocked. Because what had they heard? The black-armored ghoul before them was actually the former Dreams. The researchers were still a little shocked, but the soldiers of the Imperial Guards immediately raised their guns. Who cares if it's Dreams or Kunberg? They only have one leader now, Leon, Zoe spoke. I don't want to hear your nonsense. What exactly do you want? Why have you been hiding for 1,000 years? Zoe was confronting Dreams, but she didn't attack because she could sense that he was a threat. She was waiting for reinforcements. Baryan, sunbathing on the aircraft carrier, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was initially filled with confusion, then gradually became serious, and finally turned cold. It's still haunting you. After all this planning, it's finally revealed. Chapter 427. Baryan immediately stood up, leaving Leon at a loss. What was he going to do? Baryan said sternly. Hurry, and put on Kunberg's armor. I want to take you to see someone. Leon, ? Although Leon was puzzled, he put on the armor without hesitation. The armor left by Kunberg might look like the attire of a knight, but it actually held a hidden secret. Although it almost perfectly fit Leon, it still offered a high degree of agility. Lion could run, jump, leap, and even do a backflip while wearing it. But the armor didn't come with any accompanying weapons. Leon could only pull out his two treasured swords, the Yulindel and the Shanha sword. Looking at these two swords of completely different styles, a flicker of doubt crossed Leon's mind. Could these two be a pair? How else could they possibly touch and trigger a reaction? As soon as this thought crossed Leon's mind, the two swords flashed with light. Could they really be a pair? Looking at the two swords in his hands, one black and one white, Leon fell into deep thought. Do these things have male and female versions? Before Leon could finish his thought, Baryan stepped forward and picked up Leon. Then he looked at the witches. Let's go, time to see an old friend. The witches nodded, then raised their hands and opened the space portal. Baryan carried Leon and was about to walk in. This made Heyu and the others anxious, and without thinking, they followed him. Space portal, don't come in. Don't come in. It won't fit. I can't take it anymore. Finally, the three witches, along with Leon, Baryan, and Heyu, were teleported outside the underground base. Looking at the familiar gate, Lion couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the teleportation. At the normal speed of the aircraft carrier, it would take at least a week for him to return to the Yin. With one teleport, he was instantly transported back. How convenient. I keep using this method next time. Maybe the space gate can even hold a tank. Space gate. I can't handle it. It break. Without hesitation, everyone entered the gate. At that moment, a large number of people were evacuating from inside the gate. But when they saw Leon and his group, they were stunned. Because they were wearing helmets, they didn't recognize Leon. But they recognized Yun Qingqi and Shuangxing. They immediately realized that they were reinforcements sent by the leader. Then, a leader immediately led the group and explained the situation. But Baryan didn't care to listen. They went straight to the elevator door. With one punch, the elevator door shattered. Leon, no, this door is worth thousands of gold coins. It's all money. Then Barian picked up Leon and jumped down. Leon fully experienced the free fall. Everyone followed suit. Soon, they landed on the descending elevator. Barian was about to smash the elevator with one punch. Leon hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing?" Barian was puzzled. Leon pointed to the sign on the elevator shaft and said quietly, "Only 10 meters left." Barian looked at his fist, then at the sign, and finally lowered it. "I don't know why, but ever since I broke through to the god level, I become less and less inclined to think. Breaking all laws with force." Ding! With a ding, the elevator successfully reached the bottom floor. Barian lifted the elevator roof. Dragging Leon, they arrived at the underground laboratory. As soon as they emerged, they saw a large number of researchers waiting at the door. Countless eyes were fixed on the people inside the elevator. Hayu said directly, "Please make way." Hayu then gently waved his hand, clearing a path for everyone. After everyone exited, they saw Zoe, who was facing off against the black-armored ghoul. Zoe turned around and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. "I had originally thought that the reinforcements would only be Winster, but I hadn't expected Barian and the others to arrive." Drains was completely paralyzed. He had originally planned to use a trap, luring a few soldiers and devouring them to replenish his energy. But the enemy didn't play by the rules and deployed all their top-tier forces. Dreens was filled with despair. Because he saw Barian and the three witches together. Honestly, even 1,000 years ago, Dreens had never seen three witches together. Darians was sweating profusely. It was like you were fighting with cold weapons, and the opponent just pulled out a mushroom bomb and threw it directly at your head. After calming down, Dreens spoke calmly. "Lion, my descendant, are you willing to give everything you have? Let me conquer the world for you." "Lion, eh?" Lion suspected he had misheard because he was wearing a helmet and took it off. He stared at Dreens with a bewildered look. "Who are you?" Lion asked the simplest question directly. "I'm your ancestor," Dreens said proudly. "My ancestor is dead," Lion said bluntly. Dreens almost lost control, his entire body lurching. "How dare you talk like that? I'm Dreens, the great emperor of the Holy Empire." "Dreens," Drain said, his defense almost breaking. "If you're the emperor, then who am I? Isn't the Holy Empire dead? Where did this madman come from?" Lion asked knowingly, simply to piss Dreens off. After all, what Dreens had done back then was truly abject. Even Leon, who considered himself mentally strong, couldn't accept this reality. It was simply too abstract. "Lion, you're my descendant. You and I are inextricably linked," Drains practically roared. "Do people like you even think there's such a thing as friendship?" Leon said disdainfully. "I'm doing this for the Empire," Dreens roared. Barian couldn't stand it any longer and stepped out. "Rumors spread that I'm some kind of Imperial Guardian. I am, but I protect the Kuenberg Empire, not Dreens's. When Kuenberg was in power, every civilian had a smile on their face, and now I see that smile again. But what about you? Dreens, what else can you do besides backstabbing your own brothers? You destroyed a vast empire in a flash, leaving humanity with no hope of recovery. How can you even face us again?" Barian was about to say something, but Antia, standing beside him, stopped him. Then everyone saw the fury on Antia's face. It's over. Everyone had only one answer. Chapter 428. Watching Antia about to go berserk, everyone immediately backed away. As the Witch of Sin, Antia was inherently unstable. Although Time Witch Fuchsia appeared normal, she actually possessed two personalities. The most normal of the 5 witches was probably Evelyn. However, the craziest was actually Antia, the Witch of Sin. Indeed, Antia, who appeared well-behaved now, was actually the most terrifying. The Witch of Sin's abilities differed from the other 2 witches. Evelyn and Fuchsia were support-type witches, but they possessed a certain degree of self-preservation. Even Caddis couldn't easily defeat these 2 witches. At best, they were evenly matched. But Antia, the Witch of Sin, was different from the other 2. She possessed extremely strong combat abilities, and excelled in destructive magic. If it weren't for the close connection between Kuenberg and Antia, the Holy Empire wouldn't have been able to successfully establish itself. Antia is the most formidable of the 5 witches. This is thanks to her artifact, the Scythe of Punishment. It not only exudes a destructive aura, but also the terrifying power of law. Whenever you kill, you incur karma. Some good, some bad. If you indiscriminately slaughter innocents, your sins only intensify. When the Scythe of Punishment encounters such an enemy, it doesn't need to exert its full might. A simple tap is all it needs. An enemy tainted by the karma of sin will be plunged into endless suffering because of these sins. This suffering isn't physical, but rather a torment of the soul and spirit. Furthermore, Antia wields the scythe of punishment, seizing the moment her enemies are stunned and decapitating them. Possessing an aura of destruction, the scythe can easily shred any enemy. Even gods must yield to the scythe. Because the god of sin, whom Antia worships, has fallen, she has no deities to limit her. Before his death, the god of sin bequeathed his entire legacy to Antia. Antia has since risen to the top of the 5 great witches' rankings. Watching Antia approach him, Dreen was now utterly panicked. He knew Antia's formidable power. What was most terrifying wasn't her strength, but her terrifying personality. Provoke her, and you face her relentless pursuit. Antia hadn't lost her temper yet, but Dreen was foolish enough to bring up Kuenberg in front of her. Isn't that the light in the bathroom? Leon shuddered at the sight. He could sense a terrifying aura in the air. He then silently moved closer to Yunshichi and the others. The wives still felt safe. There was no way around it. The terrifying aura he felt from Antia was far stronger than Barion's. Although Barion could defeat Antia, his aura wasn't nearly as terrifying as this. Barion was the kind of man who looked simple and honest, but in reality, could shatter you into pieces with one punch. Drains immediately adopted a defensive stance and spoke sternly. Antia, it seems like we have no grudges against each other, right? Why are you helping Leon and the others? And you're from the Vatican. Don't you know that the Vatican and Great Yin are irreconcilable? Hearing Dreen's words, Anthea laughed instead of getting angry. Drains, do you know how ridiculous your words are? When did I become a Vatican? From the very beginning, I've been a free spirit. And it's not that I want to help Great Yin, but I simply want to see with my own eyes the world that Kuenberg described. As for you, you've been planning this for so long, and now you're trying to steal something from your descendants. Drains, you're truly a good emperor. Anthea slowly walked towards Drains, dragging the scythe of punishment, which was longer than her body. The scraping sound of the scythe dragging against the metal floor made Drains step back. This crazy woman. Seeing he couldn't convince Leon to join him, Drains immediately prepared to flee. But he had already missed his best chance to escape. If it were just Zoe, Drains might have escaped successfully at a small cost. But the problem now was, this group of people before me will definitely not let me escape easily. Drains drew a pitch-black long sword, then stared intently at Antia. This matter wasn't that simple. Antia, with a miraculous power, swung the scythe of punishment in her hand, slashing down at Drains. Drains quickly dodged, but the scythe of punishment, as if it had eyes, clung to him. Drains quickly raised his sword to block. But the scythe of punishment severed his entire right hand, along with the black long sword in its grasp. Drains was completely devastated. He had initially thought that the difference between him and Antia wasn't that great, but after the two engaged, he realized his mistake. With his right hand gone, Drains retreated rapidly, instantly crushing the crystal around his neck. A multitude of dark shadows emerged from the ground, grabbing Drains and attempting to drag him into the shadows. But how could they give him a chance to escape? Several people instantly surrounded him, and Antia raised her scythe of punishment and slashed down fiercely. The single blow instantly split Drains in two. Barion and the others were momentarily stunned, then immediately coordinated their efforts. They crushed Drains' body to dust. Drains was instantly reduced to ash. The once legendary figure, who had appeared for less than 10 minutes, had fallen. Leon stared blankly at the ash-covered Drains. Wasn't he said to be powerful? After all, he was a legend of his time. How could he be like this? Watching Drains reduced to ash, Barion and the others paused. But Antia continued to swing the scythe of punishment. Even if he were reduced to ash, Antia would grind the ashes several times over. It would be best if they collected them and flushed the toilet. Watching Drains' abrupt end, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Barion and the others. Meanwhile, Leon, having regained his composure, wanted to return to his home in Sin City to rest, and perhaps inspect the progress of Sin City's construction. But before Leon could leave, the commander of the Imperial Guards division stopped him. Leader, how about we inspect the troops first? The soldiers haven't seen you in ages. Looking at the sweaty commander, Leon sensed something was amiss, but he agreed to inspect the troops first. Watching Leon leave, the commander immediately called the temporary office in the capital. The leader is back. Is the capital disguised? What's the explanation? Naive Leon had no idea that the capital, which he cherished so dearly, had suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 429. Lion arrived at the 1st Infantry Army, currently stationed in the northern region of Great Yin. The 1st Infantry Army's mission was to defend the northern region of Great Yin. But now, there were few nations capable of threatening Great Yin's territory. Almost none, in fact. The 1st Infantry Army's mission was significantly reduced. Besides routine training, the 1st Infantry Army's sole mission was to assist in the training of soldiers from the Chinchi Nation to the north. Currently, the Chinchi Nation had begun preparing for war. Originally, the Chinchi Nation had a population of only a few million, but under the bizarre manipulation of the Orc Emperor Baromir, many oppressed orcs living within the Orc Empire chose to migrate south to join the Chinchi Nation. Observing the massive population loss, the Orc Emperor Baromir immediately ordered a border closure. For the Orc Empire now, the once tiny Chinchi Nation was a force they could not afford to provoke. With the support of Great Yin, the Chinchi Kingdom, originally with a population of just over 1 million, has established a standing army of over 300,000. All of them are equipped with Great Yin weapons. Their combat effectiveness is now comparable to that of Great Yan's reserve forces. Currently, Great Yan's active military totals 1.4 million. Of these, 1 million have already joined the battle formation. An additional 400,000 troops comprise 1 armored corps and 1 infantry corps. These 2 corps are undergoing final run-in training and are expected to be operational within 3 months. In addition to these 1.4 million active troops, Great Yin possesses over 800,000 militiamen. They have undergone basic military training and are ready to fight if war breaks out. When frontline troops are insufficient, these militiamen can be refitted and join the regular army. However, their combat effectiveness may not reach the level of frontline troops. The Chinchi army's combat effectiveness has surpassed that of the militia, but there is still a certain gap between it and the National Defense Army. The Chinchi Kingdom also possesses a large number of armored units. This makes them perfect for countering the Orc Empire, which has vast plains. In just 2 years, the Chinchi Kingdom's population has reached 5 million. This is thanks to Baromir. Yuan Chinchi, thanks for the people, my friend, and with a population of 5 million, the Chinchi Kingdom has already begun to increase its military strength. When it had a population of 1 million, the Chinchi Kingdom had an army of 300,000. Now with a population of 5 million, the Chinchi Kingdom has directly built an army of 800,000. Lion also advised Yuan Chinchi that such a military ratio would be a heavy burden on the country. He suggested that Yuan Chinchi slightly reduce the army. However, Yuan Chinchi flatly rejected Lian's proposal, stating, "We waited countless years for this day. At least 10 million of our fellow orcs have perished at the hands of the orcs. We built such a powerful army not just to protect ourselves, but to make the orcs pay." Lian was speechless. He could only offer Yuan Chinchi his utmost assistance. The Chinchi Kingdom, with the exception of its air and naval units, now boasts a fully developed army. The proportion of its heavy firepower is only 25% lower than that of the Great Yin regular army. Don't underestimate the difference of 1/4. With just 3/4, the Chinchi Kingdom could crush the Orc Empire. The Chinchi Nation was ready to march north to exact revenge on the Orc Empire, as soon as the Battle of Kursk was over. In northern Dayin, at the 1st Infantry Army's headquarters, Lion was inspecting the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Army. Although the soldiers were unaware of the impending Battle of Kursk, senior officers had already ordered intensified training. Some astute soldiers had realized that a major war might break out. They noticed that their daily training had increased significantly, and even the amount of ammunition used for target practice had increased from 10 to 15 rounds. After all, even before supporting the Elven Empire, the Wehrmacht soldiers' daily ammunition training was only 10 rounds. But now it had increased directly to 15. How could this not cause these veterans to speculate? But speculation aside, the Wehrmacht soldiers remained steadfast in their training. Although the Yin had fought so many battles, the benefits gained from each one had been passed on to almost all the Yin people. It didn't go into Lian's pocket or the pockets of the senior officers. And Lian's salary might even be less than that of the senior officers. This was because senior officers could receive substantial bonuses once a war was fought. Lian was in a very awkward position. If the war was won, the senior commanders would be honored. If the war was lost, Lian would bear the blame. But Lian didn't feel bad or object to this. After all, money didn't seem that important to Lian anymore. Lian used to think about saving money, now he thinks about making money and spending it. Every gold coin in Great Yin must be spent on the people of Great Yin. Anyone who dares to be greedy should prepare for the Intelligence Bureau to storm the door. 1st Infantry Army Headquarters. Lion was reading a report. The report detailed every expenditure and training result of the 1st Infantry Army. Although Lian didn't know how to track these training expenses, Lion had read the expenditure reports of each army. Comparing 2 infantry armies, if there was a significant difference, then an investigation might be necessary. Initially, After Great Yin became powerful, some officers began to abuse their power for personal gain. But they were still caught by the Intelligence Bureau. And then, they were sent straight to heaven. After examining it, Leon closed the report. He patted the 1st Infantry Army commander on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. If you have any difficulties, please report them to the military. I still need to inspect Sin City. I be leaving first. The people in the headquarters immediately saluted. However, shortly after Leon left, the 1st Infantry Army commander immediately picked up the phone. Hurry up and find a solution. I can't hold you back any longer. The leader has already left. He'll be back in Sin City in 6 hours at most. Hurry up. After receiving this call, the military immediately urged the construction team to speed up. The team leader looked at the soon-to-be-filled hole with a resolute smile. Don't worry, we have the capital looking brand new in no time. The deputy beside him spoke up. Captain, we all know the capital is unusable. What should we do? What else can we do? Don't you trust our skills? If the leader finds out about the capital, I eat cement right here. Deputy, Other members of the construction team, Chapter 430. Lion and his companions secretly returned to Sin City. Upon his return, Leon didn't go to the capital first. Instead, he headed straight for the Duke's palace. Although Leon was now a leader, he didn't change the name of the Duke's palace. It wasn't because Leon wanted to commemorate anything. It was because he was lazy. A qualified leader must be diligent during work and rest properly during breaks. Now, Leon wanted to fall asleep as soon as he saw the bed. There was no other way. Life on an aircraft carrier was too difficult. It wasn't that Leon wasn't used to sailing, but he wasn't used to the torment of sleeping at night. If it happened once or twice, Leon might not have said anything. But this wasn't just once or twice, he was practically tying himself to the bed. There wasn't a drop left. At first, it was just Yun Qingqi, but later Xuanxing joined in. Yun Qingqi alone was enough to make Leon crawl out of the room. What about adding for a star? This completely drained Leon. As a real man, Leon wanted to stand up. But when 2 different hands suddenly grasped his waist, Leon couldn't stand up. Lion, we suggest strengthening Leon. Baryan and the others smiled faintly. Even if Leon was half dead, they could bring him back to life. After all, the time which Fuxia is a top doctor. She has died at her hands. No, she has cured tens of thousands of patients. And she's never had a bad review in thousands of years. To save the dying and the wounded, choose the time which, at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. A white-haired girl with bunny ears was looking south, with a look of anticipation. The maids at the Duke's mansion said Leon would be returning from this direction. Yin Xian rested her chin on her hands, her long bunny ears tucked behind her head. She looked downcast. Miss Yin Xian, it's time for lunch. Just then, a maid stepped forward and spoke. Okay, Yin Xian said. She then stood up and walked towards the dining room. And the next second, just as Yin Xian entered the Duke's mansion, Leon and his group appeared at the end of the road. In the car, Leon had never felt the back seat so cramped. On his left sat Yun Qingqi, on his right Xuanxing, and on his lap sat Heiyu. At first, Leon wanted to give the back seat to the 3 women and take the passenger seat himself. But they pulled him back. So Leon suggested that someone else take the passenger seat. And Heiyu hugged Leon's thigh. He shook his head and said cutely, "You stinky bastard, I don't want it." Leon, I'm in a good mood today, I let you go. Leon was in a very good mood after returning to Dian. He couldn't help humming along the way. But what Leon didn't know was that when he returned to Sin City, a great gift was waiting for him. The car stopped at the Duke's mansion. The door opened. Heiyu flew in directly, because she could already smell the delicious aroma. Heiyu's famous quote. There are only 2 things that matter to me, delicious food and bullying bastards. Leon, ? Who is bullying whom? Let's get this straight. Leon got out of the car and was about to drive away. He planned to enter the Duke's mansion through the back door, head straight for his room, and fall asleep. But before he could take 2 steps, he was flanked by Xuanxing and Yun Qingqi, one on each side. Leon, I just wanted to take out the trash. I really didn't mean to run. Leon said sincerely. Take out the trash? Where did you get the trash? Yun Qingqi said with a smirk. Leon, And just like that, Leon walked in, surrounded by women. The maids bowed at the sight of Leon. After Leon walked away, they began to whisper. Why does the leader have 2 wives? The leader has more than 2 wives. I heard Miss Heiyu also. But the one who just came in wasn't Miss Heiyu. That's right, hey, you just ran in her adult form. This successfully misled the maids. Don't worry, that means there's another wife for the leader, the head maid said disapprovingly. The maids nodded in unison. They fully agreed with the head maid's words. It's just one more leader's wife, isn't it? What's the big deal? And the affectionate display between the leader's wives and the leader just now made the maids envious. But soon, they resumed their discussion. Who do you think will become the first lady? It must be Queen Chinchi. Queen Chinchi is a role model for us women. Not only does she possess a stunning beauty, but she also has a figure everyone envy and exceptional strength. A maid said seriously. After hearing this, many of the maids nodded silently, agreeing with her. Then another maid spoke up. I don't think so. Miss Frostar is the most likely to become the first lady. Because Miss Frostar and the leader have been together the longest, their bond must be very deep. Isn't there a saying about childhood sweethearts? How can a gift from heaven rival a childhood sweetheart? Many people nodded in agreement with this maid's words. As a result, Yun Chinchi and Frostar's supporters began arguing. The two sides argued fiercely. Finally, a maid spoke weakly. I think the first lady might be Her Highness Leia. This statement silenced everyone present. It seemed that Princess Leia was the woman who had spent the longest time with a leader. At this moment, in the palace of the Forest Elf Kingdom of the Elven Empire, Queen Zanina of the Forest Elf was admonishing Leia. My dear daughter, the situation in Diyin is not optimistic right now. From what I heard, at least 4 women have appeared around Leon. While 2 of them can be eliminated from the competition, there are still 2 who could compete with you for Leon. You must seize this opportunity. Leia's face was already red as a monkey's, but Leia's mother, Zanina, had summoned her to the palace last night. Then the 2 of them discussed and studied together. Although they were mother and daughter, Zanina had never had a spouse. Leia was born after Zanina consumed the holy water of the elves. So, despite Zanina's apparent maturity, she was actually a half-baked woman. But Leia's behavior made Zanina anxious. She wouldn't fight for him at all. Instead, she just stared blankly. Leia felt that as long as Leon had her in his heart, everything would be fine. This made Zanina extremely anxious. My dear, if you don't work hard, your original stock will plummet to the bottom. Zanina was eager to send Leia over. She knew Leia also liked Leon, but neither of them was good at expressing it. How could this be? So Zanina collected a large number of books and decided to tutor Leia at night.